early spring weather was still a bit cool. This year, in Li Family Village, Qingshan County, north of Daki, it was a good harvest year. Every household was smiling, and they no longer worried about food. Some families who were better off might even save enough to buy 2 new clothes. But only Li Shuifeng's family looked worried and sad.
Why?
Here's what happened. As spring arrived, the weather warmed up and the ice melted. The children, who had been cooped up inside all winter, were eager to go outside. Qingshan County, as the name suggests, is near the Great Green Mountain, which is full of resources. The children often played in the mountains, picking wild fruits, gathering pigweed, and catching wild birds for meals. Li Shuifeng's family did the same. Li Shuifeng is 52 years old. He lives with his wife and their eldest son, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan has 3 children. The oldest 2 are boys. The eldest, Li Shuwen, farms at home and is married, with 2 grandchildren. The second, Li Shuowu, went to an herbal shop in the city to learn a craft and isn't often home. The youngest is a girl, Li Traolon, who is 12 years old. She is pretty and gentle, a little beauty loved by her family. She is clever and skillful, the favorite among her siblings. Yesterday afternoon, her cousin Qingyuan and Xingang wanted to go play in the mountains. Traolon also wanted to cut some pigweed to feed the pigs and decided to go with them for a while. Half a month ago, Traolon set a trap in the mountains to catch small animals. Today, she caught 2 rabbits. They were already dead, but since it was still a little cold, they hadn't spoiled yet. Luckily, they were still good. This made the 3 of them happy. As they carried the rabbits and gathered pigweed to go home, they met the village's second rascal, Lan Xin. He was a well-known troublemaker in the village. His parents had died early, and he was raised by the village. He was always causing trouble and not behaving well. Today, when he saw Xiaolon with the rabbits, he wanted to snatch them. Xiaolon definitely didn't want to give them up. They had hardly eaten meat all winter, and now they finally got some rabbits. The whole family would enjoy them. Why should they give them to him? During the struggle, Lan Xin, a big boy several years older than Traolon, suddenly pushed her down the hillside. Xiaolon rolled down, hitting her head on a stone. She bled heavily. The children were terrified and started crying loudly. Seeing this, Lan Xin ran away quickly. Qingyuan told his younger brother to hurry home and report the accident so someone could come and help their sister. The Li family only found out that Xiaolon had an accident. She hit her head and had a big cut. That night, she was taken to the second apprentice's pharmacy in town for treatment. It said she seemed to have no breath left, which scared the whole family. Luckily, the doctor was someone they knew, and her son was working in his shop. The doctor gave her 2 injections to revive her and also prescribed medicine. Because they knew the doctor, they didn't have to pay the consultation fee. However, the medicine cost a lot of money. They spent all their savings from the past year and borrowed 5 taels of silver. Their family was now broke and in debt. The Li family was very angry. Their daughter almost lost her life just because she went out to gather pig grass. They beat up Lan Xin badly. But there was nothing else they could do. Lan Xin had no parents, no home, no job. He had nothing. They couldn't even find anyone to ask for compensation. Xiaolan's head injury was serious. She was unconscious for 2 days and nights before she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer the girl from the past, but Lan Xin from modern Suzhou. The real Xiaolan had died. After lying down for a day and a night, Lan Xin finally understood where she was. She sighed softly. How could a simple trip turn into such trouble? And then, to top it off, she had crossed into this strange world. Luckily, the family was kind, and everyone got along well. If not, she might have been overwhelmed. After merging with Xiaolan's memories, she realized how unfair her death was. But she couldn't change it.
Lan Xin felt lucky.
Her family had passed away early in her previous life. She had made a living through embroidery. Now, occupying Xiaolan's body, she couldn't go back. She decided to be good to the Li family. For the first time in her life, she had so many loved ones. She felt grateful that heaven was kind to her. From now on, she would be Li Qiaolan, living well in her place. Qiaolan, does it still hurt?
Come, eat something.
I've cooked some porridge for you. Sister-in-law Zhang Guifang brought in a bowl of plain porridge. Qiaolan sat up, put down her purse, and felt a little emotional. The family had spent all their savings and borrowed 5 taels of silver just to treat her. Now she was eating plain rice porridge, something rare. According to her memories, her 2 young nephews had never eaten plain porridge alone. At most, they'd have an egg now and then. Now she was eating eggs and porridge every day. For a farmer, that was a very precious meal.
Kiêu Lan phèo chu ly so thi.
She was eating plain rice porridge, while her parents, grandparents, and other family members ate corn mash. This made her feel uneasy about her own meal. Her sister-in-law, Ho Hot, is a kind-hearted person. Originally, Qiaolan was a gentle and obedient girl. The 2 women got along very well before, with no bad feelings, and the family was very harmonious. This time, she was pushed down the hill to save her nephew from being beaten. Her sister-in-law was very grateful and took out all her savings to pay for her medical treatment. Don't say that. When you're sick, you need to rest and take care of yourself. You're losing so much blood. You must eat well. I've put in several red dates and dried longan for you, her sister-in-law said kindly, sitting by her bed with a warm smile.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You and mother have been busy these days, and I haven't been able to help much. I feel like I've been a burden, Qiaolan said with a bit of guilt, feeling bad about taking her sister-in-law's daughter's place. Everyone, don't be so polite. Qiaolan, I see your skills have improved again. I can't even compare to you now, her sister-in-law said, holding up her embroidered pouch. The fish on it looked lively and cheerful, making people like it at first sight. Her original embroidery skills were taught by her grandmother. Her grandmother was once a noble daughter, but her father offended the emperor and was demoted. Her grandmother, when young, learned embroidery from a Suzhou embroidery master. She was not only literate and good at arithmetic, but also very skilled at embroidery, far surpassing others in the village. Qiaolan learned her embroidery skills from her grandmother. Lan Xin was originally from Suzhou. She learned her craft from an older woman who was her neighbor. Because their families were close, the older woman felt sorry for her, as her father had died early and her mother was ill. Lan Xin started learning embroidery at age 7. The older woman knew Suzhou embroidery, as well as some Gu embroidery and Xiang embroidery. She ran a shop, but her son didn't like the business. Seeing Lan Xin's talent, she taught her for free so she could pass on the craft. Lan Xin practiced for 20 years. Over time, she became even better, creating exquisite embroidery that was famous far and wide. Her works could sell for a good price. The museum once asked her to replicate the emperor's ceremonial robes, and some film crews hired her for historical costumes. Her skills only improved over time, and her embroidery was highly valued. Qiaolan smiled modestly and said, "Sister-in-law, you're flattering me. I'm just trying to get a good price for my work. Since I've been lying in bed all day feeling bored, I put more effort into making my embroidery look nice. If the pieces are beautiful, the shopkeeper might pay more, which can help settle our family's bills." Sister-in-law quickly advised, "Don't worry, Qiaolan. Your health needs to be taken care of. Don't rush to pay back the money. There are so many people at home. Focus on getting better first, there's no rush. I understand. I won't overexert myself," Qiaolan replied shyly with a small smile. "Niz, are you feeling better?" Old Lady Li entered wearing a simple rough spun jacket with a cross collar. She first touched Qiaolan's forehead, then sat comfortably on the Kong, heated bed. She picked up a few embroidered pouches Qiaolan had made and looked at them, nodding slightly. "You've improved a lot, much better than before," the old lady said approvingly with a smile. Qiaolan thought for a moment and asked, "Grandma, I remember you have a piece of snow-dyed fabric. I want to embroider a picture to sell. Do you think I could make a bed screen with it? Embroidery pictures can sell for more money than pouches, which would help me pay off my debt sooner." Old Lady Li smiled kindly. "There's no need to rush. Focus on getting well first. I'm already fine. Nothing's wrong anymore." Besides, I don't do much work each day. Please give it to me. I'm so bored, Lan begged, holding her grandmother's hand. The old lady patted her and said, Child, all right, I'll get it for you. But you mustn't overexert yourself. I can't bear to see you get hurt. I understand. Don't worry, Lan assured her again and again. Finally, the old lady took out a piece of snow-dyed fabric from her box. It was a leftover from her dowry, authentic Jiangnan snow-dyed fabric, fine in texture, smooth to the touch, and shiny. What do you plan to embroider? The old lady asked as she sat nearby. Lan gestured and found a piece of yellow paper. She sketched a design with charcoal on it. Soon, a beautiful, lively picture appeared on the paper. Good news of triple happiness, meaning good luck. The pattern is also nice. All right, let's embroider this, the old lady said, looking at the design and recognizing her granddaughter's progress. She immediately approved. The triple happiness news pattern symbolizes hope and blessings. It features the 3 types of imperial exams: Xiaoyi, local; Huai, provincial; and Dianshi, court, with winners called Jiayuan, Jiyuan, Huiyuan, Huiyuan, and Zhongye, Zhuangyuan, collectively known as the 3 yuan. The pattern combines magpies, longan fruits, and gold ingots, symbolizing good news and fortune. Many families with children preparing for exams favor this pattern because it is popular and marketable. Lan planned to embroider this pattern because it is popular and meets market demand. Families with better financial situations like their children to study, and in the future, when their status improves, such items will always be in demand. This design is timeless and will never go out of style. Lan held up the fabric and measured it, quickly figuring out the task. For her, this was a very small project. She had embroidered larger and more complicated designs before. It was not difficult. The main reason was to settle a debt. She had taken responsibility for her daughter's actions and owed the Li family respect and repayment. Lan carefully assembled her embroidery frame, examined it closely, and selected the silk threads she needed. Under the sunlight, she sorted the threads of the same color by shade and thickness. Embroidering a picture and sewing a pouch are different tasks. The picture requires patience and precision, especially in choosing the right colors. Years ago, to learn how to make bright colors, her master took her to study traditional painting and calligraphy. These skills were essential. Without them, she couldn't create intricate patterns or accomplish great things. She would only be a seamstress, far from being a master. Lan split the thread into very fine strands. Her skill was so smooth and flowing that it dazzled onlookers, showing her experience. Once the thread was ready, she began sewing carefully, stitch by stitch. At that moment, Lan seemed to become a different person, completely focused on her work, forgetting everything around her. Her mind was clear about the pattern and how to match colors for the best look. She knew exactly what she was doing. Her calm, focused gaze made the elderly woman nod slightly. Her sister-in-law watched with wide eyes and kept nodding in admiration. The elderly woman gently told her sister-in-law to go outside and leave her alone with Lan, giving her time to quietly work. After leaving, her sister-in-law clapped her hands and said, "Grandma, I really respect her now. I used to think I wasn't much worse than Lan, but now I see why she's the best girl in our village. With her skills, our family's debt isn't a problem at all." She had been worried earlier. The elderly woman had borrowed 5 taels of silver, enough to cover a year's worth of food and expenses. Yet, she was not nervous. Now she understood that the Li family was capable. They dared to ask for help because they had the ability. The elderly woman smiled softly. "Lan was raised by me. She's naturally talented and smart. Now, after being bedridden for half a month, her patience has improved, and her embroidery skills have grown a lot. She's even better than I expected. I'm relieved now. Seeing so much blood that day really scared me." She thought of that troublemaker and hated him intensely. Her sister-in-law frowned and sneered, "That useless troublemaker, by Bieni. If it weren't for the law, I'd wish someone could teach him a lesson. He's shameless, stealing even from children." From now on, I will always stand up for my son when I see him. If my younger sister-in-law hadn't stopped him today, it would have been my son lying in bed. But since my son is so young, whether he can survive is still uncertain. I am very grateful to my sister-in-law for saving his life. Forget it, no need to mention it. It's no wonder I'm so angry. Xiaolon is lucky. She will have good fortune in the future. The old lady clasped her hands together and kept praying. Isn't that what she said? At noon we'll eat flatbread, make some vegetable porridge, and put a couple of slices of cured meat in it. The old lady felt sorry for her granddaughter, who had lost so much blood, and thought about adding some meat to help her recover. My sister-in-law agreed. Maybe I should make a bowl just for Xiaolon. We don't have much meat left at home, and there's still a long way to go. She didn't even want to give her own son a piece. No, everyone will eat together. The men still need to work in the fields. How can we eat if we don't eat well? The old lady waved her hand, not showing favoritism. She was always fair. The sister-in-law nodded happily and muttered, "Then I'll put a little less. Mom, I'm back. Neighbor Zhang's wife gave me a wild chicken." "Let's do it." Li's mother returned, who is Xiaolon's biological mother. "Oh, it's really fat. Let's do it." "Chicken soup with noodles will taste very good." The old lady pinched the chicken's neck, lifted it up, and estimated its size, smiling happily. "Later, when Longyan is mature, we'll send some to her family," the old lady said with a smile. "Of course, I've already sent some red dates over." Did Xiaolon still feel dizzy today? Li's mother cared for her daughter, not letting her do any chores. She and her daughter-in-law took care of everything so her daughter could rest well. "I think I look much better today. I'm sitting inside embroidering a picture." The old lady sat in a rocking chair, mending Li Shuifeng's shoes. Li's mother nodded, slightly relieved. "That's good. I just worry she might have some lingering problems. Having problems later could affect her ability to marry. She's already 13, and it's time for her to see someone." It was so frightening when this happened suddenly. "It's okay. Don't forget when Xiaolon was born, the monk said she had a calamity in her life. Once it passes, everything will go smoothly," the old lady said with a gentle smile. "That's what they say, but no one saw any sign of it," Li's mother said, turning away to wipe her tears. That day, her child almost lost her breath, and her soul was frightened away. "Stop crying, it's bad luck. The children are lively and jumping around, so why are you crying? There's no bad luck here. Go cook. The man will come back for dinner." The old lady didn't like women crying and scolding them gently with a frown. "Okay, I'll go cook now. Kill the chicken, make some soup, and add red dates for the children to eat," the old lady instructed. "All right, I understand." At noon, Li Shuifeng and his son and grandson came back, placing their forks by the fence at the door. "How's Xiaolon? Is she feeling better?" Li Laoda asked. "Much better, don't worry," replied Li Laotai. "That's good." Li Laoda was a kind farmer. He didn't speak fancy words but was good to his children. For lunch, they had stewed chicken, cornmeal pancakes, a small plate of pickled cucumbers, snow cabbage, and stir-fried dried mushrooms with pork. The dried pork was only a few slices, and they ate rice mixed with yellow millet. Li's mother and sister-in-law finished cooking and called out, "Parents, dinner's ready. The head of the household, come eat. Xiaolon, come out." "Yes, I'm coming," Xiaolon replied, lifting her head to look at the embroidery of a magpie, which was halfway done and looked good. Xiaolon sat at the table and noticed her bowl was full of meat, while Grandpa and Dad's bowls only had pickles, with no meat slices visible. This made her feel warm inside, but also hesitant to eat. She picked some meat to give to her grandparents, Dad, and 2 nephews. The old lady quickly said, "There aren't many pieces of meat, you eat. I left the broth for the children. You eat yours." She then took the meat back and gave it to her. "Grandma, I can't eat so much. I'm already full." Xiaolon smiled. "Eat." This was given by the neighbor's wife, the sister-in-law said with a smile. After eating, Xiaolon went outside for a walk, cut some pig fodder, and fed the chickens and ducks in the yard. She strolled around and then went back to continue her embroidery. In the afternoon, Xiaolon was sewing a handkerchief inside the house. Li's mother sat in the yard mending shoes when she heard someone outside shout, "Li's sister-in-law, are you at home? How's Xiaolon feeling?" Li's mother stood up and went outside to greet them. "Oh, isn't that shopkeeper Li? Come in and have a glass of water. Our market day is almost over. Xiaolon is much better now. Thank you for caring." This was shopkeeper Li from Yunjin Tower, also from this village. Now he runs a shop in the city. Women and wives from nearby villages send him small embroidered pouches and handkerchiefs to sell, earning some pocket money to support their families. Master Li brushed off the dirt from his clothes and said with a smile, "I'm here to see Xiaolon about some work. I want to ask if she can do it. Come in quickly, have some water, and take your time." Old Lady Li heard the noise inside and brought out a bowl of sweet water. "Thank you, ma'am," the shopkeeper said politely and drank it all in one go. Xiaolon heard the noise and came out. Seeing Master Li, she was familiar with him because they often dealt with each other. "Uncle Li is here. What do you want to ask me?" Master Li sat on a small stool. "Here's the thing. The old lady from the landlord's family on East Street in town wants to embroider a small happy announcement for her grandson. I think only you can do this work because your skills are the best. That's why I came to you." Xiaolon thought for a moment and asked, "How much will you pay? How long will it take? She needs it urgently. The grandson is about to take an exam and wants to take it with him. It might only take half a month, so you'll need to finish it by the next market day. The payment will be generous. 20 taels of silver." Master Li gestured with 2 fingers. Old Lady Li hurriedly said, "My Xiaolon is very clever, but she can't stay up all night." Xiaolon thought for a moment and nodded decisively.
Mom, I've fine.
The small happy announcement isn't very big, and the pattern is simple. It won't be hard. We still owe some money, so I'll take this job." She agreed quickly and without hesitation. Old Lady Li felt a bit worried and a little unhappy. "Why are you so stubborn, child?" Master Li thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll give you a deposit of 10 taels of silver and some fine snow satin. You don't need to rush. If it's really urgent, I can talk to them and ask for a few more days." Xiaolon shook her head. "I can do it. I don't want to trouble you. You wouldn't have come all this way if it weren't for caring about us. Anyone can do embroidery for this. I know you're helping us out. I can do it." She thought to herself that she wanted to embroider the 3-element pattern, and this was a perfect opportunity, like a pillow sent with a sleeping pillow, and she could also add some snow embroidery. Old Lady Li turned away to wipe her tears, but said nothing more. Master Li chuckled and waved his hand. "No need to say more. We're all from the same village. You still call me uncle, right? All right, I'll go now." He took 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Old Lady Li, along with a small piece of snow satin wrapped in red cloth. Xiaolon took it, and Old Lady Li followed behind to see Master Li off.
"Take care," she said.
"All right, don't see me off." Master Li waved his hand and sat back in his cart to leave. Old Lady Li looked at Xiaolon with some worry. "Will it work? If not, I can help you." The elderly lady's eyesight was a bit blurry. She was quite skilled, but her eyes were failing, so she didn't do much embroidery anymore. Usually, she just mended shoes for the children, even having them sew the soles on themselves. "It's okay, I can do it. Everything is fine now. It's not a big job, so I dare to take it. 20 taels of silver isn't much to lose. Our family can just pay off the debt with that," Xiaolon said with a smile and went back inside. Li's mother was a little worried but knew that since they owed money for the children's medical bills, they should pay it off soon. She was afraid it would become a problem if they waited too long. In the afternoon, the husband came back from the fields and learned that Xiaolon had taken a job and received a deposit of 10 taels of silver. The eldest son was a bit upset. "You're not fully recovered, so why are you working? Did someone say something unpleasant to you?" he asked, giving his wife, Zhang, a sideways look. Zhang was surprised and quickly waved her hands. "I didn't do anything. Besides, my younger sister-in-law took the job to help Qingyuan. Even if I wasn't worth much, I couldn't do something like that," she said, looking worried and a little tearful. Xiaolon quickly spoke up. "It's nothing, sister-in-law. It was my own decision. They paid 20 taels of silver, and our family can pay off the debt with that. I thought the work wouldn't be tiring, so I took it. Tomorrow, my mother will go pay the village chief back. It's not urgent.
Don't worry about it now.
It'll be fine in a few days. If we pay it back immediately, people might get jealous. It's better to wait a little longer, the elderly lady said after thinking. She knew that if people saw Lan earn 10 taels, they might get envious. It would be better to wait until after the market day, so it looked like they paid off the debt by selling something. That's fine. Lan spent more than 10 days embroidering the designs. She also had several small pouches she embroidered herself, which she kept. Tomorrow was market day, so she planned to exchange these pouches for some money to buy daily necessities. They ran out of green salt for brushing teeth, and Lan felt uncomfortable without it, so she wanted to buy some more. The fragrant face balm was also gone. Mother, tomorrow when you go to the market, can you call me? I want to buy some things. Lan ran into the kitchen and told her mother Li, who was working. Yes, I will definitely take you, Li replied, happy to see her daughter lively again. Early the next morning, Li and her daughter-in-law Zhang, carrying a basket, took a donkey cart from the village chief's son to the city to sell the embroidery. The Green Mountain City is an important military and trading hub in this area, serving as a transfer point for different regions. With its Yangtze River dock, merchants traveling north and south often stop here to rest. All kinds of goods are available in the market. Hey, is that Lan? Are you feeling better now? Ma Aunt from the same village was also at the market selling her eggs. She was riding in the same donkey cart. Lan smiled and said, Auntie, hello. Thank you for asking. I'm all better now. That's good. That troublesome second rascal hasn't dared to show his face for a long time. Ma Aunt nodded and cursed angrily, sharing the villagers' frustrations about him. Lan lowered her head silently. Soon, everyone arrived in the city. They each went their own way. Li Maoxing, the village chief's son, also went to handle his own business. We'll meet again this afternoon. Got it. Everyone replied, and went to sell their goods. At the market, they usually traveled in his cart. Giving a few copper coins was enough as a tip. Neighbors also looked out for each other. The mother and her two daughters first went to Yunjin building to sell their items and handed over their drawings. Li's sister is here.
Come sit.
I was just talking about you, and here you are. The Li family in the city just returned from the capital to recover. They're celebrating a birthday and need many purses and handkerchiefs. I was worried you wouldn't come. The shopkeeper, Li, cheerfully greeted them, and his assistant quickly brought tea. We also brought purses. Take a look. Li's mother showed her own, and her daughter-in-law Zhang's purses and handkerchiefs. The shopkeeper examined them and nodded. Same old prices. Purses are 15 coins each. Handkerchiefs are 18 coins each. There are 100 purses and 80 handkerchiefs, totaling 2,940 coins. He counted out the coins for them. Ordinary folks preferred using copper coins because it was more convenient. Li's mother and Zhang divided the money happily. Then, the shopkeeper began to evaluate Lan's items. Her prices were higher than Li's mother's because her embroidery was more delicate. Her items sold very well, so her prices were higher. Last time, Lan sold a purse for 10 coins. Lan, let me help you price your items. I'll look at your drawings later. How many do you have? I have 60 purses in total, 20 new styles and 40 old styles. I also brought a embroidery pattern. I'll show it to you later, Lan said, opening her bundle and handing each item to the shopkeeper for inspection. The shopkeeper looked over everything, nodded with approval, and said, Very good, very good. This old pattern purse still sells for 20 coins each, just like before. For the new design, I will charge you 35 coins. Lan shyly smiles. It's up to the shopkeeper. I have no objections. The shopkeeper is very happy and continues. Your embroidered handkerchief is elegant and refined. It will surely sell well. I'll give you 80 coins for this handkerchief. The embroidered pattern of the three-element design is very good. The owner will be pleased. I'll also give you 10 taels of silver. The shopkeeper looks excited. Lan's items usually sell faster than others. Now, with a price increase of over 10%, it will definitely sell well. Lan thinks for a moment. Although she feels a bit regretful, she nods with a smile. I'll listen to the shopkeeper. The price is a bit low, but she keeps a piece of snow-white fabric and considers embroidering another pattern. That piece is larger than her grandmother's, and it can be a little looser. All right, old pattern handkerchiefs are 50 coins each. The total is 5,600 coins, plus 40 taels of silver. Do you want to exchange the copper coins for silver? The shopkeeper takes out an abacus, taps it a few times, and quickly calculates everything. Mrs. Li and her daughter-in-law exchange surprised glances. Wow, this girl earns more than they do in 2 or 3 years. No wonder the old lady often says Lan won't have trouble living a good life. Lan thinks for a moment and shakes her head. No need to exchange. I want to buy some fabric. Shopkeeper, you just said that Master Li is celebrating his birthday, right? If I embroider a big picture and send it over, can you sell it? Flowing clouds and 100 blessings, with a character for longevity written in different styles. Do you think that will work? She just heard that Master Li is celebrating his birthday. If she can make some money, it would be great. The Li family is just getting by. If she can earn more and buy some land, life will surely get better and better. The shopkeeper happily nods. Sure, why not? Your skills are so good it will definitely sell. But life is a bit tight now, and it's less than half a year. Can your health handle it? They are from the same village. The shopkeeper has always liked Lan. She is clever and resourceful. He has earned quite a bit from her. Her purse handkerchiefs are in demand in the city, and each one earns about 5 coins more. Mrs. Li immediately speaks up. Lan, maybe you should forget it. But Lan insists. I can do it. I don't need to embroider so many, just 100 will do. All right, as long as you can do it, I will definitely sell it for you. First, draw a pattern, and I'll show it to the old lady of the Li family. Maybe she'll agree. The shopkeeper quickly calls his assistants to bring paper and brushes, so she can sketch her design. Good craftsmanship naturally leads to good embroidery. The Li family understands this well and is confident to let her do the embroidery. Lan thought for a moment, then sketched cloud patterns and continuous auspicious symbols on paper. She also wrote the character for longevity in different styles. Her calligraphy has its own style, which she has developed over nearly 20 years. It's not something she learned overnight. She finished writing in one breath, took a long sigh, and slowly put down her brush. The shopkeeper carefully picked up the paper, blew on it gently to dry, and examined it closely. He immediately praised, Good, good. Wait for me, I'll go now. Just wait for me. Then he took the paper and ran off. Old lady Li is already retired and came back to her hometown to rest. Although she isn't from Li village, she's from this area and shares the Li surname. She is a proud person among the people of Qingshan. The shopkeeper returned happily after half an hour, bringing back 20 taels of silver as a deposit. Old Master and Old Lady Li saw your writing and praised it for having great spirit. They rewarded me on the spot and also paid a deposit. They said if the embroidery turns out well, they will give you 50 more taels. Lan finally showed a hint of a smile. Thank you, Uncle Li. Please use this to treat the helpers to tea. Sorry to trouble you running back and forth for me. The shopkeeper knew her family was in difficulty, so he specifically asked about it, hoping she could get the deposit to ease her situation. Lan took 5 taels of silver and pushed it toward him. The shopkeeper shook his head and smiled. Silly girl, the old master was so pleased he rewarded me 10 taels. Why do I need your silver? Just focus on finishing the embroidery. All right, then I'll pick some fabric to take home. Lan was not polite and planned to buy fabric for her embroidery. Li's mother and Zhang's wife were already stunned speechless, unable to say anything. They could only wait quietly until their daughter finished and went home to talk more. Lan chose a piece of bright red plain satin, a white silk, and a piece of cotton cloth to make clothes for her family. She saw some paper, brushes, and inkstones left and wanted to buy them but hesitated, thinking it might be too expensive. Still, she needed them for drawing, so she decided to use yellow paper instead. The satin costs 110 won per yard, the white silk 21 and the cotton cloth 12 won. The shopkeeper announced the prices, adding and subtracting until he gave the final total to Lan. He also packed the paper, brushes, and ink stones and handed them to her. Take these.
I have plenty of them. Don't be polite.
Maybe your uncle will benefit from your work someday. Because Lan's embroidery earned the shopkeeper a reward, he believed that further embroidery would also be rewarded. This small thing was nothing to him. Lan politely declined and then left, saying goodbye to the shopkeeper and heading to the clothing shop to gather leftover fabric to sew a purse and handkerchief. After leaving, she found a quiet, secluded spot and gave all her money to Li's mother. Li's mother didn't want it. Keep some for yourself. A young lady needs money to buy flowers and accessories. Lan pushed her hand away. Mother, listen to me.
Keep the money for me. I've earned a lot now. Let's buy some land.
With money, I can also send Qingyuan to study. He's almost 6 and should start school soon. Studying will give him a good future. Sister-in-law Zhang was stunned and almost started crying. She held Lan's hand and choked up. Sister, what can I say? How can I let you use your private savings to send the child to school? Where would I put my face? Li's mother felt happier than eating honey. She thought that if her daughter behaved well, her relationship with her sister-in-law would be good, and even after marriage, they could help each other. Lan smiled and said, Look at what sister-in-law said. Qingyuan is my nephew, surnamed Li. If he becomes successful, won't he support me? I've benefited from him. So don't be so formal with me. Zhang wiped her tears and said, I need to discuss this with my family. We can't decide on such a large sum alone. She didn't agree yet, but she was truly grateful to her younger sister-in-law for being generous enough to give the money. Others might not have the heart. Li's mother also smiled. But I'll pretend I don't have it for now, so you won't lose it. I need to talk to your grandparents when we get home. It's no use discussing here. She laughed and forgot about her family at home. All right, let's go buy some green salt and some fragrant balm. My face is cracked from the cold, Lan said, pulling Li's mother affectionately. Good, buy everything. Buy a box for the eldest, too. Today, I'm in charge. Li's mother agreed happily with a big wave of her hand. Oh, I'm so angry now, Zhang said, covering her mouth and laughing. The three went to the clothing shop to pick up 2 large bags of fabric scraps, many of which were satin, left over from making dresses and skirts. These could be used to make purses and handkerchiefs. But they needed to know someone well enough to get the fabric. Her second son often visited the nearby pharmacy to learn from the doctor, so they were familiar with each other. They paid 100 big coins each time. Selling to someone they knew was better than selling to strangers. After getting the fabric, the three went to Lu's grocery store, which was also in their village. The Lu family has 3 members, with the youngest son only 8 years old. Old Lu's wife passed away after a difficult childbirth with their second son, lasting over 3 years. The Lu family used to be hunters. 1 year, both father and son served in the army and returned many years later, lucky to come back whole. Rumor has it they also brought back a lot of gold and silver. They bought a big house with gray bricks and tiles, 50 acres of land, and a shop in the city with a courtyard. They opened a general store, where villagers liked to sell eggs and other goods. He always paid honestly and never cheated. The store sells everything: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea. Because it's near the Yangtze River dock, traders bring in goods like fish, ma, and seafood. Sometimes they also sell perfumes and powders for women, which are affordable and useful. When there's a good harvest, they sell grain, but not as much as the grain shop. Now, Lu's eldest son, Lu Chuanhu, is brave and talented. He's a notable figure in the army, and after returning home, he was recruited as a constable. The 3 of them entered the shop and greeted old Lu warmly. Uncle Lu, are you here? Oh, it's Sister Daimei. Isn't that Lan? Are you feeling better? Old Lu is kind and honest, with a sharp mind and straightforwardness. His family shares this personality, making him well-liked. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'm better now. I want to buy some white sugar, salt, and soy sauce. Also, some fried dough twists and preserved fruits. And 2 boxes of the fragrant balm from last time. She thought the preserved fruits would cheer up her little nephew. All right, wait a moment, I'll weigh them for you. Old Lu quickly went to prepare their goods. Li auntie, sister-in-law, Chaolan is here too. Lu Chuanhu, dressed in official clothes, entered and greeted them with a smile. His gaze fell on Wenxiu's Chaolan. She was wearing a pink cotton jacket with a front opening, light red trousers, and her black hair was braided into large plaits falling over her shoulders. Her fair face looked even more delicate and beautiful. Lu Chuanhu's warm gaze made Chaolan lift her head in surprise. She remembered him. He left a good impression. He was tall with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Not handsome, but strong and spirited. Having fought on the battlefield, he carried a sense of justice and masculinity, giving him a heroic aura. Brother, Chaolan greeted him with a smile. Are you feeling better now? Is your head feeling better now? Li Zhe was caught stealing some time ago, Lu Chuanhu said to Chaolan. Chaolan was surprised for a moment, turned to look at her mother, who was smiling warmly at Lu Chuanhu. Chaolan didn't think much about it. That's a good thing. That guy is really bad. He stole my stuff and pushed me down the mountain. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen so badly, she said, feeling angry inside. He caused trouble for a girl for no reason. He's not doing well in jail. Don't worry, her mother replied. Hearing this, Chaolan felt a strange sensation. Could it be that he was defending her? Did I misunderstand? She didn't dare say anything more. Everything is packed. 25 coins per jean of white sugar. I packed 1 jean for you. 28 coins per jean of salt. Also 1 jean. Dried fruit is 80 coins per jean. I packed half a jean. Fried twisted dough is also 80 coins per jean, half a jean packed. The sauce is 15 coins per jean. Take some candies back for the children, old Lu said as he carried a bag of goods out. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Here's the money, Chaolan said happily, paying quickly. Come visit often, drop by our house, old Lu said cheerfully. Don't worry, Chaolan replied with a smile. After they left, Lu Chuanhu couldn't take his eyes off them. Old Lu chuckled and leaned close to his son. Son, do you like her? Lu Chuanhu smiled with a slightly roguish look. Yes, I like her, Dad. He looked at his father with a bit of pleading. Chaolan is one of the best girls in 10 villages. Good taste. I'll think about it and find a good time to ask, Lu Old said, nodding. He was happy that Chaolan might become his daughter-in-law. She was well-behaved and delicate, not like those rough kids. He liked her. Dad, you better think about it for your son. I really like her, Lu Chuanhu said, eyes fixed on her distant figure walking away. Lu Old knew his son's personality. If he liked someone, he really liked her. He said he was 20 now. If it weren't for the war, he wouldn't have delayed his marriage. Now the family was richer, and it was time to find a good match for his son. All right, I remember, Lu Old waved his hand, telling his son to go do what he needed. After buying the goods, Li Mu's mother left happily. Old Lu is good at business. Not only does he set fair prices for his goods, but he also gives some extra. These candies cost quite a few copper coins. As the goods were almost sold out, Mother Li turned to go to the pharmacy to check on her son. Now, her younger son had already started diagnosing and prescribing medicine. In a year or 2, he would be fully trained. Mother, are you here to buy things? Is Chaolan feeling better? Li Shuowu saw his mother wandering at the door and quickly excused himself from his patient to say a few words. Brother, don't worry about me. I'm much better, Chaolan said with a bright smile. We came to sell some purse handkerchiefs. Your sister made quite a bit today. Are you resting tomorrow? Mother has something to discuss at home. Li Shuowu was quite handsome, with a gentle and refined look, partly because he rarely went out to work. Chaolan made a lot of money. Did you get any benefits from your brother? Li Shuowu teased, tugging her braid. Chaolan giggled. If you go home, I'll give you some benefits. I made you shoes and socks, and Mother brought some of our homemade preserved sauce. I also bought some spicy sauce for you. Take care of yourself and don't be stingy about eating. She handed the items from her basket to Shuowu. I understand. I'll go back tomorrow. Why are you carrying so many things? It looks heavy, Shuo said with a smile. Don't say that. Share some of the food with your fellow workers. Although it's not much, we're working together, so it's better to share. That way, people won't exclude you. Qiaolan kept talking. Mother Li just chuckled and didn't say anything. Her daughter was very caring, and she got along well with her two brothers. Her heart was soft, and her daughter-in-law also got along well with her. I know. You're already so talkative at your age. Who would dare to marry you? Shuo muttered. Humph. Good intentions go unrewarded. Come back early tomorrow. I'll cook something tasty for you, she replied. 007 plan. After saying goodbye to Li Shuo, Qiaolan thought for a moment and said, Mother, let's buy some meat. We haven't eaten meat at home for a long time, because of me. Qing Yuan and Qinggang have also become thinner. It would be good to buy some pork bones to make soup. I was thinking of buying some offal to take home. I see that my father and brother have also lost weight because they worry about me. Mother Li hesitated and struggled for a moment, then finally nodded with gritted teeth. All right, buy a little less. The days are still long. Your second brother isn't married yet, and there are still many expenses at home. We shouldn't spend so recklessly. Qiaolan immediately smiled happily. All right, I'll listen to you. I am thinking of buying some meat to give to the village chief and the head of the neighborhood as a gift. When I was in trouble, they helped me by running around and lending me money. I should remember their kindness. Yes, we shouldn't skip this. Okay, let's go, said Mother Li, nodding in agreement. At the meat stall, everyone was familiar. Auntie, what would you like? Today's meat is very fresh. Cut me 2 slices of pork belly and tie them separately. Also, some beef bones and organ meats. Mother Li looked around and asked. Yes, we have 2 sets left, replied the butcher, a sturdy man with a kind face. He had been selling pork for years, and people from nearby towns bought his meat. I'll take all of that, said Qiaolan quickly. Mother Li turned and glared at her daughter, but didn't stop her. Qiaolan tugged at her sleeve, giggling. Mother Li was annoyed and gently tapped her on the head. That's enough, or Grandma will scold me. All right, Qiaolan nodded helplessly. Zhang, covering her mouth, chuckled softly but didn't speak up. When they finished shopping, it was about time. Mother Li led the others toward the agreed meeting spot. As they walked, she told the two, if anyone asks, say we sold 7 or 8 taels of silver to settle a debt. Don't say too much, or I'll be in trouble when I get back. She shot a warning glance at her daughter and wife. Got it, Mother. Don't worry, I'm not stupid, Zhang quickly responded.
Wow.
You're back and you bought so much. You must have earned quite a bit. Aunt Ma, who had already returned, greeted them. She only bought sugar, salt, and some farming tools, not meat. Qiaolan has been resting and embroidered a picture. I, along with Ho-Hot, made some small bags and handkerchiefs, and we sold everything for about 7 or 8 taels of silver. Now we can settle the debt. I feel much more at ease, Mother Li said calmly, wiping her face. Oh, why are you in such a rush? Paying it off early will make you feel better. Emma looked a little envious. Wow, you bought meat too? You should give Qiaolan some good nourishment, Aunt Ma said with a smile, watching Qiaolan look around, deep in thought. This is for the village chief and the neighborhood head. My Qiaolan has been through hard times. We are very grateful for their help. Buying some meat is just a small token of thanks. Auntie, you're too polite. We're all family. You don't need to give it back. Just take it home for Qiaolan to nourish herself. Look at her face, so pale, with no color at all. Mao Xing sat in front and heard his father, so he quickly turned around, smiled foolishly, and tried to persuade him. Yes, I bought some. I didn't buy 2 sets of water shoes, but I'll fix them up at home, and we can eat them for a long time. Li's mother is good at managing daily life. Everyone talked for a while, and soon everyone was there. Li Maosheng led everyone back to Li village. You're back. Auntie, did you buy me candy? Qing Yuan and Qing Gang came over. Qiaolan is very kind to her 2 nephews. She always leaves some good things for them, and the children love to gather around her. I'll give you a piece of candy and a twisted breadstick. Go play. Qiaolan took some items from her basket, gave each boy 2 candies and a breadstick, and then went to play with them. Put away the candies and breadsticks. Later, we'll send them as gifts. Li's mother glanced at Zhang and said, "Okay." Zhang didn't dare to reply. Li's mother went inside and told the old lady about Lan selling some things and earning quite a bit of silver. She told her everything and finally said, Lan plans to buy more land for the family. I think she also wants to fix up our house. Didn't your father mention that the other day? I also have this idea, build another house nearby, so it can be used for Wu Shue's marriage in the future. The old lady closed her eyes slightly, thought for a while, and said, I'll discuss it with your father. All right, Wu Shue will come back tomorrow. Yes, clean the meat, wash it, and marinate it. Keep it for later. Tomorrow we'll eat large intestines and give the children some meat. Okay, I'll do as you say. Li's mother responded, put down her things, and went to cook. The next day, Wu Shui returned home. There was meat and vegetables on the family table. Qing Yuan and Qing Gang ate happily, their mouths full of juice, looking very happy. After eating, the family gathered to chat. Zhang poured water for everyone. Yesterday, your mother and your sister went to the embroidery shop to sell some pictures. Your sister took on a big job. The boss liked Qiaolan's craftsmanship and paid a lot of silver. Qiaolan said she plans to buy land with it. What do you all think? Old Master Li looked at everyone with a thoughtful expression. Li Shuwen, the oldest, thought for a moment and said, buying land isn't impossible, but Qiaolan should have a share. We should register it officially and make it part of her dowry. All this is earned by Qiaolan. Even the 5 taels of silver owed are paid by her. She should have her part. He spoke firmly. What about the second son's wife, Wu Shui? And what about Wu Shue's marriage? Old Master Li asked without giving a clear opinion. I agree with Big Brother's opinion, Shui Wu said with a smile and nodded. I listen to our head of the family. Whatever he says, I do. The land was earned by Qiaolan, and buying land for the family is already a kind act. I have no objections. Zhang sure had no reluctance. All right, then it's settled. Qing Shan, think it over, pay off the debt, and see if there's any good land left. Do some discreet inquiries and don't speak out loud. Old Master Li finalized the decision. Grandpa and Grandma, I plan to wait until we get the remaining silver, then build a house and maybe a cellar. That's important. Qiaolan knew the family had this plan before. They had saved enough money, but then she fell and lost everything. No rush, I'll think more. You can't keep dog meat buns without something inside, and you only feel at ease when everything's spent. Old Master Li glared at Qiaolan. Qiaolan covered her mouth, giggling, and leaned her head against Grandma Li. Shuewu stayed at home for a day and left the next day because he couldn't stay long. He needed to work for his master. Qiaolan stayed quietly at home, preparing to embroider a longevity picture. Mother Li and Zhang, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, washed and marinated all the seafood they bought, saving it for a long time. Qing Shan went to the village chief's house to deliver meat and sugar-coated fried dough, paying off the debt. The village chief usually didn't accept gifts, as they were from the same village, but after Qing Shan left the items, he ran away. The village chief thought Qing Shan might need help with family matters later. The land purchase was finalized. Qing Shan went to the village head's house, bringing some things, homemade corn wine, some fresh meat, dried chicken, and a little white sugar. White sugar was valuable, not cheaper than salt. The village head learned about his family and agreed immediately. Nephew, don't worry. I'll keep this in mind. No rush now. When I have news, I'll let you know. The Qiaolan matter is simple. I'll handle it tomorrow. It'll take half a day. Qing Shan smiled and nodded. Thanks a lot, Uncle Li, for your help. The nephew's family is getting better and better, the village head thought with some envy. Although Qing Shan couldn't read much, he was taught by Grandma Li. He knew the importance of not revealing wealth and said sincerely, it's all embroidered by my daughter. Otherwise, why would I register her as a girl household? I just don't want her to be wronged. Without my daughter, there's no need to talk about buying land. A few days ago, shopkeeper Li came to ask the girl to embroider 2 pictures. We will wait until spring to do it. The village head nodded in understanding. I've heard about this vaguely. Xiaolan is a talented girl with excellent embroidery skills, so it's not surprising. After saying goodbye to the village head, Li Qingshan went to his younger brother Li Qinghuai's house. The brothers have always been close. Their mother divided the family land early to prevent fights over small things. The family has 65 acres of land, 35 acres for the older brother's family and 30 acres for the younger brother's family. The older brother's family keeps the extra land for their own food, so the younger brother's family doesn't need to pay for their support in old age. They share meals and care for each other, including funerals. The younger brother's family is very filial. After each harvest, they bring some grain home, and if the younger brother's wife has good things, she also shares them. The two families get along well. This time, when Xiaolan was sick, the younger brother's wife often brought meat to help her recover. Li's family only has one daughter, Xiaolan, while the rest are sons. The younger brother's family also has two young boys. They all love Xiaolan very much because she is sensible and filial. Li Qingshan arrived at his second brother's house and called out at the door, "Second brother, is your wife at home?" The younger brother's wife came out smiling and said, "Big brother, is Xiaolan feeling better?" "Much better. She went to the market the other day to sell embroidery. I came to talk to second brother about something." "Brother, you're here. Come inside and sit," Li Qinghuai called from inside.
All right.
Dad asked me to tell you that we want to dig a big underground cellar to build a sturdy house. I'll pay for the repairs. Do you want to join? Where did you get the money? The younger brother asked in surprise. Didn't your niece sell some embroidery to make money? Mother said she plans to buy land and register a household for Xiaolan under her name, with 10 acres of land to be her dowry in the future. Li Qingshan didn't hide anything from his family. When the younger brother heard this, he nodded. That's good. I've wanted to build a cellar for a long time. I'll take advantage of my brother's help. But you'd better tell Xiaolan to be careful. Embroidery costs a lot of money. Big men can work hard, but it's not good to get into bad habits of relying on women's money. He still cares about his niece. Last time, he found someone to beat up a troublemaker to protect her. This makes sense. Otherwise, my wife suggested giving Xiaolan 10 acres of land. The money for buying the land was all earned by your niece through embroidery. Li Qingshan also agreed to give his daughter some land. The two brothers talked for a while, discussing how to dig 2 cellars and who would be suitable to help. After they finished, Li Qingshan went back home. Big brother, stay for dinner. I've already prepared it. No, I'm going back. The food is ready at home. Li Qingshan mentioned that his older brother helped dig the cellar, and Zhao smiled, saying, "We're getting a good deal from Big Brother again." "It's nothing. In the future, just bring some things to Mom. Xiaolan is a hardworking girl."
Exactly.
Many people have started asking about Xiaolan's marriage plans, Zhao said, glancing at her husband whispering beside her. "You can't agree to that. If Mom finds out, she'll be upset." "Mom has her own plans," the second brother said, eyes wide with worry. Zhao quickly waved her hands. "I wouldn't dare. That's Mom's concern. I've already pushed it aside." "That's good. Big brother bought land. Should we buy some too?" Zhao looked interested when she saw her brother buying land. Actually, their life wasn't bad. The original 30 acres of land they had was now 33 acres, all bought with the savings from their hard work. "Just buy if you want, but we can't buy 10 acres, the second brother said with a helpless smile. The family had saved some money, but not enough to buy that much land. "I was thinking of borrowing some money from Xiaolan. We can slowly pay it back. I usually do embroidery, though not as well as Xiaolan. I'm not lazy. I believe we can pay it back in a year or so." I know that shopkeeper Li asked Xiaolan to embroider designs, and after finishing, she gets 50 taels of silver, Zhao said, planning to borrow money to buy land. The second brother hesitated. If their mother found out they were thinking about their niece's money, she'd be very angry. Seeing her husband's disagreement, Zhao got anxious. "Father, I don't mean any harm. I just want to buy more land. We have 2 boys. The eldest just got married, and we've spent a lot of money. The second is getting older. I'm thinking of buying more land, learning from Mom, and dividing the land among ourselves. We'd keep some for ourselves to live on. I'm not planning to borrow money recklessly. It's just that with good times, I want to buy some land and save enough to help my son get married. The second brother thought for a moment and said, I'll go talk to Mom. You don't tell anyone about Chaolan earning money. If Mom finds out, she won't let you get away with it. I understand who to be close to and not to reveal our secrets. I know not to cause trouble for the family, Zhao said, happy that her husband was soft-hearted. The next day, Li Lao Heir visited and told his mother about borrowing money to buy land. He also mentioned that heir Xiaoziren Li should consider getting married soon. It's important to prepare early. Li Laoma thought for a long time, but said nothing. She knew her daughter-in-law was behind this, but she didn't blame her. Her son just wanted the family to have a good life, and his wife was a hard-working woman. Borrowing money is fine, but you need to write a loan agreement. Clearly state when you will pay it back in a year or so. This is money earned by your niece, and you can't cheat her, she said. Of course, I'm not that kind of person. Heir is getting married soon, so I need to think about these things, her son replied. When his mother agreed, he felt very happy. The old lady finally smiled and said, All right, go ask Chaolan how much she's willing to lend you. Okay, I'll ask now, said the second brother. He hesitated for a moment and then went into the house. He peeked through the curtain and saw Chaolan embroidering on the bed, focused on her work. After finishing her embroidery, Chaolan looked up and smiled. Second uncle is here. I brought some fried dough sticks and candies for the nephew. You can take them back later. The eldest son of the second brother, Shouzheng, got married less than 3 years ago and now has a chubby baby who is about 1.5 years old and starting to eat solid food. The second brother smiled warmly and nodded. Thanks for the trouble. Chaolan, I want to talk to you about something. Chaolan got off the bed. Sure, uncle.
Sit down.
I'll pour you a glass of water. No need, no need. I'll get it myself. I'm not a stranger, said the second brother quickly, stopping his niece. He was a bit hesitant to speak. Chaolan, with her kind and gentle nature, noticed her uncle seemed to have something on his mind. She smiled and asked, Uncle, what do you want to talk about? Did Dad come to see you? Grandpa said that with the good harvest these past 2 years, we should build a sturdy underground cellar. You should build one too. Nothing is more important. I've sold some embroidery to earn a little money and want the family to buy more land. I'll pay for it. My fourth brother is also about the right age for marriage, and in 2 years, I hope to find him a wife. The second brother suddenly couldn't speak, feeling warm inside. He wiped his face and said, I came to ask you for some money to buy more land. When your third brother got married, we spent almost all our savings. In these 3 years, we haven't saved much. I heard you sold your embroidery, so I and your auntie thought we could borrow some money from you to buy the land first. I'll pay you back later. I can write a note if you want. Chaolan smiled and said, No problem at all. There's no need for a note. We're family. It's a small matter. But I don't have the money now. I used it all to buy land for my father. Once I finish this embroidery pattern before the new year, I'll have some money. Then the village head can ask us to buy more land, maybe 10 acres. As long as we have land, we won't worry about money. The second brother immediately nodded happily. He hadn't thought about buying 10 acres before, but now, seeing how straightforward his niece was, he felt proud and happily rubbed his hands. All right, I won't let you down. I'll write a note for you, said the second brother, smiling happily. As I said before, with land, money isn't a problem. Paying it back in 2 or 3 years is easy. What note? I trust you, uncle. Besides, if you don't pay me back, my mother will definitely give you a good scolding, ha. Chaolan covered her mouth and chuckled. You're such a girl, joking with your uncle. I won't say any more. I'm going home to tell your auntie this good news. You just keep busy. Rest if you're tired. Don't strain your eyes. There are chrysanthemums at home. I'll bring some for you later, said the second brother happily as he left. Mom, Chaolan agreed to lend me money so I can buy 10 acres of land with my older brother, the second brother happily told the old lady. Grandma Li smiled and said, I know Chaolan is a kind girl. If she ever has any trouble outside, you, as her uncle and brother, must help her. Of course. She's our Li family's girl. No one can bully her. You can rest assured. Lan is a very caring girl, the second brother said, patting his chest. All right, go ahead. Leave this to your brother. When there's news, I'll definitely tell you. Remember, don't talk about family matters outside. If I find out, I won't forgive you. Grandma Li looked at her second son. Don't worry, I understand. I'll go now. The second brother nodded and left. When he got home, he told his wife about it. His wife was so touched she teared up. Husband, don't forget to write a note for your older brother and make sure to include Xiaolan's name. Keep to the right, stand upright with kindness. Remember, if you ever need help, Xiaolan, just ask. Let me know if anyone behind your back tries to do something sneaky or unkind. I will break their legs. Wife of the eldest son? She glanced at her older son and his wife, as well as her younger son, who wasn't married yet. The wife of the eldest son quickly assured her, Mother, don't worry. Sister Xiaolan is kind and honest. We get along very well. I'm lucky to have such a sister. There's no reason to be upset. Mother, we always have a good relationship with Sister Chun. She hasn't forgotten us when she has something. We would never be ungrateful, the brothers also expressed. That's good. This time, we really benefited from your sister Chun. Zhao sighed. The land purchase was settled. Li Qingshan was outside running around, first registering his daughter's household. Usually, others wouldn't do this. They'd spend a lot of money for no reason. But his family's elder lady was educated, a noble lady even if she was poor now. She was knowledgeable and thoughtful. Li Qingshan loved his daughter very much, and Xiaolan was always obedient, gentle, and clever. It was hard not to feel fond of her. After working all day, Li Qingshan finally registered his daughter's household. He also told the village head to buy 10 more acres of land for his younger brother's family. The village head promised to look into it. Xiaolan knew nothing about outside affairs. She focused on embroidery. She didn't even need to cook because her sister-in-law took care of everything. If her sister hadn't paid for the land, they wouldn't have been able to buy it anytime soon. This was taking advantage of her, but she didn't mind doing more work. Zhangshi liked Xiaolan's gentle nature and was happy to have her do more chores. Besides embroidery, Xiaolan also taught her 2 nephews. She helped them learn the basics, like the 3-character classic and the filial piety classic. These were lessons from realtor. Otherwise, all the children in the Li family learned to read, regardless of age. Even though Li Qingshan and his brother weren't talented in reading, they knew some characters and basic arithmetic. They could read documents and contracts without trouble. That's why Li Shouwu could work at the pharmacy as an assistant, because he could read. Li Qingshan returned with Xiaolan's household registration. She looked at it happily. So this is the household registration? I've never seen one before. Li Laotar also smiled. Usually girls don't get household registrations, but our family is different. We registered yours. From now on, no one can take your property, and even if you divorce, you can get it back. This is your protection. Xiaolan naturally understood this principle and felt deeply that it was a great luck for her to have entered the Li family. Although their family didn't have much money, she cared for her daughter and didn't think of her as a burden like some farmers do with their daughters. I'll say this. In the future, before Xiaolan earns money and spends it outside, she should contribute less to the family. The rest is hers to keep, and no one can envy her. If you all can earn as much as Xiaolan, I'll let you keep it too, Grandma Li explained openly in front of everyone. Zhang, however, thought it was unfair to take advantage of her younger sister-in-law. Grandma, since the family is waiting to get back those 20 acres of land, we'll use it together. I think my younger sister-in-law alone can't eat all the grain from 10 acres. So, it's already a kind of advantage for her. Let Xiaolan keep the money she earns to save for her dowry. Xiaolan waved her hand and said, I will pay what I owe. Also, I've been thinking that our yard has been neglected for years, and I want to build a house with blue bricks and tiles. My second brother also hasn't married yet and needs a house too. That costs money. I don't do much work at home, so if I don't pay, how can we manage? Xiaolan was sincere. She felt that Grandma Li and Grandpa Li were kind people and treated her very well, especially since she was the youngest daughter-in-law. She believed she should do her part. Plus, With her good embroidery skills, she was confident she could have a good life. Grandma Li nodded with satisfaction. All right then. Qiao Lan will pay 5 taels of silver each month. In a year, that's 60 taels. A harmonious family is the most important. Grandma Li was not biased. Considering Qiao Lan's earning speed, if she paid less, it might cause jealousy over time. If she paid more, it would be unfair to her. So, she set a limit. No more than 60 taels a year. Everyone agreed with this plan. 60 taels a year, plus the harvest from 10 acres of land, showed that this girl wasn't just eating and drinking for nothing. No other girl in the family could earn as much as her. After the family discussed, Li Qingshan took the money to buy some glutinous rice and 3 mixed soil for building a cellar. Grandpa Li, who had experienced famine, valued cellars very much. The house could be a bit broken, but the cellar had to be sturdy. Otherwise, the grain would be at risk. They invited Old Lu from the village to help. Old Lu owned a grocery store in the city and was the first in the village to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. This time, they planned to build 2 large cellars. Because they used good materials like glutinous rice and 3 mixed soil, the cellars would be very strong and durable. Old Lu and his son arrived early in the morning. Uncle Li, where are you coming from? He called out cheerfully as he greeted Grandpa Li. Go collect manure. You've arrived, so please help out. As for Tiger, he's looking more energetic than ever. Grandpa Li, hello. Has everything been set up? What can I do? Lu Chuanhu deliberately took a day off to come and help. After greeting the Li family, the men started working, while the women prepared meals. Qiao Lan also helped out. Lu Chuanhu approached Qiao Lan and asked, Are you feeling better? I brought some pastries for you to try. Qiao Lan shot him a glance, her face slightly red. She understood that Lu Chuanhu liked her. His eyes always shone brightly when he looked at her. She didn't dislike Tiger, but she wouldn't show much either. Free love wasn't allowed here. Marriage had to be arranged through matchmakers, so she just acted as if she didn't notice. That's too expensive to accept. You came as a guest, so why bring gifts? Qiao Lan smiled and declined politely. Not just for you. I also brought some snacks for Qingyuan and Qinggang. We're all from the same village, so don't be so formal. Tiger smiled as he looked at Qiao Lan. Meal's ready. I'll bring it over, Qiao Lan said, carrying 2 bowls of food to Tiger, avoiding further discussion. The cellar was dug quickly. Within 5 or 6 days, it would be finished. The Li family just needed to manage the meals and pay a bit more money. The Li family was quite well off. The vegetables they prepared were rich and flavorful. Old Lu and Qiao Lan's grandfather were pleased and even drank 2 cups of corn wine. The women sat in the kitchen eating, while only Grandma Li stayed at the table. Old Lu glanced at the kitchen and asked with a smile, Qiao Lan is a good girl. Have you arranged a marriage for her? Grandma Li smiled slightly. Not yet. She's still young. I want to keep her for a couple more years. That's true. She's still young, but it's time to settle her down. It's too early for her to marry. Old Lu probed. Do you have someone suitable in mind? Grandma Li knew what Old Lu meant. Old Lu looked at his son and smiled. I like Qiao Lan. Wen Xiao is sensible. Of course my Qiao Lan is good. We need to find a suitable young man for her. She should be cared for and loved. The most important thing is good character, Grandma Li said, implying she understood, but didn't give a direct answer. Old Lu thought there was still hope and happily resumed drinking with everyone, considering whether to ask a matchmaker to help find someone. The cellar was finished. The Li family built 2 large cellars in total. Old Li was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Qiao Lan's days are peaceful and calm. Every day, she either does embroidery or teaches her 2 nephews to practice writing. Her older brother made a sand table just for the children to practice writing. Although she has some paper and brushes, they are too expensive to use often. She mainly relies on copying the 3-character classic and the classic of filial piety to teach the children. She spent 4.5 months completing the embroidery of the Li family's 100 Blessings picture. Then, she took another month to finish the peony and wealth picture she bought on white silk. She is just waiting to deliver it to the city soon, as the weather is getting cooler. 2 months ago, the village chief found a family willing to sell land. Li Qingshan didn't hesitate and quickly bought the best rice paddies. He also bought 10 acres of land for his second son. His son wrote an IOU, promising to pay back 15 taels of silver each year. His second son is apprenticing in the city as a carpenter, earning some money each month, so they're not too worried. The land costs 5 taels of silver per acre, a fair price. The total is 30 acres for 150 taels. The Leaf family paid half upfront, promising to pay the rest by the end of the year. Since they are neighbors and know each other well, they trust each other. Xiaolon plans to go to the market to get the remaining silver to pay off the debt. Only then will the land truly belong to her. Early in the morning, she took a bullock cart with her mother to the city. Xiaolon packed her embroidery and thought about buying more embroidery thread. Her family had already split up. Li's mother accompanied Xiaolon to the embroidery shop to deliver the goods. "Madam, Xiaolon is here. Have you finished the embroidery?" "Let me see," said the shopkeeper happily, waving to them and pouring tea. Xiaolon smiled and took out her work. "It's finished.
Please check it.
Also, take a look at this picture. I embroidered it before. I want to sell it together. Oh, let me see. Very good. Your embroidery is even better than the city's embroidery ladies." "It's a fine piece," the shopkeeper said happily, impressed with Xiaolon. He looked at the peony and wealth picture again and praised it repeatedly. Then he said, "Wait here. I'll show this to my boss. Maybe today you can get the money." He was excited, packed up the embroidery, and ran off to Li's house to check the goods. After half an hour, the shopkeeper returned, smiling happily, holding some items. "The Leaf family elders have seen it. They praised your calligraphy very much. Not only did I give you more silver and money, but I also brought some gifts for you. I bought that peony painting as well. Here, 50 taels are for the silver longevity picture, and the 100 taels are for the peony painting. Part of that money was also given as a tip because the master was very happy seeing your calligraphy. Anyway, all of it is included. I also have 2 bolts of plain silk and some snacks for you." Mother Li's eyes widened in disbelief, looking very surprised. Shopkeeper Li thought the money wasn't a lot. The old lady from the Li family came from the capital and had seen many fine things. She said the embroidery by Xiaolon was very good, even better than famous needleworkers from the south. She also said it looked a bit like Hui patterns. She didn't expect such skilled embroidery in this small town. Definitely better than top needleworkers. Xiaolon took the money and thanked the shopkeeper many times. "Thank you so much. Without you, I couldn't have earned this money. I also want to buy some better embroidery threads." "All right. I have a batch of top-quality silk threads from the south, but they are a bit more expensive," said shopkeeper Li warmly, showing Xiaolon the embroidery threads. Xiaolon picked various colored threads and also planned to buy some cotton to make clothes for her family before winter. She hoped to finish everything before the new year. But she decided not to buy from here because most of the fabric was silk and too expensive. Ordinary people would be afraid to wear silk because it could easily get scratched or stained. It would be better to buy rough cloth, which is cheaper. After saying goodbye to shopkeeper Li, Mother Li stepped outside and was blown by the cold wind, which made her realize she was still cold. She quickly reminded her daughter, "Girl, keep this money safe. Don't tell anyone. Your grandmother knows, so no need to say much. Don't let money tempt people. Whatever silver you've paid for the land, the rest is yours." Xiaolon smiled and nodded. "I know. I'll give the money I saved for buying land to the family. I want to buy some cloth for my grandparents and father to make winter clothes. Our family is doing better now, so we should wear good clothes. Maybe I'll buy some sheepskin from the grocery store to make coats." Mother Li listened and agreed that buying clothes was necessary. She had just sold some embroidery and had money, but her daughter's filial piety needed to be shown to the family. "All right, let's go see." Mother Li agreed happily. They went to a fabric shop and chose some dark blue hemp cloth and new cotton to make winter clothes for the family. Then they went to a grocery store. "Huzi, are you here?" "Yes, just resting for a bit." "Auntie, are you shopping?" Lu Chuanhu greeted with a smile. "I want to buy 2 sheepskins to make coats for my father-in-law and mother-in-law." Mother Li was thinking about buying a few suitable clothes. There were 2 old ones left from last year at home, which she could modify and give to the children. Actually, I have some new ones too. There are 5 in total. I'll sell all of them cheaply to you. All ready to wear, Huzi said straightforwardly. How much does it cost? If it's too expensive, I can't afford it, Motherly replied, still a bit frugal. Xiaolon then said, buy them all, Mother. If you buy them, the children won't catch cold or get sick. Plus, if we buy now, they can wear them next year too. All right, then I'll buy them. Motherly agreed without hesitation. 5 sheepskin coats, just $1 each. Huzi offered at a low price. Oh no, I can't take advantage of you. That's not right. Motherly shook her head, refusing. Auntie, don't be so polite. These things aren't worth much. Just take them, Huzi said with a smile, pushing them towards her. In the end, Motherly accepted the coats, bought some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to take home. As they left, Xiaolon thought about buying some meat and said to Motherly, Mother, let's buy some meat to take home. Also, we can cut some meat and pack a few snacks to give to the village head. He's helped us a lot, running errands and vouching for us to owe less debt. We should return the favor. Motherly considered it and nodded. All right, I'll pay for it. I can't let you always pay. We shouldn't develop bad habits. She was mainly worried about conflicts between her sister-in-law and her sister over money. Things seem fine now, but as the old saying goes, kindness can turn to hatred over rice. Some issues shouldn't happen repeatedly. Xiaolon didn't refuse either. She smiled and nodded. Let's buy some pig offal too, to make some snacks for my grandfather and father. I'll prepare some marinated dishes. Okay? I agree, Motherly happily replied. When life gets better, it's good to eat some richer food. Otherwise, how can we have the strength to work in the fields? The last time they bought meat was from the pig offal, which has already been eaten. Mother, I was thinking of going to the bookstore to buy 2 books as gifts for Qingyun. My sister-in-law treats me well, and when our family's conditions improve, I want my nephew to go to school too. Motherly thought for a moment and nodded. All right, if your sister-in-law doesn't appreciate your kindness, I won't forgive her. Xiaolon smiled and took her mother to the bookstore. They looked around, picked some paper and pens, and Xiaolon asked while looking at the Analects on the shelf, Shopkeeper, how much is this Analects book? The shopkeeper looked at Xiaolon's elegant and refined appearance and didn't act superior. This is a handwritten copy. A set costs at least 50 taels of silver. Who are you buying it for? What's their age? Xiaolon was surprised by the price. She thought books would be expensive, but this was too much. However, it was just a handwritten copy, not an official engraved edition, costing only 50 taels. Xiaolon chewed her lip and said, For my nephew. He just started learning. The shopkeeper smiled and said, No need to buy the Analects yet. It's too early. The 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, 1,000-character text, and Tang and song poetry are all for early learning. These are brand new official textbooks, each costing 120 coins. Motherly was even more shocked, opening her mouth wide. So expensive. Xiaolon also smiled. Mother, if books weren't costly, everyone could read and take exams. Reading is precious because it costs a lot to support a student. Motherly pouted and said nothing. In the end, Xiaolon bought some paper, brushes, ink, and a few beginner books, spending a little over 50 taels. She wrapped the items and put them in a basket covered with cloth. If others saw, they would start gossiping and spreading the news all over the village. The 2 of them went to the meat stall. Motherly said, Buy 5 jin of pork belly and cut 2 jin into a separate piece for me to give as a gift. Also, get some offal. Sure, Aunt Lee. I'll pack it up for you and add a bone. Thank you so much, Motherly said happily. After buying everything, they carried the basket and took a bullock cart home. Back at home, Xiaolon handed the remaining land purchase money to Grandma Li, asking her to pay it and choose a good day for the transfer. After lunch, Li Qingshan took the money, a piece of pork, and half of the snacks Xiaolon had bought, and delivered them to the village head. Xiaolon took out her brushes, ink, and books, calling Qingyuan and Qinggang over. Qingyuan, Qinggang, look what your aunt bought for you. Qingyuan, who was 6 years old and already sensible, saw all the books and his eyes widened. These are books. I saw them at the village chief's grandson Dinyo's house, but he wouldn't let me touch them because he was afraid I'd break them, he said, looking envious. Xiaolan felt a bit sad and patted his head. Your aunt will teach you to read and write. When you can read, you can go to the city to study at a school. Really? Are these books ours? Qing Yuan ran around happily. Mrs. Zhang finished cleaning the kitchen and came in, surprised. Xiaolan, how much did these books cost? They must be quite expensive. Mrs. Zhang entered the main room and saw Xiaolan holding a book, teaching Qing Yuan to recognize characters. Several other books were placed nearby. She was startled. Although she couldn't read, she knew books were very valuable. If her older brothers and sisters could not read and write, she wouldn't have married into the Li family. Compared to the Li family, the Zhang family was better off in terms of conditions. They had 20 more acres of land. However, her parents chose Li Shuwen first because of the family's good traditions, fairness in dividing property, and no disputes among uncles and cousins. The second reason was that everyone in the Li family could read and write, which was a great achievement. Being literate meant having insight and not being easily fooled. Her father believed strongly in this. Mrs. Zhang touched the book, feeling surprised, but then showed a gentle expression. Xiaolan, even if we have money, we can't spend it like that. Besides, not everyone can pay for things. Your older brothers and I can still work. I will give you the money soon. Her mind became more firm about this idea. She also thought her little sister-in-law was a bit impulsive, but her heart was kind. Xiaolan looked up and smiled brightly. Sister-in-law, this is my birthday gift for Qing Yuan. He will turn 6 next month. Can I give him something as his aunt?
Huh?
Are you treating me like a stranger? I haven't even married out yet and you're already ignoring me. She deliberately sounded a little aggrieved. Mrs. Zhang hurriedly waved her hand. What are you saying? That's not true at all. But this child is still young. I want to send him to school, but I think he should wait until he's a bit older and our family is in a better situation. Sister-in-law, you're wrong. Kids should start school young. When they grow up and go to a formal school, they won't know what others do. And at this age, they should be small enough to learn. If they go too late, it will be embarrassing. Kids his age already know a lot. Your child is so big and still doesn't know anything. If he gets laughed at, can he handle it? It won't be worth it then. Going to school might not even be necessary. It's better if I teach him myself. Going to school costs money for exams and learning skills. If he doesn't pass, he can work as a clerk or learn a craft like my second brother. She didn't finish her words, but Mrs. Zhang, being clever, probably understood the point. Mrs. Zhang looked at the books with a conflicted heart. She understood this logic, but the money wasn't something just any family could spend freely. Old Lady Li came in and overheard their conversation. Behind her was Xiaolan's eldest brother, Li Shuwen. Grandma Li waved at Qing Yuan, who hurried over. Just now, her face looked very serious, which scared him into silence. Great-grandma. Qing Yuan leaned into Grandma Li's embrace, pouting a little with some sadness. Tell great-grandma, do you want to go to school? Grandma Li sat comfortably in a lounge chair, gently rocking, holding her great-grandson with a happy look. I want to go to school. I want to be as capable as second uncle, Qing Yuan replied loudly, as if he couldn't fully express his strong desire to learn. Did you hear that, your parents? Grandma Li opened her eyes slightly and looked at them with a serious expression. Yes. Shuwen hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and agreed. He thought he could work a bit more to save enough money. In the past, our family only had 10 acres of land. Your father and I worked hard with our own hands to make sure all of you, big and small, learned to read and write. Now, our situation is getting better. Don't tell me you can't afford to send a student to school. Our Li family isn't lazy or lazy-minded, just people who enjoy life without working, Grandma Li said seriously, her eyes deep and commanding, making it hard to breathe. Yes, next year, I will send the children to school. Sister, I know you care about the kids. I won't hold back on the school expenses, but I will pay for the tuition myself. Shu Wen wiped his face, steadied his mind, and smiled.
Good.
If the children want to improve, I won't stop them. As their mother, I hope they do well. Sister, thank you for waking me up. I almost delayed the children. Zhang wiped her tears. Qingyuan, the school fee is 5 taels of silver, which is enough for a year's food for our family, and it's a good year when everyone can eat meat. It's not easy to come by. Your parents work hard every day, and your aunt spends her days sewing inside the house. Do you see how hard they work? Grandma Li hugged Qingyuan and Qinggang, speaking earnestly.
I see.
Annie stays inside all day sewing, and I won't give up halfway. I will study hard. I know how hard my parents and aunt work for me. Auntie even broke her head for me. Qingyuan lowered his head, feeling a little scared but still brave enough to share his thoughts. Good, as long as you understand. In a year, if you learn well, I will send you to school in the spring. How well you do depends on you, Grandma Li said, kindly. Your aunt gives the family 5 taels of silver each month. This money is for your education. Otherwise, your aunt, who is still unmarried and from the Li family, has no reason to pay for meals. Do you understand? I understand. I won't let everyone down. I will study hard. Qingyuan looked back at everyone and nodded firmly. Then, she said, if you don't study well and waste this family's kindness, you won't be allowed to study anymore. There's only one chance. Old Lady Li closed her eyes again. She said these words to teach the child, but mostly to remind her husband and wife not to be ungrateful or greedy. Qiaolan doesn't owe them anything. Zhang didn't misunderstand her tone. She mostly scolded herself, but she felt no real grievance. Her younger sister-in-law did a lot for the family, and she was grateful. We are family, so no need to be polite. Qingyuan and Qinggang, in the mornings, you should wake up early to study with me for an hour and do the 5 animal exercises to stay healthy. You must not fall behind, understand? Understood. Sorry to trouble your sister. Qingyuan and Qinggang, you must study carefully and not cause trouble, or don't blame me for scolding you. Zhang's eyes sharpened as she warned her 2 sons. Got it. Take a break, sister. I need to go cook soon. Zhang was a bit excited and turned to go to the kitchen. I'll go gather some pig grass and firewood, Shu Wen said gloomily, and also left. You guys go play outside, Qiaolan said, patting her 2 nephews' heads with a smile. Oh, we're going to play outside. The children ran off eagerly. Grandma, today I sold an extra 100 taels of silver. The old master from the Li family really liked the painting of blooming flowers I sold, and he also liked my longevity picture. I think they were thinking about the same thing, Qiaolan told Li Lao Tai honestly. That price isn't high. Your work could be worth thousands of taels in a big city, but here, in this small place, it's hard to sell at a high price. Forget it, talking about this is useless. Keep it for yourself. Don't spend it recklessly. When you get married, you can use some of it to buy land, which will be a good backup. Yes, I'll listen to Grandma. Our life will definitely get better. Qiaolan was full of confidence about the future. From now on, give 5 taels of silver each month. Don't tell anyone else. Remember, kindness can turn into resentment. During festivals, buy some snacks for the children. That's enough. You should keep the extra money for yourself. It's earned by your own efforts. No one can envy it. If you have the ability, go earn more yourself. The old lady is very fair-minded. Yes, I will listen to Grandma. Qiaolan feels very lucky to live in a kind and just family. She is very grateful and feels a strong sense of belonging to the Li family. Mom, when will our house be repaired? My second brother is almost the same age. Qiaolan sits beside the old lady, chatting casually and resting her eyes. Yes, we will build it, but not in the next 2 years. We should wait a bit. Doing so many things at once can cause trouble, not good luck. The old lady wisely advises about staying modest. That's true. I will listen to Grandma. Qiaolan agrees. What do you plan to embroider next? The old lady asks. Probably embroidery pictures. Now we don't need money, so I want to make something I like. I plan to embroider images of Buddha or Guanyin to sell later, or perhaps flowers like plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum with poetry, which look elegant and nice, and will sell well. Yes, but people are hard to embroider. It takes more effort. If you want to do it, Take your time and make good quality pieces, the old lady encourages without stopping her. Later, I will buy some high-quality plain silk fabric, Lan says, carefully applying a sheep fat ointment to her hands, paying attention to every joint. Embroidery requires delicate hands. It's important not to do rough work that could make the hands coarse or damage the fabric. Good fabric can be ruined by a small snag, which means compensation. Lan has long developed the habit of keeping her hands soft and smooth. Grandma Li swings in her rocking chair and asks, "Later, go buy some sheep fat ointment from Lou's grocery store. Your hands shouldn't get frostbite. It's hard to heal." "Yes, I know." Lan nods seriously while rubbing her hands. "What do you think of Lu Chuanhu?" Grandma Li asks. "I don't really know him." "As long as you think he's good." Lan smiles shyly and isn't very concerned about it. "You need to like him too." "I think Lu Chuanhu is a decent person. He has principles and a bottom line. He's a good young man, experienced from fighting in wars. He's a bit older, but what do you think?" "It's not a big problem. Being mature and caring is good. His family doesn't have a wife." Lan isn't opposed because Lu's family doesn't have a mother-in-law. In ancient times, mothers-in-law could be very strict. You can tell from her family that Lady Li is very decisive when she speaks. After she finishes, her sister-in-law never dares to argue back. Lady Li knows exactly how much secret savings they have. Nothing is hidden from her. In their village, young wives are not allowed to keep much secret money, just enough from embroidery sales, maybe a little more but not much. If they have more, it must be handed over to their mother-in-law. Without a family division, this is normal. If a wife secretly gives money or goods to her family, she would be scolded. Since her mother-in-law doesn't interfere, Lan feels more relaxed and thinks it will save her trouble in the future. "Well, you're quite clever." Noticing this, Lady Li wasn't overly concerned about it. She didn't expect her granddaughter to think of this first. She smiled when she thought about it. It's understandable that the young girl is afraid of her strict mother-in-law. You decide what to do. I don't think it's bad or anything special. You have a good eye, so whatever you think is fine. Lan still trusts Lady Li's judgment. She considers her a wise old lady. Lady Li nodded without saying much and closed her eyes to rest. Lan covered Lady Li with a thin blanket, then quietly left the room. In the yard, she saw Qingyuan sitting at a small table practicing calligraphy with a sand tray. She looked on with a faint smile. In the kitchen, she saw her mother and sister-in-law busy working. She also grabbed a basket of vegetables to pick some. These were dried vegetables from the autumn harvest, soaked in water to rehydrate, making a good dish. There were also some pickled mustard greens and homemade salted vegetables, all from their own garden. "Are you done?" her mother asked. "Yeah, my eyes are tired. I'll rest for a bit." "What's for dinner?" Lan asked while picking vegetables. "We're having vegetable porridge. There's a bit of braised soup left. I was thinking of making some tofu rolls with it. Would you like some hot mixed vegetables?" Her mother asked for her opinion. "Sure." Lan nodded with a smile. "Aunt Li, the cow at Zhang's at the village entrance, isn't doing well. They said they're going to slaughter it. Do you want to go see the fun?" A neighbor woman called out from the door. "Oh, why are they killing it?" Her mother wiped her hands on her apron, stepped outside to talk to her. Lan followed behind. "Hello, Auntie." "Lan, your complexion looks much better now, but she's still being taken care of." Aunt Li looked at Lan's rosy face and smiled kindly. "Zhang's family sent someone to the county last night. The cow fell while returning during the day, so they reported it to the county office. They agreed to slaughter it. I think it's a good deal. Do you want to buy some?" "Your family has a lot of people," she said. "Oh, do you think we should buy some?" Mother Li hesitated for a moment, but then thought that such an opportunity was rare and worth taking. She looked at her daughter's face. "Yes, buy more, including meat and bones. We might not get beef again for years. Buying more will let us make more cured meat for the new year. We need good food when working in the fields." Lan was very excited about this rare chance. When they arrived, they learned that beef wasn't easy to get. Cows are important farm animals protected by law, so they can't be killed easily. If a cow is injured or disabled and not sick, it can only be slaughtered after getting approval from the authorities and following proper procedures. Usually, villagers buy beef themselves and use it up quickly. Such chances don't come often, and most farms don't want to kill a cow unless they really have to. Then buy more? Ask your mother, Li mother said, not daring to decide alone. I'll ask her. Xiaolon happily ran inside to ask her grandmother. My grandmother said to buy more. It's a rare chance. Hurry up. We won't need to buy meat again in the second half of the year. Xiaolon came out holding her money pouch, smiling happily like a lively child. All right then, buy more. Also, buy some bones. Yes, for making soup. The family can enjoy it for a long time. Okay, Li mother planned to go out and call the head of the family to help carry the meat. Soon, Li mother and Li Qingshan returned with a lot of meat, along with some cow offal. It was quite a lot. So much. Xiaolon didn't expect her mother to buy so much meat. Well, the crowd was watching, but few paid. The cow was still young, healthy, and not old or thin. The price was higher because Zhang's family didn't want to sell cheaply. Your father said to buy more. When it gets cold, we can make bones soup to nourish you all. So, we also bought this set of offal. You need to wash it, Li mother said happily. I'll wash it, Xiaolon said proudly, lifting her chin. What's the big deal? Father Li didn't want his daughter to do dirty work. He protected her because she was good at embroidery, and the old lady didn't want her hands to get hurt. Embroiderers' hands are precious, so she always wore gloves. Xiaolon had 2 pairs of gloves and wore them when doing rough work. She was used to not taking them off easily. I remember a time when Xiaolon was cooking at home. It was during busy farming season, and even her sister-in-law was out in the fields harvesting crops. She was at home preparing food. At that time, Qingyuan was very young and playful, and he accidentally knocked over a hot water basin. To protect her nephew, Xiaolon quickly stepped in, and the boiling water spilled onto her hand and arm, burning her. When she returned, the elderly lady scolded Li's mother and her sister-in-law harshly and didn't smile at them for several days. Her embroidery work stopped for half a month. That trip to the market cost a lot of money. Xiaolon's purse was expensive, and since her hand was injured and she couldn't do embroidery, her income decreased. This made Zhang worried, and she didn't let Xiaolon do heavy work easily anymore. Li's mother sighed and said to her sister-in-law Zhang, "Look at that. She's unwilling now. Am I just a stepmother?"
Ha ha ha.
Mother, Xiaolon is more capable than us. Besides, I can finish this embroidery quickly, so she doesn't need to do it. We'd better not ruin her embroidery pattern. Zhang laughed happily. Hee, I'll help you pick vegetables. Today, I'll cook all the meals so you can see my skills. Xiaolon giggled, trying to cheer up Li's mother and her sister-in-law. Can you really do it? Don't waste good ingredients, Li's mother said, showing she didn't trust her daughter much. She rarely entered the kitchen in a year. She worried that her daughter had been spoiled by her mother-in-law and wouldn't learn to cook after marriage. Dad, look, my mother doesn't believe in me. Do you want to try the food I cook? Xiaolon pouted playfully, acting spoiled in front of her father. Of course. My daughter's cooking, no matter how bad. I'll eat it, Li Qingshan replied honestly and nodded. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiaolon was annoyed and stomped her foot. You're making fun of me. Be careful, I might add a lot of salt and you'll have trouble sleeping. Oh, don't do that. Salt is expensive, Zhang said, laughing so hard she couldn't stop. Xiaolon snorted and went back to helping with the cooking. She knew her original cooking skills weren't great. Li's mother's dishes were the best. Xiaolon focused more on embroidery, so her cooking was weaker. But she earned more money, and the elderly lady loved her very much. Li's father protected her fiercely, so others didn't dare criticize her. Xiaolon worked quickly. She boiled a big pot of water, so Li's mother and others could clean the beef offal. Then she picked vegetables, planning to make stir-fried lung slices, which was quick to prepare. She also wanted to make stir-fried kidney for the family to enjoy with drinks. Later, she planned to extract some beef tallow so they wouldn't need to buy oil for a long time. Xiaolon, boil some more water. We'll need it for marinating the meat later. Motherly was washing and giving instructions at the same time. The fire is burning, Mother. Finish your work and then prepare some good meat to fill the pot, and later, when we go to the market, send some to second brother's master. Xiaolon was thinking about her brother. Maintaining good relationships was important, and she couldn't let her brother suffer or be looked down upon. Working all day and earning little, when will this end? We've given a lot of things, and we've also trained in martial arts and worked hard. Why are we only given a little money? We do spend quite a bit on festival gifts each year. The master's character isn't very good, but we can't cut back on the gift money. Motherly complained a bit, but still agreed. Motherly was good at managing life and had a clear plan. She was proud and would rather suffer herself than owe favors. If someone helped her, she would remember it and always send gifts during festivals. She had good relationships with people in the neighborhood and knew how to make many pickled and salted vegetables. Even now, she often sold them to earn some money to support the family during hard times. I also embroidered a few pouches and a small bed screen. I remember we still have quite a few pieces of wood at home. Let my father make a base for them, and then we can send them together. Everyone knows our family is doing well now, and I won't give any more oil money, or people will laugh at my brother. Xiaolon was thinking about her brother and had prepared everything early. Is it too much? Motherly hesitated a little, looking at her father with a questioning expression. Grandmotherly took a nap in the sun and said, "Just send it. It's a sign of kindness. Let people know we are grateful. All right, I'll find some things later. You can see if they're suitable," her mother said. Without hesitation, Qing Shan nodded. "Then why send the pouches?" Motherly muttered unwillingly. "Mother, they have 2 daughters." Xiaolon turned around and smiled. "I don't remember," Motherly said deliberately, pouting in a show of stubbornness. "Lan'er, what if your second brother likes the master's daughter and wants to marry her?" Old Lady Li's eyes twinkled with deep wisdom. Xiaolon didn't turn her head but replied, "Not much. Whether he marries into the family or not, they don't have a son. It's normal. If not, it's ungrateful. The 10-mile radius isn't very big. Our family's life is getting better and better. Why would we need to marry into another family? Buying land is just to ensure that the brothers can support each other in the future without fighting. I don't think it's a good idea." "Mother, why are you thinking about this? What did martial arts training say to you?" Motherly was surprised. "No, that day when the Lin family came to deliver festival gifts, their eldest daughter was there. I casually asked about her. I saw she looked lively and bright, and I couldn't help but be curious." Li grandma was confused and didn't tell the truth. Li mother, even if she was slow to understand, heard the tone of the conversation. "Is that the Lin girl?" "Yes, what do you think?" "Not very good, spoiled, and a bit careless. I don't like her. She might cause trouble in the future." Li mother shook her head in disapproval. "Oh, why did she offend anyone?" The old lady sat on a small stool, helping to prepare beef tripe. "Last time, when they brought some snacks to our house, she acted like a young lady and ordered around everyone. She even took several small purses, saying they were for her friends. She didn't consider others at all, and I don't like her." Li mother frowned, unhappy. "Even if the teacher has been kind to us, we shouldn't marry a troublemaker. Yes, that girl does have many faults and is quite selfish. But this will come up sooner or later. What do you all think we should do?" The old lady looked worried, clicking her tongue. "Aunt, you're overthinking. If it's really necessary, we can find someone for second brother now, settle it early, and there's nothing more to say. My second brother is educated, can treat illnesses and check pulses. He can definitely find a good match. Besides, we paid money to apprentice him, and he's been working for over 10 years. So much gratitude can't be repaid. Also, he's been promoting others lately. Now, my brother often goes to the village nearby to check pulses for villagers. The shop is full of people learning, and he's quite skilled. He's already making plans." Xiaolon poured hot water for them, smiling nonchalantly. "That's true. I was overthinking. If we don't want her, others might. There's no need to rush. But your second brother should really start looking for someone. Tomorrow, let's invite some girls over, so we can see them first." The old lady decided immediately. "I think we should find someone literate, preferably from the city. Because my second brother will probably rely on his medical skills to make a living, and he won't be working in the fields for long. We should prepare early for that, Lan reminded them, knowing that her second brother's life would be mostly in the city from now on.
Oh,
You're right. Does that mean buying a house in the city? But how can we afford that? Li's mother shook her head, feeling it was unrealistic. There is nothing I cannot afford to buy. My second older brother is very skilled in medicine, but his master is unwilling to let go. In fact, my brother has almost learned all his skills. Why is he willing to go to the countryside and visit ordinary households? Because he sees and learns a lot, and his skills improve quickly. My brother is very clever. He finished learning what he needed early on and could have become a master long ago. Are you worried about not earning enough money to buy a house in the future? Lan knows a little about her second brother's situation. This is something to think about, but there's no rush right now. The old lady nodded slightly and didn't think it was impossible to consider. In the afternoon, after washing the oxen and practicing martial arts, he returned with a girl. She looked about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a bright red jacket and a matching pleated skirt with embroidered orchids on the hem. She looked charming and lovely.
Oh,
The big girl is here. Come inside and sit. Lan will pour water. Li's mother saw the girl from the pharmacy accompanying the martial arts student and frowned slightly, then greeted her with a kind smile.
Ayu, only.
This is a small gift from my father. Please accept it, the girl said, holding some snacks from the city.
Oh,
That's too much. That must be expensive. Take it home later. Li's mother shook her head, unwilling to accept. Auntie, don't be so polite. We're family. Also, I came today because I need to ask Sister Lan for a favor. The girl smiled. Lan brought over a bowl of water, smiling gently, and said, Big sister, have some water. Lan, it's been a long time since you came to visit me, the girl said warmly, pulling her hand and smiling. Lan just smiled faintly. I still need to do embroidery at home. I owed a lot of money when I was sick last time, and I just managed to pay it off. Our family also wants to repair the house, but we don't have money. Doing more work can help lighten the load. She knew well that this girl was spoiled and temperamental, very selfish and self-centered. Every time she came, she would take away many of her fine purses. To prevent her second brother from being bullied, she had to stay silent and endure. Lan's purses were meant to support the family, and losing so many meant she had to spend days and nights re-embroidery. She was gentle and shy, often feeling upset when bullied, but she wouldn't refuse directly out of fear that her second brother might be treated unfairly. Once, the girl even took an embroidery pattern worth 20 taels of silver, but in the end, it was all forgotten. Since then, I started giving embroidered pictures of my original body as gifts to my martial arts master and the head of the pharmacy. At first, I didn't give so many gifts, but over the years, the gifts have increased. Whenever I give fewer gifts, my master looks upset and angry. It's clear what that means. Oh, it's like this. The embroidery picture you gave me last time, my cousin really liked it. She's the cousin from Jiangnan. She asked me for another one, and I couldn't refuse her face. So, I came to ask you, dear sister, could you please embroider another one for me? You usually have free time, and I know your mother and sister-in-law don't want you to work. Please help me out. The big girl tugged on his sleeve, acting as if it was natural. Though she was asking politely, her attitude was quite proud. Mother Li was immediately worried. Usually, she only gave a few small purses, but now she was asking for so much. It was too unreasonable. It seemed she thought she didn't need to work hard and could just ignore it. Lan gently pushed her hand away and said coldly, Sorry, big girl, I can't take this job. I have urgent work at the embroidery shop that needs to be finished soon. I won't have time for a year. If I can't finish it, I will have to pay double compensation. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes showing disdain and cold mockery. She really thought she was a young lady of high status. Big girl's face immediately looked unhappy. Can't you just wait a bit and embroider mine first? If you endure a little longer, it will be done. Xiao Lan looked at her coldly, her eyes calm and peaceful. She didn't speak for a long time, just showed some coldness. Martial arts student Zhao Daniu got anxious quickly. Big girl Zhao, who do you think you are? Do you think you can treat our family's people like servants? Why should my sister stay up all night for you? Every year, my family gives you embroidery gifts. Don't think I don't know you sell them. I saw it at the embroidery shop. My sister's embroidery work has increased in price every year. Do you think I don't know your tricks? You use my sister's things to make money, and now you even order her around for free. People shouldn't be so shameless. He was so angry his face turned red. He was upset because of this. He thought they were just coming to visit his sister, and he didn't expect it to be about a few purses. He still remembered that his master had taught him, and he didn't want to cause trouble. But he didn't expect her to boss his sister around. Big girl Zhao was exposed, and she felt embarrassed. Her face showed guilt, but she tried to hide it. Who said I sold them? Don't accuse me falsely. I falsely accused you. The shopkeeper from the embroidery shop came to find me. Do you want to confront me about it? Shuewu was very angry about this and felt a bit cold-hearted toward his master. Over the years, his master's behavior had hurt him, but he still remembered the kindness of being taught embroidery. So what? You are my apprentice's family. Isn't it right for me to ask him to do some work? If I tell him to embroider, he must do it. Don't be ungrateful. Daniu couldn't argue and suddenly became furious. She pointed her finger at the Li family members and scolded them angrily. Nonsense. My apprentice paid silver for his training. I have worked for your family for 11 years for free. No matter how much I owe, it should be paid back.
Leave.
Our family doesn't welcome you. Shuewu was trembling with anger. If it had been usual, Shuewu would have been beaten to death by Motherly for saying such things. Ungrateful Li family members were absolutely not tolerated. But Motherly was also fed up with her master's family's behavior. Her resentment had been building for many years. In the first few years, Shuewu mostly worked as a medicinal apprentice, doing chores without pay. The pharmacy never paid him a single copper coin. Only in the past 2 years after he finished his training was he allowed to go out and diagnose pulses. He would take a 10% commission from the villagers' consultation fees. But you should know, although this place was a bit richer, the villagers didn't have much money. Wealthy families could afford pulse diagnosis and embroidery, but they never made much money from it. They were always wary of Shuewu. They only earned about 2 coins a month, which wasn't much. Every year, they had to send many gifts, and the embroidered works by Qiaolan were worth a lot of silver. They even lost money on some of it. Daniu crossed her arms confidently and said, "What's wrong? Have you grown wings and don't want to work anymore? I'll tell you, Qiaolan must embroider for me. I know she's talented, and her embroidery sells for a good price. If you still want to work at my father's pharmacy, then embroider a big picture. I want a large embroidery of the Li family peony blooming symbolizing wealth. If you can't do it, then don't work at the pharmacy. Get out. You're just a dog raised by my family. What do you think you are? You're shameless, giving face and not respecting yourself." Daniu rolled her eyes disdainfully. When has Zhao Daniu ever been treated like this? Even the county magistrate would show respect to my father. Your Li family is nothing. As long as my father is here, you'll have to behave. You're just a dog that can't even sit at the table.
Zhao Zanu, Giu Lan suddenly spoke.
Smack. A loud slap landed on Zhao Daniu's face. Zhao Dania suddenly turned her head and was slapped hard by Qiaolan. She was so shocked she covered her face, feeling angry and scared, crying loudly and painfully. This was the first time she had ever been hit. Even her father never hit her before. "Listen to me, get out of my house. My grandfather and my grandmother will soon take people to your home. My brother won't work for you anymore. Over the years, we've given you many gifts. Everyone in the village knows that. If you go too far, we will fight back hard. Your Zhao family won't be able to stay in this area anymore. I promise no one will dare to practice medicine at your place. Try it if you don't believe me," Qiaolan said seriously, her presence cold and commanding. "What are you? Do you think you can decide everything? I tell you, Your brother is ungrateful and worthless. Zhao Daniu was furious. She had never felt such injustice before. She thought Qiaolan would never dare to say no to her. After all, the embroidery of the Li family was famous at the banquet, praised as the best in Jiangnan. It was worth thousands of taels of silver, maybe more than what she could buy elsewhere. This made her anxious and restless. Thousands of taels. If she could sell it in Jiangnan, her dowry would be very rich. She hated that Qiaolan studied martial arts and refused to look at her directly, despite her hints.
What was so special about her?
As long as she had money, she could find a good son-in-law. She didn't care about Qiaolan at all. His words are my words. No need to wait. Start studying martial arts with me now. We simply can't learn such skills anymore, Grandma Li said sternly, and stood up. Old Master Li nodded too. Let's go. It's good to clarify things. For all these years, your sister has suffered and been wronged because of you. It's time to end this. This big young man hasn't earned much money in all these years. He can't even support himself, let alone get married. Let's go. This is the end, he said, standing up and putting on his coat. Wait, Qiaolan called out, and turned back into the house. When she came out, she carried a small parcel and handed it to her grandmother. Grandma, ask the village head and the village chief to clarify everything. Write it down clearly and get a formal agreement. She gently squeezed her grandmother's hand while giving her the parcel. The parcel was heavy, her savings of silver. To be safe, she decided to settle everything clearly. People like that aren't worth trusting. Mrs. Li nodded seriously, clearly understanding Qiaolan's unspoken meaning. She knew she couldn't let anyone ruin the reputation of learning martial arts. She preferred to pay money to settle things rather than let rumors spread. Don't worry, I still remember things clearly. Let's go, the old lady said, this time not refusing. She took the silver, thinking that if things got worse, she would make a big fuss. She might even publicly give some silver to cut ties completely. Such greedy teachers were not worth keeping. Over the years, she had had enough. Every year, Qiaolan embroidered a picture to send, worth at least 20 or 30 taels of silver. Meanwhile, their own family had little money left. She couldn't bear to see Qiaolan work so hard and worry so much. The martial arts student closed his eyes tightly. Let's go. It's good to cut ties. Over these years, I've nearly emptied the house and worn out my sister. I've had enough, he said with tears in his eyes. Exactly. Every year after the new year, we don't see Qiaolan anymore. We ask, and she's just at home embroidering New Year gifts. What kind of teacher is that? So greedy. Old Man Li, we'll go with you to the county. Big mountain, come out. Someone is bullying our Li family. Are you hiding in your room? A neighbor woman shouted loudly, calling her husband out. Soon, 3 strong young men and a tall man appeared. They were holding shovels. What's going on? Who's bullying our family? The man looked around and saw the martial arts student crying, and he was confused. Go with Old Man Li to the county and support him. This teacher is just greedy. And such a girl. She's shameless. I've been listening all this time. If Qiaolan embroidered a picture like Lady Li's, she's been working on it for almost a year. She even sold all the embroidery gifts she used to send home to get silver. Is this what people do? Using the Li family as a money tree, the neighbor woman said passionately. She was a close neighbor, and most people in the village had the surname Li. Her family was also very close to theirs. Mrs. Li wiped her tears. Qiaolan works hard every year to make embroidery for her master's medicine shop. We're poor and can't afford proper gifts, so this is the best we can do. Qiaolan works day and night for her brother, and she's even ended up with just a dog to take care of. It's really unfair. Over these years, she hasn't made much money from her embroidery. She's been doing odd jobs all along. You know her skills, and she's been improving. She has to sell some silver to support us. We've been working hard for over 10 years, enough to repay kindness. But we still can't get enough back. Mother Li was also a clever person. Seeing more and more people gathering at the door, She started crying and told everything clearly, which made the villagers angry, and they all criticized Zhao Daniu's family. Zhao Daniu was scared and felt stuck, unable to leave from either side. She was pointed at and scolded but couldn't argue back or find a way to defend herself. With so many people talking at once, she couldn't get a word in. Go, find your father and cut ties. Grandma Li glared at Zhao Daniu angrily, tears in her eyes, which made the villagers feel more sorry for her. They spat at Zhao Daniu to show their disdain. Cut ties if you want, who cares about you? Zhao Daniu had completely lost control of her words. With so many people, she couldn't argue, so she made a firm decision to agree. The village chief is coming, and the head of the neighborhood is also here. Li Qinghuai heard that his nephew was upset. After learning the situation clearly, he didn't rush home but went to invite the village chief and the neighborhood head. The village chief looked at Zhao Daniu seriously and said, "Since your family can't accommodate martial arts training anymore, then break the teacher-student relationship completely. I'll be your witness, so there are no future misunderstandings." Without asking Zhao Daniu's opinion, he turned and walked outside. Zhao Daniu felt a bit nervous. Her father didn't mention embroidery when he sent her here. He wanted her to bring some gifts to the Li family to build goodwill. Now, the pharmacy was mainly supported by her martial arts training. Her father said she was a very clever and smart girl, and in a few years, she would surpass him. Currently, she was the main worker at the pharmacy, and the pay was very low, so she couldn't leave. Originally, they planned for her to marry into the family, but she repeatedly refused, and the Li family also refused to continue the conversation. Her father was very angry and gave up on that idea, choosing someone else to train as a martial arts disciple. But that disciple's talent was too poor. He often made mistakes in pulse diagnosis, which worried her father greatly. Now, everything was ruined because of her. What should she do? Her father would surely be furious if he found out. The village chief and the neighborhood head took them in a donkey cart, while the others walked together to the county. All of them were from Li village. Old Lady Li was very popular in the village. She was skilled at embroidery and often taught the village girls and women. She shared her skills freely and also helped children learn to read and memorize books. She had made many good friends in the village. His family has some issues, so everyone feels they must help, even if just by offering moral support. We almost dragged Zhao Daniu to the pharmacy, and along the way, many people gathered to watch. The villagers were happy to talk about it. Actually, the shopkeeper is also the owner of the pharmacy. His reputation isn't very good because he's too greedy, but he's skilled at his work. When villagers talk about him, they smile and say it's not surprising. In the past, several apprentices left because he was too harsh, always overworking them without pay, refusing to let them go even after they finished their training. When we arrived at the pharmacy, everyone was waiting for a pulse diagnosis. A big crowd rushed in, which was quite noticeable. The shopkeeper is a middle-aged man with a stern, square face. What happened to Daniu? Did you bully her because you're learning martial arts? I told Daniu to bring a gift to your family. What does this mean? The shopkeeper is very sharp. When he was young, he studied with top doctors in Beijing. Later, he got married and moved back to his hometown for unknown reasons. His way of speaking is different from others. He immediately took charge, mentioning the gift and accusing the apprentice of bullying his daughter. He's clearly setting a trap. The old lady chuckled. Indeed, someone from Beijing. Your way of speaking has more twists and turns than ours here. I haven't spoken like that in a long time. I forgot that people from Beijing like to talk in circles, taking 5 or 6 turns. Oh, I'm getting old. Those are just old memories now. The shopkeeper's words reminded the old lady of her distant past. She's from Beijing. Her father and brother were demoted officials, so they moved to Qingshan County. Back in Beijing, children from noble families fought fiercely, and every word had to be carefully considered, or else they'd be tricked by rivals pretending to be kind. Now, hearing these words, the old lady felt happy. The shopkeeper's expression changed, becoming serious. Old lady, it sounds like I've done something wrong. I personally taught martial arts to him, and I didn't cheat him. Why did you hit my daughter? Even if she made a mistake, I, as her father, should punish her. Outsiders have no right to scold my daughter. His face looked upset at the end. You say you're good at martial arts?
Haha.
The quality of your craftsmanship is not worth discussing, but after so many years of practicing martial arts, you haven't earned much money back. This is the truth. You only started bringing money home 3 years ago. At first, it was once every half a year. Now it's once every month. Every year, the gifts we send you have increased steadily. Since last year, the 3 festival gifts must include an embroidery picture made by my granddaughter. 3 years ago, she could sell one embroidery for 20 taels of silver. Her purse has always been the highest price, but our family members can't even enjoy or use that money. All of it is given as gifts to you. Today, your daughter came with 2 boxes of cheap snacks and ordered my granddaughter to embroider a large picture, a longevity scene like the one Lord Li has. My granddaughter took more than half a year to finish that embroidery. Most importantly, your daughter has never paid a single coin for the embroidery or the purse she asked for. My granddaughter was busy with urgent work at her embroidery shop and had to refuse your daughter. Yet, your daughter called our whole family your servants, saying we should be like oxen and horses. I want to ask, when did our family sell ourselves to you? Where is the contract? How much did we sell ourselves for? On what grounds do you treat us this way? The old lady finished speaking, her face full of anger and righteousness. She pointed at him with her finger, her expression as commanding as a ruler, like a sharp sword unsheathed, radiating strong authority.
What?
The shopkeeper was also surprised after hearing this. He cast a subtle glance at his daughter, Dinyo, who was shrinking in fear and dared not lift her head. There was nothing unclear anymore. His daughter had learned that Lord Li's embroidery was highly praised and knew that such embroidery in Jiangnan was worth at least several thousand taels of gold and silver. Her greedy heart couldn't hold back anymore. Now, Chaolan's skills had been refined over many years. She had studied under a master for many years, diligently researching calligraphy and painting. Her expertise made her a master in embroidery as well. She was a senior technician at the embroidery house. Her works were called huiwen, often exported, and sold at high prices. To invite her domestically, one had to rely on connections and go through the boss. Even in ancient times, from the most developed embroidery regions in Jiangnan, prices were calculated in gold. An embroidery girl's time and effort were limited. Huiwen was one of the best, always producing top-quality pieces. Especially since Qiaolan had her own unique style in calligraphy and painting, she naturally caught Lord Li's eye. Such works, valued highly by the Li family, made Zhao Dinyo feel very envious when she overheard this. How could she not feel jealous? I regret selling things cheaply in the past. Now, I'm not afraid to ask her to embroider a piece for me. After all, the Li family is just like a dog we raised. With this mindset, Zhao Dinyo naturally went ahead. In the past, when she asked for many things, Qiaolan never dared to speak up or say no, because her father would definitely beat her with a rattan stick if she did. For her brother's sake, she had to swallow her tears and not complain. Zhao the shopkeeper glared at his daughter angrily, then turned around with a forced smile. Sorry for the trouble. Young ones don't understand. I've asked Dinyo to apologize to you. No need, I said. With your skills, we can't continue learning. I plan to let him leave when he's married after learning martial arts, but I didn't expect you to treat our Li family like your own dogs. Since that's the case, we can't be too shameless. I came here to bring him back to learn martial arts. Let's settle this properly. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. I've also invited the county magistrate to come today to make a final decision. The old lady was very thorough in her actions. She not only invited the village chief and elders, but also secretly sent her eldest grandson to ask the county magistrate to come and settle this matter. The shopkeeper's face suddenly changed color, filled with shock and anger. He underestimated the Li family. He didn't expect that old lady, Li, would be so cunning. 018 taking control. Old lady Li was a girl who had fought her way up in the big city's household disputes. She was properly trained by her maid. Because of her involvement in a succession struggle, she was not the main person and was dismissed from her position. Otherwise, she would have been exiled to the frontier with her entire family. Despite her family's decline, her manners and education remained intact. She was still clever.
There's no need for that, Daniel. Come over here and apologize, I said.
Zhao the shopkeeper quickly changed his mind, thinking to himself that he must learn martial arts and teach the Li family a lesson after today. His gaze toward martial arts was increasingly filled with resentment. Learning martial arts made my heart tense. I secretly felt bitter. The master indeed had skills, but his character was vengeful, selfish, and cold. That's why, over the years, our family kept giving him more gifts. Even when Xiaolan was wronged, she dared not complain. If she refused once, the consequences would be terrible. It all started when Daniu snatched a few coin purses from Xiaolan. She was young then, and the money she used to learn her craft was borrowed. My sister was obedient and hardworking, embroidering coin purses to help the family. Naturally, she was reluctant when her purses were stolen. When Daniu fought over them, he accidentally pushed her to the ground. This time, they really caused a big problem. When they returned, the master just smiled and said, "It's nothing, just kids playing around." But behind the scenes, it was not so easy to handle. After a few days, someone carried him back home. His back was badly injured, bleeding and flesh torn. He was unconscious for 3 days, but the master gave him good medicine, though it caused him terrible pain. The master wanted him to understand clearly that it was easy to punish him. Offending him would mean suffering every day. After he was carried home, Xiaolan cried all night. Since then, Daniu never dared to bully Xiaolan again. His sister didn't say a word, biting her lip and swallowing tears. He knew in his heart that his sister cared for him. He worked even harder to learn the skills, trying everything he could to master his master's craft, so as not to disappoint his family's expectations. Old Lady Li also saw the fierce look in the shopkeeper's eyes. She remembered the time he was beaten and carried home after learning martial arts, and she hated him even more. The shopkeeper's look makes my back crawl. I wonder if something will happen suddenly after just a few days of learning martial arts? There's no need to apologize. We don't want to stay and learn anymore. We've worked for you for so many years. Even if we didn't have great achievements, we've done hard work. Let's end our master-apprentice relationship now, Old Lady Li insisted firmly, saying she no longer wanted to continue. When the county magistrate comes, he will decide for us, she added, kneeling and crying. Madam, please get up. I've already told you clearly about this. I will help you seek justice, said the young and handsome county magistrate, with a gentle and refined demeanor. He looked to be about 20 years old. His name was Li Qing, from the Li family village. He was a nobleman who had lived in the capital for a long time. He came here because an elder from his family was originally from this village. This was his hometown. He came to this prosperous county after passing the imperial exam and was appointed as the county magistrate by his family elders to gain experience and improve his career. Since this was his hometown, he was familiar with the villagers and could communicate easily with them. This was his first year as county magistrate. He brought his wife and children with him, visiting households and understanding the local situation. He also did some practical things for the people, earning their respect. Because Li family village has some connection to him, even though they have been apart for a long time, the county magistrate was advised by his grandfather that this is their hometown and they should take good care of it. They shouldn't forget their roots just because they left. So, he is very familiar with Li family village, and many of the village's elderly residents know his grandfather. Please give my regards to the old master and the lady. I am late, said the young county magistrate. He gently helped Li's mother to her feet and softly comforted her. Then he approached Li Lao Yi and Li Lao Tai, bowed slightly, and greeted them with respect for the elders. Showing respect through good manners is common, and because he is polite, gentle, and well-mannered, he quickly gained the villagers' trust and cooperation. Yes, thank you. My wife and I want to take our grandson back and end his apprenticeship. We don't know what procedures are needed, or if we need money to buy him back. We will listen to you, said Li Lao Tai and Li Lao Yi, stepping aside and not daring to accept his gift. They were very respectful and kind. I'm not worthy. I've heard about this. Let me help you handle this matter, said the county magistrate, showing respect for Li Lao Tai. Thank you. You are a great official of the clear sky. Having you in Qingshan County is a blessing for us common people. Li Lao Tai immediately was moved to tears, speaking loudly so everyone could hear, trying to boost the county magistrate's reputation. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Why make things so awkward? The county magistrate turned around and looked at old Zhao, scolding him with a stern face. There was some disdain in his eyes. It's all a misunderstanding, said Manager Zhao, wiping sweat from his face, bowing his head, and not daring to reply. Don't think I don't know. Qingshan County isn't big, and I know everything that happens here. Your daughter was greedy and threatened the Li family girl to send embroidery works. She did this for years. Now it's all over the village. Since that's the case, let's end the apprenticeship, said the county magistrate. Yes, we'll do as you say, said old Zhao bitterly. Write a formal agreement. How many silver coins did Li Xiaowu learn to make in your house? How much silver did you give him? How many gifts did his family send? And what are their values? Write all this down clearly. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Is that okay? This is my grandfather's hometown. He always wanted to come back to honor his ancestors and see his childhood friends. What do you think? The county magistrate quietly warned old Zhao not to think about revenge. Li Village is the old man's roots, and he has always remembered it fondly. When he was young, he loved hearing stories about the village. Protecting Li Village is very important. Otherwise, his grandfather would be very angry. Very good, old Zhao said with a grin, not daring to say anything else. He didn't know that the small, unknown Li village was actually the birthplace of a senior official. He hadn't seen him return home for many years. Oh my! If I had known this, I wouldn't have pushed him so hard to learn martial arts. I should have treated him better. Now, everything is ruined because of my greedy daughter. What about the shop's business? If he leaves to learn martial arts, we will be short-handed and lose a lot of money. That spoiled child. Sir, please. Lu Chuanhu followed the county magistrate. He is a constable, and even when the magistrate travels, he needs an escort. As the captain of the constables, he naturally had to protect him. Tiger took some paper, ink, and brushes, and arranged for a table and chairs so the magistrate could sit down. The magistrate glanced at Lu Chuanhu. It was rare to see him so busy serving others. There must be something suspicious. His gaze was deep and serious. Lu Chuanhu raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. The magistrate sighed helplessly, sat down, and personally wrote a document. He handed it to old Zhao. Does this sound appropriate? Old Zhao, we are all from the same village. Don't make things worse than they need to be. Leave some room for future reconciliation. The Li family has lived here for generations. If we tear things apart, neither side will benefit. I will give you 50 taels of silver to cover your losses. Martial arts has been with you for many years. Even if you haven't made much progress, you've worked hard. Can we just let this go? Please, give me some face. The old lady immediately showed a nervous but grateful smile, nodded repeatedly. We will follow the magistrate's lead. I have brought the silver. Please just tell us what to do. We trust and respect you, and we are grateful. Her eyes shimmered with tears. Since the magistrate has spoken, let's do that. After learning martial arts, you should go out and make your own way. Dania was just a bit greedy. Don't blame her. It wasn't my idea. Old Zhao felt a bit sad. Everyone was unwilling to stay. It made him feel lonely and upset. He is old now, hoping to find someone suitable to take over the pharmacy and care for his daughter, but Shui Wu immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, hitting the floor with a loud thud. He did so firmly and without holding back, the sound echoing painfully. Master, I am leaving. I will no longer work for others in the county, nor compete with you in contests. Thank you for teaching me all these years. I am truly grateful. Xuewu was clever and knew how to behave without needing anyone to tell him. No one could say he was ungrateful for this act. Qingshan County is not big, with only a few pharmacies. If he doesn't work elsewhere, he has nowhere to go. His backup plan is gone, so what else can he do? Even killing someone would just be a matter of bowing his head. Old Zhao didn't expect him to make such a promise in front of so many people. He was worried before, but with Xuewu's cleverness and skills, he would be noticed wherever he went. Now, he no longer needed to worry. But inside, he suddenly felt regret for letting a young eagle fly away. Xuewu is a smart, kind-hearted boy with principles. That's why he agreed to take him as a disciple. Seeing Xuewu's good qualities again, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The county magistrate also looked at Xuewu with admiration. The Li family really shouldn't be underestimated. The old lady is wise and sensible, using every opportunity to benefit herself. She is good at dealing with people and things, making others feel comfortable and respected. The children of the Li family are also commendable, especially Lan, who is talented at embroidery and has a refined, elegant style. Her beautiful calligraphy is so impressive that you'd never guess it was written by a village girl. And then there is Xuewu, smart, perceptive, honest, and kind. It seems the Li family should pay more attention to him in the future. The county magistrate stamped his official seal, pressed his thumbprint, and signed his name. He handed 2 copies to the two of them. All right, even if you're not officially master and disciple anymore, don't become enemies. We all live in the same area, and it would be bad for everyone if things get ugly, the magistrate said to smooth things over. Old Lady Li and Old Man Li bowed repeatedly, respectful. Yes, we'll listen to you. Here is the money for redemption. When Old Lady Li left, she divided the silver coins with someone. Their silver was mostly broken silver, as silver ingots are rare and not often used by common people. The embroidery shop's Uncle Li also gave them broken silver. Grandma Li took out a handkerchief. Although it was a bit worn at the edges, the embroidery on it looked elegant and graceful. She slowly unfolded it with her wrinkled hands, revealing small pieces of silver inside. She counted them carefully, moving them around, but it seemed still not enough. Then, Grandma Li took out some copper coins from her purse, finally gathering enough money. She held both hands and handed it over to the county magistrate. The magistrate looked at it with a hint of sympathy. This might be all the Li family's wealth. Even if they had a skilled embroidery daughter, they were just ordinary farmers. If you're in trouble, I can help you pay up front, the magistrate said without much thought. He immediately offered 50 taels of silver. Now he somewhat regretted being so impulsive. The magistrate was capable, but he was from a noble family and grew up wealthy. He didn't understand money well until he came to Qingshan County, where he saw the real hardships of common people and tasted their simple cornmeal porridge. Eating coarse grains used to seem like a rustic pleasure, not something to eat every day. Grandma Li shook her head slightly. It's okay. We have 2 hands, and we can earn it back. All this money was earned by my granddaughter, who embroidered a longevity picture for Lord Li. She wanted to give it to the martial arts student building the house. Before leaving, my granddaughter insisted I bring it. As long as our family stays together and works hard, we won't worry about a good life. When the adults come, we will get better and better. No worries, she spoke calmly, without tears or fuss, but her words showed a strong and resilient character. Farmers also have their pride, but she was also very clever. She understood that this was earned through hard work by Lan, and it was the family's entire wealth. It was truly gone. The saying, keep wealth hidden, is always wise advice. That's good. If you have difficulties, just ask Chuan who to find me, the magistrate said, respecting the Li family's attitude more. People always have a good impression of those who are independent and strong. Grandma Li's attitude made the magistrate feel proud. This is the root of the Li family, nothing to be ashamed of. After receiving the silver, old Xiao felt calmer and said a few more kind words. The villagers of Li's family village clapped and praised the magistrate. The magistrate is like the bright sky, supporting us common folks. Thank you, Magistrate. Grandma Li was the first to kneel down, followed by everyone inside and outside, all kneeling in unison. Their praises filled the air. The saying goes that when people carry a decorated sedan chair, it shows respect. Old Lady Li made a gesture to the county magistrate, which slightly improved his reputation. This was good for his governance of Qingshan County and helped him gain respect among the people. It also showed that he supported her. Finally, the matter of learning martial arts was settled, and everyone felt relieved. Li Shuowu, I won't let you, and Li Traolon go. Just wait. Zhao Dania's eyes looked cold and sharp, like a snake ready to strike, making people feel uncomfortable. Shut up. Old Zhao was also annoyed. The county magistrate had already come out, and Zhao Daniu still acted foolishly, which could offend the magistrate. He quickly thought of some ideas, but his hands moved quickly. He slapped his daughter across the face. With a loud slap, the hand hit her right cheek. Now her face was swollen and round, both sides puffed up, symmetrical. Zhao Dania looked at them with angry eyes and then ran away quickly. His expression made everyone feel uneasy. The child is young and doesn't know better. I will teach her a lesson. Please don't blame her, old Zhao said awkwardly, rubbing his hands and sweating. The magistrate looked at him deeply with a cold gaze. The Li family didn't say anything and quietly left the old Zhao's pharmacy. Old Lady Li and Old Man Li approached the magistrate and bowed again. Sir, we are very grateful. If it weren't for your support and fairness, our family's martial arts training would have been cancelled, and we would be seen as ungrateful. We really can't afford that. Thank you so much this time. They bowed repeatedly and wiped tears, making others feel sympathetic. At this moment, the Li family stood on a busy street. People crowded around, watching the scene. Many couldn't even get into the pharmacy earlier. Now, Old Lady Li's act of gratitude made everyone applaud the magistrate again. They looked at him with admiration, calling him a great and just official. Madam, there's no need to be so polite. Protecting the people is my duty. If you have any trouble in the future, come to the county office, the magistrate said with a smile. He secretly admired Old Lady Li and thought, experience makes a difference. Yes, yes, yes. Sir, take care on your way. Old Lady Li nodded with a smile. Everything that needed to be done was done, and there was no need to continue arguing. She immediately made way for the magistrate and watched him leave. Li Maoxing drove the car again, first taking the elderly villagers home, then returning to pick up the remaining people, as there wasn't enough space otherwise. Maoxing, you go back first. I want to buy some silk thread and fabric for my granddaughter. We have no silver left, and we can't build the house. When Xiaolon came out, she asked me to buy some things for her work, said Old Lady Li with a sigh, showing a hint of hardship on her face. Mother, don't worry. The sons are all here. If we work hard, we won't have to worry about a good life. If needed, we can wait 2 more years to help the second son, said second brother Qinghuai, comforting his mother. It's all my fault. I spent all my sister's hard-earned money, Shuowu said, lowering his head and covering his face as he cried sadly. How can I tell my sister when I get home? Old Man Li patted Shuowu on the head and scolded, You're useless. You're not even as spirited as a girl. Why can't you do something to support the family? If not, go back home with your brother to farm. When you're free, help villagers with illnesses or go to the mountain to pick medicinal herbs. There's plenty of work to do. If I hear you say such useless things again, I'll beat you to death. Yes, Shuowu, don't cry. Even if you're not a pharmacist, you have skills. When someone has a headache or a fever, they'll come to you. Many people in the surrounding villages look for you. Old Zhao's family isn't from Qingshan County, so no one knows him, said Aunt Li, patting Shuowu gently and offering comforting words, even jokingly pulling Old Zhao into the conversation. Old Zhao was not originally from Qingshan County. He came here later. Although Qingshan is small, it is quite wealthy and comfortable, with the Yangtze River dock nearby, bustling with people. Why did Old Zhao come here to take apprentices? To establish himself. As an outsider, Villagers tend to stick together and usually don't accept outsiders. But if he took apprentices, they would have mutual interests and speak up for him, helping him open doors. Old Man Li was a longtime resident of Li family village, living here for generations. Everyone knew the Li family because his wife was literate and once very beautiful. Her appearance was remarkable, but her demeanor was even more impressive than a village girl. The Li family was polite, well-mannered, kind-hearted, and popular. They taught young women embroidery, helped children learn to read, and Xuewu was always willing to help with any trouble. When the family was truly in need and couldn't afford medicine, Xuewu would secretly go to the mountain, pick herbs, prepare medicine, and give it to villagers for free. His master didn't even know. Most villagers are kind and honest. Even if they can't afford medicine, they often bring eggs and vegetables from their own farms to show respect to the Li family. So, Auntie Li says that everyone recognizes that learning martial arts is a good reputation. Li Xuewu wipes his face and says, I will rest for a few days or go to the mountains to gather herbs, visit the countryside for medical help. It's good to get familiar with the skills. That's right. A real man shouldn't lose his spirit. Don't waste all your sister's hard work over the years. When you have the ability, remember your sister's kindness. She worked hard day and night, and even small children know to care for their brothers, Auntie Li says, liking Lan. She is obedient and sensible, rarely going out to play, mostly staying at home to sew small bags. Yes, I understand. Over these years, I've almost worn my sister out and dragged the whole family down. Xuewu nods with tears in his eyes. It will get better. You won't have to send so many things anymore. Giving away all the family's belongings without a word. Let's see what happens to him, Auntie Li says with a sneer, showing her disdain. After a few words, everyone says goodbye. Those with copper coins go shopping to buy some things to take home. Mother Li accompanies Grandma Li to the embroidery shop to buy silk threads and good fabrics for her granddaughter. After they leave, Mother Li asks, Our family took so much silver, isn't that a problem? I thought Lan could rest well, but now that's not possible. She definitely won't stop. She's determined to help her brother build a house. Mother Li sighs with concern. There's no choice. Farming income isn't enough, and the land doesn't grow silver. Lan's embroidery earns money quickly, but it's her hard work. As a mother, she feels sorry for her daughter, but Lan doesn't usually do chores, so she has to work hard. Otherwise, the family would complain, especially since they still need money. Don't worry, it will be fine. We won't build the house for now, so no one will be jealous. I'll watch over Lan, so she doesn't get tired. I also plan to save some dowry for her and buy some land to protect her. Grandma Li has her own plans. Mother Li is very happy and can't stop smiling. Thank you, Mother. I was worried about Lan. I'm not so worried about those two little boys. They can always come back to farm. But what if Lan gets older and her eyesight worsens? What should we do then? The embroidery girl spends so much effort on her eyes that she risks losing her sight before old age. A skilled embroidery girl is very valuable, and if she also has excellent painting skills like Huiwen, she is even more rare. For any embroidery shop, she is an invaluable treasure. Even if her eyesight worsens and she can no longer embroider, the owner will gladly support her. If she can't see well enough to work, she can teach apprentices. Her skills can be passed down. As long as she is alive, she is a symbol of the shop. They are willing to support her without asking for anything in return. Don't worry, I will make sure Lan is taken care of. She won't be wronged, Old Lady Li said gently, smiling warmly, not upset by Li mother's fuss. I know my mother always cares for her. It's my own worry. Without your insistence, the women's household wouldn't have been established. The villagers didn't think much of it, saying we spent too much money. But I am very grateful to my mother, Li mother said. She knew her daughter well. She was caring and thoughtful about her family. Even at a young age, she started embroidering small pouches to help the family. She always wanted to prepare everything she could for her daughter, feeling at ease knowing she had done her best. Old Lady Li chuckled softly, with a look of disdain in her eyes. What do they know? In Jiangnan, Many women's households are established. Maids, embroidery girls, even maids from big families set up their own households to secure their future. They are all from poor families. Holding tightly to what's theirs is the best strategy. Xiaolon's establishment means that in the future, no one can take her property away. Even after we're gone, she will live well. Yes, yes. It's just a pity that 50 taels of silver was spent this time. Li's mother sighed slightly, feeling a bit sad but helpless. Cutting ties completely is good. Then we won't need to give gifts for festivals. Just give a gift once a year during the new year, and if they don't want it, just take it back. As long as we don't let others gossip, it's fine. In previous years, the gifts for the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays added up to more than this.
Over the years, our silver has been spent on this.
I've always worried that, over time, brothers might start to feel resentful. Now it's clear, old Lady Li said confidently, not worried but relieved. That's true. Xiaolon has suffered a lot these years, but I can't stop her. If she spends so much money on studying, Zhang's family will be unhappy. I can only support my daughter a little. Li's mother understood well. She knew why she pushed her daughter so hard. She couldn't let her marry early and have her own home. It's okay to help her a little, but not too much. Hardship brings sweetness. Xiaolon cares for her family, so her dowry will naturally be substantial. No one can say otherwise. Grandma Li had long planned this. Today's hardship will lead to future happiness. There's still time. If we save a bit more, we can manage. Mother Li originally planned to keep the silver money Xiaolon had saved for her dowry. After the fuss settled, she intended to buy some land later. Farmers feel secure with land, but after the incident with learning martial arts, it seems they won't be able to buy land anytime soon. They went to the embroidery shop. Shopkeeper Li came out to greet them. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he lowered his voice and asked, "Have everything been settled?" "I've been worried about it." "Yes, everything is settled. We paid 50 taels to the county magistrate to end the matter. Now it's finally peaceful," Grandma Li replied honestly. 50 taels. That's a lot of money. Uncle Li clicked his tongue in anger. As a farmer, not many people have 50 taels. After working so many years, to pay so much, it's really unfair. Luckily, Xiaolon still had some savings before. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. I came to buy some silk and fabric to take home. Dainyu, I have a favor to ask you, Grandma Li said sincerely, grabbing the shopkeeper's hand. Shopkeeper Li had been managing the shop for many years. It was opened by a wealthy person from Beijing. He had traveled all over and was experienced. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, madam. I'm from Li Village too. If it weren't for you teaching me to read and do math, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'd prioritize Xiaolon first because she's healthy." Did she recover from that fall? She lost a lot of blood, so she needs at least 2 years to recover. She's not young anymore, and it's about time she gets married. Her body must be strong. Grandma Li smiled warmly. She's still being cared for. We never stopped giving her meat at home. Xiaolon had saved 2 coins to build a house and marry her brother, but now all that's gone. When I came out, I bought more thread to take back. I plan to keep working. My granddaughter is a very filial girl, that's true. Xiaolon is one of the best girls around. I always think of her when there's good work. Her skills are about to increase in value. At the last Lord Li's birthday banquet, she really shined. I plan to have her embroider a big piece for the main shop in Beijing. Her worth could double. This place is too small to earn enough money. We need to send her to a bigger city to make more. Shopkeeper Li had already thought this through. This little mountain bump doesn't seem like something many people would want to embroider every day, especially in a busy place like the capital. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, my daughter Xiaolon works very carefully. She definitely won't let you lose money. Grandma Li didn't even ask about the price and looked very trusting of Shopkeeper Li. It's all on me. I also brought some high-quality silk threads. Would you like to choose? This time, the colors are very detailed. Genuine Jiangnan silk threads are more expensive. I also asked the shopkeeper from the Jiangnan branch to save 2 good pieces for me. Do you think you can use them? If you can't, no one else can. Shopkeeper Li enthusiastically showed Grandma Li his best hidden silk threads. Grandma Li held the silk thread in the sunlight, carefully comparing the colors. The same color family can be divided into very fine shades. The more detailed the silk thread colors, the more beautiful the embroidery will look. A petal's color transitions from dark to light need different shades. The reflection of sunlight on the petal also creates different colors. These are all things the embroiderers must know. A skilled embroiderer can make the embroidery look very realistic because of their good sense of color and how they use it. Yes, these silk threads are good this time. From now on, just follow this standard. If you can always get such good silk threads, you can embroider large pictures. In the past, the thread colors weren't complete, so it was hard to make good designs. Grandma Li shook her head and mumbled.
All right.
Now I understand what kind I need. Whatever design you want to embroider, just bring it to me. I'll definitely buy it. I'll pay based on size and quality. Deal? Since seeing the one-show map from Lord Li's house, Shopkeeper Li trusted Qiaolon very much.
Deal.
But my daughter Qiaolon's matters can't be told outside. It's too obvious. Grandma Li still warned with concern.
Shuka pelis milat. Don't worry.
That's our rule. If we break it, who would dare to sell things here? The guild would also hold me accountable. I just remind you again, today's matter is too noticeable. Bring the fabric over, so I can take a good look. Do you really want to take Qiaolon's embroidery design to the capital? Grandma Li asked. Of course. Do you think I'm joking? I know you were at a disadvantage with the last design, but I was too. But I can't offend Lord Li. We'll still have to deal with each other in the future. I want Qiaolon to embroider a very impressive big picture. I'll send it to the main store in the capital to recommend. If it turns out well, there will be plenty of orders and the price won't be low. 50 taels is nothing. He nodded and looked around before pulling them into the inner room. Then he said, do you know why Zhao Denyo is forcing Qiaolon to embroider pictures? That day, the county magistrate also came to see the embroidery and immediately said that the gift from the Wang family to the Empress Dowager was embroidery, bought at high price from the south. But the magistrate said it couldn't compare to Qiaolan's work. Even this rough man could see the difference and kept praising it. I didn't expect such talented people to be in a small town. At that time, Magistrate Li also nodded in approval, saying he had seen the Wang family's embroidery before and was quite impressed. But compared to Qiaolan's, it was far inferior. Just in terms of writing and painting, it surpassed the southern embroidery girl. The Wang family's gift was gold, 3,000 taels of gold. It's said that the embroidery was done by a famous southern embroidery artist. That price was only offered because it was from the Wang family. You see, Zhao Denyo also brought the young girl that day. Wouldn't she be moved when she heard all this? But over the years, I've bought things from Qiaolan's hand at low prices. I didn't think much of their attitude. I was also shocked at the time, which is why I later wanted Qiaolon to embroider a good piece for me to send to the capital. Why shouldn't we earn that money? Shopkeeper Li hasn't been out of town for a long time and doesn't understand the current situation. He didn't expect Qiaolan's work to be so good. He always thought southern embroidery girls were better than Qiaolon, but after losing out, he didn't expect the gap to be so big. He felt a bit regretful for the low price, but he couldn't take it back now. Old Lady Li nodded and said, I see. Let me go back and think about it. Once I decide, I'll tell you what fabric and silk thread I want.
You get them for me.
I promise our family will make you proud. But let's agree first. A decent big embroidery piece can only be sent to the capital once a year. You know, good embroidery takes a year or more to finish. If we do more, it won't be good enough, and we need to leave some room for our town, right? The old lady never thought that someone might look down on Qiaolan's work. She was full of confidence. Shopkeeper Li saw this was his secret skill, which he had never shown before. That's right, this small place only needs a few strokes to get by, no need to work so hard. No one would appreciate it. All right, as long as you want it, I'll sell it to you. The price will definitely be higher than Magistrate Li's. I can't promise about the gold, but you'll get plenty of silver. 50 taels is nothing. Shopkeeper Li pounded his chest to guarantee. Then he brought out a red cloth bag and asked his assistant to pour good tea for the old lady. Grandmother Li looked at the shopkeeper's new snow-dyed fabrics and silk ribbons. She nodded slightly and said, "The goods this time are good. I want both the red and white pieces. In the future, bring more of these fine silks, with fewer plain and embossed fabrics. Also, I need some gold and silver threads. Please get some for me." Of course, the shopkeeper Li agreed immediately without hesitation. The gold and silver threads are made from real gold and silver spun into threads. They are valuable, and Li agreed quickly, showing he trusted the Li family a lot. This time, they gave more fabric, probably because shopkeeper Li wanted Lan to embroider large pictures, which are more profitable but also require more skill, time, and effort. "How much is this?" Grandmother Li plans to buy it and take it home. "Ma'am, are you scolding me? What's our relationship? I've never asked for money before. Just take it. The rest is the usual rule. It's a gift," said shopkeeper Li with a quick smile. Grandmother Li was straightforward and said, "All right, bring it back when the embroidery is finished. I'll wait for you." No rush. Mother Li and Grandmother Li then went to a clothing shop to pick out some small pieces of fabric to make pouches. They also bought some sugar and salt for the household, and casually thanked old Lu too, saying it was thanks to Chuan Hu that they might have been able to invite the county magistrate. Old Lu Tu stopped Li grandmother and said, "Don't thank me. We're from the same village, and helping each other is what we do. I want to tell you something. I like Lan and want to marry her to my family's Chuan Hu. Please think about it for a couple of days." Old Lu Tu is honest and straightforward. His wife had died long ago, and he had thought about asking her for a long time but didn't know how to approach the subject. So he simply asked directly. Grandmother Li smiled and said, "Chuan Hu is a good boy. I'll go back and discuss it with my husband and children." "Good. You know our situation. Chuan Wei is still young, but he's growing up and can help with work," said old Lu Tu. He also has a younger son, Lu Chuan Wei, who is 8 years old. Because Lu's mother died after a difficult childbirth, she was gone for 2 or 3 years. The family's money was all spent, and old Lu Tu decided to join the army, entrusting his children to his siblings. If they didn't return, the children would be considered his brothers, and they would perform filial rites and offer incense in his memory. Lu Chuan Wei was raised by old Lu Tu's brother and his wife. When old Lu Tu returned, Chuan Wei was 5 years old. To thank his brother's family for raising his son and teaching him to read and count, they took great care of him. Old Lu and his son returned with money. Not only did they build a large tile house for themselves, but they also built a better house for Lu's younger brother's family. They even bought 10 acres of land for each of his 2 nephews, all under their names. This was to thank his brother's family for caring so much for his youngest son. The brothers get along very well, and their family is known for being honest and kind. Mother Li was somewhat tempted. The Lu brothers are well respected in Li's village, and they live good lives. They have real skills. Old Lu and his brother used to be beggars and worked as young boys at Wudong Mountain, learning martial arts then. That's how they became soldiers later. Thinking about Chuan Hu, she found him smart and practical, honest and loyal. He is doing well in the government office, which provides steady income and good reputation. When she thought about all this, she felt a little tempted. After saying goodbye to the Lu family, Mother Li and the old lady headed to the meeting point, ready to return to the village. They had no money left, and even if they did, they couldn't buy anything today because they drew too much attention. "Mom, what do you think of Chuan Hu?" "I think he's good. The Lu family is simple, and although Chuan Hu is a bit older, he's experienced and steady. He's honest and smart, unlike those young boys who don't know anything. They don't have a mother-in-law at home, and even the younger brother is grown up. We don't have to worry. If Lan can have a peaceful life in the future, what do you say?" Mother Li brushed her hair and thought everything looked good. Let's discuss it again when we get back. Don't tell anyone yet, or it might ruin Lan's reputation," the old lady said as she looked around at the young men nearby. She thought Chuan Hu was reliable and was quite satisfied, but she still wanted to ask her husband's opinion when they got home. Of course, Mother Li nodded. They took a flourishing carriage back to the village. Mother Li went door to door thanking people. This time, She brought embroidered pouches and handkerchiefs as gifts. The villagers cheered her on and showed their support. It was important to show appreciation. The old lady's embroidered items were also beautiful and high quality. When she gave them as gifts, they looked valuable. The villagers politely accepted them, saying if they needed help, they would speak up. They all belonged to the same village, and they didn't want outsiders to bully them. When they finally returned home, everything settled down. The old lady sat in the main hall, watching everyone gather around. Xiaolon brought a bowl of sugar water and sat quietly to the side.
Things are settled now.
Xiaolon has no money left. Let's all work hard from now on, the old lady said tiredly, waving her hand to let everyone go. From now on, Xiaolon doesn't need to pay any money either. We're all family. Mrs. Zhang hesitated for a moment, biting her lip and blinking as she spoke. Old lady, Li looked at Mrs. Zhang softly, then turned to Xiaolon. What do you think? No need, Xiaolon said calmly. I can afford 5 taels of silver each month. She sighed inwardly, realizing she had underestimated the situation. This time, offering 50 taels of silver truly moved people's hearts. Why do you talk so much? My sister can live well without relying on others. It's actually us who benefit from her, Shuewen said sharply, glaring at Mrs. Zhang with some dissatisfaction. Was she reminding her, or simply not wanting the 5 taels of silver? There was a cold look in her eyes. Mrs. Zhang hurriedly waved her hands. It's for my sister's sake, nothing else. That's enough. We've worked all morning and haven't eaten. Go make some food, Shuewen said with a sour expression. Mrs. Zhang knew she had upset the man, so she lowered her head quietly and went to the kitchen. Li Qingshan sighed. Shuewen, you should control your wife. She's too bold. I know. Don't worry, with me here, she won't cause big trouble. Just wait and see how I handle her, Shuewen said coldly. She thought that the 50 taels of silver must have made her eyes shine. Brother, don't blame my wife. I kept the silver hidden. Xiaolon sighed but took responsibility herself. She didn't want her brother and sister-in-law to be at odds because of her. It has nothing to do with you. Why should you give all your earnings? She has her own savings too, so why not mention it? She herself only earns less than 5 taels a month. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Shuewen thought unhappily. His wife was being too disrespectful. I won't say anything anymore. If you want to take Xiaolan's money, fine. From now on, she also has to pay 5 taels each month. Qingyuan and Qinggang won't be able to go to school anymore. The 5 taels are for your sister to send the children to school, not to support her, Li Mu said, realizing Mrs. Zhang had other plans. Old lady, Li waved her hand. It's okay, I'm here. All right, go to your work, Old man Li said with a stern face and left. There was still work to do in the fields. Qingshan and Shuewen also went to the fields. Shuewu took a basket and went up the mountain to pick herbs, planning to sell the collected medicinal materials after processing. Li Mu felt frustrated and kept a stern face. Old lady Li told Xiaolon, I've brought back the thread and cloth. Uncle Li didn't ask for money for the fabric. The remaining material is yours. He wants you to embroider a large picture to send to the capital. If it gets noticed, the price will be high. Xiaolon nodded hesitantly and asked, Is my sister-in-law upset? I hid 50 taels of silver and didn't tell her. Maybe I should go apologize. No need, Li Laotai said. You do your work. Show me a few paintings. People in the capital like elegance and wealth. These 2 ideas will work well. You can also paint Buddha images. I plan to have you embroider that red cloth with gold and silver thread. Think about it. Okay, I will think about it. I need to finish the drawings first before I start embroidery. If I have good material, I might do double-sided embroidery. Isn't that popular in Suzhou? Xiaolon said. Yes, but don't rush. If you do it, make sure it's good. All right. Xiaolon went back to draw. Last time, Uncle Li gave her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. She had been practicing calligraphy every morning, but hadn't used them much. She kept the materials for big paintings. The rice paper was expensive, so she didn't want to waste it. Li Laodai thought for a moment and said, Next time Zhang's family visits, don't go home. Our family is doing a bit better now. She often takes things from her parents' house. Looks like she's getting restless. You should give her a stern warning. If she gets too confident, it won't be good, Li Laotai said with a gentle smile.
Got it.
I know what to do, Li Mu replied. She had been married into the family for many years and knew that Li Laotai was angry. She wouldn't argue with her nephew's generation, but she was Zhang's mother-in-law, so she would definitely discipline her. Zhang was alone in the kitchen cooking when Li Mu came out. Make something good. It's been a while since you ate meat because of your martial arts training. Cut a piece of beef and stir-fry some tripe. The men want a drink and should also thank the village head and elders. Zhang hesitated and turned around. There's only one piece of tripe left. Have we finished everything? Should I cook another dish? Just cook everything. More people are eating. Next time, cook a little extra. Do you still have chicken soup? Li Mu asked. Yes, Zhang nodded. Make a bowl of noodles for Qiaolan with an egg and 2 slices of beef. She has to do heavy work, so she should eat well, Li Mu said deliberately. Zhang lowered her head and didn't dare speak. She nodded slightly. There aren't many eggs left at home. Then go buy some. You have 20 taels of private savings, right? Use that, Li Mu said, surprising Zhang. Zhang stared wide-eyed, her face turning pale. From now on, you should each pay 5 taels of silver every month. It's unfair that only my daughter pays this much. She also has 10 acres of land that the family uses. You don't even have land, so you should contribute too, just like her. After saying this, Mother Li went inside. Old Madame Li came out and sat in a lounge chair, soaking up the sun. She said nothing. Zhang's wife looked at her with tears in her eyes, hoping she might ask for mercy. But old Madame Li closed her eyes, pretending to rest, and didn't hear her. Zhang's wife knew her mother-in-law was angry. She didn't mean anything bad. She was just a little jealous. She had secretly saved a lot of money, maybe more, all used for building houses for martial arts training. She felt a bit upset about this. She knew her thoughts were wrong. All the money was earned by her younger sister-in-law. She shouldn't be jealous. Besides, her sister-in-law was very kind to Qingyuan and Qinggang. Why did she lose her temper and say things she shouldn't? With her mother-in-law and grandmother's cleverness, they would have understood her words. What's wrong with her? Zhang's wife felt a little regretful. Her sister-in-law hadn't done anything wrong to her. She even bought books for Qingyuan. No other sister-in-law was as good at handling things as she was. Why did she get so carried away about the money? She had wanted to ask her brother-in-law for help, but he went out to work and wouldn't return before dark. The Li family was hardworking. They managed the land very well and were among the best in the village. Zhang's wife lowered her head and quietly went to cook. Soon, lunch was ready. Not long after, Li Qingshan and his son came back. Old Mr. Li also returned from outside, bringing pig grass and dry firewood. Before eating, Mother Li spoke. I want to say something. From now on, each of you should pay 5 taels of silver every month. Qiaolon also pays 5 taels. You and your husband should each pay 5 taels. You don't need to give your private savings to the family anymore. I never used to check your private money, and I won't in the future. Also, from now on, some money will be deducted from the family fund. One part is for building houses for Qinggu, and the other part is to save for your sister's dowry. I plan to use 100 taels from the family fund for her dowry. No one should complain. That 10 acres of land was bought with real silver and gold, paid for with Qiaolon's money. Wouldn't it be right for your 2 brothers to contribute 100 taels for her dowry? Mother Li was truly angry. She had always worried that Qiaolon might be envied or cause family disagreements over money. And today, her worries came true. She felt both disappointed and sad. She was happy to see Qiaolon earning money, but she wondered why she didn't see her working day and night in the house. Xiao glanced at Zhang with a cold smile and said, I have no objections. These are my younger brother and sister, so as the eldest brother, I should take care of them. Moreover, Qiaolon has contributed a lot to the family, and now that she has learned martial arts and returned home, she can support herself with her skills. There's no need to worry about the 100 taels. We still have a few years to save up.
Let's decide on this.
Later, I will go to the mountains with my martial arts training, bring Brother Huzi along, and cut some good wood to make furniture for Qiaolan. I think the jewelry box needs high-quality wood. He was already planning ahead, thinking quite far. Mother Li's expression eased a little. Although her daughter-in-law was distracted, her son's heart was clear, which made her proud of how she and her husband raised him. All right, just think about your younger brother and sister. Don't let money ruin your family bonds. Are there any issues with the money transfer? Xiaowu immediately replied, no problem. When I returned today, an elder from the neighboring village asked me to check his pulse. He said they found some medicinal herbs on the mountain, and he kept some for me. In fact, villagers only go to the county pharmacy when they are truly desperate, as it's quite far. Most villagers rely on local village doctors, who are from their own village, to diagnose and prescribe medicine for small ailments. These village doctors usually prepare some medicines themselves. For more serious illnesses, they send patients to the county, which is expensive, so villagers rarely go there. The local doctors are cheaper. Even though Xiaowu had returned, he wasn't worried about losing income. He had been working in this area for 3 or 4 years and had established a solid foundation. The 7 or 8 nearby villages are close, and only a qualified village doctor like him can treat many illnesses and perform good acupuncture and bone setting. Less skilled doctors can only handle minor issues like headaches or fevers, and they can't treat more complex conditions. Village doctors are not only required to be literate but also to diagnose by pulse, which most people cannot learn. It takes at least 10 years to become proficient. It's clear that Grandma Li was very determined when she sent Xiaowu to learn medicine. She paid a lot of money and almost worked for free for over 10 years. Such dedication is rare. Almost all the villages within 4 miles rely on Xiaowu for medical care. Earning 5 taels of silver a month is a bit tight, but it's manageable. There aren't many patients, but mountain people depend on the mountains for resources. They have plenty of herbs, and because of good relationships, they're happy to help the poor. They also leave good herbs for him, which is a way to repay kindness. He can also process herbs to sell, providing additional income. Qiaolan slightly opened her mouth to speak, but Qing Yuan pulled her sharply. Qing Gang had just put a piece of meat into her mouth. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Qiaolan almost choked on the meat Qing Yuan had stuffed into her, and Qing Yuan chuckled. Auntie, eat your vegetables. Today's dishes are really good. Qing Yuan winked at her. Even the clever kids Qing Yuan and Qing Gang could see that her mother was upset with Grandma and didn't want her to interfere. Our grandma is soft-hearted. She won't stay angry for long. Yes, studying literature and martial arts. Your sister has helped finish the 10 acres of land. Our family now relies on this small amount of land. If we want to build a house, we need to work in the fields, Old Lady Li sighed. Don't worry. Shuwen nodded firmly. There's nothing more to say. If the grain harvest from his sister's land is good, it all goes to the family. And this wife of ours is still jealous. This time, she must be taught a lesson. If she doesn't remember this lesson, our family won't have peace in the future. Today, I went to look at the land. When the land was divided, Qiaolan's plot was close to the river. It was sold to her at a cheap price, but in reality, she got 5 more acres of dry land. I think I should develop that 5 acres too. They originally bought 10 acres of good land. The dry land was half sold, half gifted. The government encouraged land reclamation, so the price was very low. But the contract clearly stated it was paid for, and there are official records. Old Lady Li was worried about her granddaughter and didn't want her children to suffer. If she was going to do it, she wanted it done properly. Do you have any ideas? Old Lady Li asked with half-closed eyes. Shuwen thought for a moment and said, growing crops on dry land isn't good, but we could plant fruit trees. The fruit can be sold for money. My grandfather knows how to make wine, right? If not, we could brew some wine to sell. That's another way. Or we could plant some corn or other grains, but the land needs to be prepared first. He had an idea. If we could develop these 5 acres of dry land, once it's done, our family will have money. I want to buy more land. The government encourages land reclamation. offers cheap prices, and exempts us from taxes for a year. It's a good opportunity. We are rural folks. We rely on farming to live. This isn't difficult for us. We can't just rely on women doing embroidery to earn rice for the family. I can't afford to be looked down on. At the end, he tilted his head back, feeling angry at Zhang. This time, he won't forgive her easily. Shuo nodded with a smile. This is a good thing. When I was at the medicine shop, I heard that a family in Majia village at the east end bought a lot of dry land. They planted fruit trees on it this year and also mentioned planting corn and sweet potatoes. The people looked very happy. If it was really bad, they wouldn't be so cheerful. We bought a small piece of riverbank land, right? Let's dig a canal, brother. We can do it ourselves, and if we can't, we'll find a few more people to help. We'll get it done. That land was near the river. At that time, they had enough money, and the old lady told her son to watch carefully. She said not to worry about spending a little more to buy some land. Qing Shan bought a piece of the riverbank, planning to dig a canal for irrigation in the future. Let's do it tomorrow, Shuo said. I'll go with you to build a thatched hut there. I'll sleep there after we fix up that land. Then I'll find some people to help dig the canal. Grandpa, Dad, what do you think? Should we hire someone or do it ourselves? It's almost early autumn now, so there's no rush to plant seeds. Just dig it yourself to save money, Li Lao Dad decided after thinking for a while. We're running out of money at home, and your sister has spent everything. We have so many grown men in the family. We can do it ourselves. All right, I'll start building the thatched hut tomorrow, Shuo decided. He was determined to live in the hut, which made Zhang Shi a little annoyed. He didn't know why, but his heart leaned toward the good days, and he decided to go alone. Shuo was about to say, I'll go live in the hut, but suddenly Li Mu's mother stepped on his foot hard, choking off his words. His forehead twitched painfully. His mother really put a lot of effort into stepping on him. His foot hurt so much. Xiaolon noticed that there was some subtle targeting of her sister-in-law. She felt a bit embarrassed, but said nothing. Zhang Shi lowered her head, eating her meal. Tears slowly fell into her bowl, but she didn't say anything. Inside, she felt a little wronged. Unexpectedly, early the next morning, Zhang Shi's mother and sister-in-law came over carrying some things. They were from a neighboring village. They had heard about the trouble at Li's family and that it had reached the county. When Zhang's mother heard this, she worried that her daughter might be in trouble. She grabbed her daughter-in-law and took some things, then caught a ride to the county, showing concern as a relative. Mother-in-law, I came to see you, Zhang's mother said briskly as she entered.
Oh.
Old sister, why are you here? Come in and sit. Xiaolon, ho-hot, bring some water. Li's mother hurriedly greeted her when she saw her mother-in-law. No rush, no rush. I heard yesterday that you went to the county. Someone told me something happened at your house, and I was really startled. I came here quickly today. Is there anything I can help with? I even brought some silver. If you need anything, just say so, Mother Zhang asked with concern. Mother Li, feeling a bit annoyed with Mother Zhang, softened when she saw her sincere eyes and couldn't be difficult with her daughter-in-law anymore. It's just that I was worried. My son finished studying martial arts and left the medicine shop. He also ended his apprenticeship. We just found out about it yesterday. From now on, he'll be practicing medicine at home. If your village needs someone to learn martial arts, just let us know, Mother Li said, also supporting her son's new business. That's not necessary to remind me. It's good that he's out now. You all have worked hard these years. Especially Xiaolon, she's almost exhausted for her brother. I can't watch anymore. If he has the skills in martial arts, he won't have trouble finding food. Don't worry, Mother Zhang quickly comforted her. Well, just trying to get by, Mother Li said warmly, inviting Xiaolon to prepare some dishes and to stay for a meal before leaving. Xiaolon and Mother Li prepared the food, while Mother Zhang and her mother talked. Girl, what's wrong? Are you upset? Is it about studying martial arts?
Don't worry about that.
If he has the skills, it won't affect the family's livelihood. You shouldn't look so down. Mother Zhang thought her daughter was upset about studying martial arts not being worthwhile. It's not that. It's not about martial arts. You don't know, but this time, My sister Qiaolan spent 50 taels of silver to buy out her apprenticeship, Mother Zhang said to her mother and sister-in-law, feeling less cautious.
Wow.
That much? Where did she get that money? Mother Zhang was surprised. She earned it from embroidery. She makes a lot from embroidery, and each month she gives the family 5 taels of silver. The rest is hers. I didn't expect she secretly saved 50 taels. I just said something about my mother-in-law, and she got upset. Even my family studies are cold to me now. Mother, do you think I did something wrong? I only did it for the kids. Mother Zhang felt wronged. She thought she had said the wrong thing but didn't mean any harm. Why is everyone bullying her alone? She told everything about earning silver, forgetting what Grandma Li had said earlier, that family earnings shouldn't be spoken about outside. Fortunately, the Zhang family are honest people. They aren't scheming or wicked. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have bad intentions. After hearing this, Mother Zhang's face darkened. She turned to her daughter-in-law, Ma Shi, and asked, "What do you think? Who is right or wrong in this matter?" The voice also grew colder. Ma Shi immediately knew that the mother-in-law was angry at the younger sister-in-law. She also felt that the younger sister-in-law was having too easy a life and was getting conceited. I think it's the younger sister-in-law's fault. She's had it too easy and is getting full of herself. If I were your sister-in-law, I'd slap her twice. She's a real ingrate. She even bought your son a book worth 5 taels of silver. Have you ever bought your nephew a book worth 5 taels? She earned that money herself. Why are you jealous? When you were at your mother's house, did I ever envy your embroidery expenses? Did I ever insult you? And if someone was bullying you, why didn't you say your eyes were jealous? Ma Shi was not a soft person. She was quick with her words and could scold sharply. Zhang Shi was generally easygoing and had a good relationship with her sister-in-law when she was at her parents' home, so she didn't hold back when scolding her. Zhang Shi was stunned by the scolding and turned to her mother for help. But her mother, Zhang, glared fiercely and said, "Well said. You've had too easy a life and are full of yourself. You deserve it. If your sister-in-law did this to you, what do you think I would do?" Zhang's mother was honest and kind-hearted. Her family was straightforward and strong-willed. Zhang Shi lowered her head and thought, if her sister-in-law dared to treat her like that, her mother would probably slap her sister-in-law hard. She also thought about her mother-in-law, who had been married into the family for many years and never made things difficult for her, just a glare or a few words of scolding at most. She had never been harsh or mean. During festivals, her mother-in-law gave generous gifts, and she always felt proud to go home. Thinking about how the Li family behaved over the years and her mother-in-law's kindness, she felt she had done nothing wrong. The embroidery money was her own savings. She had never asked about it. Now she felt a bit regretful. After being scolded by her sister-in-law and mother, she became clear-headed. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head, afraid her mother might hit her. I really want to slap you. What you did is so disappointing. Honestly, Qiaolan, this younger sister-in-law, is a rare good girl. So good you'd have trouble finding her with a lantern. She never causes trouble and even brings benefits to the family. Not to mention, she cares deeply for her uncle Qingyuan and Qinggang. Just look at the 10 acres of land your family bought. Aren't those future opportunities for the Wen and Wu brothers? You didn't even buy a small piece of land for your brother, and besides, he saved Qingyuan's life. The debt from seeking medical help was paid by him himself. What more do you want? Who in the village doesn't envy you? How can you do this? You've ruined our Zhang family's reputation. Mother Zhang said this and got off the bed, hurriedly pulling her daughter-in-law to leave. Zhang was startled. "Mother, where are you going?" "Home," said Mother Zhang, feeling ashamed. "It's almost time for dinner." "Why are you leaving?" Zhang's wife was also anxious, getting off the bed without even putting on shoes to pull her mother and sister-in-law. Ma's head lifted high. "I have no face to eat." "You can eat by yourself." She turned and left. Zhang's wife was suddenly anxious, tears falling immediately. She knelt on the ground. "Mother, sister-in-law, don't go." "Can't I apologize?" "I was jealous. I was wrong." "Please don't go. I'll go apologize to my sister." "Can I do that?"
Please stay.
Mother Zhang finally turned back, her face dark and serious. Child, you only see the thief eating meat, but you don't see the thief being beaten. How long do you spend embroidering each day? Xiao Lan's embroidery takes just as long. A picture takes a whole year to finish. Can you sit still on a chair for a year? Why are you jealous of others? Look at Xiao Hong in our village. Her embroidery is pretty good, not as good as Xiao Lan's, but she can sell quite a lot of money.
Look at how she lives.
Now compare her life to yours. You haven't earned as much as Xiao Hong. Your life is worlds apart. Girl, you should cherish what you have. Whether others earn more or less doesn't matter. Xiao Lan will get married someday. Someone as talented as her will have a prosperous life. If you don't support her and even offend her, are you out of your mind? Zhang's wife truly regretted it now. She slapped her own face, and 5 clear slap marks appeared, turning her face red. Mother, I was wrong. I was just impulsive, thinking she secretly saved a lot of money and was hiding it from me. I felt uncomfortable. I don't know what came over me. I blurted out some nonsense. Afterward, I regretted it, but when I was scolded for studying, I felt even worse. I actually appreciate my sister-in-law. She saved Qingyuan. I don't know what's wrong with me. Do you think Xiaolan is much better than you? Are you not jealous? I gave birth to you. I know all the twists and turns in your mind, said Mother Zhang sternly. You have been strong since childhood, married well, and are capable of standing on your own. Over the years, life has been smooth for you, and you've never really experienced hardship. Even your mother-in-law can't find fault with you. You've forgotten your roots. Mother Zhang looked at her daughter with disappointment. She turned and left the room. Zhang quickly followed, afraid her mother might leave. Ma also went out, shook her head slightly, and sighed. This little sister-in-law is kind at heart, but sometimes a bit proud. Xiaolan is much more capable than her. She's worried that others might try to dominate her. Mother Zhang went to the kitchen and looked at Li and her daughter. Mother Li turned around and smiled. Why not sit inside? Ho Hot is taking care of your mother. Dinner will be ready soon. Her tone was very kind, with no mention of the previous matter. According to Mother Li, this is a family affair. Ho Hot is also a daughter-in-law of the Li family and should handle it herself. There's no need to tell the in-laws. She can train her daughter for a few days. No need to complain. But Mother Zhang suddenly bowed deeply. Mother-in-law, Xiaolan, I apologize to you. I heard Ho Hot say it. I didn't teach my daughter well. I was jealous. I apologize on behalf of my unworthy daughter. You saved my grandson, yet Ho Hot is treating you unfairly. I feel ashamed.
Our Zhang family isn't like that.
If we are wrong, we must admit it. Xiaolan was startled. Seeing Mother Zhang bow, she quickly stepped back, afraid to accept her gesture, and waved her hands. Auntie, this is serious. Sister-in-law has treated me very well. I haven't done much work before. My sister-in-law has taken care of everything at home. She cares about me, and there's no other meaning. You misunderstood. We are good sisters-in-law, really. She didn't want the Zhang family to lose face. They would have to live together in the future. Although her sister-in-law was a bit jealous and uncomfortable, she hadn't hurt her. People can be jealous, that's normal. But as long as there's no harm, it's forgivable. In the past, they also looked down on wealthy or official families, maybe with some envy. But that doesn't mean much. You can't say that being jealous makes someone guilty or deserving of punishment. Seeing her mother bow and apologize to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, Mother Zhang truly regretted it. Tears streamed down her face. Mother, sister, I was wrong. I didn't mean those words kindly. I was worried you wouldn't want to spend money and Qingyuan wouldn't be able to go to school. I was jealous that you secretly saved money without telling me. I felt uncomfortable inside, so I treated you unfairly. You saved Qingyuan's life and always tried to help Qingyuan and Qinggang. I am a fool for letting greed blind me. I am sorry to you. After saying this, I slapped myself twice, very hard. I felt very regretful. As her mother said, I've had too many good days, and I keep causing trouble. When Shuewen got angry, she stopped talking to me. My mother-in-law was upset, and great-grandmother also refused to speak to me.
Even the children avoided me. I wonder why I did this.
I've disturbed our peaceful family life, making everyone miserable, and now my mother and sister-in-law are too ashamed to stand straight. Xiaolon quickly ran over to help Mother Zhang up. Auntie, don't blame my sister-in-law. Actually, I was also wrong. One slap doesn't make a sound. It's because I wasn't honest and open, which made my sister-in-law feel uncomfortable. Usually, she helps me a lot, does all the work, and everyone in the family knows that. But I kept it a secret from her and treated her like an outsider. That was wrong of me.
Please don't leave.
If you leave, I'll be too ashamed to face anyone, and I won't be able to stay with my sister-in-law anymore. Can you just forgive me and stay? Xiaolon also reflected on her actions afterward. After thinking for a long time, she realized she was also at fault. The family knew she was earning money by embroidery, but she kept it a secret from her sister-in-law. This made her feel uncomfortable. Her sister-in-law married into the Li family, and in the future, she would be buried in the Li family's tomb. She had children for the Li family, and although she hadn't made any great achievements, she had worked hard. Why did everyone know but only her was kept in the dark? It felt like they were excluding her. She sincerely admitted her mistakes to Mother Zhang and everyone. She also had selfish reasons and didn't handle things clearly, which caused misunderstandings. Mrs. Zhang covered her face and felt even more ashamed. She thought she had done wrong and felt very upset. Sorry, sister. Sister-in-law, I also have my faults. If I got married and my younger sister-in-law treated me like an outsider, hiding things from me, I would feel uncomfortable too. Please forgive me and don't hold this against me. Just consider that I care about you. Don't be so strict with me. We beg you, Auntie, don't leave. I've prepared the meal and cut the meat. Mother Li then smiled kindly and took Mother Zhang's hand. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Why make such a fuss? If you don't come, I'll just scold her for a couple of days, and it will pass. I am satisfied with my daughter-in-law. Mother-in-law, please stay and eat. I have something else to ask you, said old Lady Li warmly, showing she didn't hold a grudge from the start. She didn't plan to interfere. It was enough for her daughter-in-law to teach her daughter-in-law a lesson. Grandmother Li was an elder, so Mother Zhang didn't dare refuse anymore. She sighed and gave her daughter a stern look. All right, I'll listen to the older lady. Sorry for the trouble. Just tell us if you need anything. Mother Zhang slightly lowered her head, showing respect to Grandmother Li. Our family has learned martial arts, so we'll inevitably trouble the neighbors. If anyone needs medical help, they can give our family some rice in return. If they have herbs, they can sell them to us and we'll pay the market price, said Grandmother Li, offering work to Xuewu. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely do this. Xuewu is skilled in martial arts. Mother Zhang quickly agreed, confidently patting her chest. Thank you. Come inside and talk, said Grandmother Li. Mother Zhang then followed her inside to chat. Ma didn't go in. She rolled up her sleeves and went straight to the kitchen to help prepare the meal. Since everyone was familiar, there was no need to be polite. Zhang wiped her tears, washed her face, and came over to help pick vegetables. Xu Wen returned during the meal. Seeing his mother-in-law arrive, he was very warm and greeted her enthusiastically at the table. He didn't frown or act cold toward his wife. After eating, he personally found a bullock cart to take the two back home. He also brought some dried dates, longans, pickled vegetables, and candies from home. Mother Zhang felt shy and wanted to refuse, but Xu Wen insisted on packing them. Take these back for the brothers in the mountains. They'll enjoy them. On the way home, Mother Zhang quietly told Xu Wen, I understand what's going on. I've scolded an IZ already. You should give her a couple of days of cold treatment. We can't let her keep acting jealous. What's the point of ruining good days? Also, you two must keep this secret. Don't tell anyone about Xiaolon. It might cause some jealousy. You're the eldest son of the family, so keep that in mind. Mother Zhang was very clever. Instead of helping her daughter, she deliberately made Xu Wen give Niz the cold shoulder as a lesson. This was to help her daughter live a calmer, happier life. It was also indirectly speaking up for her daughter. Even her own mother had scolded her, and now her son-in-law was doing the same. What more could they want? The Leaf family couldn't say anything about it. Shu Wen chuckled. It's okay. Don't worry, we're doing fine. Mother Zhang saw no resentment in his eyes, only calmness. That reassured her. The couple preferred to keep their lives private, especially her as the mother-in-law, so she wouldn't interfere unnecessarily and cause annoyance. Today's matter must stay secret. You don't even need to tell your husband. If I find out you've leaked even a little about Xiaolan and caused trouble, I'll divorce you, Mother Zhang said sharply to Ma. Mr. Ma immediately smiled and said, Why are you asking about this? I can't give it to you without others disliking me, which would ruin family ties. Rest assured, I understand these matters. After sending away Mother Zhang, when Shu Wen returned, Xiaolan pulled him aside and said, Big brother, don't blame your wife. Don't sleep in the thatched hut. Because of me, you and your wife are upset. Let my second brother go instead. Can you take turns with him? At least not now, or it will seem like I'm being unreasonable and too bossy. My sister-in-law treats me well, and for Qingyuan and Qinggong's sake, don't be angry. Please, dear brother, just be kind to me. Xiaolan was pleading for her sister-in-law. They were family and would be together for a long time. Even after she married, she still needed her family's support. If she made a final decision today, would she stop seeing her sister-in-law forever? She had already admitted her mistake and should let go. Shu Wen pursed his lips and glanced at Ho Hot, who was nervously standing nearby, secretly looking at him with fear and hope. His heart softened a little. She usually behaved well, but today she had lost face. I think you care about your reputation, so I'll let this go for now. But if it happens again, I might have to write a separation letter. I don't want a troublemaker causing chaos at home. As the eldest brother, I should protect you all. It's my duty to take on more, Shu Wen said firmly, with no room for argument. Shu Wen was honest, brave, and careful. He always spoke straightforwardly, never making false promises. When he said he would write a separation letter, it was serious. Mrs. Zhang lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, afraid to speak back. She was truly scared of the separation letter. Shu Wen knew her personality well. Usually, Xiaolan did more work, and he would frown at her. Now she was provoking him, so she couldn't blame him for being cold-hearted. It's just a small matter, let it go. Don't mention it anymore. I also have a request for you. Xiaolan quickly changed the subject. What is it? Tell me. Shu Wen finally looked more relaxed. I want a set of needles, thick and thin. I've already written down the sizes and drawn the patterns. The fine ones need to be very delicate because I want to embroider a large picture. You can tell Uncle Li at the embroidery shop and also bring back some of the Wan Yanyao fabric in a rainy blue color. I've written all the sizes. Just give it to Uncle Li. Also, bring some gold and silver thread. Xiaolan had already decided what pattern she wanted to embroider. Since you're going to the capital, you need to show your best skills. Make a good impression so that your embroidery prices can increase in the future. With money, you can build a house at home. The key is to surprise everyone with your talent. At least, you should stand out. Shu Wen opened his mouth to say something but didn't speak. Don't overexert yourself and don't strain your eyes, he said lovingly, patting his sister's head. All his words turned into a sigh. Xiaolan smiled sweetly, her eyes bright and lively, with a faint smile. Don't worry, brother. Uncle Li isn't in a rush. I just need to embroider a little each day. There's no hurry, so I won't get tired. Okay, I will go to the county in a few days to buy seeds for winter wheat and bring them back. Do you need anything else? Bring back some green salt. Nothing else. Xiaolan shook her head. She didn't need anything else. A few days later, Shu Wen went to the county to buy winter wheat seeds and also bought corn, soybeans, and fruit tree saplings. Since the weather might turn cold and prices could rise, and travel might be difficult, he bought everything at once. He hired Mao Xing's cart to carry the items back and forth. Hurry up and take the stuff inside. Shu Wen and Mao Xing carried the heavy seedlings and seeds into the yard. Xiaolan and Mother Li quickly helped carry things. Shu Wen, I'll head back first, Mao Xing said after helping with the load. Wait a moment, here you go. Shu Wen gave Mao Xing 20 coins. This was the agreed price for his work. All right, I'm leaving. Call if you need anything, Mao Xing said without hesitation. Qiaolan, I also bought your favorite snacks, candied plums and fried dough twists, Xu Wen said, handing her many treats she loved.
Wow.
That's great. I love eating pickled plums. Thank you, brother, Qiaolan said happily. All your things are in the cloth bag. Uncle Li didn't take any money. The leftover fabric belongs to you. The silver and gold thread were adjusted for extra or less, and the needle case will take a few days to be ready, because he has to order it. I paid him, but he won't say he's giving it to you. He's making money from your embroidery, so he's just being nice to you. Xu Wen teased his sister with a playful look and a smile. Hee.
Just give it to him then.
He's making a good profit from my embroidery. These little things are nothing, Qiaolan knew well enough. She understood that Uncle Li's profit was double what he sold her work for. That's fine. I was worried about bothering others to send things over, Xu Wen said, understanding her feelings and not arguing further. Are you planning to embroider double-sided? Grandmother Li sat in the lounge chair and asked. Yes, if I embroider something stunning, the price will go up. I have some ideas. If I do well this time, I will get a good price. I plan to buy the land behind our house. Since we are building a house, I want to enclose a larger area. Qing Yuan and Qing Gang will also get married soon, so we need a big granary to store tools and grains. I also want to build a courtyard near our house for myself. With some money, I can do proper business and start some industries. Probably because Qiaolan isn't originally from here, she always feels a little uneasy. Having her own business makes her feel more secure. Although the Leaf family loves her, her own business is something she can hold on to. Others' possessions are others' possessions. Now she has her own property, and everything under her name belongs to her. Since she has skills to earn money, why not build her own industry? She stands tall and confident. She doesn't rely on anyone. She can earn her own family business. No matter what difficulties come, she has land and a house. What's there to fear? Zhang Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe her sister-in-law was so bold, wanting to earn a family business like a man. But then she thought about her skills and found it reasonable. If she has money, why can't she buy herself things? Grandmother Li thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. In big families, girls usually prepare industries before marriage, farms, shops, houses. That's normal. The difference is whether the family provides everything or if she earns it herself. You can do it yourself, I support you. Grandmother Li didn't find anything strange about it. Which girl in the capital doesn't have these things before marriage? Not having them would even be looked down upon. It's just part of the dowry. If a girl has the ability, why can't she think about it? After being shocked, Zhang Shi suppressed her feelings. She realized her sister-in-law was more capable than she was. She was truly inferior. There's no need to compare anymore. Living her own good life is the real thing. That's good. I think we should buy more land. That's a guarantee. I remember a girl from the Wang family in the county got married and received quite a lot of things. I heard she has a farm and a 3-entry house in the city. How much do you think that house is worth? Buy it. If my sister has the ability, why not buy it? Her brother always supports her unconditionally, loves her and spoils her. She's used to it. Whatever her sister says, she agrees. Then my brother will help me take care of the land in the future. I can't manage that. Qiaolan tilted her head and acted cute. That's definitely the way to do it. You wouldn't know how to handle these. Xu Wen nodded naturally. Bring me the pictures so I can see, Grandma Li said with a smile. I'll go get them. Qiaolan ran inside and brought back 2 pictures. She planned to do double-sided embroidery. One side depicted the birthday of Queen Mother of the West, and the other showed the 8 immortals crossing the sea to celebrate. The images included flying phoenixes, glowing clouds, various characters with different expressions, postures, and clothing. The flowing robes and elegant style looked stunning. If she embroidered it well, it would be very impressive. Grandma Li looked at the pictures and nodded. Her embroidery skills had improved a lot since before. If she embroidered this well, it wouldn't be dull. These figures are quite difficult to embroider, and it will take more time. Are you confident? Grandma Li asked worriedly. It would take at least a year, or it might not turn out right. I'm confident. How much do you think this embroidery could be worth once finished? Xiaolan was eager to earn more money and make life better for her family and herself. At least 2,000 taels of silver, if it's well done. If you become famous, it could be worth 3,000 taels of gold. It's a lot of work, Grandma Li, also an embroidery master, said. She understood how challenging this design was. The longer it took, the more effort it required. Missing a detail could ruin everything. I've decided to do my best this time. If I succeed, I'll have work every year and won't have to worry about money. Xiaolan thought of saving more for her future, so she wouldn't struggle to live a good life. Good. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead and embroider. Do you want me to help you with anything? Grandma Li asked. Help me split a thread, and I'll do the rest, Xiaolan said without hesitation. All right. I can help with the first few threads. Grandma Li nodded. Her eyesight was poor now, and she couldn't sew with a needle anymore, but splitting threads was still possible. How well you split the thread determined the quality of the embroidery. Skilled embroiderers could split threads dozens of times, making the thread thinner than a hair, perfect for creating realistic animal fur. Xiaolan wasn't someone who hesitated or was easily scared. Once she made a decision, she focused on doing her best. Grandma Li helped her split the threads, and Xiaolan continued to split them even finer. She carefully redrew the design on rice paper, which served as her template. Previously, she used yellow paper because rice paper was expensive and she didn't want to waste it. Every morning, she practiced calligraphy on a sand tray her brother made to save money. Usually, small pictures can be drawn on yellow paper and most people know how to do it. Once everything was ready, Uncle Li sent a needle kit. It had all kinds of needles from big to small. It was specially ordered from the south of the river and cost some money. Uncle Li didn't say much, just gave it as a gift. Since Xiaolan was so serious about it, she would definitely do well. The Li family's children never lie. If they say something, they mean it. He believed in that. With a needle kit, Xiaolan rearranged her embroidery stand and prepared to start working. From that day, Xiaolan stopped doing chores. Every morning, she would do a set of exercises, run around the village and the river, and then practice writing on a sand tray for an hour. Only after washing her hands would she start embroidery. Old Master Li brought back 2 sheep. Old Madam Li asked, "Where did they come from?" "They're from the neighboring village. I bought them. The lambs still need to be fed with grass. No one wanted to buy them, so I bought them to give the children some sheep's milk to help them stay healthy. Xiaolan is going to work soon, so I'll make some milk for her every morning," he said. Old Master Li felt sorry for his granddaughter. He worked hard for the family and wanted to help her stay healthy. He wandered around listening to people selling sheep and decided to buy them. Old Madam Li smiled and nodded. Good. That's a good idea. Keep them separate to raise. She was happy and went to clean the sheep pen. She had raised sheep before, but later sold them for money. Now, with a suitable place, she just needed to clean it up. "Qingyuan, you should bring back more grass in the future, or there won't be enough to feed them," she called out to Qingyuan. "Grandma, leave it to me. It's no big deal. My brother and I will carry it back." Qingyuan nodded confidently. Xiaolan heard the noise. After finishing her last stitch, she came out of the house. "Why are you spending money again?" "I don't need much, just food." "It's not much money. We need to eat, and if you get sick, we can't afford medicine," Uncle Li said, smiling at his granddaughter. Since no one else was around, old Madam Li told Qingyuan, "Take your brother out to play and bring back some grass." "Okay, we're going to play," Qingyuan said, leading Qinggang away. "Come, sit and rest for a while. I want to talk to you." Old Madam Li waved to her granddaughter. Xiaolan moved a small stool and sat in front of her. "What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me?" "Yes. A few days ago, Uncle Lu mentioned you. He likes you and wants to marry you to his family. What do you think?" Grandma Li asked her granddaughter what she thought. If she didn't like him, that would be fine. Xiaolan tilted her head and thought for a moment, recalling this strong-willed man. She felt a little touched inside. "I don't have any strong opinions. As long as you think he's good, I'm fine with it," She didn't fully understand the situation, but Grandma Li was good at judging people. She was willing to listen to elders. Getting married was inevitable. An unmarried girl would bring shame to the family. Living alone was not acceptable, and her family hadn't mistreated her. Such things weren't allowed in ancient times. Marriage at her age was the only way out. Since they were from the same village, Grandma Li knew the local people well. It was best for her to trust his judgment. She had skills and her own property, so she wasn't worried. Grandma Li looked at Qiaolon's expression. She seemed very calm, without even a shy look. She thought there was nothing wrong. She tentatively asked, "I think he's a good person. There are quite a few young men around your age here, and he looks decent. If you don't dislike him, I'll agree." Qiaolon thought for a moment and felt she didn't dislike him. Marriage was just about getting along. She hadn't experienced love, so she preferred a simple, peaceful life. She had dated a couple of others before, but nothing happened. Embroidery took a lot of time to learn, and she didn't have much time left for her boyfriend. If he couldn't wait, he would find someone else and leave. She didn't mind. She hadn't met someone she was willing to marry at all costs, nor did she become nervous or overly worried about love. She couldn't imagine how those feelings developed. She preferred a calm, steady life, feeling more secure that way. Well, as long as I don't dislike him. He's quite respectful. Every time he talks to me, he keeps a proper distance and shows respect. Unlike others, who come too close and stare rudely. I don't like that. Qiaolon had been living in Li's village for over a year. Everyone knew her well. Some young men had tried to flirt with her, but she didn't like them. Because they showed no respect, only greed for money or lust. They would deliberately push closer when talking, making her uncomfortable. Grandma Li chuckled when she heard this. She said her granddaughter was quite perceptive. "All right, I'll send someone to talk to the Lu family another day. But there's no rush. Let's see how he does first. Once he's committed, it won't be worth much." "Yes, ma'am. Don't rush to embroider. If you hurt your eyes, it won't be good. Go out for a walk and send some water to your brothers." Grandma Li kept a close eye on Qiaolon, not letting her stay in the small house all day. Even though she was healthy, she seemed to develop an illness. Qiaolon thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll come back later to prepare the meal." "Good, go ahead." Qiaolon took a basket with a water jar and bowls. Her second brother specially asked her to bring sour plum soup, which was sweet and sour and very tasty. She carried the items to the fields to deliver water to her father and brothers. It was early autumn, and the harvest was near. Work was getting busier. Even Mother Li and her sister-in-law went to work in the fields. "Mother, father, I brought some sour plum soup. Have a drink," Qiaolon called out as she found a few people working in her own field, inviting them over. Li Qingshan and Xue Wenmu put down their tools and came over. "Why did you come here?" "Just taking a break from embroidery. Grandpa bought some sheep today. If you want to eat something tonight, I'll go home and cook," Qiaolon said, pouring water for each of them. "Anything is fine." Xue Wenmu drank it all in one gulp, feeling refreshed and sighing happily. "Uncle Li, Aunt Li, are you busy?" "My father asked me to bring some fish and shrimp.
They were sold fresh this morning.
We can't finish them at home, so I came to deliver some to second uncle." "I'll also bring some for you," said Chuantu, carrying a basket. "Huzi is here again, making you all spend money. Did you keep some for yourselves?" Li Qingshan also liked Lu Chuantu. This boy was full of integrity, strong and brave, like a real man. Even as a constable, he never looked down on others and stayed close to the villagers. Whenever anyone needed help, he was willing to lend a hand. "Yes, we kept some. Don't worry. There are some small fish inside. Let Annie make some pickled fish. My father and I want to taste her cooking." "I brought a little more," Huzi grinned, showing bright white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight, and his eyes shone with happiness. "It's just a small matter. When I finish preparing everything, you can come and get it. Come home for dinner." "Qiaolon, go back and cook. Pick some shrimp for a dish at noon. The fish are very fresh, and there are several big ones. It's a feast. We won't finish it all, so I'll pickle some and you can take it home," Li's mother said generously, looking into the fish basket. There were a few large ones on top, smaller ones about the size of a palm in the bottom, along with some shrimps of various sizes. Zhang's wife stood up and said, "Mother, I'll go home and wash the fish. The girl's hands shouldn't be soaked in water, or she might get cut by the fish bones." "That's fine. Her hands are precious, and she shouldn't hurt herself working. You go help with the cooking. This little task will be done soon." Li's mother nodded in agreement. Recently, Zhang had regained her cheerful and sensible attitude, speaking and acting properly. Li decided to forgive past grievances. "Huzi, go to the family house. Your grandmother is inside." Qing Shan called out to Chuan Hu. "Lan, you go home first. Can you carry things? I'll help finish these chores." Chuan Hu didn't follow back but rolled up his sleeves, took Zhang's tools, and started working.
"Hey, how can I let you do that?"
Li Qing Shan hurried to stop him. "Uncle, it's nothing big. I've eaten enough from your family, so helping out is nothing. We're all family. This little work will be done in no time." Chuan Hu smiled and grabbed his hoe to work. "This kid." Li Qing Shan also smiled, feeling quite pleased. He saw that Chuan Hu was sensible and knew how to behave. Xiao Lan blushed, carrying a basket on her back with fish, and followed her sister-in-law home. On the way, Zhang asked, "What do you think of Chuan Hu?" Before Xiao Lan could answer, Zhang added, "I think he's good. Although he's a bit older, he's more mature, caring, and has a government job as a constable. His monthly pay isn't much, but it's steady. His family also owns 50 acres of land and a small grocery shop, so they earn quite a bit throughout the year. The most important thing is that he looks decent, sharp-eyed and upright, not like some young men in the village who look at girls everywhere and are really annoying," she muttered with a sneer. Xiao Lan pursed her lips. "I listened to the elders. I don't have much experience, so I can't say much. I trust my grandparents' and parents' judgment. I just listened to my family." She didn't have much to say about it. Asking was already a sign of respect. Mostly, the elders gave their opinions, and she just listened. Living a steady, honest life was enough. They all came from hard backgrounds, so there was no need for fancy things. What mattered most was a good character. Other things weren't so important. "That's true. You're young and don't know these things." Zhang thought for a moment and smiled. Even though she was capable, she was still a child. How could she know what makes a good or bad man? When they got home, they put down their things. Zhang rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands. "Grandma," Chuan Hu came by and brought some fish and shrimp. "He said he wants to eat your pickled fish." "Oh, where is he?" Old Li leaned forward and looked around but didn't see him. "He's working in the field. He's very attentive. I've washed the fish." "Is there anything else I should do?" Zhang asked. "Bring out the jar of wine. They'll probably want to have a drink." Old Li nodded and smiled. Chuan Hu was a good kid. In no time, the man returned home. Chuan Hu rushed inside and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here for meal again. Come in, we're all family, no need to be polite." "Are you doing well lately?" Old Li asked, chatting with Chuan Hu. "Pretty good. Nothing big at the office, just some small matters." Chuan Hu nodded. "Tiger, if you have free time, come with me to the mountains someday. I want to cut some wood for furniture, and before winter, catch some game to make a fur blanket for my mother." Shuewen, the oldest, always worried about family affairs. "Sure, in 3 days. I have 2 days off after swapping shifts." "Is that okay?" Chuan Hu agreed happily, counting the days. "That's fine. I'll bring my brothers along. They're family too and can help. Otherwise, the 3 of us can't manage to get the wood." Tiger, thoughtful and prepared, already planned ahead. "We have 2 more brothers, but that's enough." Shuewen nodded. "Food's ready. Let's set the table." Xiao Lan peeked out from the kitchen. "Let me serve." Tiger immediately stood up and headed to Xiao Lan. He took the big bowl from her hands, their fingers lightly touching, and looked at her fair, smooth face with intense eyes, feeling a bit shaken inside. Xiao Lan blushed under his fiery gaze, feeling uncomfortable, and turned away, going back inside. Chuan Hu chuckled softly, then turned to place the bowl on the small table. Shuewen snorted angrily and shot him a fierce glare, as if warning him to behave. Chuan Hu grinned nonchalantly, said nothing, and sat down. He wasn't afraid of Xue Wen. Xue Wen's martial arts and boxing skills weren't a match for him. His father had even taught him some of those fighting skills. Old Lady Li watched everything quietly, smiling slightly but lowering her eyelids as if she saw nothing. Today, because Chuan who was here, the meal was more abundant. Millet mixed with rice, a plate of beef, dried small fish, braised fish, homegrown stir-fried greens, and a small platter of pickled fish and sauce, all homemade by Li's mother. Come, try it. Today, all the cooking is by my daughter Xiaolan. Usually she doesn't cook, Li's mother said with a big smile. Why not? Afraid she'll hurt her hand. Chuan who knew Xiaolan was very skilled at embroidery, and her hands were precious and needed protection. No, she uses a lot of oil and seasonings, enough for 2 meals for me and her sister-in-law. I think she's wasting ingredients, Li's mother replied. Mother Li pouted without hesitation. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed loudly. Xiaolan blushed as she brought out the last dish, pouting playfully. Mom, you're talking about me again. No, I didn't say that. I said your cooking is good. Mother Li quickly changed her tone to comfort her daughter. Xiaolan rolled her eyes, showing she didn't believe her. Everyone in the room was happily laughing, creating a very joyful atmosphere. Old Man Li smiled warmly as he picked up his chopsticks and said, Eat, eat. My granddaughter doesn't cook often. Try it, actually her cooking is quite good. The women here all say she wastes too much oil and salt. Everyone picked up their chopsticks. Only after Old Man Li started eating did others begin to eat, following the family rule. The oldest elder doesn't touch the chopsticks first, and the younger ones shouldn't start eating before him. This shows good manners, otherwise, it would be considered rude and could get you scolded by Grandma Li. People in the village respect the Li family because the children are well-behaved and polite, which makes others like them. It's delicious. Don't say, Xiaolan's fish is really tasty, Huzi said happily, quickly moving his chopsticks. Xue Wenwu was unhappy and desperately tried to grab food from Huzi. The adults watched happily. Qing Yuan and Qing Gang were the happiest because their aunt helped serve food, so they didn't have to fight and their bowls were full. At the table, almost no one spoke because Xiaolan's cooking was quite good. Not as good as a restaurant, but still very tasty. Everyone ate happily. After the meal, Zhang smiled and said, My sister's cooking is indeed delicious, but it uses a lot of ingredients. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Old Man Li smiled and said, No worries. She's filial and just wants us to eat well. There are still 2 jars of pickled fish left in the house. Later, you can take some back to your father. When I finish pickling more, you can come and get it. Don't worry about your uncle. Once I'm done, I'll have Xue Wu deliver it, Mother Li said, carrying 2 small jars tied with rope. Okay. Cheng Hu responded eagerly, eyeing Xiaolan. Mother Li couldn't help but secretly smile. Xiaolan, send Brother Huzi off. Oh, Xiaolan said helplessly and stood up. She watched as they left the house. Mother Li then smiled and looked at the old lady, exchanging meaningful glances that both understood. Xiaolan lowered her head and walked forward. Chuan Hu looked at her with a smile and asked, You haven't gone out lately. Are you busy again? Don't overwork yourself. It's good to get out and walk more. The county lord really likes your work. I heard he wanted to find you the other day. Xiaolan looked up, a little confused, blinking her clear, bright eyes. Why does he want to see me? Her pink face showed a light blush, like a beautiful peach blossom in spring, so lovely it made people feel warm and happy. He's from the capital, you know. His family is quite powerful. His mother and wife are also from good families, quite capable. The other day, he told me he wanted to order a birthday gift for his grandmother and liked your embroidery. No one told me about this. It needs to be prepared in advance. I just took on a big project from Uncle Li, which will take at least 7 or 8 months to finish. I wonder when he needs it? If the timing is too tight, I might not be able to do it. What should I do? Xiaolan felt a bit worried. The county lord had helped their family before. Don't worry yet. I'll ask around when I go back. The county lord asked me to check with you. If it's suitable, he will send someone to discuss it, Chuan Hu said quickly to comfort her. In that case, let him contact Uncle Li. I can't take on work without his approval. Uncle Lee has always supported our family. I know his shop is run by an important official from the capital. I don't want to offend him. Money isn't everything. We should all earn together. Qingshan County is small, and there's no need to flatter one person by offending another. If he values my skills, I'll discuss with Uncle Lee. If it's suitable, I'll do my best to help him and won't let him down. Tell me what the grandmother likes, whether it's a Buddha statue or something else, so I can start working. When talking about her skills, Lan became much more talkative and thoughtful, considering things more reasonably. Uncle Lee's work couldn't be left alone. Lan, having worked in the embroidery shop for a long time, knew the rules. Some tasks are better handled by experts. Working together helps everyone earn more money. Abandoning a fellow craftsman who has helped you just for a small profit breaks the rules. No one will work with you anymore. He wants to do bigger projects in Qingshan County to earn more money, so he must keep Uncle Lee involved. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Chuan, who was very pleased and satisfied when he heard this. Lan was even better than he thought, more careful and thoughtful in her work, and she was a kind girl. Chung, don't worry. I will definitely handle this properly. I'll inform you as soon as I get any news, Huzi said happily, with a more obvious smile in his eyes. Thank you, I appreciate it, Lan said shyly, biting her lip and smiling. There's no need to be polite with me. If you have any trouble in the future, just tell me. We're all family. Huzi looked at her with sincere affection. Lan lowered her head, afraid to look at him, feeling the heat of his gaze on her. Lano, has your grandmother or aunt said anything to you? Huzi didn't want to leave things so unclear. He had a purpose for coming today. Startled, Lan looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and a bit of shyness, clearly showing her curiosity. Her big, bright eyes seemed to ask, "How do you know?" She looked like a frightened little rabbit, adorable and sweet. Huzi couldn't help but laugh. I asked your father to talk to your grandmother about marriage. I like you and want to marry you. If you agree, I will treat you well. Our family doesn't have many members, so you won't suffer any unfairness. He took a deep breath, feeling exhausted but also relieved. His heart suddenly calmed down, no longer restless. He had finally spoken his mind, and now he felt more at peace. Lan was stunned, her mind a bit foggy. She realized that people here could be so open, confessing face to face. Honestly, she had never experienced anything like this before. In the past, she was introduced to suitors by relatives or friends who thought she was getting too old, and things naturally developed. There was no such direct confession. Now, faced with this situation, she was a bit confused and didn't know how to respond properly.
I don't know.
Isn't this something elders should decide? Lan said nervously, her big eyes wide as she took a step back. Actually, this also showed that Lan was somewhat timid. She would be afraid when faced with problems, only stepping forward when she had no choice, and then acting quickly and decisively. Like when she fought Zhao Daniu, she would press hard and fast. If she couldn't hold on, she probably wouldn't pursue it further. Of course, elders should decide. But I want to know if you're willing to marry me. Let me ask you directly, do you dislike me? Huzi's eyes twinkled as he changed his approach, sensing that Lan was gentle and kind. Lan secretly glanced at him, thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't dislike you, that's good.
I'm relieved.
You can go back now. I'll come to see you again later. Passerby Gao happily left. Does that mean you don't dislike me, but actually like me? Oh my goodness. Those are two different ideas, okay? Silly Lan didn't realize this, and was simply put into the basket. Lan tilted her head, thinking something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. A strange feeling. She shook her head, trying to forget it. Never mind, she thought, no need to overthink, adults will handle it. She decided to push everything onto the elderly lady to decide. No need to waste time thinking about it. She'd better go back to embroidery since she still had a lot to do. Back in the yard, Motherly asked, "Are they gone?" "Yes, I went back inside to embroider," Lan replied, carrying a teapot into the room. She didn't mention Lord County's matter, nor did she talk about Passerby Gao's nervousness. There was no need to discuss Lord County's affairs so early, and passerby Gao was too shy to bring it up. She simply decided not to mention anything. Oh, just embroider a little longer. Don't overexert yourself. If you can't see well, stop, Motherly said softly. Okay, I understand, Xiaolon responded from inside. After washing her hands and letting them dry, she sat in front of her embroidery frame. She looked at her work. She had already started. If she worked quickly, she could finish in about 6 months. If slower, it might take longer. Her speed was decent. Xiaolon quickly focused on her embroidery. The figure she was stitching was very difficult because it required capturing different expressions and moods. Portraits are especially hard. They need to be well drawn first, then expressed through embroidery to show the person's eyes and face accurately. Her piece was also very challenging because it was double-sided, which took more effort. It included many figures and animals, so she had a lot to consider. Luckily, this wasn't her first time embroidering. She had previously done even more complicated double-sided designs, so this was manageable. A few days later, passerby Gao arrived with a stranger, who looked like a young servant. Greetings to the elderly lady, and greetings to Andy. The young servant bowed as he entered. The elderly lady gently waved her hand. Farm folks don't need these formalities.
Get up and sit down.
Thank you, lady. The young servant replied politely. Did Lord County send you? Is there something you need to tell me? The elderly lady asked, sitting comfortably in a reclining chair, without standing up. Here's the improved and simplified version of your text. Here's the situation. Earlier, our grandfather saw Miss Lee's embroidery pattern at Lord Lee's house. He was amazed and praised it a lot. It made him think of next year's birthday for our old lady. If we could get a similar picture, she would be very happy. So he asked me to come and request it. Then the servant added, I mentioned this to Xiaolon before. The master hasn't given a definite answer yet. Maybe Xiaolon hasn't told you all. Okay, wait a moment, the old lady said, sending Motherly to call Xiaolon. Brother, you're here. This is the county magistrate's older brother, right? Xiaolon immediately recognized him. He looked like a servant but carried himself with some dignity, not like a typical farmer. You're very polite, miss. Our master is here to ask for your embroidery, the servant said politely, bowing slightly. I told Huzi the other day that I can do embroidery if I talk to Uncle Lee first. I can't go around him. He has helped me many times before. Since Lee County is small, it's not right to ignore him when good things happen. If Uncle Lee agrees, I will do the embroidery. I won't ask about anything else, Xiaolon said. She didn't discuss the price or details. Huzi told me that Uncle Lee has some matters today and couldn't come. He asked me to check if you're willing to accept this task. If you agree, we will arrange everything, the servant said more politely, showing respect. It was clear that the Lee family was well-mannered. I don't have many demands. Whatever Uncle Lee says, I will listen. Please tell me your requirements clearly and in detail. It's best to specify the size too. More details are better. Also, leave enough time for transportation. I'm working on a big double-sided embroidery piece that can't be finished before the end of the year. When is the birthday for the old lady? Which month? How big is the gift? Please tell me clearly so I can estimate the time. Larger sizes take more time. Figures are the hardest and most time-consuming, even more than double-sided embroidery. Be aware of this. It's not something that can be finished overnight, Xiaolon explained carefully, wanting them to understand. Don't worry. We know the rules. As long as you agree, we will arrange everything properly and give you enough time. We'd rather go faster on the road than rush you. This is a small gift from our master to make the children happy. The servant was carrying some items, a few packs of snacks, a roll of red cloth, and 2 jars of wine. The items weren't many, but were presented politely and thoughtfully. Xiaolon looked at the elderly woman and asked if she could accept the gift. The woman nodded gently, saying, Please thank the master for me. She still remembers us.
Thank you.
Xiaolon, leave some things here. Tell the young man to stay for a meal. We also have some preserved fish and pickled vegetables. Pack some for him. Take some mountain produce. It's not valuable, just a taste of home. The elderly woman then turned and smiled at the young servant. Good feelings. The master just wants this flavor. I loved eating preserved fish in Beijing, but now no one here can make that taste. I won't be polite anymore. The servant was good at talking and didn't refuse. It was respectful to accept the gifts from the Li family. Farmers also have pride. They don't give things for nothing, and they expect a return gift. Xiaolon packed some items into a woven bamboo basket. The basket was made by Old Li, who made it very beautiful and sturdy. I also packed a roe deer for you. Take it home quickly and cook it, or it might spoil in the heat. My brother caught it in the mountains this morning. I also packed a small jar of our homemade wine for you. Sorry to make you travel so far. Inside, there's a small box with some snacks for your drinking. I packed a little of everything for you to try fresh. Farmers take pride in their clean, homemade things. The young servant's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, miss, for thinking of me. I won't refuse. I can already smell the aroma of the preserved fish. I'm getting hungry. Stay for dinner. I'll cook for you. Thank you, miss, but we can't stay. The master is waiting for my reply. Maybe next time. I'd love to try your family's cooking. I've already tasted Brother Huzi's fish. It was delicious. Our master said it was very tasty. When I come again, I'll bring some wine to exchange with you, the servant said, feeling that the Li family was polite and respectful. He felt more friendly and started talking more openly. Of course. My mother's cooking is famous in the area. We used to sell it at the market to support ourselves and raise my siblings, she replied. Really? Auntie, I'm lucky to have your help, the servant said, with more respect in his eyes. He thought this family was honest and steady. No wonder the master told him to be respectful and not to look down on people. Li's mother smiled warmly. As long as you don't mind, take some of our homemade food back for the master to try. It's not valuable stuff. That's enough. Auntie, you're busy, so I'll go back and report. Goodbye, everyone. The servant happily said farewell and left. He came by car himself. The vehicle couldn't enter, so he waited at the village entrance. After Chuan Hu and the others left, he said, the master said this thing isn't urgent. As long as it can be sent to Beijing before the Mid-Autumn Festival next year, it's fine. The old lady's birthday is after Mid-Autumn, so if the master wants to send it back then to make her happy, that's good too. It depends on what he wants to embroider. I'll think about it later and discuss the details with Uncle Li. The master hasn't said anything about that yet. Huzi, stay for dinner. Not today. I'll rest tomorrow and come earlier. I'm going into the mountains with Xu Wen. I have to go back now because I have other things to do. Chuanhu, dressed in official clothes, came. All right, I won't keep you. If anything, just say so. Grandpa, Grandma, Annie, I'm leaving. Huzi hurriedly said goodbye and left. Mrs. Zhang came over, smiling, and asked, Xiaolon, look what the master brought you. Xiaolon opened the cloth bag, revealing a roll of plain white silk satin, 50 taels of silver, and some books. The book was an ancient embroidery manual. Oh, Grandma, it's an ancient embroidery book, she exclaimed happily. Other things didn't matter much. Actually, Xiaolon wasn't very interested. As an embroidery girl, she had seen all kinds of good materials and had embroidered with them. But these ancient embroidery manuals were rare. Oh, let me see. The old lady also became interested, stood up, and went to the small table. She carefully took the book and looked through it in the sunlight, nodding in admiration. This kid is really clever. He's hit the spot. If he doesn't embroider it carefully, it won't do. Anything else? There's also satin and plain silk. These materials are really rare. Xiaolon nodded slightly. Satin, I've heard it's very expensive, right? Mrs. Zhang also exclaimed. The old lady nodded. Yes, it's very expensive. It's one of the tributes sent to the palace. But this kind can be bought and sold outside. There are more in Jiangnan, but the price isn't cheap. Wow, if it gets damaged, can it be repaired easily? Mrs. Zhang now understood why the family was so careful with Xiaolon's hands. They didn't let her do rough work that might damage her hands because it would be hard to replace such materials. Xiaolon immediately smiled. Even if it could be repaired, it would offend people. Usually, only the powerful and noble can afford such things. Embroiderers like us have to be very careful when working. I remember a time when she was working in the embroidery house and encountered a similar situation. An antique embroidered folding screen was brought in for repair. It originally belonged to her, but an older embroidery woman took it, claiming she could fix it better. The manager agreed to let her do it because she was a senior technician. In the end, she damaged the embroidery. The manager was scolded harshly by the boss and was beaten by the customer, leading to several days in the hospital. I haven't seen that senior technician since then. Much later, I found out she had lost one hand and was sewing clothes on the street. Finally, she managed to repair the screen with all her effort. The boss rewarded her with a good car, and the customer turned their anger into happiness, giving her a snuff bottle worth over $20,000. The repaired antique purple sandalwood carved embroidery screen was sold at auction for over $10 million. In this line of work, you must be very careful. People who can afford refined things are not simple folks. A small mistake could even cost you your life. Xiaolon didn't tell her sister-in-law about these frightening events. She reached where she is today through carefulness, attention, and hard work. Otherwise, she might have disappeared long ago. Wow. Xiaolon didn't say much more. She took the ancient book and went back home, happily reading all afternoon. She discovered several embroidery techniques she had never understood before, which made her very happy. The next day, Uncle Lee came with a big smile. "Girl, did you receive the fabric?" "Uncle Lee, please sit. I'll pour you some water," Xiaolon quickly offered.
No rush.
"I've already asked the county magistrate carefully. The old lady comes from a scholarly family and loves elegant, refined things. The county magistrate plans to have you embroider a bed screen. Large pieces probably won't be finished in time, so I didn't take that on. As for what to embroider, the magistrate said it's up to you. He was very pleased with your longevity picture and the blooming wealth flowers, so just decide yourself." "That's good. A bed screen can be done in time," Xiaolon nodded after thinking for a moment. "The county magistrate gave me 1,000 taels. He said he doesn't want to shortchange you. Your work is worth that much." "I brought the money," Uncle Lee said. He didn't come yesterday because he had other matters and was waiting for the magistrate's approval to settle this. He felt especially pleased with her. Not forgetting her gratitude, he insisted on handling this himself. "She's a good girl." Uncle Lee took out a handkerchief and unfolded it to reveal several silver notes. "I specially exchanged these for you. They come in different sizes and denominations, making them easy to store. If you need more, you can exchange for them again." "Thank you, Uncle Lee. You've thought of everything for me. The total amount is 900 taels. The embroidery shop takes a 10% commission. That's why I didn't want to leave Uncle Lee. I don't have much money, but I want to maintain a long-term relationship. The business in Jingqing is very promising. Once I establish connections, I'll have steady work and won't worry about earning money. The Jingqing business depends heavily on Uncle Lee's contacts. Don't mention it. We're friends. This time, you need to focus on your embroidery. You're our first customer in Jingqing. You can put the embroidered items aside and finish them by the end of next year." "There's no rush," Uncle Lee advised her. "Yes, don't worry. I understand," Xiaolon replied with a sweet smile. "All right, if you need anything, just let someone notify me. I'll prepare what you need," Uncle Lee said, referring to essential supplies like silk threads.
Got it.
"Rest assured," she replied. "Okay, I'll head back now. There's still work at the shop," Uncle Lee said as he stood up. "Uncle is leaving? Stay for a meal first," Lee's mother quickly called out. "No, I have work at the shop." "No need to be polite." Uncle Lee waved his hand and left. "Girl, how much silver is that?" Lee's mother asked, not seeing the money. 1,000 taels minus Uncle Lee's share, so 900 taels in silver notes, Xiaolon answered honestly. Lee's mother's eyes widened in disbelief, showing she couldn't believe it. "Wow, that's amazing," Lee's mother was stunned. Xiaolon chuckled. "Mom, this is the price for my work. It's actually quite cheap. If I lived in a place like Jiangnan, a single painting could make me famous. But Qingshan County is a small, remote place. That's probably why they value work from Jingqing. People there are rich." Lee's mother was speechless. unsure what to say. Old Madam Li came out and overheard everything. Enough, go do what you need to do. Keep your mouth shut, she said sternly. Li's mother quickly shrank back and went to the kitchen to cook. Today's meal is vegetable porridge, cornmeal buns, 2 small side dishes, and some fresh greens from their yard. Grandma, what about this money? Xiaolon asked, holding out the money to her grandmother. Keep it for yourself. When you go to the county, store it in the ticket office. When gold loses value, you can use it to buy gold. This is something that will last a long time, the old lady advised Xiaolon. Yes, I think so too. Grandma is the smartest. Xiaolon happily tugged at Granny Li's sleeve, acting cute. What do you plan to embroider? The small bed screen isn't very big. I plan to copy some famous paintings, but I'm hesitating whether to include poetry and writings. If it were modern times, she wouldn't hesitate, but here in ancient times, she was a bit cautious. Including poetry could cause trouble, so she had to be careful. It doesn't matter whether you bring it or not. If you match it with appropriate famous poets' verses, it's fine. Just avoid taboo words. Well-known poems from famous poets are okay. Granny Li understood Xiaolon's concerns naturally. Can I first draw it and then show it to the county magistrate? Xiaolon thought it was better to be cautious and have the host review it first. Yes, that's thoughtful. That works, Granny Li said happily. Xiaolon decided to act quickly. To be safe, she chose to embroider and copy works from well-known calligraphers and painters she was skilled at. She spread out rice paper and thought for a moment. First, she painted a picture of red plum blossoms in the snow, but she felt it wasn't quite right. Next, she painted a famous scholar's orchid and bamboo scene. Although this era was different from the one she knew, it was similar to the Ming dynasty. Many famous calligraphy and paintings were still circulated. Her grandmother had a collection of books and artworks, which she rarely showed to others. She had also copied famous works before. Xiaolon's main skills were in traditional Chinese painting and meticulous brushwork. Studying famous paintings and copying them was essential to improve herself, and she was very talented in this area. When Granny Li came in and looked at the 2 paintings, she said, I think the county magistrate is more likely to choose the orchid and bamboo scene. I agree. Maybe I should paint a bamboo scene instead? Xiaolon asked her grandmother. Her grandmother thought for a moment and shook her head. For a celebration, something more festive is better. Giving a bamboo painting to the master might be good, but for Granny Li, plum blossoms or orchids are perfect. Chrysanthemums could also be nice. That's right. How could I forget chrysanthemums? Wait a moment, I'll paint another one for you to see, Xiaolon said happily, clapping her hands. She immediately picked up her brush and painted a picture of chrysanthemums with flying butterflies. The elderly woman carefully looked at the paintings, nodded with a smile, and her eyes showed genuine admiration. Nice, you've captured the spirit. It's rare to see a painting that reflects the calm and peaceful character of chrysanthemums. This one can be kept. How about these 3 paintings? What do you think? I think they're good. Even without poetry, they're very nice. The elderly woman approved of Xiaolon's cautious approach. Then I'll take them back to show the county lord. If he likes them, I'll start embroidery. That works. Xiaolon put the paintings away, planning to ask her martial arts student to help take them to the county lord in a few days. If he approved, she would begin embroidery. Early in the morning, Chuanhu arrived. He looked energetic in his short outfit and carried a bow on his back. Both Wenxue and Wawa were ready too, and they called their brothers to go up the mountain together. Did you bring everything? Motherly asked as she ran out. Yes, everything. We're going back now. We'll be back tomorrow. Wawa waved his hand. The group entered the mountain. Motherly wasn't worried. There were many of them. They were just going to cut some wood, and wouldn't be gone for long. Xiaolon temporarily set aside her work for the county lord and focused on embroidery. She estimated she could finish both paintings before the new year. The weather was getting colder, and all the leaves on the trees had fallen. Motherly also started preparing for winter, drying vegetables and curing meat in the yard. Every available space in the yard was filled with drying racks, leaving hardly any room to walk. It became inconvenient for Xiaolon to leave the house. Mother, we really need to build a bigger yard. This one is too small. Look, my brother's herbs don't have enough space to dry. Even the pigsty and sheep pen had makeshift roofs, squeezed into every corner. Motherly looked around at the dried vegetables and herbs, smiling happily. Yes, it's not enough. Grandma, I want to turn the empty space in the backyard into a proper yard with more rooms. We could make the granary bigger too. When Qingyuan and Qingying grow up, it will be easier for them to get married. We can build connected but separate small courtyards, close enough, but with their own space. What do you think? Qiaolan had already thought it through. Oh, how do you plan to connect them while keeping them separate? The old lady smiled. Like the courtyards in the city, arranged in a square shape. The inner and outer courtyards are separated by walls, with different fruit trees, flowers, or vegetable plots. They're separate but still connected, making everything very convenient. Our family is building a house on the same piece of land. Xiaolan's idea fits the local style well. Building 3 or 4 stories isn't suitable here. That kind of construction is only for shops and restaurants. Here, people usually have single-story houses or courtyards with a few rooms. The old lady thought for a moment and said, "All right, I can build a separate courtyard for you next to our house. Would that be okay?" She mainly didn't want to part with Qiaolan and hoped that after she got married, she would still come back to visit. Qiaolan has skills and doesn't worry about money, so why not make her life better? Yes, that sounds good. I also want to come back and stay when I have free time. Otherwise, Qiaolan thought, since she had money now, she might as well find a chance to build a house. The old lady firmly shook her head at Qiaolan's suggestion. No, you can help out, but you can't pay for everything yourself. That would make them spoiled. The money for building the house must come mainly from your brothers. As for your courtyard, you pay half, and your family pays the other half. Every girl who gets married is supported by her family. Why should you be different? Just because you can earn silver, you shouldn't be treated worse. What's the logic in that? Perhaps because of Zhang's previous actions, the old lady was convinced that some issues shouldn't be discussed openly and firmly refused Xiaolan's kind offer. Xiaolan stuck out her tongue and looked at the kitchen, which was quiet, then quietly said, "I got some money and am holding on to it. If I don't help the family, will people think I'm ungrateful?" She was also a bit worried. "This family is still decided by me and your grandfather. We will make the decisions, and only after we pass away will you decide." The old lady's face turned cold, and her presence was stern and commanding. "All right, when do you think the house will be built?" Qiaolan pouted. Saving enough money to build a house takes time, and it's not easy. Xiaolan's worry is reasonable. Her grandparents, parents, and brothers truly treat her well. Coming here, she's like a young lady who doesn't do much work. She only does embroidery and rarely farm work. Being raised as a noble daughter in a farming family is rare, and she's the only one like this. There's no rush. Save up enough, and then build. If you don't have enough, don't build. We won't develop bad habits. The old lady was determined and refused to change her mind. By late afternoon, just before it got dark, everyone returned from the mountains, carrying several fine pieces of beech and pine wood. The beech wood is excellent for making furniture. As Qiaolan knew, many people in this area use beech wood for their furniture, usually cut from the mountains and crafted by carpenters. That's quite good. Wow. Everything looks good now. All the wood has been moved. The elderly woman came over to direct people to put the wood into the granary to avoid rain damage. "Not yet, but we found a piece of ebony." "That's really lucky," Huzi said happily. "Really? That's great. Just enough to make a jewelry box and a dressing table. Grandma, can I have a small piece?" "I want to make a medicine box," Xiaowu quickly asked, trying to be polite. "No, that's not enough." The elderly woman shook her head with a tight-lipped smile. "Oh, please, Grandma," Xiaowu begged anxiously, circling around her. "Haha, give your second brother a piece. He doesn't need much for his medicine box," she said with a laugh. Exactly, Xiaowu quickly agreed. "Humph. Fine. I'll give you some scraps." The elderly woman finally nodded. "Wow." There's also game. Li's mother noticed Huzi and others carrying 2 leopards. "Yes, a pair. We can skin them and make a mattress for Grandpa and Grandma, Huzi said with a smile. They hung the leopards on a tree in the yard, preparing to skin them. A few wild chickens and rabbits were also left on the ground. Shu Wen and Xiaoshengren came back, carrying 2 trees. What are these? Where are you going to plant them? Li's mother saw that the trees were alive. These are mountain tea trees. Xuewu insisted on bringing them back. It took a lot of effort. He says he can make tea and sell it. If it doesn't sell, I'll scold you. Bringing them from the mountains is not easy. Shu Wen panted heavily. Will they survive? Chaolon also came over curiously to look. The leaves on the trees were still dark green, and they smelled fresh and fragrant. They looked really good. These 2 trees are healthy. They'll probably recover quickly after transplanting, no problem, Xuewu said as he washed his face and wiped his hands. Chaolon, go pour some water. Okay. Chaolon hurried to bring water for everyone to wash their faces, then poured tea to quench their thirst. Are there fruit trees on the mountain? Yes, but the wild fruits are very sour and bitter. We don't want them. Xuewu shook his head, understanding what she meant. Andy, we're going back. The Liu brothers said they were leaving. Don't go yet. Stay and eat before you leave. Li's mother quickly called out. No, we're going home. I'm worried my mother will worry about us, they replied. Wait a moment. Take these chickens and rabbits home and stew them to eat. Li's mother felt a bit embarrassed that their effort was wasted. She quickly handed over 2 chickens and 2 rabbits. Auntie, you are too polite. We're all family, so there's no need to be so formal about helping out, Lu Chuanguang said as he shook his head and refused to accept the gift. Huji, let your younger brother take this back to eat. We don't need it, Li's mother quickly called out to Boar, who was peeling. Uncle, if you give it, I'll take it. Give it to second aunt to help her nourish herself, Boar replied. Thank you, Annie, Chuanguang said, only daring to accept after his older brother approved. Li's mother finally smiled. All right, go back now. After seeing Lu's brothers off, Li's mother discussed with the old lady, when should we send the wood to the carpenter? In a few days, but it might take a long time to finish, the old lady replied. All right, Renli, go back and tell your master about it, she added. Got it, Renli said, helping with the work. Boar's knife was very quick and skillful. In a short time, he peeled 2 leopard skins, revealing 1 complete hide. The meat was still fresh and didn't bleed, covered with a thin layer of membrane. It was clear he was experienced and efficient.
Wow.
Huji, your skills are really impressive, Li's mother couldn't help but praise. I'm going to take this hide back and treat it with nitrate. Once it's ready, I'll send it over, Boar said with a smile. Great. Thank you so much. The old lady nodded happily. Brother Boar, when you go back to the county, could you bring this painting to the official? Let him choose one. I want to start embroidery. Chaolon came out of the house, holding a cloth with the painting rolled up and placed it aside. Sure, the official asked about it too. Boar washed his hands and sat down to drink some water. Ask the official what kind of wood he wants for the base. It's better if it's bright, or the painting might look dull, Chaolon added as a reminder. All right, I'll remember, Boar replied. After dinner, Boar returned home. Li Qingshan and others came to see the wood and were very happy. It was meant for Chaolon to make furniture, and together with the 2 pieces of wood they had saved earlier, it was enough. After eating, the brothers planted 2 tea trees in the back room. In the future, when building a house, they would follow the same central axis as this house. The main gate would still be here, and planting the trees wouldn't interfere much. They probably wouldn't need to move them easily. When Boar returned, he gave the painting to the county magistrate. The magistrate looked at it and praised it highly, saying the craftsmanship was excellent. No wonder the embroidery was so beautiful. Turns out the girl herself painted it. Finally, they decided to use the orchid painting because the elderly lady liked orchids, and she was very skilled at growing flowers. Giving her this painting would surely make her happy. Once the decision was made to use that painting, Chaolon began working on it, planning to start with a picture of the county grand tutor. The harvest season arrived. The whole family went to the fields to work and gather grain. Even Chaolon had to stay at home to help cook. Qing Yuan and Qing Gang also helped with gathering grass and lighting fires. This year was a good harvest. The grain yield was high, and everyone looked happy. After drying the grain, officials came to collect the harvest. Selling the grain and paying taxes meant the family could enjoy a prosperous year. However, Old Man Li didn't sell all his grain. He paid taxes with silver and kept some grain for his family. After experiencing a drought, he knew it was important to store enough food for 2 years for his family. This was because a drought could cause a chain reaction, making it hard to recover for at least 2 or 3 years. Their granary was newly built, big and sturdy, and still not full of grain. Last year, Old Man Li took some grain to brew wine, and they also kept a lot of millet, corn, and other coarse grains for their own use. With Xiao Lan's 10 acres of land and help from others to work on the fields, they earned some silver this year, which gave them a little extra. After the busy farming season, the weather turned cold, and everyone started to stay indoors for the winter. The elderly lady took the opportunity after lunch to gather everyone and said, "We earned some money this year. Plus, after returning from studying martial arts, I've also sold some wild game. We've saved up 2 silver coins now. Here's my plan, listen carefully." Xiao Lan suggested buying the land in the backyard. It was cheap and could be used to build a house. It was also close enough to her own land to connect them. She planned to buy her own piece of land to build a house, and she would contribute some silver coins for her brothers to build theirs. The rest they could save and plan themselves. Do you all agree? I have no objections, Shuwen immediately said. I also have no objections, said another. All right, then it's settled.
First, buy the land.
I think that piece of wasteland is very good, even the part near the river. I've calculated that we have enough silver to buy it all. Once we buy the land, we can think about building houses. There's no rush, the elderly lady decided. She wanted to buy the land first because it would be her property. Building houses could be done later when they saved enough money. Okay, then I'll find the village chief and the neighborhood head later to mark the land boundaries. Aoyama glanced at his parents. All right, let's buy the land first and not rush to build a house. Just say we don't have money when asked, the old lady reminded him. After they finished discussing, everyone went their own way. That night, Zhang quietly asked Shuwen, "Does little sister-in-law really want to build her own house? I think she doesn't need to build a separate courtyard. Girls from the city bring dowries when they marry. The most valuable part isn't fabric or silver, but land, houses, and shops. These are the dowry that lasts a lifetime. Grandma knows this well. Don't worry about those details. Xiaolan is a pillar in our family. She earns most of the money and supports us. She has the right to speak." Shuwen wasn't surprised at all. Xiaolan had helped the family a lot by earning silver, and these things were earned by herself. Why should they stop her? Zhang opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She had other thoughts. 900 taels of silver, enough to build several houses. Don't think about all that nonsense. Grandma remembers what happened last time. If it happens again, she and Grandpa will definitely decide to end your marriage. Even if Qingyuan and Qinggang are involved, it won't help. Grandma hates jealousy and illness. Xiaolon earned her money through hard work, just like us. It's not related to us, and we don't need to know. Having more money doesn't mean you should take it all. If you had 30 taels of secret savings, would you be willing to give it all? Shuwen wanted his wife to understand the truth and not always envy Xiaolon. Why should I? That's my own. Zhang stopped mid-sentence, her face awkward. Look at you, you're unwilling. It's only 30 taels, and you're reluctant. My sister-in-law bought 10 acres of land with one breath, worth about 150 taels. This time, she spent at least 50 taels on land. Basically, all this money was earned by me and Xuewu, and we even gave Qingyuan 5 taels for school. Xiaolon doesn't owe us anything. She earned every penny through hard work. Even if she gets married, she only needs 100 taels. She's still short of 100. Will you give it or not? When it's convenient. Why don't you say no? If you don't give it now, don't start having crazy ideas later, or we won't be able to get along. Grandma initially agreed that Xiaolon could use her money to build the house, and we'd pay her back later. But why did Grandma change her mind? You know the answer. Shuwen turned away, no longer paying attention. Although the matter was over and he forgave her, he still felt a bit upset inside. He no longer felt as close as before. This matter is unfair to the girl, but I am right. Your sister will marry sooner or later, and making things too obvious isn't good for her. I only agreed because of Qingyuan Qinggong's face, but if you want your sister to give something in the future, your grandmother won't pass her test. She is much colder to Guohua now. Zhang Shi pursed her lips and dared not speak again. She was actually planning to borrow money to build a house, but didn't expect her grandmother to make a very strict decision without asking her opinion. She felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't dare to say anything. If she said something, it would ruin her reputation. Xiaolon has already helped the family quite a bit. The next day, the grandmother told Qingshan and Shuewen to go to the village chief's house to buy the land on the back mountain, giving them 100 taels of silver. Half of it is for your sister. From now on, Xiaolon won't owe anything to the family. 200 taels is a lot for a girl to marry with, but I remember Zhang Shi only brought about 30 taels as dowry when she married in. Zhang Shi's face turned pale. Yes, grandmother. You remember everything well. Of course I do. Today I received these 50 taels, and Shuewen and Wu Liang must each give 50 taels, totaling 100 taels, as dowry for your sister. Guohua has no objection, right? The grandmother looked at Zhang Shi with a gentle smile. She slightly raised her lips with a kind smile, but Zhang Shi felt that her grandmother's eyes held a cold mockery deep inside. She suddenly realized her grandmother no longer trusted her. Everything she had done before was useless. She was warning and guarding against her, which had never happened before. Her heart felt bitter. She blamed herself for not holding her ground. I have no objection. I listened to Shuewen, Zhang Shi said dryly, feeling her legs tremble and inexplicably afraid of her grandmother's deep, penetrating eyes. Those eyes seemed to see right through people, making her feel very uncomfortable. Of course, no objection. Didn't we agree already? I think we don't need so much. The wasteland is cheap. If I don't need it, I will return it to my sister, Shuewen said without needing her grandmother to remind him. He had already decided to make his sister's dowry very generous. Yes, go early and come back early. The grandmother closed her eyes and waved her hand, looking indifferent. Then we're leaving. Outside, Qingshan divided the silver into 2 parts, handing one half to Shuewen. Divide it up. Don't put it all together. When you go, listen to me. If I miss anything, you can add it later. Keep the money hidden. Remember your grandmother's words and you won't go wrong. All right, I will listen to Dad, don't worry. Shueming understands the truth. The two then go to the village chief's house to explain the matter. Qingshan and his son Shueming went to the village chief's house to discuss buying the vacant land behind their yard. The village chief thought for a moment and said, Sure, that land isn't expensive. The court is waiving half the price. It's about 20 acres. Do you want to buy it all? It depends on the price. If I have enough money, I will buy more, if not less. I plan to build a house in the backyard. After learning martial arts and returning, I will also get married in a couple of years. The house might be a bit crowded then. Since it's a good harvest, I sold some crops and want to buy the land quickly. Building the house can wait until I have enough money, Qingshan explained seriously. That's true. After learning martial arts and getting married, your house is a bit small. Not just for martial arts, but also because Qingyuan will be older in a couple of years. We should prepare early, the village chief agreed. Don't worry. No one is interested in that land right now. I'll ask around and get back to you once I know for sure. The village chief thought about seeing if he could get a better price. Since the land belongs to the village, and the court isn't concerned, it might be cheaper. The villagers probably wouldn't mind, especially since the old lady and old master have helped the village a lot before. Cheaper doesn't mean they won't pay. They just want a fair deal. The village chief spent a day asking around at the county. When the county magistrate learned that the Li family wanted to buy the land to farm and build a house, he was very pleased. They were hard-working, honest farmers, and he looked upon them favorably. He quickly approved a lower price for the land and instructed the officers to draw the boundaries generously, giving a little extra. He also asked Chuan who to handle the arrangements. The village chief wondered if the Li family was trying to build connections with the officials, or if they truly valued the land. In any case, having the Li family buy the land would be good for the village. With their honest reputation, they could help out if needed. He secretly decided to offer a better price for the backyard land and to help mediate with the villagers. With the county magistrate's orders, Chuan Hu chose a free day and, with his officers, went to measure the land for the Li family. They marked a little extra and measured very loosely, ending up with about 3 or 4 acres more than planned. Since the land was mostly uncultivated and few people had worked on it, the extra space was not a problem. "Uncle, should I use a white contract or a red one?" Chuan Hu asked after finishing the measurements. "Red contract. Our family has always used red contracts." "Pay what is due," Li Qingshan replied without hesitation. "The white contract does not require paying money to the government, but the red contract does. The land purchase fee is calculated separately because red contracts must be officially recorded with the authorities. Even in cases of natural disasters or accidents, there are records. As long as there is one person in your family, you can inherit the land. However, the white contract does not have this guarantee. Although it is cheap and free to establish, if the contract is lost or damaged, the land becomes ownerless. Many experienced landowners dare to openly oppress farmers because most farmers' land is under white contracts. Some of these lands are inherited, with no proper formal procedures. Landowners spend a little money to get the officials to turn a blind eye, and they take over your land. Old Lady Li is educated and literate. Her mother taught her all these details when she was young. No matter how hard times are, her family has never skimped on contract fees. The village chief learned from her family. During a famine in her youth, her family's land was saved because of this. The young officer was surprised.
Wow.
Not many families in the village have red contracts, right? Are you willing to spend money, uncle? Willing, of course. You guys haven't experienced a famine or bullies, so you don't know how powerful these contracts are. They're a guarantee. No matter the cost, we have to spend it. Land is the root of our farming family. We can't lose it, said Li Qingshan, a farmer who values his land very much. No matter how hard life gets, he refuses to sell it. To him, selling land is like cutting off a piece of his flesh. The officer nodded in approval. You're right, uncle. Don't worry, we'll make everything clear. Brother Huzi is one of us. We won't cheat you. Yes, yes. Thank you, everyone. Please don't refuse this small gift. Take it and buy some wine. We'll need your help again in the future, Li Qingshan said wisely. He handed 2 strings of copper coins to Huzi, so everyone could share. It was a small gesture. The officer declined politely. No, uncle. Huzi is one of us. He's taken good care of us. Huzi chuckled and threw the coins over. Keep them, Uncle Li. You've watched me grow up. Just look after your family's affairs. Brothers, you've worked hard. Take these and enjoy some wine. All right, thank you, uncle. Thank you, Brother Huzi. The officers finally accepted the coins with genuine smiles. They appreciated this family's kindness and good manners. If any trouble arises in the future, they will handle it efficiently. Li Qingshan felt relieved after receiving the money. He knew he couldn't just order people around without reason. Since they all live nearby, it's likely that they'll see each other often, and trouble might happen if they're not careful. The village had helped complete the paperwork, and the red deed was finally in hand. Li Qingshan held the contract happily. Thank you, village head, for your trouble. Let's go have a drink. My wife has prepared everything. The village head smiled and waved him off. Everything's ready at home, so no need to go. We're all family, no need to be so formal. When will you build your house? Li Qingshan sighed and shook his head. Not now. First, we need to clear the land. No money left. We've bought the land, but I can't make my daughter work herself to death building a house. My father wouldn't allow the whole family to rely on my young sister to support us. The men work hard in the fields. We can earn enough, just building a house a bit later. The village had nodded in agreement. You're right. Even the younger ones should set an example. Women shouldn't be the only ones doing everything. If you need help, just ask. Yes, I appreciate your help. Li Qingshan nodded and smiled. After returning to the village, everyone went their own way. Li Qingshan worked for several days and finally finished everything. He handed the contract to the old lady. She checked it carefully to make sure there were no mistakes before feeling satisfied and putting it away. I've prepared some gifts for you. 2 jars of wine each, a piece of meat, a chicken, and a rabbit for each person. I also packed some candies. Take these to the village chief and the village head. Also, take these small bags of candies and handkerchiefs to the elders and thank them house to house. Without their support, we couldn't have bought that piece of land so cheaply. All right, I'll go right now. Li Qingshan let his son out, both learning literature and martial arts. This is proper etiquette, showing that your family is grateful. The small handkerchiefs were embroidered by Lan. Even if sold, they would be worth some copper coins. Giving these as gifts isn't shameful. Li Qingshan carried the gifts and went door to door, expressing thanks and returning favors. The villagers smiled and nodded happily. The Li family's good manners made everyone feel comfortable. They bought the land, and villagers kept asking when they would build their houses. Everyone was willing to help, but help meant payment, so they naturally agreed. However, Li Qingshan politely declined, saying they had no money and couldn't build yet. They would first clear the land. The villagers understood and nodded. If they knew Lan still had so much money, they would probably be jealous. On the way back, Li Qingshan repeatedly warned his 2 sons, "Don't tell anyone about your sister's money. Shu Wen, keep a close eye on your wife. Such things can't happen twice. Your sister hasn't treated us badly." Li Qingshan also had some opinions about Zhang, but he was a man and found it hard to scold his daughter-in-law, so he stayed silent, feeling unhappy inside. He loved this little girl very much, watching her like his own eye, even arguing with Li's mother over small things like washing a cow's stomach. Shui Wen also looked unhappy. "Don't worry, I understand the situation. I can keep her in check, so she doesn't cause trouble. She has some small thoughts, but mainly it's for the sake of the 2 children. Her intentions aren't bad, and the family still has the final say." Seeing that his son understood the situation, Li Qingshan nodded and looked calmer. Back home, Li Qingshan reported to the old lady, "The matter is done. We didn't use that much money, and the money for Lan wasn't needed. It's all here," the old lady replied. "Since it's taken out, there's no need to take it back. Just leave it with me. After all, our daughter is filial. I plan to clear some land first, and then buy some seeds to plant. Even just keeping the land cultivated is good. What do you think?" "I think so too. I plan to dig a canal and draw up plans to organize this piece of land properly," Li Qingshan said, feeling confident about starting the land clearing first. The old lady also agreed. "That sounds good. I'll discuss it with Lan, and once the plans are ready, I'll show them to you." The land used for building the house was owned by the village. The county magistrate didn't interfere. The village chief, along with the elders, sought everyone's approval, and the land was sold to the Li family at a lower price. That's why Li Qingshan took his daughter's purse and handkerchief to give gifts. This land for the house was about 10 acres, roughly the size of a football field. The village considered it for residential use, and each acre was valued at 1 or 2 silver coins. Li Qingshan also bought 20 acres of wasteland near the river, which could be used for planting fruit trees or other crops. After a few years, it would be a good investment. Even the barren land near Dashan was not bad. The county magistrate offered a discount of 2 silver coins per acre, exempting taxes for 2 years, because the land was drawn with some flexibility, resulting in an extra 3 or 4 acres. Since Lan wanted to build a Sihiyuan courtyard house, the old lady thought it was a good idea. Old Li was very supportive, saying his granddaughter could decide everything without objections. So, the old lady planned to use all 10 acres for building the house, and also consider planting some fruit trees in the yard, which would be profitable and look nice. The old lady then went to Lan's room. Seeing her still embroidering, she sat quietly and helped Lan thread the needle. Soon, Lan raised her head and stretched her tired shoulders. Grandma, you don't need to worry. I'll handle everything. We have plenty of time. It's okay. I wanted to ask, since you bought the land, what kind of trees do you plan to plant? Draw me a picture, so we can think about it. We can't build the house yet, but we can start planting trees. Look, I want to plant plum trees that bear plums. Green plums make good wine, and they taste great. I saw in the county that their green plum wine sells out every year. Last time, second brother brought back a small jar, and I think it's even tastier than Grandpa's homemade plum wine. I also want to plant apricots and peaches. These trees bear fruit, and their flowers are pretty too. We can plant different kinds of trees in each yard. Some can grow vegetables or rare rice, like the precious red rice. Since our land is big, we can grow some for ourselves. Even if we sell it, it will be expensive. What do you think? I also thought about planting flowers and herbs, especially medicinal ones. Second brother can take care of them. Whether for making medicine or selling, it's money. Growing them in the yard makes it beautiful and valuable. Why not? Lan loved traditional styles because she did embroidery work, so she often looked up related information. The idea for this house came from Dream of the Red Chamber. The Rongwa mansion was too grand to bother managing, but Lan saw many opportunities for profit. If managed well, it could generate enough money for the Li family's expenses for a year. Life is made by how people live it. As long as you put in effort, there are no bad days. Old lady Li couldn't help but smile and nodded in approval. My granddaughter is so clever, thinking of more than I did. Don't worry about the flowers, herbs, and medicinal plants. There are plenty of seedlings in the Dakingshan Mountains, and we don't need to buy any. That's great. We can plant different things all year round to complement each other. All of these can make money. Exactly. Let's think and draw a plan, Lan said excitedly. This yard was built with her own hands, and she was full of hope and happiness.
Okay.
You draw the plan, and I'll add to it. Write down what to plant, and draw it. If you want to change something later, you can. Also, draw your yard. Anything you like can be planted. There's no need to only plant things that sell well. Your yard is your own. The elderly lady cares deeply for her granddaughter. She knows the girl is afraid that the family might dislike her for planting things that are not typical food or drink. However, she likes flowers and plants and is willing to let her granddaughter grow them for fun. Yes, I will think carefully and then draw it. When should we start building? Lan looks at the elderly lady with hope.
No rush.
Let's wait until after this winter. I have some money, and with your money, we can afford to build the house. Don't tell anyone outside. Let your sister-in-law feel the cold and understand how tough things are. No one's money falls from the sky, the elderly lady thinks to herself. This time, if Zhang doesn't use her hidden savings, the house won't be built. Why is it so easy for my granddaughter to spend her money, but when it's your turn, you hide it? No way. Lan shrugs her shoulders, ignoring all this. With elders around, she can't take charge. She just focuses on doing her part. It's enough to be filial and love her family. She can't control everything else, nor interfere in her relatives' affairs. With some hope in her heart, Lan feels more optimistic. She thinks that, knowing the elderly lady's cleverness, she wouldn't empty the entire family's savings. The main household of the Li family, led by Li Qingshan, hasn't split up. Li Qingshan is the eldest, and the elderly lady and her husband live with him. It's Li Qingshan's responsibility to care for them in old age. All the valuable property deeds and money are in the elderly lady's hands. Currently, Li's mother has no say. When issues arise, they discuss them together, but the elderly lady makes the final decision. Li Laotu almost always follows her words and rarely objects. In his youth, Li Laotu worried about his wife. Plus, the elderly lady comes from a wealthy family, so her thoughts are well-founded and far-sighted. Her decisions have always been forward-looking, helping the Li family avoid many losses. Over the years, their life has been prosperous, without mistakes. For many years, Li Laotu has listened to his wife. Even now, the elderly lady is the head of the household. Of course, outside the family, she still respects Li Laotu and treats him with courtesy. The elderly lady always keeps multiple cards up her sleeve. She doesn't tell her children too much because she doesn't want them to think that having money means they can stop working hard. She also doesn't want them to believe that Qiaolan's hands alone can make them rich and comfortable. Especially after Zhang's careful plans, the elderly lady is even less willing to reveal everything. She's determined to let them understand how hard life can be. Having some savings as a guarantee makes everyone feel more secure. They can't spend all their money at once. Qiaolan spent a whole day drawing plans for 2 courtyards. Each courtyard has several rooms, and she clearly described how to arrange and plant things to bring benefits. Apart from fruit trees, which need to be bought, all other flowers and plants are already in the mountains and can be transplanted easily. Her own courtyard mostly has trees and flowers. She likes Li Village because of its beautiful scenery and the nearby Mount Qing. Even during the hardest times of the year, they can survive by relying on the mountain. Living here is a very happy thing. Her courtyard has 4 sections. Her grandmother gave her a large enough space. Her grandmother said, "You've already paid 50 taels, and half the land is yours. Why should you feel wronged? Build a big one." Originally, she planned for 5 sections, but Qiaolan thought it was too much for just her, as not many people would live there. Leaving some space empty would be a waste, so she decided on 4 sections. She plans to plant different things in each courtyard. She will choose plants that grow on Mount Qing, plant some fruit trees, but not too many. She also wants to grow some flowers she likes, especially those that can be used as medicine. If she gets married and leaves, her second brother can help manage it, which can bring in some income. It's good for respecting elders or saving for herself. She has also thought about the furniture. The furniture will be beautiful, in an ancient style with carved patterns, which she really likes. However, she still needs her brothers to bring wood from the mountains. That's not a big problem because the mountains have almost everything. She doesn't plan to build pigsties or similar structures because she dislikes the smell. Raising chickens and ducks can attract bugs, especially the biting ones, which cause big swellings. She dreams of a peaceful country life, like picking chrysanthemums in the southeast. Maybe when she gets older, she will return to the village to live. So, her courtyard must be built to her satisfaction. She also wants to have a cellar or basement to store grains or other things. After finishing the plans, she showed them to her grandmother. The grandmother carefully looked over the drawings and nodded slightly. "Not bad. You even brought in river water for irrigation, which is very thoughtful. I'll show this to your grandfather and the others later." At noon, everyone returned. Even though it was a quiet winter, they weren't idle. In autumn, Li's mother made a lot of pickled vegetables and some sauces, which could be sold. The men went into the mountains to help gather medicinal herbs, set traps to catch game to improve their food, and look for other ways to earn a living. While the weather is still not frozen, I take some students to dig channels every day, loosening the soil. There are plenty of tasks to do. Old man, look, Qiaolan has finished the drawings. Take a look. Grandma Li happily shows the blueprint to her husband. Old man Li can read and write, taught by Grandma Li. Reading and counting are easy for him. After looking at it, he also smiles. It's well thought out. Just make the wall a bit higher. In the mountains, there are wolves, so a taller wall is good for protection. Outside the wall, plant some thorny bushes or build a fence to keep bad people away. It also helps prevent theft. Put some wooden spikes on top of the wall. The water channel is well designed, so during dry times, we won't worry about flooding. Overall, it's good. Keep it for now, and when we start building, show it to Uncle Li. There are many Li families in Li Village. This Uncle Li is not the embroidery shop owner, but a bricklayer named Uncle Li, a family ancestor who makes a living with his bricklaying skills. He's hired to build houses and lay bricks in the area. He's skilled, honest, and fair in his prices. That's good. If I find anything wrong, I'll change it. But what about the wood? Our furniture isn't enough, so I'll need to go to the mountains to cut more. Qiaolan is thinking about what else she might have missed. It's not urgent. We need to wait until the house is built and the measurements are taken before making furniture. Later, we can check with the carpenter. If there's already suitable furniture, we can buy it directly. The same goes for topping up the wood supply. Old Man Li advises from experience. My furniture needs to be custom-made. I don't need it urgently, but I want good, beautiful pieces. I also want a bunk bed like those in the city, with a fire stove outside, so I can sleep comfortably in winter and summer. Xiaolon excitedly gestures with her hands. She's talking about a fancy bed like a noble girl's wedding bed, with doors that make it feel like a small house, complete with everything. Alright, that's doable. But making a fancy bed like that will take some time. For now, let's build the brick bed. Old Man Li comforts his granddaughter. Okay, but if we're making it, I want it to be good quality. Are there good woods in the mountains? Xiaolon asks. Yes, there are. The deep mountains have all kinds of good wood. There's rosewood and fragrant wood. When the time comes, I'll ask Huzi and old Lu's family to go into the mountains and get some for you. Before you get married, I'll make sure to bring back 2 good pieces of wood. Old Man Li happily plans. Wow. Grandpa loves me the most. Today, I'll cook some meat for you. Xiaolon happily exclaims, her face full of joy. Old Mr. Li also has a big smile on his face, with a kind and gentle expression on his weathered face. Xiaolon happily ran off to cook after hearing her grandfather's words. She also took out some meat from the kitchen to prepare a meal. This made Li's mother curious. It's not a special day. What are you planning to do? Eat meat. Grandpa and I want to eat meat. Xiaolon nodded firmly. Li's mother hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. All right, our meals have been a bit plain lately. Let's cook some meat today. The wild game from the last hunting trip was never eaten and was given as gifts instead. The beef offal had also been finished long ago, and they hadn't bought any meat recently. Li's mother took a small piece of the preserved meat she had stored and added it to improve the family's meal. Mom, it's getting cold outside. Why hasn't anyone slaughtered the pig for the new year? Xiaolon muttered, still looking forward to eating the pig's blood sausage and blood pudding. Last year, someone in the village slaughtered a pig, and her family bought a lot of things. She enjoyed the special pig dish and had been thinking about it ever since, especially loving the blood pudding. Don't worry. This year, we'll slaughter our own pig. The 2 pigs in the backyard are almost fat and have already had piglets. We'll slaughter them for the new year. We'll keep one and sell the other. Wouldn't that be good? You've worked hard this year, my girl, Li's mother said with care. Yes, yes. I want to eat pig's blood pudding and blood sausage, Xiaolon said eagerly. The pork here is raised by local farmers, and the meat is very tasty. Unlike modern meat, which isn't as good, Xiaolon still loves to eat it.
Good.
This time, we'll keep more meat and make some cured pork. You like that too, right? Li's mother, within her means, spoiled her child. Yes, okay. Xiaolon nodded happily, her cheeks puffed out with walnuts, looking like a little squirrel. What did your grandfather promise you? Why are you running to the kitchen to cook? Li's mother didn't yet know Xiaolon's personality. Grandpa said he would get the best furniture for my yard, made of Wangwali wood, Xiaolon said proudly, swinging her head happily. Wangwali wood is very expensive and hard to buy in modern times, but here she can fulfill her wish. The furniture is all traditional Chinese style, full of ancient charm. She loved it very much. Xiaolon is very fond of traditional Chinese styles because she works in that field. Some furniture and decorative structures also need embroidery. To do her best, she often visits the library to find information. She loves these things most, especially copying ancient embroidery. Her dedication and years of careful effort have made her a master of embroidery. Even the big boss shows her extra respect, which she earned through her hard work and dedication over many years. That girl. Motherly shook her head and smiled. Where is my brother? Xiaolon didn't see her 2 older brothers. He went to the county to sell some herbs. Huzi introduced him to a big clinic in the city. They say it's quite large, and he can sell herbs there in the future. The price they offered was good, and they said to stay in touch. Maybe he can work there someday. But they aren't hiring right now. Huzi wants to wait and see. Oh, when my brother comes back, he'll definitely bring me some good food, Xiaolon said happily, thinking about snacks. You're so old, but still eating snacks, like a kid. Qingyuan doesn't even like snacks anymore, Motherly said with a smile. What does it matter? Xiaolon pouted, showing she didn't care. Brother Qingshan, someone outside called. Li Qingshan quickly looked out and saw old Lu running over. He greeted him with a smile. Why are you out here if your shop isn't open? Haha, even if I'm busy, I have to come see you, old Lu said happily. Li Qingshan chuckled. You're just coming to see me? Uncle, Annie, I came to visit. Huzi caught some game. Please add it to the meal, old Lu said, carrying a hare. Hares are rare because they run very fast and are hard to catch. Without skill, you can't find them. You can smell them from far away, and they're gone before you see them.
Oh.
Such a fat hare. And you should cook it today. Boil it for the meal. Where's Huzi? Motherly asked softly. He'll be here soon. Old Lu looked kindly at Xiaolan and smiled. Old Lu, another person, were whispering inside. When they came out, they looked very happy. Soon, Lu Chuanhu also arrived. He wore a short blue jacket, looked energetic in his casual clothes, and his clothes were very clean. He was tall and strong, looking brave and healthy. Grandma, Grandpa, Auntie, here's a basket of shrimp.
Please take some, he said. Oh, we can't take this.
Your dad already took the hare. You can take it home to eat, Motherly said shyly. Go ahead, I can't do it myself, and I can still get a bite to eat here. They didn't charge me for what they gave me, Huzi said with a shake of his head. Little sister-in-law, you do it. The two of us, big men, can manage the day-to-day. It's rare to come here and improve the food, old Lu said, peeking his head in to advise. All right, let Xiaolan prepare some. We can pickle a lot for later, Motherly said, thinking about making some shrimp paste. These can be prepared now. Girl, chat with your brother Huzi. I'm going to wash the shrimp, Motherly said with a big smile. Lana, your face looks much better than before, Huzi said as he helped Xiaolan pick vegetables in the yard. My grandfather bought a ewe. Every morning, she drinks a big bowl of sheep's milk. She's been drinking it for a while, so she's naturally gotten plump, Xiaolan said with a shy smile. Seeing your face look rosy and healthy, you look nice, Huzi nodded, his eyes fixed on her. His gaze was warm and a little shy. Who sent you the shrimp? Why did they send it? Xiaolan asked, feeling a bit shy to change the subject. I went to the city to help someone with a small task. They thanked me and sent it, Huzi said with a smile. Do you want some water? I'll pour you some tea. My brother brewed it himself. Xiaolan remembered she hadn't poured water for him and quickly went to the kitchen to fetch hot water and brew the tea. The tea leaves were picked from the tea tree when Shou brought it back. He took some tender leaves to roast. They didn't know what variety of tea tree it was, but the flavor was very good. Xiaolan thought it was just as good as regular high-quality tea. Huzi took a sip and nodded. Not bad. Shou really has some skill. I thought he was just joking. My brother said that when spring comes, he wants to plant some other flower seedlings. Not just honeysuckle, but some different ones too. When they grow, we can sell them for money, and we can also eat some ourselves, Xiaolan said, feeling confident that her second brother wouldn't go hungry. Things looked good. She wasn't worried about paying the 5 taels of silver. Huzi smiled. Your second brother is capable. When he worked at the pharmacy, he did all the work. The more he worked, the more skills he learned. Only your second brother is willing to work hard, not lazy, and he works diligently from start to finish. That's why he wants to marry your sister. He earns quite a bit of money each month. Don't worry about him. He's clever and can support himself. Huzi waved his hand dismissively. Brother Huzi, I just heard my mother say that there's a big clinic in the city. Does anyone know someone there? Can I ask my brother to go learn there? My older brother is still young. I think if he studies with a good teacher, he can learn a lot. Medicine has no end. There's always more to learn. Xiaolan thinks being a doctor is a very noble profession. It is highly respected here and has a bright future. She believes she should continue studying. Right now, they're not hiring anyone. We should wait for the right opportunity. I heard that an old doctor there is very skilled with excellent medical skills. He used to travel all over the south and north, even in the capital, and was very successful. Later, because dealing with important people was complicated and private matters were many, he returned to his hometown. He opened a clinic with his son, and many people come daily for treatment and medicine. His reputation is well known. No one in town doesn't know his name. However, such talented doctors don't take apprentices easily, so it's hard to get in. Haziz slowly sipped his tea and explained the situation at the Lin family clinic. So that's how it is. My brother must feel very upset. It's all my fault for being impulsive. Qiaolan felt a bit guilty. Her brother had endured silently, unwilling to leave the pharmacy, probably thinking he wasn't skilled enough yet and could still learn. But her actions had shattered that hope. No, don't think that way. Is the level of a county doctor the same as a city doctor? How can he think about entering the Lin family clinic if he doesn't leave the pharmacy? Haziz gently held her hand and explained carefully, you see, only after he ends his apprenticeship can he find a way into the Lin family clinic and learn from bigger, more skilled doctors. Although he's just selling herbs now, the quality of his medicines is good, which is a good stepping stone. Some things can't be rushed. That's all we can do for now. We'll look for another chance. Qiaolan nodded helplessly. She wanted to help but had no way to do so. Don't worry. Learning martial arts is about knowing yourself. Do you know what you should do? Haziz playfully ruffled her hair, earning a glare of annoyance. This made Haziz laugh loudly, which made Qiaolan angry and shy. She stood up and went into the kitchen, ignoring him. Motherly looked at her daughter's blushing face and smiled. She felt confident that things were about to work out. Haziz was a good person, and she had high hopes for him. At noon, Qiaolan showed her skills by cooking a pot of pork with herbs, some greens she kept at home, dried vegetables soaked in water, and tofu. The hot meal made everyone feel warm and happy. While they were eating, Shu Wen and Wu Fu returned. Motherly called out happily, luckily, I prepared their meals. I was thinking of just eating somewhere in town. Have you eaten yet? Qiaolan quickly asked again, and then went to get warm water for washing her hands and face. It's okay, not too cold. I sold my herbs, and the shopkeeper is very pleased with them. He said my processing is good, and if I have more like these, he will buy for me again, Shui Wu said happily after washing his face. Lan, come here. Look what I bought for you, Shui Wen called his sister mysteriously. Qiaolan happily ran over. What good thing is it? Shui Wen took a cloth bag from his pocket and opened it to reveal shiny silver items. Qiaolan exclaimed, jewelry. Where did you get the money, brother? Shui Wen smiled and ruffled her hair. This is money my second brother and I saved together. You've worked so hard these years, stitching day and night. My sister has earned enough to buy 10 houses, but you've never bought yourself a flower or bracelet. I'm sorry, sister. His eyes shimmered with emotion. Shui Wu wiped his face again with a towel, hiding the moisture in his eyes. Qiaolan stared blankly at the cloth bag in her hand, which contained a pair of twisted silver bangles decorated with tiny red gemstones and a pair of silver earrings shaped like peanuts, along with a silver hairpin engraved with small turquoise stones. They looked very beautiful. Brother, how much did these cost? She asked, feeling a bit distressed. The craftsmanship on the bangles looked expensive. It didn't cost much. We bought the set together. The red gemstone was the most expensive. The others are not too costly. It was 30 taels in total. I paid 10 taels, and your second brother sold herbs to get silver, giving 20 taels.
Keep it.
This is my secret savings from part-time work, Shui Wen said happily. Qiaolan held the items and felt her heart warm. She didn't know what to say, and her eyes also became moist. Her brothers still cared for her. Keep it. You deserve it. That's more like a proper older brother. The old lady smiled happily and nodded. No one noticed that Zhang's face had turned pale. She didn't know Shui Wen had hidden 10 taels of silver. She felt strange inside, but couldn't say a word. How much did you sell for? The old lady asked Shui Wu. About 50 taels, with a little over 30 remaining. The main reason is that one herb was kept in perfect condition, and the shopkeeper was very satisfied. They urgently need it. In the future, if I have more herbs, I can sell them to him. The price will definitely be good. The money is right here. Shui Wu quickly took out his purse and handed it to the old lady. Well, that's a good thing, the old lady said with a smile as she took the money. Shu Wen, who was studying literature, hadn't eaten yet. The old lady waited for a long time, but didn't see Zhang move. She glanced at her and asked, "Guohua, what are you thinking? Going to serve your husband his meal? Why does your face look so pale?" She seemed curious, but also understood something deep inside. Zhang hurriedly stood up and ran toward the kitchen, almost knocking over the stool. Old Mr. Li shook his head with a look of disappointment. Old Lady Li smiled, patted his hand, and looked calm and confident. Zhang served food to her two brothers and then sat quietly to eat. Suddenly, Shu Wen spoke while eating. "I happened to meet some people in town who needed short-term workers. I volunteered to help. I think I can finish before the new year. They pay daily 50 coins a day. Whose family is it? What kind of work can you do now?" Motherly asked curiously. "When we were selling medicinal herbs, we met one of their regular customers. He was dressed in silk, probably a rich city person. He said they needed to fix up their house. It's getting colder, and they can't find enough workers. It seems their son from out of town is coming back to stay, and they want everything done before the new year. They asked the shopkeeper to find workers, and I just spoke up. The customer looked at me and said we could go, both of us, and pay 50 coins a day. If we do a good job, we might earn more." "I agreed," Shu Wen said calmly. "That's so far in the city. Do you have to live there?" Qiao Lan asked first. "Yes, they have a place for us to stay. Since we are strong, the shopkeeper said Xue Wu is good at making things, and they think we're honest. So, they let us work. I think 50 coins a day is a good deal, so I decided to go. We'll leave early tomorrow," Shu Wen said quietly, never once looking at Zhang. Zhang looked a little panicked. "It's so cold, and you still want to go? Isn't the work tiring?" "It's tiring or not, I have to work. No work, no money to build a house. Silver doesn't fall from the sky," Shu Wen replied firmly. Zhang's eyes turned red with sadness. She felt very wronged. They didn't discuss this with her. She just decided on her own. Although there was no work in the winter, she couldn't just leave like that. They had been married for many years, and she had never been away from him for even a day. Now she had to spend a whole winter apart. I don't know where to start with all these words. The two brothers went to work, earning 50 coins a day, which is quite a lot. It's rare to find such high pay in the county. The old lady looked at Zhang and smiled slightly. "Then go ahead. Work hard, and be quick. 100 coins a day is not bad. We are just farmers, so there's nothing valuable enough to attract others' attention. Work hard, and we'll wait for you at home during the new year. Don't worry about the family, there's not much work to do this winter." "Yes, I think so too. The more we earn, the better. Next year, we can build a house and dig a water canal," Shu Wen nodded. "Go to bed early tonight. I need to go to the city tomorrow to deliver a letter to the county official. I can take you there," Huzi said with a smile. "All right," Zhang replied. Zhang turned around and tears started to fall. She didn't know why she felt so wronged inside. Xue wanted to get married and build a house, but why does it seem like her husband is the hardest working? Usually, it's just the two of them who do most of the work at home. Now, they still have to work hard in winter. They barely had enough savings, and she wanted to buy something for the children, but her husband only thought of his sister. His sister had contributed a lot of money, but she and her husband had worked just as hard. Why didn't they think of bringing back something for her and the children? Even a piece of thread would do. A strange, bitter feeling filled her heart, hard to explain, like a block in her chest. It made her feel very uncomfortable. Shu Wen, Xue, and Huzi talked and drank a little, seeming quite happy. After dinner, old Lu and Huzi went back together, smiling as if they had made some agreement. Zhang silently cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen. Qiaolan knew her sister-in-law was probably upset. She had bought so many things for herself, but didn't even think of bringing a piece of cloth to make a dress for her sister-in-law. But she didn't want to persuade her. She didn't like complicated matters. Since the last incident, she and Zhang have been carefully trying to keep peace. Neither of them wanted to cause trouble again. She noticed that her brother and sister-in-law weren't as close and cheerful as before. In the past, her brother would sneak into the kitchen for a bite after work or tease his wife sometimes. That sweet feeling made others envious. Since that time, my brother has always kept a stern face. He didn't intentionally ignore my sister-in-law, but things have changed. Even I, as the younger sister-in-law, can see that there seem to be some problems between them, but no one is willing to talk about it. Grandma and mother won't let me say anything, saying it's none of my business. This time, Xiutu spent 1,000 taels of silver. Xiaolon didn't hide it, but she also didn't want to test whether others are kind-hearted. She doesn't like complicated disputes like this. She hates such things. If you don't tell, I will pretend I don't know. Xiaolon sighed, tidied up the dining table, and wiped it clean. Mother, about this. Why do you need it? Your brother bought it for you. Just wear it. Which girl doesn't wear a flower band or bracelet? Wearing it looks good. My daughter looks the prettiest. Motherly smiled proudly. Her son still has a conscience, knowing who is the closest. That's good. She isn't a jealous mother-in-law who can't stand her son's wife being well off, but she can't always focus on her daughter's little bit of money. There are so many men in the family. Am I supposed to let my daughter support a big family with food and expenses? No money this time, no more building a house. No one should think about taking my daughter's money. My daughter has been respectful enough. That's enough. Why didn't my brother bring anything for my sister-in-law and nephew? Even a piece of cloth to give to my sister-in-law would be fine. She's feeling upset. Xiaolon lowered her voice and whispered to Motherly, your brother did it on purpose. The family is struggling to build a house. He's holding on to his savings and not mentioning it. His eyes are fixed on your little silver. Your grandma is angry. Your brother has become a bit cold-hearted. Otherwise, why would he go out to work? There's a lot of money in the city jobs. Don't I know? But it's tiring. This time, your brother is determined. Besides, I don't ask about their marriage. You, as a younger sister-in-law, shouldn't ask either. They want to spend their lives together. Your brother knows what's best. Don't worry. Motherly was not worried at all. She patted her daughter's head and went back to her work. She still needed to embroider a few more pouches to sell. Xiaolon shrugged and looked sympathetically toward the kitchen. It's not that I won't plead for you. I've already done my best. After washing her hands, Xiaolon went back to her room to embroider. She still had her work to do. The county magistrate's items needed careful and focused embroidery. She must make it beautiful. This is worth 1,000 taels of silver. If she doesn't embroider well, and it doesn't sell, she can't afford to lose. The next morning, Huzi took the car to pick up Shuwen and Shuewu and left. Each of them carried a small bag, 2 sets of clothes and a sheepskin coat, along with 2 pairs of shoes. Mrs. Zhang watched eagerly, but Shuwen didn't even turn his head. Shuewu, seeing his sister-in-law was gone, nudged his brother. Brother, do you think you're being a bit too harsh? Don't worry about it. Let her learn her lesson. Who paid for the house? It was all of us. She's selfish, holding on to her little bit of money, and refusing to share. I was the one who paid most for the house. Qingyuan and Qinggang will benefit too. We're building a big house now, even the courtyard for Qingyuan and Qinggang's future marriages. It will save us a lot of trouble. Shouldn't we contribute more? Why only think about ourselves? The house isn't divided yet. If she doesn't want to spend her embroidery money, I'll work harder and do more. I don't want to worry about women's money, and I don't want to make my sister suffer. I won't let my sister work herself to death for us brothers. Shu Wen turned his head away, feeling a heavy weight inside. Although he forgave Mrs. Zhang last time because Qiaolon begged him, Shu Wen still felt upset. His sister hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she suffer and be blamed? She didn't even dare to speak up, and she had to apologize to his mother-in-law, all for his face as a brother. He thought, I don't care about women's money. No one does. Can I work a bit harder and earn more? Is there really money falling from the sky just because I sleep warmly with my wife? That's a joke. Shuewu also sighed. Actually, I spent most of the money this time. If we work hard now, maybe next spring people will be willing to hire us again. Then we won't worry about money. Yes, I think so too. We need to put in some effort this time. If we don't save enough money, next spring there won't be many people looking for work. Maybe we can go to the city to find jobs and earn more, Shu Wen suggested, thinking that there are more opportunities in the city and money can come faster. He wanted to finish building the house sooner. Having a house would make it easier for Shiwawu to find a wife. Otherwise, it's hard to find a good match now. He didn't want his brother to be wronged. He was still young and could work harder. As long as he was diligent, he'd find a way. When he got married, he also built a new house. He didn't want his brother to suffer. The brothers went to the city to work for a wealthy family. Mrs. Zhang, for the first time, saw Shuwen go 2 or 3 months without returning home, and she found it hard to adapt. In just a few days, Zhang couldn't hold back anymore and begged the old lady, "Grandma, can I take Qingyuan and Qingying back to my parents' house for a few days?" Since Shuwen wasn't with her, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Everything seemed wrong, and no one was bothering her. She felt frustrated and restless, wanting to go back home. The old lady looked at her and lowered her eyelids. "Ho-hot, you've been married for a few years now, right?" "Yes, Qingyuan is 6 years old, and Qingying is 5, Zhang said shyly, smiling. It was hard to believe how big the children had grown so quickly. "In our village, no one usually goes back to their parents' house for half a month, so often. You've gone back 6 or 7 times since last year, right? Last autumn, when you went back after the harvest, you were busy with your own land, but you still hurried to help at your parents' house. I didn't say much, did I? You can't take other people's kindness for granted. Xiaolon bought 10 acres of land, and we've been sharing the harvest, which is counted in the family expenses. Shuwen bought jewelry for her sister, and you must have felt upset about that, right? But Xiaolon paid 5 taels of silver into the family account so Qingyuan could go to school. Without that, those 10 acres of land wouldn't be enough for her whole family to eat. Yet I never saw you buy even a piece of cloth for your sister. You're still resentful of me and Xiaolon, unwilling to spend money on building a house. Xiaolon doesn't owe you anything. I didn't say anything about what happened last time, because I think you're a good child. I agreed when you married in, because your character is good. But ever since Xiaolon improved her embroidery skills and earned more money, you've changed too. Every time Xiaolon goes to the market, she remembers to bring Qingyuan and Qingyang some sweet snacks. But do you think about your sister when you go to the market? You know I didn't ask for these things from you. This time, Xiaolon also contributed 50 taels of silver for the house. Shuwen gave me the remaining 30 taels, and the money she earned in the city will also go toward building the house. But you still think it's not enough because she has 900 taels, right? Shouldn't Xiaolon use all her money to support your family of 4? The old lady was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Coincidentally, everyone was out working today. Although it's winter, there's no snow, so the ground isn't frozen solid. Old Li and his sons went to the back mountain to farm, digging little by little. Zhang immediately blushed and raised her voice. "I didn't, Grandma, I didn't." She strongly denied it but didn't know how to explain. The truth is, she never bought a single stitch or a thread for her sister-in-law. When they were close before, she even remembered giving her some snacks. But since when did Xiaolon stop taking anything from her? Probably when Xiaolan's embroidery became a gift for her martial arts master. At that time, Xiaolan's embroidery wasn't very valuable, but it could sell for some money. However, she had already given it all to her master. Her mother-in-law also refused to let Xiaolon work hard anymore, so she sold fewer pieces to the embroidery shop. People's energy is limited. The most she could make were some handkerchiefs and pouches, but they couldn't compare to the price of embroidered pictures. Her mother-in-law said embroidery pouches were enough, mainly because she felt sorry for her daughter's hard work. Back then, she probably felt wronged. She spent so much money learning martial arts and medicine, like a bottomless pit. But at that time, she didn't have to pay anything, so she didn't mind. Over time, she grew a bit distant from her sister-in-law, no longer as close as before. Maybe she felt she had been taken advantage of. The old lady waved her hand, stopping her from explaining further. Her tone was kind and gentle, not strict, and she spoke earnestly. "Guohua, I chose you back then. I trust the Zhang family. They are good people, which is why I picked you. I know you're a good girl, and you did it for your 2 children. But a person can't be too selfish, only thinking about their own little world, ignoring others. We are family. Xiaolon and her brother are siblings. Do you plan to cut ties with them forever? If you don't help me today, why should I help you tomorrow?" You have two sons. When they go to school, where will they live and what will they eat? Do you plan to rely on no one and seek nothing for yourself? I already promised to marry Qiaolan to Chuanhu. His family is good, and he's a decent person. Will Qing Yuan and Qing Gang be left out? Have you thought about these things? Qing Yuan and Qing Gang are brothers. They should support each other in the future. Otherwise, the younger might take advantage of the older. Why not just divide the family now? Zhang's face instantly turned pale as paper, and tears streamed down her face. Grandma, I didn't mean that. I didn't. She sobbed, feeling a lot of unfairness she couldn't put into words. Since the last incident, she really didn't stay in the straw hut anymore. Her attitude had cooled down. It's been over a month, and she hasn't touched her since. Before, when she went to bed, they would talk and chat, but since then, it has all stopped. There seems to be a barrier between them. No matter how hard she tries, she can't get past it. She treats her younger sister-in-law carefully, but Shui Wen's eyes seem to see right through her thoughts. The smile at the corner of his mouth almost feels like he's mocking her for pretending. The old lady sighed deeply. Child, Shui Wen and Wu Qiaolan are siblings. Supporting each other is the right way. In the future, Qing Yuan and Qing Gang should do the same. One person alone can't handle everything. Brothers and sisters are strength. You've always thought that learning martial arts held back the family and that Shui Wen was at a disadvantage, but actually your parents and Qiaolan have given the most. What have you given in return? I'm very disappointed. I hope you won't regret it later. When you see Qing Yuan and Qing Gang turn against each other over money and fight fiercely, you'll still believe you're right. The old lady looked stern and full of disappointment. Mrs. Zhang burst into tears. I didn't mean to ruin their sibling relationship. It's just. The 900 taels of silver were flashing before my eyes, and I felt so upset inside. I didn't do it on purpose. I know that learning martial arts and having a girl are good for Qing Yuan and Qing Gang, and they treat me well too. I don't know what's wrong with me. My heart feels like it's on fire. When she's sober, she knows that she shouldn't be so greedy. But in her dreams, she keeps having all sorts of thoughts. If she had enough money to send her children to the best schools, they would have bright futures. Learning martial arts could lead to medicine, but learning literature only means farming. She always feels a gap inside her. She keeps having these ups and downs of wild thoughts. Shui Wen isn't home either. Her heart feels empty. If he were at home arguing with her, that wouldn't be so bad. What can I say about you? Qiaolan drew plans for the house, saying planting fruit trees and flowers could bring in medicine and future income. All these will benefit the family. The 20 acres of land are considered the family's, and in the future, they will be shared. When Shui Wen left, he also said that if there's leftover money next year, Qing Yuan can go to the county to study and he will pay half of the tuition. You always fluctuate between good and bad. Where does that leave Shui Wen? Making his younger siblings support his family? Why is he cold to you? As the eldest sister-in-law, you've failed as a sister. He, as the older brother, can't even straighten his back. Do you still want this family? Or do you think having 2 children means you can sit safely on top forever? Can't we do anything to you? Old Lady Li saw everything, but over the years, Zhang's gaze at studying martial arts became more impatient. She often showed some resentment. Now, because studying literature and earning money outside has made her resent Qiaolan even more. She had to speak up about this child. Zhang was born a village girl, but she is honest at heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep feeling upset about her situation. It shows she still has a conscience. People want a good life, but they often have ideas about shortcuts. Who wants to suffer? Sniff, sniff. I know I shouldn't think like this, but I just can't help it. Last time, my mother scolded me, saying I lost old Zhang's trust. My sister-in-law also complained about me. Grandma, I really only want to borrow Qiaolan's money to build a house. I plan to pay her back. I know he treats me and the children well. I know I am selfish, just thinking about saving more money for myself. I hope the children can be like my younger brother, capable and successful. I don't want them to spend their whole lives farming. I want them to be educated and skilled, like their aunt. But all of this costs money. Zhang's intentions aren't really bad. She wouldn't do anything truly harmful. She's a bit selfish for her children, but she doesn't have any other bad intentions. Qiao Lan won't lend money again. This 50 taels is just for buying land. She's paying for her own yard, planning to build a 4-room house there. The big yard will be for us to live in, including Qingyuan and Qinggong's yards. In the future, we won't have to worry. So this time, I plan to build a big, good house, at least one that won't need repairs for decades. Qiao Lan isn't obligated to help you raise the children or owes you anything. Why should she pay? How much did you spend at your parents' house? If we don't have enough money by spring, we'll have to build in summer. First, clear the wasteland, but we don't have enough workers or money. I plan to buy 2 more oxen to help farm the land. You'll have to figure out how to live. If you think the Li family has wronged you and Shuwen agrees to divorce, then, child, you've really hurt Shuwen. The old lady was threatening Zhang, but Shuwen never said anything about divorce. Divorce? Zhang's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Her eyes widened, and her face turned pale. She had mentioned writing a separation letter before, but she was only regretful, not truly worried. She was a little scared, but she still had some confidence because she had 2 sons. She was a wife who had given birth to children, so she couldn't easily write a separation letter. Disagreeing with separation is different. You can remarry after separation, but people look down on you. Although there is no such thing as a widow observing mourning, in small places like this, not taking action and separating can lead to gossip and insults. Grandma, I was wrong. I promise I won't think about my sister's money anymore. Boo-hoo. Please forgive me just for the sake of the children. Zhang wept, clutching the old lady's pants, feeling very sad. Zhang didn't know that Shuwen had gone to the city to work purely by chance to earn money. She didn't think about separation at all. She believed Shuwen had lost her heart and didn't want to stay with her. So she used an excuse to go to the city. Actually, she just didn't want to see her. The old lady, taking the opportunity to scold her, frightened her so much that her legs went weak. She was truly scared. Separation meant her mother and father could beat her to death, and if others found out, it would be shameful and embarrassing. The whole village would look down on the Zhang family. She even had a young niece. If her reputation was ruined, her sister-in-law might even fight her with a knife. The old lady looked at Zhang, tears streaming down her face. Do you understand your mistake? I know I was wrong. I shouldn't be jealous and always think about others' things. I should focus on living well, work harder, and find ways to earn money. Even embroidering a few small bags is good. I was wrong. All right, I can forgive you, but there can't be a next time. I will watch your actions. If it happens again, even if I plead for you, Shuwen's heart won't change. He's stubborn and won't turn back once he's decided. You know how the children of the Li family are, they're very stubborn. Shuwen is like that. Wu Ning would rather get beaten and covered in blood than fail to learn his skills. Qiaolan would rather have no friends and fail to produce a good embroidery. Yes, Qiaolan has no close friends her age in the village. She spends all her time practicing embroidery. Gradually, her friends stopped playing with her. She felt bored and lonely. Zhang sniffled and nodded, admitting her mistake and promising she would never do it again. She would live a good life from now on and stop thinking about unnecessary things. No one knew about the old lady and Zhang's conversation. Shuwen went to the city to work, and someone still had to take care of the household chores. Even old Li took the ox to plow the fields. Uncle Li and his family came to help with the work. Li's mother and Xiao Lan went to the fields to pull weeds, fetch water, and bring food. Inside the house, only the old lady and Zhang remained. The children had gone out to gather pigweed and carry firewood. The elderly woman didn't want Zhang to lose face, but she still needed to teach her. Some things had to be made clear, we all understand in our hearts. Don't think everyone is foolish. Zhang cried, washed her face, and went to the kitchen to cook. She didn't mention going back to her parents' house again. The elderly woman had already spoken. Some things shouldn't even be thought about. She is a person of authority at home, and even old man Li couldn't argue with her. Guohua, don't do it yet. Go to the Dongtu Ma family. They have 4 young men, and they're poor and many. Ask if they want to rent our land. This wasteland can be used for 10 years. The first 5 years, no money is needed, just give some crops if possible. The next 5 years, give grain, following the village's old rules. Ask them how much they want to rent. The condition is that they help dig the water channels for free in spring. That's too cheap. Even if it's wasteland, our land isn't very bad and is quite fertile, Zhang said, feeling a bit sad. Chaolan's 10 acres of land didn't have enough family help, so they hired people. Some families in the village have many members but little land, and they can pay a bit to hire help. Her family, along with her second uncle's family, has 3 oxen to work with. 1 ox belongs to Ma Xiaoling, the daughter-in-law of Shoujing, as part of her dowry. Now there's an additional 20 acres of wasteland. Their own family can't finish it alone, so hiring help and spending money is necessary. That's why she went to the city to work for others, earning some money. Even if she doesn't build a house, she still has to pay people to dig the land and channels. Time waits for no one.
You don't understand.
With few people and a lot of land, we can't finish it ourselves. Go hire help. Also, ask around if anyone else in the village wants to rent land. The 10 acres of wasteland on our side should also be rented out. The same price applies. The first 5 years, the yield is very low. Only in the last 5 years can they make some profit. It's not like good land. I would rather spend a bit more money hiring temporary workers than rent out the land and get nothing. At least I can recover some of the costs. All right, I understand. I'll go now, Zhang said after thinking it over. She took off her apron and left. At noon, Chaolan and Li Mu returned, ready to help with cooking. Seeing Zhang wasn't there, they curiously asked, Guohua, where is she? I asked her to go find someone to rent out the wasteland. We can't do it all ourselves. In spring, we'll need help digging channels. I think the land is cheap to develop, and we can give crops instead of money. The people renting our land can help dig the water channels for free, which can save some costs, the elderly woman pondered, thinking about how to do all this efficiently without losing money. Motherly thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. In the first few years, planting that wasteland won't make any money. Only in later years will we see some results. But if we do that, our family will have less money and we don't have enough workers ourselves. I was thinking of buying 2 more cows to raise. What do you think? With cows, next year we can ask fewer people to help with the land. That 10 acres of Chaolan's land is good land. If we rent it out, we might lose money. Grandma Li considered these matters to maximize benefits. Chaolan found it very troublesome and pouted. I say, if we have money, we should buy good land. You insist on buying wasteland. Next spring, we should buy 10 acres of good land for the family. Grandpa, Grandma, and parents raised me all these years. Why not buy some land for the family? She thought it was troublesome and was willing to spend some money.
Grandma Lismilat.
You're really stubborn. I have my reasons for buying wasteland. These 20 acres belong to the family, and none of it is yours. That's a great act of filial piety. No girl is as honest as you. Don't worry. Once the wasteland is well managed, our family will turn things around in just a few years. Exactly. Your father and mother haven't passed away yet, so it's not your turn to support the family. Go cook. Today, your second uncle and others are here working. They've done a lot. The cows have been brought over to help. Prepare some good food and cut some meat. Motherly chuckled with a bit of anger. Oh, Chaolan pouted, still not understanding why they wouldn't buy good land if they had money. Mom, I'll go to the village entrance to see who's killing pigs.
I want to buy some.
When I learn martial arts and literature, I can also help out. Motherly discussed with Grandma about buying some pork. As it got colder, families started selling pigs or slaughtering their own to prepare for the new year. They slaughtered early to make cured meat. Yes, buy more. Do we have enough money? If not, I'll give you some. Also, buy a set of tools for cleaning the pig. Get half a pig, it will last us for more than half a year. Is that enough? The family's money is running out quickly. Motherly had some savings for daily expenses, mostly kept by Grandma Li. This little money can't build a house. We can't skip meals. Without oil and water, we have to work hard and risk falling ill, which costs more money. Look at how much money Lan spent when she was sick. Grandma Li explained the costs to Mother Li. All right, I'll listen to you. Mother Li, thinking about her 2 sons working outside for the family, hardened her heart and agreed. Can you do it? I can help carry things. Lan followed out. Mother Li shook her head. Silly girl, someone is sending me home. How can I carry things? Even if the pig's head is sold, it can be brought back, Lan thought, craving pig head cake. All right, ask about ancestor worship too. Mother Li nodded. Lan quickly went inside to cook, as the whole family would come back soon to eat. The elderly lady also washed her hands and helped with cooking and lighting the fire. Girl, I've thought it over. I promised Uncle Lu to tell you about Chuanhu. Are you happy with that? The old lady took a moment to speak kindly to her granddaughter. Grandma's opinion is good, and I think so too. I have no objections. Grandma only wants what's best for me, I understand. Lan nodded with a smile. Outside the village, only the landlord's family could compare to the Lu family. The Lu family was well off, better than the Li family, with 50 acres of land rented out to tenants who paid some silver and also provided grain. This was common in the village. Some landlords only collected silver, but that was rare. Usually, landlords wanted some grain because taxes had to be paid. Tenants paid a small amount of silver and mostly gave grain, which was enough for a good life if the land was good. 046 Pig Head Cake. The Lu family also had a general store with a courtyard and a proper 4-section large brick and tile house, a big granary, and even built a 4-section courtyard for their brothers. They also gave 20 acres of land to their nephew, thanking him for raising Chuanwei. The Li family simply couldn't compare. Grandma Li thought the Lu family still had more resources, but they hadn't shown them. War profits were the easiest to make, but only capable people dared to do so. Seeing her granddaughter not upset, Grandma Li felt relieved. I hope you live a happy and easy life. If conditions are too poor, you shouldn't marry. It's not just about a good person. Marriage isn't just about living with a man. Most of the time, you have to deal with your mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and younger sisters-in-law. If you're good at embroidery once married, you can't just say no to embroidery. Without a family division, each household has to contribute silver and effort. I'm worried about people's hearts turning bad. Chuanhu had good conditions and some savings. Neither he nor Chuanwei was married yet. Old Lu probably still had savings, so he wouldn't worry her too much. She could choose to embroider or not without overexerting herself. Those with poor conditions would find it hard to refuse marriage. Chuanhu was a bit older, but after experiencing life and going to war, he was brave and confident. Having fought the enemies, he had a strong spirit. Most people wouldn't dare to bully the Lu family. Marrying into their family would also provide security. Such a person wouldn't scheme over a little money from a woman. We are too far apart to marry you. It's hard to even say a word, let alone more. After considering all aspects, I think Chuanhu is a good match for Lan. The elderly lady carefully thought it over and believed Chuanhu was a very suitable match for Lan. Lan's personality is not strong enough. She is too soft-hearted. Such a temper can easily be exploited and taken advantage of. She wants to plan a good future for her granddaughter and eliminate any negative factors. Lan feels warm inside. I know I worry my grandma. I listen to what the elders say. Grandpa and Grandma trust the person they like, so they can't be wrong. They won't hurt me, I trust you all. Thinking of that person and what he said to her that day made her feel a little touched. Respecting herself is rare and precious. If you don't mind or dislike him, I will ask a matchmaker to come and talk about marriage, okay? Okay, I'll listen to Grandma. Lan doesn't dislike Chuanhu. She finds him quite agreeable and doesn't oppose or feel repulsed by marrying him. She agrees. Grandma Li breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. Getting engaged doesn't mean you'll marry right away. You're still young, so you can wait for 2 more years. The elderly and the young talk softly, busy preparing lunch. Just then, Li's mother calls people in. She has really brought home most of a pig, including a pig's head and some offal, almost half a pig. Next door, Aunt Li also helps carry some things back. You bought quite a lot this year, huh? Li's mother sighs. To save money for building a house, I went to the city to work after studying literature and martial arts. I thought about buying more to help the kids stay healthy. Without extra money, they have to work hard and might fall ill. We don't have enough money for medical bills. Aunt Lee nods with concern. That's true. Better to eat well than get sick. Medicine costs a lot, so eating meat is better. Exactly. Everyone's working in the fields. If I had money, I'd hire someone to help. There's plenty of work in the fields. But since we're short on money, I have to do it myself. Lee's mother wouldn't tell others that her family has savings, as her grandmother wouldn't allow it. Of course, she's pretending to be poor. Hey, stop complaining. Your life is getting better. There's hope. When you dig the canal, just tell me. I'll help you without asking for money. Aunt Lee is also kind-hearted and has a good relationship with the Lee family. Of course, I'll need your help. I'll pay you. I can't let you work for nothing. Helping others is fine, but why not help your own family? Lee's mother is good at talking and happily agrees. All right, I won't tell you anymore. I need to go cook. The man will be back soon, Aunt Lee said with a smile, clapping her hands as she went to work. Mother Lee asked someone to put the things in the yard. After thanking the person, she saw them off. Wow, so much bought. Are you making cured meat? Lan looked at everything happily. Yes, make more cured meat. Your grandma is right. When you're sick, it's better to buy meat to eat than spend money on medicine. Mother Lee agreed. Grandma, can we make pig head cake with the pig's head? Lan was craving it. Sure, I'll make it for you after washing it. Grandma Lee nodded happily. Pig head cake is very tasty, but the process is quite complicated. It involves washing the pig's head inside and out repeatedly, then singeing off the hair over a fire, scraping and washing again, doing this many times until it's thoroughly clean. Next, put the pig's head in a large pot with water, adding ginger, cooking wine, and pepper to remove the smell. Discard this first water, then wash the pig's head again until it's completely clean. Then, put it back in the pot with some seasoning and cook until the skin and meat can be pierced easily with chopsticks. Once done, take it out while still hot. Peel off the skin and meat and layer the fat and lean meat alternately. The outer layer is the skin, wrapped tightly with cloth and tied into a square shape. Place the tied meat between two cutting boards with a bucket of water and a weight on top. Put a clean basin underneath to catch the oil. Pressing with the weight all night causes the excess oil to seep out into the basin. By the next day, the pig head cake is formed, and all the extra fat has drained away. One pig head makes only one piece of pig head cake, about the size of a book. When finished, it has a good balance of fat and lean, with no excess oil. Slice it thinly, dip in sauce, and it's crispy, tender, and very delicious. Lan ate it last New Year and couldn't forget it. Unfortunately, the process is too complicated to do regularly. Only during the New Year can you enjoy it. The lard fried from the pig's fat is used for cooking and making snacks like fried dough twists, sesame seed balls, and fried dough. Since frying uses a lot of oil, these treats are usually only made during the holidays, mainly to entertain guests or give as gifts. It's a rare treat. Mother Lee dislikes wasting oil and refuses to make these often. Sometimes she buys a little for her grandchildren to satisfy their sweet cravings. Any leftover oil is used for gift-giving. Then I'll help wash the pig's head, Lan said, kneeling in front of it, as if guarding a treasure. Mother Lee looked like she wanted to laugh. She patted Lan's head and said, there will be pig slaughtering in the next few days. I ordered a pig's head. I'll make more pig's head cakes for you this year, but you need to help wash it. Mother, you bought some meat? Zhang also came back. Yes, I bought some meat. It's good to learn about literature and martial arts during the new year. It will help us improve, Mother Lee said with a smile. Should we slaughter our pig? Or maybe sell all of them? We have enough to eat, Zhang, having learned from her grandmother, relaxed her mood and started to think about making up for lost time. Life still has to go on. Slaughter one, sell one. By the way, this year, let's raise some piglets. Raise 2 more. Maybe also raise some rabbits? I saw our rabbit nest as babies again. When the 2 boys come back, we can sell the rabbits. The rabbits might have had several litters. We also saved quite a few eggs, so we can sell those too, Mother Lee thought. The household supplies were almost enough, and she planned to go to the county market.
Don't wait for them.
I just saw Mao Sheng. He will go to the market next time, Zhang hurriedly said. All right, take everything with us. Let's sell it and have a good new year. Motherly nodded. Motherly raised many chickens, ducks, piglets, and rabbits, which could bring in some money. Especially in winter, eggs are scarce and expensive. She built a warm chicken coop so the eggs laid were good. Selling some of them could earn a silver or two. Should we sell duck eggs? We've collected over 100, Zhang asked her mother. Don't sell the duck eggs. Pickle them for spring eating. Otherwise, the family won't have enough to eat. Xiao Lan and her brother love them. They can't do without a bowl of porridge in the morning. Sell the 200 eggs, sell the big rabbits, and keep the breeding rabbits, Motherly said. Some rabbits and chickens were caught from the mountains and raised without cost. Motherly couldn't bear to eat them, so she kept them to grow and sell later. All right, I'll pick out the duck eggs and wash them for pickling tomorrow, Zhang said, rolling up her sleeves and ready to work. Good, help me wash the meat first. Today we need to prepare the offal and pig's head, or it will be hard later, Motherly muttered. There was a lot to prepare, especially since her 2 boys were not home, making the work even busier. Mother, the meal is ready. Should I bring it over or call you back to eat? Chaoan was quick and prepared 5 or 6 dishes in a short time. Only 2 dishes contained meat, the others were vegetarian and pickled vegetables. Call them back to eat. There's still a lot of work to do. Did you make any meat dishes? Motherly quickly asked, calling her brothers and their families to help with the chores. It's not good if they don't have something to eat. I made some pickled fish, stir-fried dried pork with black fungus, and prepared some braised tofu with kelp. I also made pickled vegetables. The kelp was sent by brother who last time, Xiao Lan said as she took off her apron. All right, go ahead. Motherly nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. She called everyone to come eat. When Zhao saw the others washing their hands and wanting to help, Motherly quickly stopped her, saying, You don't need to do it. I've already prepared these dishes. Take them home for the children to eat. Come and eat first. No need, sister-in-law. I bought some, Zhao said shyly, trying to refuse. That's yours, but these are for Xiao Ling and the children. In spring, I'll need help digging channels. I've worked hard for Shou Zheng and Renli, don't refuse, Motherly said firmly. She had already cut and cleaned several pieces of meat, tying them with string. Zhao looked at her husband, Lao Li Qinghuai, who also smiled. Sister-in-law cares for us.
Keep it.
We're family. Shou Zheng and Renli have eaten a lot, and we can't slack off. If I find out, I'll give you a good scolding. We've never been lazy or tricky for Uncle's wife. Renli pouted unhappily and replied to his father before washing his hands to serve the food. That kid dares to talk back, Qinghuai joked with a smile. Zhao also smiled. Sister-in-law has always taken good care of me. She's given me many good things. Sister-in-law, give me some of your sauce. I'll make it for them. They say your cooking is better than mine. Sure, I'll pack some for you to take home later. How about salted duck eggs? No, I have plenty at home. We have enough. Zhao shook her head. Motherly and Zhao are very close. Motherly always keeps some things for Zhao and her younger brother. She's never forgotten this over the years. Zhao respects her sister-in-law a lot. When there's work to do, she doesn't need to be told. She just brings her son and goes to dig channels in the fields. When will Shui Wenwu come back? Will he come home for the new year? Zhao asked as she sat at the table with the women, chatting with her sister-in-law. He said he might come back for the new year. Someone told us they're doing well. The head of the family gets paid once a month, and they're quite happy. Motherly sighed, feeling sad for her son but having no other way. That's good. Don't worry, next year you'll be able to build a new house. My sister-in-law, I brought silver with me. This year, I sold grain to pay back 50 taels of silver to your family. The rest will be paid next year. Zhao took a handkerchief, wrapped the silver, and handed it to her sister-in-law. She originally borrowed silver to buy 10 acres of land. After selling grain and the chickens, ducks, and pigs at home, she had some silver. Renli also earned some money working with his master and brought it back. She decided to give her sister-in-law a little first, feeling secure about the land. If you're not wealthy, there's no rush. We're family, so why are you so anxious? Lee's mother didn't take the silver. Actually, I do have some. Here, take it. I sold both pigs because the price was good. I also raised 2 piglets, sold a batch of rabbits, and sold some to a restaurant. Runli can now make furniture on his own. This year, his master gave him a red envelope for doing well, and he took on a big job to earn money. I also bought seeds, and I just need to buy some supplies at the market. We're almost there, Zhao explained, which eased Lee's mother's worries. If you need money, just say so. Lee's mother kept repeating. You're going to the market too? Why not go together? Sure, I'll help carry things. Is Qiaolon going? I want to go too. I need to buy some thread. I also want to buy some green salt and fragrant resin. My face cream is gone, and so is the sheep fat ointment. I made some incense powder and want to see if anyone is selling it. When she had free time, Qiaolon used the flower seedlings she learned to make from her martial arts training to gather flowers and make incense powder. Her grandmother gave her the recipe. After trying several times, she thought it turned out very well. She also made some rouge, and the clear, pure color looked beautiful. Lan is really talented. Zhao nodded in admiration. Sister-in-law, I saved a portion just for you. I'll give it to you later. Qiaolon didn't forget her 2 sisters-in-law and packed 2 separate portions. Ma Xiaoling looked surprised and excited. And mine? That's great. Thank you, Lan. Qiaolon smiled sweetly, looking lively and adorable. She turned to her sister-in-law, Zhang, and said, Sister-in-law, I saved a portion for you too. I'll give it to you later. Zhang was a bit surprised, but understood. She looked a little embarrassed and guilty, saying, I know my sister will think of me. She's never forgotten me. The voice gradually lowered at the end, feeling a bit sad and uncomfortable. Guilt and regret slowly grew in her heart. Thinking about the happy days when she was with Xu Wen, then recalling her current loneliness, she felt that her mother-in-law and grandmother didn't like her. She thought she had enjoyed too many good days and had become too proud. Qiaolon didn't know that Zhang was feeling so many emotions. Curious, she looked at her and asked, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Do you miss my brother? Don't worry, someone has already brought back news. He will definitely come back before the new year. Actually, Qiaolon felt a little shy. The last time she went to the city was hard-earned. Her 2 brothers pooled their money to buy her a set of silver jewelry, but she didn't buy even a piece of cloth for her sister-in-law.
She felt a bit guilty about that.
This time, she brought some powder to make up for it. She knew her sister-in-law was kind and not a bad person. They would have to get along in the future, so she decided to just go with the flow. It's nothing. I just worry if they are cold outside or if they are eating well, Zhang said with a forced smile, changing the subject. She was determined to work hard and wait for Xu Wen to come back and apologize. She decided to stop overthinking and just focus on living her own life peacefully. Seeing that her sister-in-law hadn't improved much, Qiaolon didn't ask too much and changed the subject to lighten the mood. After lunch, everyone continued working while the sun was still high. Mother Li and Zhao also went to the fields to work. In the afternoon, someone came to the house. It was a poor family from the village entrance. The main breadwinner had fallen ill and died after more than a year. They left behind a few acres of thin land and a widow with several sons. The widow had endured hardships to raise her children but had no means to let them marry. Their small land, along with some aid from the village, was barely enough to survive. They couldn't afford to make other plans. Fortunately, Li's village was known for its honest and simple people. Starvation was unlikely, but they only helped in emergencies, not out of charity. The widow was tough and hardworking. She did all kinds of manual labor, sewing, repairing, and even helping men build houses, lay bricks, and move stones. When others showed sympathy, she appreciated some care and took on lighter tasks. But as her children grew older, her sons needed to marry. Old Lady Li's wasteland needed to be cultivated. She thought of her own family first. Her sons had been the most active during the last martial arts event. After it was over, they quietly returned to the village without saying a word. She knew they were honest and eager-hearted. Ma Auntie brought her eldest son over.
Hello, Auntie.
I came to ask about the wasteland. You see, I have several sons who work very hard. If there's any work to do, just tell me. Even in winter, there's not much to do, so just give me instructions. Old Lady Li smiled and nodded, waving her over. Ma Auntie sat on the bench. I know it's not easy for you to take care of the children. The younger son is about the same age as my son who is learning to read, and he should get married soon. We can't delay anymore. My family's land isn't enough to support many people. If you're willing to help me, you can start working on it. I won't take your money. The first few years on the wasteland won't make much profit, so just get by. When you have a good harvest later, bring me some grain. We can follow the old village rules, okay? Hearing this, Ma Auntie started to cry. She was grateful that they were looking out for her family. Usually, the village rules required paying grain and money to rent the land. The Leaf family didn't ask for her money because they knew she couldn't afford it. Auntie, I kneel to thank you. Ma Auntie immediately knelt down, tears streaming down her face. Oh, child, get up quickly. Your son is already grown. Youngest son, get up too.
Call me Grandma Li.
You should be taken care of. Besides, I also need your help. Old Lady Li hurriedly helped them both up. Ma Auntie stood up, wiped her tears, and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Auntie. My boys are capable of working. I heard Guohua say you want to dig a canal. My son can do it. I'll pay you. Help me dig the canal, Old Lady Li said with a smile and nodded. Auntie, there's no need to talk about money. Ma Auntie firmly shook her head. We can't even afford money for your land. Doing some work without pay, I feel ashamed to stay in the village. Please don't mention money. You've helped us many times before. We haven't had a chance to repay you. I don't want your money. This land rental deal was such a good opportunity. You couldn't find such a good arrangement elsewhere. The village was taking care of their poor family. No one else would care if you lived or died. Although Ma Auntie was poor, she was clever and helpful. Whenever someone needed help, she was eager to assist. Over the years, others had also helped her family. Her children had grown up eating from many families because their father died early. Ma Auntie was alone, working the land and also doing laundry, sewing, and helping with household expenses. She was often away. At that time, her eldest son took care of his 3 younger brothers, wandering around to find food. The women in the village felt sorry for the children and would give them a bite to eat. That's how they grew up. Who has any matters to attend to? The Ma family can help if needed. You don't even have to ask. They will just go and inquire themselves, especially if they have good judgment. Old Lady Li knows she is a proud woman. She is poor but has strong will and wants to repay everyone within her ability. She smiles and nods in acceptance. Human relationships require giving and receiving. If others can't pay money but are willing to help, you should let them do so. Otherwise, it will be hard to get along later. All right, then I won't be polite. 10 acres of land. Do you think you can finish it? Old Lady Li is also worried that his family might not complete the work. Yes, I think I can do more. My maternal nephew has no work to do, and my own family is also very poor. My older brother has been ill for many years. My sister-in-law is taking care of the land and the children alone, which is hard. If my aunt can't find help for a while, I can help by working on 2 more acres. I also want to support my sister-in-law. Our family has benefited from my brother and sister-in-law many times, Ma said with a sigh. That's fine. I trust your family. The land is available as long as you can handle it. Don't worry, we have oxen at home, and my 3 nephews are hardworking. We can finish the work, Ma said confidently. She is not afraid of hard work, just worried about not having enough strength to use. All right, it's settled then. Do you know anyone else willing to work on the fallow land? For the same price, they can keep the grain and not pay money, the old lady asked. Ma thought for a moment and said, I remember one family, the old Wang family at the west end of the village. Do you remember the eldest son? His family is honest and simple. They have been bullied terribly by the old lady. The old lady frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands. Oh, I remember now. That's the old Wang who lost his wife and then married his sister-in-law. Yes, that's his family. The eldest son was born after the previous wife died. He is honest, and his wife is also honest. The old lady used to bully the eldest son a lot. They do a lot of work but don't get much in return. Recently, her third son passed the imperial exam and became a scholar. Now the old lady is causing trouble and wants to split the family. The eldest son's family has nothing left. They left everything behind. TSK. They are really heartless. The work was mainly done by the eldest family. Now they are driven out, living in a broken thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. The old lady nodded.
Oh.
A while ago, the old man went to the village chief's place, making a fuss. It was his family. I haven't had time to ask about my own affairs. That broken thatched hut was built by hunters, right? How do they survive the winter, with the wind coming through? They didn't give any land either. She sounded quite surprised. Well, I didn't give anything. The boss is angry now. He discussed with the village chief and decided to adopt the younger brother of old Wang, who died early and had no children. They have already divided the family estate, so there will be no more connection. Mrs. Ma pouted and looked regretful. The old lady sighed with a serious face, saying, "It's scary when honest people get angry. If they lose their temper, it's hard to calm them down. It really hurts my heart. You have 4 young boys and 1 girl in your family, right? Yes, they're all out looking for work now. They're just earning a little 2 walnuts and some dates, so they're just making do. I was thinking, maybe you should ask him. His family is good at working and everyone is hardworking," Mrs. Ma explained about the Wang family. "Oh, I see. Later, can you help me call the couple over? I want to ask them. If they're willing to work, let them do it. As for where they live, there's a small, somewhat old yard next to my land. We bought that land from the village, but after buying it, we found we couldn't build a house there because it's a bit too rich. We haven't had time to tear it down. If they don't mind, they can fix it up and live there first. When they have more money, they can buy it from me. I'll sell it at whatever price the village offers, okay? Being neighbors with honest people has its benefits. That land is right next to the future courtyard of Qiaolan. Later, she can be neighbors with her granddaughter. There's no need to worry about wild animals or anyone bothering them. Helping his family out now might also build good relationships, which could be useful later." "That's great. He's eager to come. I'll go tell him," Mrs. Ma said, patting her thigh, and immediately stood up. "Boss, you and your brothers should go call the oxen and find Grandpolly in the fields. Look for some work to do. I'll go talk to the Wang family about this," Mrs. Ma said briskly, already making arrangements. "Hey," the younger brother, a quiet boy, responded and went outside to call his brothers to work. "Tell your cousin to come tomorrow," Mrs. Ma added hurriedly before leaving. She also reminded her son to call his sister-in-law's family to help with the work. Mrs. Ma hurriedly left, and only after everyone was gone did Qiaolan come out of the house. "Grandma, why do you want the Wang family to live next door to us?" Old Lady Li smiled. "That's part of my plan. Think about it, there's a big piece of land next to our house. We can't buy it all now, and in the future, others will want to buy and live there too. It's just a matter of time. Since that's the case, why can't I choose to have a good-hearted neighbor who looks out for me? In the future, if you marry into this family, there will be fewer people at home, and having a good neighbor to watch over the yard would be a good thing. The Wang family is hardworking and honest, and they will surely have a good life in the future. There's no need to worry about jealous or envious neighbors staring at your house every day, wondering if you're eating meat or counting silver. That would be so annoying." Qiaolan thought for a moment and nodded, feeling it made sense. "Grandma is very thoughtful. But doesn't that mean we lose a lot of money from our land? Foolish child, although the wasteland isn't neglected, it won't produce anything in the first 5 years. Only after the next 5 years will it start to yield crops. So, it's a total of 10 years. Instead of letting it sit idle, we might as well rent it out to others to help us farm. That way, we can build good relationships. When they get used to it, they'll think about buying land themselves. By then, the land will be well cultivated, and when we take it back to farm, the yield will be high. That's when we can really start earning silver. Then why not buy good land directly?" Qiaolan still didn't understand. "Child, it's too obvious. Our family has been making some noise these past 2 years, building a house, taking a break. Just buying land already makes your sister-in-law jealous and uncertain. What about others? Don't they have ideas too? So, buying wasteland is also a way to ease things and motivate the family to work hard. When the wasteland starts to bring an income, we'll have more strength. When we have silver in hand and everyone's united, getting married and adding some new things to the family won't be a problem. We can't move too fast, or we might fall and get hurt. The old lady spoke earnestly to Qiaolon, reminding her to keep her emotions in check and not to be too proud. Qiaolon thought deeply and nodded with admiration.
I'll listen to you, Grandma.
Tomorrow I'll go to the bank and deposit the silver notes. Yes, tomorrow I'll go with you. We'll ask about the price of gold. If it's good, we'll exchange some and keep the rest in the bank. Have you spent the silver you have now? The old lady lovingly stroked Qiaolon's shiny black braid. I kept some from the last time the county magistrate's little brother came. I gave him 50 taels. I was going to give it to my mother to spend, but she told me to keep it for buying flowers and jewelry, Qiaolon said, shaking her head happily. She was holding the silver earrings her brothers bought her, and her eyes sparkled with joy. These were the most precious gifts her brothers had given her since she arrived here. She was grateful to heaven for bringing her to the Li family, where she found warmth and family love, giving her lonely heart a place to belong. Li's family is her home and her relatives. Should I wear the comb now? Tomorrow, I will go to the jewelry shop to look around and pick out a set of gold hair ornaments for you. In a few days, the matchmaker will come, and we will decide on your marriage with Chuanhu. The old lady looked at her granddaughter with love, proud and happy. I don't want gold hair ornaments. Just some gold to keep in the box is enough. Qiaolon was not vain. Wearing those things didn't matter much. It would be better to save the money for buying property. Yes, a girl should have a set for her wedding. Keeping it is just like having gold. The old lady thought about tidying up her own chest. Once the marriage was settled, they would start preparing Qiaolon's dowry. She needed to organize her hidden treasures and pick out the best ones for Qiaolon. In fact, the old lady planned to leave most of her valuables for Qiaolon. Qiaolon was raised by her, so their bond was stronger. The old lady personally taught her to write and copied famous calligraphy and paintings with her. Although they used yellow paper back then, the original girl was gentle and talented. She had a solid foundation, but she was young, inexperienced, and lacked patience, so she was not as skilled as now. Still, she was clever and quick-witted. After coming here, Qiaolon looked through her old purse and handkerchief, which had lively and beautiful embroidery, vivid and realistic. But she lacked patience and the strength of character in her calligraphy and paintings. These qualities take time to develop. Qiaolon was lucky to be older. She was nearly 30 when she died, so she was naturally stronger than her original self. When the old lady got married, she also had some books, antiques, and calligraphy and paintings, which she hid away. Except for Qiaolon copying and touching them, others were not allowed to even see them. Zhang Shi didn't know that the old lady had valuable antiques. In the afternoon, Qiaolon was chatting with her grandmother while sewing, not rushing to embroider. Combining work and rest makes progress faster and better in quality. Grandma, what do you think I should embroider on that red cloth? I might not have time next year. Should I give some money to Uncle Li? Qiaolon asked. No need. Uncle Li is just proud of you. He doesn't care about those little things. Keep it for yourself. Next time, you can embroider whatever you want. The old lady smiled kindly. Then next time I want to use gold and silver threads to make it look luxurious. Is that okay? Qiaolon tilted her head and thought. Sure, that's fine. Actually, I want to embroider a large folding screen with a picture of elegant women wearing flowers in their hair. Each side should have a different scene, made with the best yellow rosewood or purple sandalwood bases. That would really show skill, I think. Qinglong smiled proudly. She is quite ambitious about her embroidery. Before, she made a similar screen with mountain and flower scenes in a simple, elegant style, using a traditional ancient embroidery technique she studied for many years. Her boss took it abroad to auction, and it sold for several million. Although it wasn't an antique, it was highly praised by Chinese collectors and became a treasured piece. The good craftsmanship also helped her boss get more orders abroad. The boss owns an embroidery shop overseas, where prices are much higher than at home. Many of Qinglan's works are sold abroad, and her sales are always good. The old lady smiled and said, "That will take many years to finish. It's too hard. Let's talk about it later." Qinglan was just speaking casually. Right now, she didn't need to rush. The conditions weren't right. "Grandma, I thought of something yesterday. Can you help me think if it's possible?" "Oh, what is it?" "Our dock also has a market, right? I was thinking of making some food for my sister-in-law to sell. We also have some vegetables at home that we could sell. Early in the morning, the dock is cold, but hot soup and warm food would be really nice to eat. If we do it well, we could sell some money all winter." Qinglan was thinking about making some snacks to help her sister-in-law and earn some money. When people have something to do, they don't think about other worries. "That's a good idea, but your sister-in-law can't do it alone. She'll be too busy," the old lady said, not opposing it. "Don't forget, I have my sister-in-law Xiaoling too. She'll definitely want to help. In the evening, I can ask my third and fourth brothers to come pick her up. They can work together and split the money evenly. It should be enough for the winter." Qinglan thought the market at the dock was very lively, with many people coming and going. But now they don't go often because they rarely buy fish. Most go to the county. Their family used to sell things there too. Later, as Li's mother aged, the old lady also cared more for her daughter-in-law. The family's conditions improved, so they didn't want her to suffer from the sun and wind anymore. "What do you want to do exactly?" the old lady asked, thinking this plan could work. "It might earn some money and teach the children that earning money isn't easy." "That would be good. Can you make me some spicy noodles? Also, change that hot vegetable dish, boil it in a pot, add some spicy soup, and then add noodles. It's got vegetables, meat, and noodles. When it's hot and steaming, it's really tasty. And maybe some five-spice and spicy potatoes. Would that work?" Xiaolan's eyes sparkled brightly. The elderly lady was from northern Beijing and could eat spicy food. She knew how to make Sichuan dishes, which they often ate at home. Xiaolan also liked a bit of spice. Based on some small snacks she made to entertain the children, she thought they could sell them. "First, ask your sister-in-law if she's willing to do it. If she agrees, you all can make a trial batch to taste the flavor. Only then can you sell it. Tidy up the pushcart at home, have your father fix it, and then you can push it to go out." The elderly lady considered and thought it was doable. "All right, I'll ask my sister-in-law." Xiaolan jumped up happily. Zhang was digging a ditch in the field and would only come back when cooking time. Since she decided to improve family relations and earn forgiveness for her studies, Zhang had been working very hard, hoping to gain more goodwill. Especially after the elderly lady reminded her that Qingyuan Qinggang was also a brother, she became fully aware. Yes. Jealousy over studying martial arts had used too many family resources and money. That idea was silly and selfish. What would happen to her son in the future? If she had a selfish daughter-in-law like that, damaging her brotherly relationship, what should she do as a mother? Thinking this through, she felt ashamed. She hadn't set a good example for her children and had only become a joke. Even for her children's sake, she should stand tall and act with integrity. Xiaolan ran to the field, pulling her sister-in-law and little Ling into a whisper. Their eyes lit up. Little Ling didn't hesitate at all. "I'm willing to do it. I can contribute 10 taels of silver, which is my own embroidery money," she said. "Then I'll also contribute 10 taels. If that's not enough, we can add more." Zhang smiled and agreed. "Great. We just need some money for meat and other ingredients. The rest we have at home. Tonight, we'll make some to taste at home. If it's good, we can improve it. If it's ready, we'll try selling at the dock tomorrow." Xiaolan clapped her hands happily. Zhao and Li's mother overheard and turned around to ask, "What are you whispering about?" Little Ling explained the plan and Zhao nodded. "Sounds good. Maybe when I'm free, I can help you out," she said. Zhang looked at Li's mother eagerly. After some thought, she said, "Selling at the stall is hard work, wind and sun. If an IZ wants to embroider, she won't have time to help you. Just agree that your sister can enjoy her happiness. The money from selling should be split equally among each family. Is that okay?" Li's mother wanted to clarify everything in advance. When they spoke, she understood the elderly lady's intentions. After many years, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law still shared some silent understanding. Well, I originally wanted to improve our family's life, and we still owe my sister money, said Xiaoling, a straightforward person. They hadn't divided their property yet, and still needed to contribute money. Mrs. Zhang nodded seriously. Mother, I've already given all the money I earned. I also have 30 taels. I'll give that too. I used to think the wrong way, but our family should work together. I also want to earn some good karma for Qing Yuan and Qing Gang. She took a deep breath, feeling her long-held worries release, and her mood brightened. She wanted to leave a backup plan for her sons. Mother Li then smiled sincerely. That's right. But I don't want you to give so much. If you're happy to give everything, it's to help build the house. Grandma said this time we should finish building it. After Qing Yuan and Qing Gang get married, they can have their own courtyard. You can keep 20 taels for yourself, and the rest can go to the family. Isn't that to help build the house? Okay, I'll listen to you, Zhang said happily. The family had always cared for her children. She was just being a little petty and didn't blame others. Yes, I'll remember your efforts. I've already talked with Xu Wen. Next year, after the house is built, Qing Yuan will go to school. As for learning martial arts, I've also arranged for the two nephews to share the cost of their education. Mother Li had already discussed the money for her grandchildren's schooling with her two sons. Although her daughter-in-law was a bit selfish, the grandchildren belonged to the Li family. Mother Li wouldn't fight over her grandchildren's future with her daughter-in-law. Mother, Zhang's eyes suddenly reddened. She hadn't even thought about her children going to school next year. She hadn't expected her mother-in-law to have already made plans. Her younger brother was even willing to help support her family. She felt truly reassured now, realizing she had underestimated her family. Foolish child, they're also my grandchildren. How could I not care? Don't think about those unnecessary things. Our family has limited resources, so I can only do things step by step. If you don't understand something later, just ask. Don't overthink, Mother Li said openly. Yes, I'll listen to you, Mother. Zhang quickly wiped her tears, not wanting anyone to misunderstand that she and her mother-in-law had any issues. Then I'll teach you how to cook, Qiaolon said, turning her eyes and acting coquettishly. Mother Li couldn't help but laugh. I've been running a stall for so many years. Who needs you to teach? Just add a little more seasoning when you prepare the ingredients. It's just for our family to eat more economically. That's all. Ha ha ha. A group of women burst into laughter. Xiaolon pouted and crossed her arms, feeling a bit upset. I cook delicious food. Just try it and you'll see. All right, let's taste your cooking. If it's good, I'll learn from you. Mrs. Zhang chuckled brightly and cheerfully. In the afternoon, the woman said she would leave early. Xiaolon mentioned she wanted to buy some ingredients. She planned to prepare everything and set it out tomorrow, but she would buy only a little at first. Luckily, since it's winter, unsold food isn't a big problem, and they have a cellar to store it. Mrs. Zhao took Xiaolon, Mrs. Zhang, and Mrs. Ma to buy some offal from others. Xiaolon said she wanted to buy some stomachs, either lamb or pig, and also some liver and other meats and vegetables. At the dock, the workers are strong laborers who help unload cargo, which requires strength. Meat and vegetables are more appealing because they are more lively and fresh. Xiaolon decided to make a spicy hot pot dish, which is familiar and doesn't raise suspicion. In winter, they often eat hot pots at home. They call hot pot hakguozi, hot pot. And since they all like spicy food, Xiaolon called her dish an improved version of hakguozi. The elderly woman thought that since some people were already selling similar dishes, no one would suspect anything. After visiting several households and gathering all the ingredients, Xiaolon helped her sisters-in-law wash the offal and boil it, using the ingredients they already had at home for tomorrow. That evening, when the men returned from work, Xiaolon had already prepared the hakguozi dishes. She personally seasoned and cooked the food. She served each person a bowl, and the men also added some handmade noodles. Mrs. Ma's noodles were very chewy and tasty. After a whole day outside in the cold, the family was happy to enjoy hot soup and hot noodles, feeling very comfortable and satisfied. The flavor Xiao Lan made was strong and delicious. When the second uncle and others heard about their plan, they nodded in approval while eating. Really good flavor. You could sell this, no problem. But do you two women think you can handle it? I'm worried someone might bully you, the second uncle said thoughtfully after finishing his meal. Why would anyone bully us just for setting up a stall? That's not right. The two sisters-in-law looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Besides, there are hooligans at the dock too. Do you think business is that easy? The second uncle chuckled and shook his head. Maybe Brother Huzi can help watch over it, Xiao Lan timidly suggested, feeling a bit shy but still hoping her sisters-in-law could start this business. After all, having money in hand makes her feel more secure. That could work, Lao Dadley nodded. It's not impossible. All right then. We'll do it. At worst, we can give some money to the local thugs and say a few good words, Mrs. Zhang decided firmly to go ahead. Let's go, sister-in-law. I'll tell you all some more things. Dad, please work a bit harder to fix the cart for us. We need to leave early tomorrow. Xiaolan reminded her father kindly. Yes, I won't forget. I can fix it quickly, her father replied with a smile. Together, Renli and another person fixed the cart in no time. It was old and slightly broken, but usable after some repairs. Mother Li and Zhao quickly brought hot water to clean the cart inside and out. In the kitchen, Xiaolan carefully explained every detail again. She then watched her two sisters-in-law prepare a new batch of seasoning soup before stopping. Tomorrow I'll show you how to set up. Follow me and learn. The seasoning needs to be enough. Since we're not the only one selling this dish at the dock, the flavor and portions must be right. If it's not tasty, no one will buy, and that would be a waste. Don't worry, we understand how important it is. Zhang and Ma nodded seriously, remembering everything carefully. I can only show you for 2 days. You must learn quickly. I also need to do embroidery, and if I don't finish, I might offend the county official, Xiaolan said, as she couldn't stay with them every day. She had her own work to do. Sister-in-law knows. I've almost learned enough. Tomorrow I'll help with the seasoning and you can watch and taste, Zhang immediately agreed. The next morning, Xiaolan took silver money and went to the market with her sisters-in-law and Renli. She helped set up their stall early. She also asked someone to tell Brother Huzi and paid some money to the officials. The officials wandered around, greeting people and saying, "This is my relative's stall. Please take care and don't bully them." Even the local bullies didn't dare bother the officials. Zhang and Ma were sharp-eyed and gave some money to the local bullies, smiling and thanking them. The local bullies were in charge of managing the dock workers, making money from the port, and were quite powerful. Ordinary people rarely dared to offend them. All right, from now on, we'll set up here. Just say I'm Brother Nyo's people. Pay 20 coins a month, the local bully, called Brother Nyo, said. The officials' area also collected money, and so did the local bullies. But once they paid, they wouldn't cause trouble and even guaranteed safety for business. It wasn't too much. When the local bullies left, Zhang sighed and clapped her hands. Well, we haven't even sold anything yet, and we've already spent quite a bit. Doing this isn't easy. Early in the morning, they paid 2 coins to invite people, and Zhang felt a little distressed about the expenses. Xiaolan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't mind. That's how things are. After we finish embroidery, we have to give away 10%. No one helps us for free. Brother Huzi, have you eaten? You haven't eaten yet this morning, right? Sister-in-law will start the fire and make a bowl to warm your stomach. Soon I'll bring a bowl to Brother Nyo and the others too. All right, I almost forgot. You all sit for a while. I'll be right there." Zhang was quick to realize and immediately rolled up her sleeves, washed her hands, and started working. Chuan Hu and the constables soon enjoyed hot noodles and spicy dishes, eating happily and saying, "Sister-in-law, you did a good job." "Thank you. You're welcome. Come over when you're hungry. You go ahead. We'll leave now." "Lan Xin, when will I come to pick you up?" Chuan Hu glanced at Xiaolan and asked. "Brother Huzi, if you're busy, go ahead. I'll go to the county with my father and third brother later. I'm not busy. I'll come to pick you up later," Chuan Hu said firmly. At the dock, people came and went, a mixed crowd. Chuan Hu didn't trust Xiaolan. Her bright, delicate, and pretty appearance attracted attention, so it was better to keep an eye on her. A few constables chuckled knowingly, and Chuan Hu shot them a sharp look. They quickly covered their mouths, their eyes showing obvious amusement. Zhang and Ma couldn't help but laugh too. Xiao Lan blushed and felt shy, but didn't refuse, afraid of causing a fuss. Chuan Hu took his brothers to patrol other areas. Zhang made a small bowl of food and noodles, enough to serve to Brother Niu, and even added a few extra bowls and chopsticks. Brother Niu, please try our food. It's cold early in the morning, so this will warm your stomach. Zhang politely tried to get closer to him. Brother Niu only glanced and nodded slightly. Thanks. Just focus on your business. No one will bother you around here. Thank you for your care, Brother Niu. You eat first. I'll come back later to clear the dishes, Zhang said happily. She was glad to see her sister bringing some food. She happily left and soon realized that others had already started eating at her stall. Xiao Lan and Ma were busy, which made her happy, and she quickly joined in. The spicy aroma of soup and dishes drifted far. The weather was cold early in the morning, and many men followed the smell to sit down and eat a bowl. The food wasn't expensive and included meat and vegetables, making it tempting. Soon a few people sat down here and there. Thank you, brothers, for supporting my sister-in-law. Today, I will give each of you a small dish of pickles. In the future, please continue to support us. Our family is saving money to help my brother get married, and we are doing small business to support the family. If my sister-in-law faces any difficulties, I hope everyone will help. I, the younger sister, thank you all here. Qilan stepped forward, bowed to thank everyone, and handed out a small dish of pickles. Of course, we will come again when we have good food to eat. Everyone was happy to receive food and small gifts. They all came from hard backgrounds and knew their families were not well off, so they didn't come here to suffer. Standing in the cold all day isn't easy for women either. The boss is also considerate. If they ever need help, they will naturally lend a hand. Zhang quickly served the dishes and handed out bowls. Ma rolled out the noodles and started cleaning and tidying up. The stall was kept very clean and neat, making everyone feel comfortable. Dad was nearby, helping to keep the fire going. Rinli was responsible for cutting all the vegetables. Everyone helped, and it was done quickly. Although there weren't many people early in the morning, they still managed to make some sales, which made Zhang and Ma feel quite encouraged. After finishing, Dad put down his sleeves. We're going to the county. You all keep busy here. All right, you can go. That's about enough. Zhang, following Qilan's advice, felt confident about the situation. Sister-in-law, we'll come to pick you up this afternoon, Qilan said, washing her hands and preparing to buy some thread. Okay, let's go, Zhang replied. After settling the sister-in-law, Qilan and Dad prepared to go to the county market. At that moment, Chuan Hu came over. Let's go. Did you buy a lot? Chuan Hu helped Old Li carry the things. Not much. Don't delay your work. Old Li smiled and responded. It's nothing, just checking around. I arranged for them to go, Chuan Hu said. They all went to the county market together. Qilan first went to the embroidery shop. Uncle Li, I'm here. Business is good? Qilan, you're here. Things are fine. I guessed you'd come. I've prepared silk threads for you. Are the gold and silver threads enough? I haven't used them all yet. Just need silk threads, Qilan nodded with a smile. I have a good thing for you, imported from Jiangnan. Someone gave it to me as a gift, but I don't need it, so I'll give it to you. Uncle Li took out a set of 4 books, a government-printed edition. Oh. Uncle Li, that's too precious. I can't accept it. Qilan asked about the price of the books, which was quite expensive. No problem, just take it. It's a gift from someone else. No charge, Uncle Li said. I bought some private items while sourcing goods from Jiangnan for someone else. They thanked me for the gift. I didn't need it, so I told them to take it. Master Li waved his hand, not caring much about it. Xiao Lan was truly touched. She touched the brand new books and finally decided to accept them. Thank you, Uncle Li. I like them so much I can't put them down. I'll humbly accept them. She hugged the books tightly, reluctant to let go. Uncle Li smiled too. I knew you liked books. I was right not to refuse the gift. Haha. Xiaolon also showed a shy, sweet smile. She carefully wrapped the books in cloth and placed them gently into her father's basket, then bid farewell to Uncle Li. Outside the door, passing Tiger quietly handed her 2 boxes. Take these for yourself. What are these? Xiaolon pushed them away, hesitant to accept. Things for women.
Just take them.
No need to be polite. Passing Tiger forcefully put the boxes into her basket. It's okay. If Passing Tiger gives you something, just take it. Old Man Li nodded and smiled. Xiaolon finally smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Hu. Thanks. What else do you want to buy? Oh, I brought some homemade powder and rouge to sell. Do you know which shop is good for selling them? Xiaolon suddenly remembered she had some items to sell. There's no need to go around. Just leave them with me. I have customers who buy women's things. If you take them elsewhere, you might get bullied or even have your recipes stolen. Keep them here, I can sell them for you. Passing Tiger knew this area well. All right then. I'll leave them here. Old Man Li agreed. Xiaolon handed him a few boxes. Passing Tiger opened them, looked, and sniffed, then nodded slightly.
Good.
Well made. Don't worry, I'll sell them and give you the money. Okay. Xiaolon didn't ask why he didn't pay her first. Instead, she seemed very trusting, which made Passing Tiger happy. His bright eyes sparkled with a joyful smile. If you sell well, you can keep making them. I won't take your money anymore. Don't refuse. Passing Tiger's voice was gentle, like soothing a child. That would be very embarrassing, Xiaolon said with trust shining in her big, watery eyes. It's okay. I can handle this. Many people come to me to sell things. You just keep the money for yourself. Passing Tiger didn't want her to pay him a commission. Others who sell through him have to pay Lu's shop. Old Mr. Li was worried about his wife coming later. Since they were a bit behind, he didn't let his wife come help early in the cold morning. He arrived in a luxurious car. Go see if Grandma has arrived, he said. Just then, Grandma Li was helped over by Mother Li. Xiaolon quickly went to greet her happily. Grandma, Uncle Li gave me a set of 4 books with official seals. It's very nice. That's good. Did you thank him? Grandma Li smiled. Yes, I did. Then let's buy some rice paper, brushes, and ink. You can practice calligraphy with it. Next year, Qingyuan will start school, and copying a handwritten book for him is a good idea. Grandma Li thought it was a good plan. Practicing calligraphy and leaving books for the children meant they didn't have to waste paper or money. Yes, I'll pay for it myself. I'll copy books for my nephew, one of each kind. Xiaolon nodded without hesitation. Mom, shall we go now? Old Mr. Li asked, as he had some business, not just to hang out with the women. Yes, let's go now. Tiger, thank you for your help, she said. Grandma, there's no need to be so polite. I already told everyone. Let's go inside to talk, Chuanu said, helping Grandma Li out. The group turned several corners and entered a small alley through a tiny gate. Chuanhu was the last to go in, carefully checking around to make sure no one saw them before feeling safe to enter. Inside, a clerk came over to greet them. Please come in. The shopkeeper is waiting. Thank you. It's early, and you must be cold waiting for us. Here, take this money and buy some tea, Grandma Li said, pulling out a few coins from her sleeve and smiling kindly. The clerk was a bit surprised. They weren't wealthy-looking, dressed plainly, yet they still gave tips. Thank you. Please keep this quiet. We're running an errand for someone, and we don't want to cause trouble, Grandma Li said with a smile, pressing the coins into his hand. The clerk understood. They were worried about trouble, so he nodded. Don't worry. We have our rules. We can't tell others what our customers do, or it would be bad manners. That's good to know. They were led into a warm, bustling hall and immediately felt the heat and comfort.
Please sit down. I'll go call the shopkeeper, she said.
The shopkeeper hurriedly came in, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry about that. There was a customer outside. I talked a bit too much and arrived late. That's okay, said Chuanhu with a smile to the shopkeeper, then lowered his head to ask Grandma what she thought. Yes, shopkeeper, sorry to trouble you. We want to exchange 500 taels of gold, and then pick out a set of gold hairpins and headpieces embedded with rubies. It should be in the old craftsmanship style, and don't try to fool me. Grandma Li was very knowledgeable. All right, don't worry. We've been doing business here for years. Our family is honest and fair. I should mention that recently, gold prices have slightly dropped, but not by much. 1 tael of gold is worth 8 taels of silver. Gold exchange rates can fluctuate. During disaster years, the changes are big and more people exchange gold, making the price higher. But now, in peaceful times, fewer people exchange gold, and silver and copper coins are more common, so the price is a little lower. But this is already good. Saving a little is still saving. Okay, I'll exchange 500 taels. Grandma Li took out a silver note. Good. Please wait while I get it for you, said the shopkeeper. Seeing that Grandma Li was very decisive and knew what she was doing, he quickly took the items and left. Soon, a clerk and the shopkeeper brought in a redwood tray covered with a red cloth. They placed the items down and then left. They lifted the red cloths. On one tray were neatly stacked gold ingots, each weighing 10 taels, arranged in order. On the other tray were 2 sets of hair accessories, one set of gold filigree jewelry embedded with rubies, and another set of gold with silk threads, embedded with rubies and decorated with emerald feathers, more beautiful and eye-catching. The jewelry with emerald feathers was more intricate and rare, so its price was probably a bit higher. Grandma, take a look. Which set do you prefer? These are the latest styles from Jiangnan, very beautiful. Grandma Li turned to look at Xiaolan. Pick the one you like. Xiaolan was dazzled by both sets. The craftsmanship of these gold jewelry pieces was very delicate and attractive, truly impressive. How much do they cost? Grandma, Xiaolan wanted to say she didn't want them, thinking it wasn't really necessary. As a farmer's girl, she rarely wore gold jewelry. No one around her wore gold. Even silver was usually just a small piece, like a silver earring, which was already considered fancy for wealthy people. Choose a set of dowry jewelry from Grandma. It's what you deserve, so don't refuse. The old lady was very firm, leaving no room for argument. Motherly immediately liked the set with emerald feathers and quickly said, I want the set with the gold and feather headpiece. Knowing her daughter's preferences, Qilan had already noticed this set of feather jewelry earlier and surely liked it. All right, you have good taste. There aren't many sets like this in Jiangnan. I managed to get one back, and I haven't even displayed it yet when you arrived. Should I wrap it for you? The shopkeeper saw that she was knowledgeable and spoke confidently. How much does this cost? Qilan hurriedly took out a banknote, expecting it to be expensive. 160 taels. I won't take a penny less. The value lies in the craftsmanship and the gemstones. The gemstone is pigeon blood red, very pure in color, rare indeed. The old lady nodded slightly, impressed. Grandma and Motherly both paid, and Motherly also took out a handkerchief filled with broken silver coins. The old lady smiled. How long have you been saving this? Many years. Since she started sewing pouches, I've been saving my secret money. It's all for her dowry, you know. Motherly chuckled, not minding. The handkerchief was old but very clean, containing 60 taels. Motherly had saved for many years, using her embroidery savings and the money Qilan had earned over the years. She handed it over for her daughter's dowry. As a mother, her heart was full of love. Even though she knew Grandma would never mistreat Qilan, she still wanted to save a little more for her daughter's wedding expenses. Having silver made her feel secure. The old lady also took out 100 taels and handed it over along with the broken silver. Is this enough? Yes, enough, the shopkeeper said happily. Unexpectedly, a peasant family was so generous and straightforward, people shouldn't judge by appearances. If all this money was spent on gold jewelry, what about building the house? The old lady waved her hand, and Qilan shut her mouth, not daring to argue with her grandmother. She knew her grandmother's love was sincere. She thought that when spring came to build the house, she could contribute a little extra money. Wrap it up. The shopkeeper was quick and carefully placed the jewelry into a jewelry box, then also packed the gold ingots and handed them to Laoli. Laoli wrapped the box in a rag and placed in the basket, then separately wrapped the gold ingots with Motherly and covered everything securely. Let's go now. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. You're always welcome to come back. Just tell me if you need anything. The shopkeeper personally saw them to the door. Outside the silver shop, Lan muttered, "It's so expensive, Grandma. Don't worry. We have the money for the house. It's a big family matter, and we've been preparing for it for years. I know what I'm doing. Over the years, you've embroidered so many things. Surely we didn't leave nothing behind." The old lady smiled. "Did I borrow silver when I hurt myself?" Lan looked surprised. She really thought they had no silver left and had to borrow. Money isn't always shown openly. You don't understand. If I borrow, I can pay it back. But sometimes, borrowing is necessary, the old lady said with a mysterious smile. This means they borrow even when they have money, to let others see that the family has difficulties too. It's not much different from others, but if they borrow silver, they can pay it back quickly. It's a bit better than others, but not by much, just enough to avoid making others jealous or resentful. That's the old lady's way of protecting herself. Lan, being younger, didn't quite understand some of this. "Oh," Lan frowned, biting her lip, looking confused. Her innocent look was quite adorable. Chuanhu chuckled happily, his eyes full of joy. Lan glared at him. "You dare to mock me? I won't pay attention to you anymore." Chuanhu clenched his right fist, placed it near his lips, and chuckled softly, earning 2 more eye rolls from Lan. "Are you going to the bank again?" the old lady asked. "Yes, we've agreed with someone. We'll go directly," Chuanhu said, helping the old lady forward. They went to the bank and deposited the remaining silver notes. Uncle Lee exchanged them at this bank too, but they were small denominations for easy carrying. 1,000 taels of silver felt heavy. After depositing the money, Lan felt more at ease. She asked her grandma, "Shall we buy some things to take back?" "Yes, buy some oil, salt, sugar, and see if there's anything else we need. Maybe your sister-in-law and others will need some too." "Okay, sounds good." Chuanhu accompanied them shopping, then took a prosperous carriage to take them home. He also visited his second uncle to deliver some things before returning to the county. Because he carried so much gold, Chuanhu was worried. He found an excuse to deliver things to his second uncle and personally saw them home, feeling more at ease. Old Lee was pleased with how careful and cautious Chuanhu was. He was smart and diligent, an excellent young man. Lan returned to her room to continue embroidery. The old lady had locked her gold in her chest, promising to give it to her only after her wedding, worried she might lose a piece as a child. The old lady was quite cautious. At noon, since her 2 sisters-in-law were not around, Lan went out to help Lee's mother prepare food. She was also thinking, "I wonder how well my sisters-in-law's sales are going. It doesn't matter if they sell a lot or a little, as long as the cold weather preserves the goods. If they can't sell everything, they can eat it themselves. It doesn't cost much to lose," so she wasn't worried. It's good to get some practice. "Yes, that's true. Earning money is their own, and my sisters-in-law will be happy about it." Lan nodded with a smile. "Today, you can't tell your sisters-in-law about exchanging gold for headpieces. It's your grandmother's dowry money, not public funds." "Yes, I understand. I really think there's no need to buy gold jewelry. I don't wear it normally." Lan still felt a bit sad about spending money. If it were her own money, she wouldn't mind, but this was her grandmother's savings, accumulated over a long time. It made her feel warm and touched, but she thought it was too expensive. "Silly girl, having this is also for dowry. In case of emergencies, it can be useful. Without it, your marriage might be looked down upon. I don't want you to suffer. Plus, my daughter is so beautiful. Wearing it will look good." Lee's mother looked at Lan's fair little face and smiled happily. All right, Lan thought to herself she couldn't let her sisters-in-law find out, or they'd be very angry. In the afternoon, Runli picked up the 2 sisters-in-law. They looked shy and happy, their faces glowing with joy. "Looks like you've made some money. You seem very excited," the old lady said with a smile. "Grandma, you're amazing. You guessed right. Today, we sold everything. After subtracting costs, we made over 800 coins. That's even with not enough goods to sell. We discussed it and many people asked if there were non-spicy noodles or single-portion meat. Sister, can you think of 2 more items to add?" Zhang's wife was very happy. The previous day's preparations were few, but everything was sold out. The dock workers were busy, and many people came early for meals. There were many vendors selling all kinds of snacks. Their items were affordable and tasty. A big bowl of noodles with vegetables and meat, enough to fill you up. Even the meat from the offal was still meat. A hot bowl was satisfying, and working after eating was easier. They had a good day of sales. Let's do it this way. We still have pork bones and chicken at home. Tonight, we'll make a pot of soup, tear the chicken into pieces for plain boiled chicken, and prepare the seasonings in a small bowl to mix fresh when needed. Or we could make shredded chicken with broth noodles, which is also good. This method is nice. It's light and spicy, and we can start tonight. I'll handle it. Sister-in-law added some ingredients. The chicken with meat and shredded chicken noodles will cost a bit more. We need to recover the money spent on the chicken and pork bones, or else you'll lose money, Xiaolon reminded them, emphasizing that household items also cost money. Of course, I'm not stupid. Rest assured, I've checked the prices of everything here clearly and understand them well, Zhang Shi said. She wasn't foolish. She took a walk when there weren't many people, checked the prices of meat and vegetables, and compared the prices to set her own, making sure not to charge too high or too low to avoid trouble. That's good. I hope business picks up early tomorrow. I suggest that if you're doing well and want to keep going, you can start early in the morning collecting small fish and shrimp. Bring them back, coat them with batter, and fry them. This makes a dish. Larger fish bones can be boiled to make broth, and the fish meat can be used for making meatballs. It's still meat. Exactly. Our girl is clever. Lingzi, shall we sell a few more days and then stop? Yes, we have plenty of time. Usually, there aren't many customers around noon and in the afternoon. Most people want to eat early in the morning, and many want to eat some good meat at noon. In the afternoon, we can take the opportunity to prepare fish and other ingredients, then go home and cook them quickly. Ma sure thought it was a good plan. Yes, you two have worked hard. Xiaolon, take some food to your sister-in-law, the old lady said, looking at their energetic faces with satisfaction, her mood improving significantly. They ate while discussing, thinking they could earn a little money through the winter. If things went well, they could keep working in early spring. Earning money daily made them feel happy and relieved. Qingyu and Qinggang, come here.
Look what Auntie brought you.
When you get back, forget about other things. Luckily, it's not melted yet. Xiaolon called her little nephews, holding 2 sugar paintings. Candy. The 2 children cheered happily and ran over. Here you go. Auntie embroidered these and almost forgot. Luckily, I left them in the yard so they wouldn't get smudged, Xiaolon said with a smile. The sugar paintings were hung on a basket carried by Lao Li and placed in the yard. The children were very well behaved. They never touched things not meant for them, not even when they saw them. Thank you, Auntie. Qingyuan and Qinggang licked their candies, their faces full of smiles. Why do you keep buying candy for them? Why spend money on that? You don't usually eat much candy. Be careful with your teeth. Mrs. Zhang turned around and glared at her sons. It's okay, I watch over them, Xiaolon said with a smile. After finishing the meal, it was already dark outside. Xiaolon didn't rest. She helped her sister-in-law make a big bone soup. She added chicken, and when it was almost ready, she took out the chicken, removed the meat and bones, and kept the chicken bones boiling in the pot. Little sister, why are you putting radish and corn in the pot? What's the use, Mrs. Zhang asked, noticing it was different from her usual way. The dried fish and shrimp are for flavor. We don't have fresh fish or shrimp today, but it would be better if we did. The corn and radish are to add taste. They make the soup sweet and help reduce greasiness. I also added a lemon slice to remove the fishy smell. When it boils a bit longer, I'll take out the lemon. If you boil it too long, it will turn bitter. You can also add dried tangerine peel, but it has a slightly bitter taste, so lemon is better because it's fresh and fragrant. If you have fresh lemon, squeeze some juice. If not, dried lemon peel works too. Try it. Xiaolon used a spoon to taste the soup for her 2 sisters-in-law. They took a sip, tasted carefully, and nodded slightly. Really good, not greasy, and very fresh and sweet. The corn adds a nice sweetness. It's very tasty and feels refreshing, better than just plain chicken soup, Mrs. Ma said, praising it endlessly. It was the first time she had such delicious soup, and it was quite different from what she usually drank. This soup gets better the longer you cook it. Tomorrow morning, you can buy some fish and shrimp. They don't have to be big. Broken pieces or leftover fish bones from making fish balls are fine. Just add them to the soup and simmer slowly. It will taste very delicious. Also, it's best to buy a fresh bone from a pig every day. The chicken should be sold on the same day it's bought, or it won't be fresh anymore, Lan said slowly, keeping an eye on the pot. Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Ma listened carefully and remembered everything. Then I'll go early tomorrow to buy a pig bone. Actually, you should order one early tomorrow. Tell him to give you a pig bone every day, along with some offal. If it's not enough, ask him to deliver it in the afternoon.
Try to get a good price.
Since you buy meat from him regularly, if you want other kinds of meat, ask him to get it for you at a lower price. He'll probably agree. You can also settle the bill every 2 weeks or a month. Isn't that how most shops do it? Mrs. Zhang was very happy to hear that. Yes, I didn't think of that myself. You're so clever, little Ling. You're good at talking. I'll leave this task to you. Mrs. Ma also stepped in confidently. She is good at bargaining and buying things. She nodded immediately. All right, watch me. When I leave tomorrow, you'll be rolling out the dough. Don't worry, it won't take long. If your business gets better later, you can make a chicken dish. Tear the meat into strips and put it in the noodles. That's chicken shredded noodles. Or add a few fish balls and some fresh green vegetables. Serve with a small plate of pickles. I recommend a dish of fermented fish. Do you think this bowl with meat and vegetables can sell for 10 coins? Lan smiled proudly. Really, that sounds pretty good when you say it. Our girl is so smart and quick. With her ideas, we can sell so many things. Mrs. Ma clapped and praised. This work is a bit hard, but it will definitely make money. If people go out every day to sell things and don't earn anything, they'd be fools, Lan said with a smile to encourage her sisters-in-law. If she didn't know how to embroider, she would definitely sell things at a stall. That would feel more rewarding. Counting silver coins every day is so satisfying. All right, I wish you luck. This winter, let's work hard and show them. We're not worse than them, Mrs. Ma said confidently, lifting her chin. Mrs. Zhang covered her mouth to laugh and nodded repeatedly. Yes, we're just as capable. The next morning before dawn, Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Ma pushed their carts, wrapped up warmly, to set up their stall. They were sent by Run Li and Shouzheng. They also had to start farming early, so they took the opportunity to send them off. The family's land was given to Aunt Ma and the Wang family. They worked together on 20 acres. Aunt Ma brought her sister-in-law and nephew to help. The Wang family all pitched in. They were from the same village. The Wang family had no place to stay, so the old lady borrowed a dilapidated house nearby for them to live in. The kids helped repair the roof and fix the old house. It was better than a leaking thatched hut, at least. The Wang family was very grateful and worked very hard. They also had a young girl named Chun and I, who ran back and forth helping to fetch water and deliver food. She was very clever and followed Qing Yuan and Qing Gang to gather pig grass and firewood. She was eager to work and took on half of what Mrs. Zhang did. She was quick at cooking and boiling water, and she did a great job. The kind head of the Wang family is honest and straightforward. They truly left with nothing, not even food, as the villagers kindly shared some grains to help them survive. Otherwise, they would have starved. They came to Li's land with only 2 bundles. On a cold, windy day, dressed in thin clothes, Chun and I was freezing, sniffling and trembling, curled up in a ball. It was truly pitiful to see. The Li family couldn't bear to watch anymore. Lan and Grandma Li took some of their warm clothes, which were still in good condition, and gave them to Chun and I. Lan quickly altered her own thick clothes and Big Mao's clothes so Chun and I could wear them. The girl was very perceptive, quiet, hardworking, and didn't dare eat much, afraid of being looked down upon. When she did eat, people felt sorry for her. The Wang family was very sensible. Ma's family and Li's family helped them, even though they had nothing to give in return. They worked hard digging channels without slacking off. Li's family offered money, but Wang's family refused, saying they only borrowed some silver to buy grain and seeds. They could still go into the mountains to hunt and sell game for a little money. They had enough to eat and wouldn't starve. Such brave people caught Grandma's eye. She tried to help as much as she could. Zhang had a secret idea and discussed it quietly with Grandma. "Grandma, we need extra help with work. I was thinking Wang's wife doesn't have much to do. Would she be willing to come help us at the dock? I can pay her a bit. Or maybe Chun and I can run errands and collect money for us." They both had to make noodles and serve customers, which was busy and hard to manage alone. They couldn't afford to hire others, so they thought of Chun and I and her mother. Grandma thought for a moment. "Do you think you can afford to pay? Since your work is short-term, if you don't earn enough, you'll still have to pay others. Is that okay?" Zhang looked determined. "We can afford it. 3 people work much faster than 2, and we sell more noodles. Chun and I just gets a little money for washing clothes, but if I pay her a bit more, everyone benefits. Why not? We've been busy every morning these days, and many people can't get enough to eat. Since they added 3 flavor noodles, chicken strips, and boiled chicken, sales have been very good. 1 chicken isn't enough anymore." The daily earnings have increased over the past few days, giving Zhang and Ma a lot of motivation. They believe that effort pays off. Although the money isn't much, it increases by a few cents or even dozens each day, filling them with energy. They decided to add fish balls to the menu this morning. However, the main problem was not enough workers, but they also dared not target Clever Lan. She earned more than they did, and her hands were too valuable to hire out. The old lady also didn't want her granddaughter to suffer, so she definitely wouldn't agree. After thinking for a while, she decided that the Wang mother and daughter had good conditions. They were honest, hardworking, and quiet, not talkative. The old lady thought for a moment and said, "It's possible, but you should talk to them yourself. If you lose money, you have to bear it." Of course, Zhang immediately nodded happily. Since she started earning money from her stall, she felt more confident. She was busy and hopeful, and life became easier. Her attitude changed, and she looked more confident. She had no time to think about other things. When she got home, she went straight to sleep because she was very tired. Zhang couldn't wait to find Wang and her daughter. She didn't know how they discussed it, but in the end, Wang and her daughter decided to help her out together. They would work for 30 coins a month, shared by the mother and daughter. Zhang said she would also give them extra money if she earned more. Wang and her daughter were very happy because the short-term work washing clothes paid little, less than what Zhang paid. It was also much harder because there was no hot water, only cold water. Hot water needed firewood, which costs money. In winter, there wasn't much work, so Wang had some free time. Now, the family had nothing left, and everything cost money. How could they not earn silver? The Li family was kind, and Wang was willing to help, especially since she would get paid. Xiao Chun and I was a girl who didn't want to count money. She said it was right for her daughter to help out since she was free. Zhang felt a bit shy and gave them a little more, making it 30 coins a day. Usually, women hired for work earned at most 20 coins, sometimes only 15. Men's labor could earn more money, like the 50 coins for studying in the city, but that was rare. Wang helped Zhang work too. With more people, Zhang and Ma took their own savings to the dock to buy fish and shrimp. They also bought 2 or 3 big fish cheaply. They cleaned the big fish, mixed in some sweet potato flour, added duck eggs and seasonings, then shaped the mixture into balls and cooked them in warm water. That was how they made the balls. Women at the dock knew how to make these fish balls. Fish was still cheap in Qingshan County, much cheaper than buying meat. Eating fish here was a special treat. Making fish balls was not hard for women like Zhang, who had their own special skills. Zhang's fish balls are very tasty and have always received the family's praise. Ma's family ordered water and bones from an acquaintance, then looked again and bought a piece of pork belly, deciding to make some wontons, which would bring in extra income. They could also make delicious wonton noodles with 3 flavor soup. When Ma told Zhang about this, Zhang was happy and nodded, saying, "I wanted to make wonton noodles and dumplings before, but I was worried we couldn't finish so many. Now that Sister Wang is here, we can make more. Exactly, I also thought so I bought a piece of meat. If it sells well, We can order every day and set a fair price, Ma said proudly, gesturing with her fingers. You're really good at this. I'm not good at bargaining, Zhang replied. I've prepared the noodles, adding a duck egg. Lan Xin said adding duck eggs makes the noodles tastier. We can roll out the wonton wrappers together. Thin wrappers with fresh filling will definitely be delicious. The three of them worked enthusiastically. Wang was very capable. Even Chun and I could do half an adult's work, cleaning fish, killing fish, chopping meat for filling, all done skillfully. Ma and Zhang watched and sighed. These children had never enjoyed comfort at home. Their quick and careful work seemed to be skills learned through hard effort. This child has suffered too, Zhang sighed. She was a bit older than Qingyuan from Qingyuan County, and she was reluctant to let Qingyuan come help. The child said she could help by collecting money and greeting guests, but Zhang didn't agree. She was too attached. If we make some money, I want to buy 2 big boys for Chun and I, Ma sighed, looking a little pained. I think so too, but we need people. Chun-Ni's family is even worse off. Doing some work that isn't too cold and can earn money for the family is good. Children from poor families have to grow up early. My Qingyuan still enjoys comfort. When my sister Xiaolon was her age, she sat inside embroidering and sold her work. Life isn't easy, Zhang said, understanding and feeling guilty about Xiaolon's hardships. Yes, we must work hard so our children don't fall behind. That would be shameful, Ma said with a smile, full of determination as she started rolling the noodles. The 4 of them worked busily, and life passed peacefully. Today was a good day. The matchmaker came to visit, talking excitedly with the old lady and Li's mother, and they set a date for the engagement. In less than half a month, a good day was arranged. Passing Tiger went somewhere to catch 2 live wild geese, and the engagement gifts were prepared very neatly and beautifully, making everyone envious. It is said that the betrothal gift was 100 taels of silver, and the Li family said that even a single son's share should be given to the girl. Xiaolon stayed inside the house embroidering. As the new year approached, the family was busy preparing for the celebration. She had less time to embroider, but still managed to carve out some moments to work on her stitches. The elders handled the betrothal arrangements. She didn't understand much about these matters. Anyway, Chuanhu often came to their house. Gradually, she thought he was a good person. At least, she didn't dislike him and felt he respected her. She felt pretty good about him. She couldn't say she loved him, but she was happy inside. Last time, Chuanhu brought her 2 boxes of gifts from the market. One was toothpaste containing medicinal herbs like mint, which smelled nice and made her breath fresh. It was probably expensive. The other box was a fragrant balm, smooth and lightly scented with flowers. It looked like a good quality gift, probably bought specifically for her. Just knowing he thought of her was enough to make her happy. She had once melted gold herself, and Chuanhu didn't seem greedy about it. Instead, he looked indifferent, as if he had seen a lot of things. Gold like that probably didn't impress him much, which made her think he was a decent person. She felt a bit more respectful toward him. Getting engaged meant she was now considered an adult. Xiaolon didn't like going out much, and now that she was betrothed, she couldn't run around easily. Besides, she had work to do. Apart from embroidery, she also had another task, making her dowry, including her wedding dress and happy bedding, all by herself. But it was still early, and she hadn't reached her coming of age yet. After discussing, the old lady and Lu Laotu decided that the wedding would be in spring 2 years from now. By then, Xiaolon would be over 16. Lu Laotu was very understanding this time. Once the betrothal was settled, there was no rush. He felt guilty about Chuanhu's marriage because his son was already grown, but still unmarried. He thought about how old the children of his peers were and how they could go to school. This time, Lu Laotu felt relieved. Chuanhu became even more eager to visit the Li family, often bringing small gifts to make Xiaolon happy. Early that morning, he came again. Li's mother was busy greeting him. Xiaolon, here comes Tiger. Come out and sit for a while. Don't stay cooped up in the room, she said. Brother Tiger, are you resting today? Xiaolon wore a simple, waist-length, greenish-blue long jacket made of plain cotton fabric, edged with a 2-foot-wide satin border embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers, paired with a matching cotton skirt embroidered with orchids at the hem. The outfit looked elegant and fresh. I simply styled a big braided bun, wearing a pair of peanut-shaped silver earrings, looking charming and cute. Chuan, who watched Xiao Lan with a silly look, staring blankly, which made Xiao Lan feel a bit uncomfortable and slightly blushed. Haha, Li's mother rarely saw Chuan Hu acting so silly and couldn't help but laugh. Chuan Hu shyly scratched his head. Nothing much these days. The county magistrate went to the city to report on county affairs. I sneaked out to play. Xiao Lan brought him a cup of hot tea. Would the county magistrate say something if he found out? No, we were going to inspect the countryside anyway. We need to understand the situation of each household. If I come back, he won't mind. As long as I don't delay work, the magistrate is quite reasonable, Chuan Hu said with a gentle smile. By the way, I painted a picture for the magistrate last time. He chose one for me to embroider. What about the other 2 paintings? Why didn't he bring them back to me? Xiao Lan was curious. Chuan Hu smiled, his bright eyes shining. The official said your painting was good and said he would show it to the old lady, but he didn't give me the other 2. Oh, that would be embarrassing if people laughed at me. Xiao Lan felt a bit shy, thinking her skills weren't that good yet. It's okay. The magistrate said if he said it's good, then it is, Chuan Hu reassured her. Seeing Li's mother go into the house busy, he thought for a moment and took something out of his pocket, handing it to her. I got this the other day.
It looks good on you.
Keep it and wear it for fun. Xiao Lan looked down and saw she was given a hairpin. It was made of gold with a blue sapphire, quite large and of very high quality, beautifully crafted. Such an item would be worth more than the ruby feather hairpin she bought at the silver shop last time. Where did you get this? It's so valuable. Blue sapphires are more expensive than rubies, Xiao Lan said, not very familiar with prices here, but knowing that sapphires are imported and rare, so they cost more. It's not much. The materials are ready-made. I asked someone to custom make the design. The gold and gemstones are from our family. I just asked the craftsman to make a pattern and set the stones. I'm not lying to you, Chuan Hu said openly, without hiding or bragging.
Lan understood.
The gold, silver, and jewelry probably came back with them after the war, so they were ready-made materials. The craftsman just made a pattern and set the stones. This made Xiao Lan feel better, and she smiled sweetly. You brought this back from the war? She was just curious and asked casually. It didn't matter if she didn't say anything. Chuan Hu nodded and said, Yes, I had a lucky chance. I accidentally saved a young master from a noble family. Later, we won a battle and captured a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and paintings. We don't know much about antiques and paintings. The young master thanked us and gave me and my father some gold, silver, and jewelry, along with a few paintings. He told us to keep them and sell them if we ever faced difficulties. They are more valuable than gold and silver, but I didn't understand that and kept them hidden away. Earlier, I was thinking of giving you something. My father said girls like jewelry, so I ordered some. It took a while, and I didn't finish it in time for the engagement day, so it was a bit late. A sweet feeling rose in Xiaolan's heart. She had already ordered it long ago. It just wasn't ready yet. It showed he was thoughtful. Really beautiful, Xiaolan said, holding the hairpin and looking at it repeatedly. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Being thought of and cherished was always a happy thing. She understood she had feelings for Chuan Hu. He was different from ordinary village boys. He was strong, honest, and upright. His words and actions were straightforward, and his gaze was sincere and decent. Unlike some boys who looked her up and down, especially when they stared at her chest, which was very annoying. Chuan Hu also cared about her and showed respect, which made her very happy. Let me put it on you. You can see how it looks, Chuan Hu said, his eyes becoming softer and more tender. Xiaolan's cheeks turned slightly red. She nodded. Yes. Chuan Hu took the hairpin and accidentally touched her fingers. The cold weather seemed to generate static electricity. When their fingertips touched, they both shivered. They looked at each other, one with a shy, sweet smile, and the other with a surprised, happy smile. His big hand gently brushed her slender, white fingers. Xiaolon lowered her head and didn't avoid it, letting him hold her hand. Her heart was pounding. She felt nervous, a little anxious, but mostly happy. Chuan, who helped Xiaolon put on the hairpin and nodded in approval. It looks good. You look beautiful wearing it. Xiaolon took a small mirror and looked at herself, smiling happily. Thank you, Brother Hu. I like it very much, she said, her eyes shining with a sweet smile. Chuan Hu, taking advantage of the quiet in the main room, quietly leaned close to her ear and said, You like me too, and everything is yours. His tone was playful, like a child tempting someone with candy. Xiaolon gave him a quick look and lifted her chin. Humph, I can afford it too. Her small eyes showed pride. Don't worry, you're my wife. Everything I have is yours. I'll give it all to you. Chuan Hu smiled with a bright, loving look in his eyes. Chuan Hu's most attractive feature is his eyes, bright, deep, shining like stars, as if a clear pond that draws people in with its charm. Looking at them feels like being pulled into a trance. Xiaolon pursed her lips and smiled softly, her face glowing with a pretty, bright smile. Her fair, tender skin looked smooth and shiny, very lovely. Chuan Hu couldn't help but stare a little, and he unconsciously reached out to gently touch her face. The soft, delicate feel made his heart flutter slightly, like a feather brushing his skin, giving him a ticklish, pleasant feeling. Xiaolon looked at him confused, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. Ha ha, Chuan Hu snapped out of his daze and laughed happily. Li Mu checked the time and decided it was about right. She came out of the inner room. Chuan Hu moved slightly in his chair and sat up straight. Stay for lunch. Lan Xin is cooking, Li Mu said with a smile. Sure. Thank you, Auntie. Chuan Hu nodded happily. He saw Xiaolon make a funny face at him before rushing to the kitchen to work. He couldn't help but smile, thinking she seemed quite obedient, but her temper was like a little cat. If annoyed, she'd scratch. He went to the yard and saw the pile of firewood in the corner was running low. He grabbed an axe, picked up the remaining large pieces of wood, and started chopping. With quick, steady swings, he split the logs in half. In no time, another pile of firewood was ready near the wall, enough to last 10 or 15 days. Li Mu finished cooking and came out. Seeing Chuan Hu sweating on his forehead, she couldn't help but look pleased. Take a break, Huzi. Don't worry, Renli will come back soon and split more wood. It's time to eat. Wash your face first. Lan Xin will bring water, so you can wash up. Everyone will be back soon and will want to wash up too. Got it. The water is heated. Xiaolon called from the kitchen. No worries, it's not hard work. Auntie, don't be so polite, Huzi said, taking the towel Li Mu handed him and wiping his sweat. Just then, the men from the family, carrying farming tools, returned home. Renli and Shoujing, each leading a cow, followed behind. Brother Huzi is here. How is the work going? Do you want me to help? Huzi asked while washing his face. No need. I'm not in a hurry to plan anything. I just take the chance to turn the soil when I have free time. There are many people and cattle now. I'm thinking of buying a cow. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the county. Renli brushed off the dirt from his clothes, took the water basin handed by Xiaolon, and started washing his face.
Good.
Are you going to buy a big one or a small one? Let's see if the price is right.
If I find a suitable size, I'll buy it.
Raising a cow can help with farm work. Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. Chuan Hu knew the Li family was proud and wouldn't ask for help easily. No need, I have enough. My wife is selling small goods at the dock, and her business is doing well. She's earning some money. Buying a cow is enough for now. My grandfather said if the price is right and the money is enough, we should buy 1 cow per family. There's plenty of land, and in spring, there will be more work. Having 2 cows will make things faster. That's right. It's important work, and we shouldn't be stingy about it. It's better to buy a strong one, even if it costs a bit more. Chuan Hu nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll go with my eldest uncle to look tomorrow, Renli agreed. The men sat at one table, chatting, while the elderly lady and the women sat at another table because the table was too small to seat everyone. The Li family had no rule against women sitting at the table, but when guests came, they sat separately because the table was small and the family couldn't all sit together. That's why Li's mother wanted to build a new house. There wasn't enough space for everyone. How is the embroidery coming along? Since it's cold, you should finish it quickly. Come spring, there will be a lot of work. You'll also need to help with cooking, so there won't be much time for embroidery then. Don't worry. I've planned it out. I'll finish the adults' embroidery before the new year. After spring, I'll work on Uncle Li's embroidery. It'll be done in less than 3 months. I have enough time, so it's not a problem, Lan nodded. Yes, it's cold now. Every night, soak your hands in warm water. I'll leave some goat milk for you to soak your hands in. You must prevent frostbite. Got it. I remember. I won't forget. The embroidery room couldn't have a fire for warmth because the smoke might stain the precious fabric. Modern heating like radiators or underfloor heating isn't available here, and the Li family doesn't have a ground dragon stove. It's too expensive. So, embroidery work is quite hard. It looks like you're sitting quietly, protected from wind and rain, but in reality, it's very tiring and difficult. A small flower embroidery girl needs to sew tens of thousands of stitches. Sometimes, to finish urgent work quickly, she works so hard that she can't even keep track of her mental focus. Over a few months, she becomes so exhausted that she looks worn out. Lan finds winter the hardest here because there is no heating or ground dragon, a heating device, so they can't place a fire basin inside the house. To avoid damaging the fabric, they only set up a thick curtain at the door. She wears thick clothes and sits there sewing flowers, which is very tiring. Chuan, who listens carefully and asks, "Why can't we put a fire basin inside?" "It's so cold." The old lady laughs and says, "Making money isn't that easy." Everyone thinks Lan's embroidery makes money, but they don't know how much suffering my granddaughter endures. We can't put a fire basin inside because the smoke might damage the fabric. Each pattern takes months to embroider, and if we keep a fire basin burning every day, the plain fabric would turn yellow. That precious shoe brocade and yun brocade cost a lot. An inch costs a lot of gold. Can you afford to pay for that? So we just freeze. Chuanu can't help but look at Lan's red hands, and he realizes why her hands are always cold. Our family doesn't have ground dragons, so Lan has to suffer. When it's very cold, she can only soak her hands in hot water now and then, or warm them with a hot water bag. That's all we can do. Zhao also can't help but ask, does Lan suffer like this every year? No one said anything, and people didn't realize how hard this girl was working. It's easier in summer because she can get up early and embroider when it's cooler, but winter is impossible. She's gotten used to it after so many years. The old lady sighs and smiles as if she doesn't mind, but her eyes show her deep concern. It's hard on this girl. This time, when we build a house, I will buy a ground dragon for Lan Xin. If not, we'll pay for it ourselves. It's not right for a child to suffer like this. Zhao also frowns and thinks. She cares a lot about her niece, and is very close to her. Last time, she lent money without hesitation, and she still feels grateful. Lan quickly waves her hand and says, "It's okay. I have a hot water bag, and the stove is always burning. I set up a small embroidery stand on the bed, so it's not so cold." Ground dragons cost too much money and aren't worth it. The old lady's expression softens, and she smiles gently. This time, we plan to install a ground dragon. Once it's set up, everyone won't have to suffer through the winter. Later, I will find someone to help. I know a craftsman who installs ground dragons very well. I've never heard of his installations causing any problems. Quan has secretly remembered this and decided to discuss with his father about installing a land dragon in the courtyard where they planned to get married. Otherwise, Lan wouldn't be able to freeze her embroidery work in the future. "Oh, that's great," she said. "I also want to install it. I'll tell my father when I go back, and then we can install it together. That way, my father won't have to suffer in the cold during winter," Quan Hu said seriously. The old lady couldn't help but smile, looking at Lan with satisfaction. Lan blushed and lowered her head, continuing to eat her rice. Zhao smiled and said, "That's caring for Lan. Good girl, you're thoughtful." But first, go back and talk to your father. Installing a land dragon costs a lot of money. It's quite a big expense. The old lady gave her a look, and Zhao immediately understood. She stepped forward to smooth things over. Quan Hu grinned and said, "It's okay. My father will definitely agree. Actually, I wanted to do it last year, but my father said to wait until I got married. Then you can call us together when the time comes," Zhao said, seeing that he didn't seem reluctant. She then looked at her mother-in-law, who nodded slightly, and she smiled in response. After finishing their meal, Quan Hu was about to leave. Xiaolan, following her mother Li's orders, went out with her. "What kind of flowers do you plan to plant in the courtyard? When spring comes, I'll send someone to the mountains to get some plants for you. My courtyard is ready. I only planted a few fruit trees and osmanthus trees. The rest of the land is empty." Quan Hu turned to look at the beautiful Xiaolan, feeling a soft warmth in his heart. "I want to plant some medicinal and pretty flowers. I'll leave some space to plant rouge rice or vegetables for our own use," Xiaolan said with a smile, glancing at him. "That's a good idea. Think it over and write me a note. When spring comes, I'll go to the mountains to dig some plants and transplant them into your yard. After you get married, you'll be able to see beautiful flowers." Quan Hu couldn't help but imagine planting different kinds of flowers in the yard, swaying in the breeze, and Xiaolan embroidering inside the house. It all sounded wonderful. "I like many flowers: moonflowers, jade orchids, bellflowers, honeysuckle, goji berries, jasmine. They're easy to grow. We have them in the mountains. I've already told my grandmother. When the house is built, my brother will go to the mountains to dig some flower seedlings for me, and I'll plant them in my yard. My second brother said he'll take care of them," Xiaolan happily said, as if she had opened a door to a new world. "Did your grandmother agree to let you build your own yard?" Quan Hu asked with a gentle smile. He loved listening to her talk and watching her face light up, like the spring blossoms, delicate and charming. "Yes, build me a 4-room courtyard. My grandfather said he would go to the mountains to get some good wood for me and also make a wooden bed with a bookshelf, like the delicate pavilion I like most. How will you stay warm in winter?" Quan Hu teased her on purpose. When she smiled, her eyes sparkled like precious stones, bright and dazzling, making it hard for others to look away. "We can build a small heated bed nearby. In winter, we keep warm there, and in summer, we sleep on the bed," Xiaolan said happily about her future house, unable to hide her smile. "Tell me what kind of courtyard you like, so I can prepare in advance. You can draw a picture for me. I know you can draw." Quan Hu wanted to keep her happiness and see her smile. Originally, they planned to build a house after getting married. Although their family's courtyard was new, it still needed some repairs. "Are you serious? It's just a new house, so it doesn't have to be so complicated." Xiaolan felt a bit shy. It was a bit unfair to ask others to spend money without reason. Since it was her own courtyard, her father was willing to pay, so she didn't mind. "Don't think too much. My father said I should redo the courtyard. Just tell me what you like, and I'll prepare it early. When you move in, it will be all new. And you said those flowers can be used medicinally, right? That's also income, so it's no problem." Quan Hu comforted her with a smile, not caring about the money. "All right then, I've never been to your home, so I need to see it to know how to draw," Xiaolan said with a small smile. "Then when Renli goes to buy a cow, I'll take you to see it. You can draw whatever you like. Our family only has 3 men, so no one will bother with this. Chuanwei still needs to go to school and keeps asking to visit you." Xiaolan knew Chuanwei. After old Lu returned, he sent his younger son to the county to study, hoping the boy would learn to read and write. "How is Chuanwei doing in school?" "I'll go see him tomorrow," Xiaolan said with a smile, thinking of the clever, sweet-talking boy. Quan Hu also showed a loving smile when mentioning his younger brother. "He's quite mischievous. My father is always chasing him around and scolding him. Ha! Boys are naturally active. When he gets a bit older, he'll settle down. I think Chuanwei is very sensible. He often helps out in the shop." Xiaolan also smiled. "Later, I'll help you cut some wood and make a simple wooden bed for you. How about that?" When Xiao Hu heard Xiaolan say she liked a special bed, he thought about making one for her to put in their house. Xiaolan looked at him, tilted her head, thought for a moment and nodded. I want a big one, at least a 2 or 3 section bed with a porch. The outside can be enclosed with a heated wall, so it won't be cold in winter. I saw that other families have firewalls dividing the inside and outside, which keeps everything warm and is very convenient and safe. Chuan-hu understood immediately. Sure, that's simple. I'll measure the room and build it. My main room is big enough. Won't it be too much trouble? I just really like it, Lan said, feeling a bit shy. But she believed Chuan-hu would agree. Being with him made her feel safe. His caring and understanding look made her naturally share her thoughts. This man gave her a sense of security. From the first time they met, he seemed steady, reliable, and smart, which made her feel at ease. That's no big request. Don't worry, I will make it very well. I'll also add a heated dragon bed, so you won't be cold when you embroider. Chuan-hu remembered her being cold before. Lan couldn't help but laugh. We have a heated brick bed and a heated wall, so it's not that cold. I just can't light the fire pit anymore, because it would ruin the good fabric. It's not as exaggerated as Grandma said. She just worries about me and doesn't want me to suffer a little. Lan was raised by her grandmother. When she was young, her mother was still working at the dock selling things to support her 2 brothers' education and training. That all costs money. Her grandmother raised her alone, teaching her to read, count, draw, and sew. Lan was very obedient and lovely, and her grandmother loved her dearly. Last time, her grandmother secretly hid her jewelry savings, saving it for Lan's dowry. Later, because Lan became skilled at embroidery and didn't need money, her grandmother bought her gold hairpins and ornaments. Although the family still lacked money to build a house, her grandmother refused to sell the jewelry, showing how much she favored her granddaughter. Old Li and his son, Li Qingshan, knew this, but didn't interfere. They believed that a woman's money was her own. They didn't ask or care. Although Li's wife was angry at Zhang's selfishness, she didn't care about the woman's money either. She worked hard to earn her own. The children of the Li family were well-behaved and respectful. Grandma has always been wise. The villagers all respect Grandma and Grandpa. Chuan-hu nodded in agreement. My grandma is very impressive. Lan proudly lifted her chin, looking pleased with herself. Chuan-hu chuckled and gently tapped her nose. I know, you're also very capable. I'm leaving now. Go back inside. It's cold if you stay out too long. I'll come to see you in a few days. If you want anything, I'll bring it. Lan thought for a moment. Bring me some sweet and sour preserved fruit. All right, I got it. Go home and stay warm. Chuan-hu patted her head, acting like he was comforting a little pet, then turned and walked out of the village. Only after he left did Lan head back home. At home, her mother was tidying up dried foods and vegetables, preparing some to cook later. Is he gone? Yes. He said he'll go to the mountains to cut wood and make a special bed for me. Lan sat there with her big braid, chatting with her mother. That's still okay. It doesn't have to be complicated. If you like, you can use the wood from the mountain. Make a big one for the new yard. Since it's not urgent, make a good one, her mother said affectionately, always supporting her daughter within her means. Yes, I really like that bed. Lan had never slept on a special bed like that before. Such things are rare nowadays. She liked it very much. Before, the embroidery girls from the embroidery workshop said she looked too much like someone from ancient times. She didn't like to go out shopping or chat and snack, spending her days either in the library, embroidering, or studying calligraphy and paintings. Her life was so boring it made her seem like an old lady in her 70s. Where had her time gone? It was visible. Lan was a bit introverted and gentle. She used all her energy to learn and improve herself, studying embroidery, practicing calligraphy, and painting diligently. Her achievements far surpassed those of her peers and even many older embroidery women. That was the reward for her hard work. Her mother saw how rare it was for her daughter to like something so much and insisted on having it made. That evening, her mother pulled Li Qingshan aside and said, "My daughter likes that special bed. Go measure the size in Huzi's room. We have wood at home, so have the carpenter make the frame first. Then go to the mountain to get the rest. Take your time, don't rush. It's rare for my daughter to want something. You should put in some effort. Making that bed takes time, and I'm worried it might not turn out well if we rush. Li Qingshan immediately nodded. Tomorrow, I'll take Renli to measure the house. Since it's winter, and there isn't much work, we'll also get the house ready for their wedding. Here, take this and ask the girl. See if your daughter has any ideas in her mind. Don't let her dislike it and waste her effort, Motherly said, dozing off. Got it, Li Qingshan nodded and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, Li Qingshan went to his brother's house. He took his nephew Renli and took Qiaolan to the county to measure the house. Qiaolan also wanted to see his yard. Chuanhu had already been waiting at the door. Uncle, Renli, Qiaolan. You're probably cold, come inside. Are you waiting anxiously? I brought Renli to measure the house. Qiaolan likes to have a bed on stilts, right? I thought I'd make one for her. We have some wood at home, so I'll start now. Good, I plan to have someone come in spring to make a dragon-shaped foundation. Let's do it all at once, Chuanhu said, inviting them inside. Chuanhu's yard was a 4-section courtyard, quite compact with many houses. Old Lu probably bought a big one because he wanted the children to get married and had the money to buy a large place so they wouldn't have to move again. The yard was already built, and after buying it, they had it renovated once. Old Lu said that since Chuanhu was getting married, they should do it up nicely again. The next time they do it, it will be when Chuanwei gets married. Yesterday, I told my dad about installing a foundation, and he agreed. It's good to do it now, so we won't suffer in winter. Since we're fixing up the courtyard anyway, we might as well do it all, Chuanhu said happily. That's great. I don't worry about anything else, but I do worry about my daughter working outside in the cold. Now I can rest easy, Li Qingshan said, showing he cared deeply for his daughter, but feeling helpless. Lan'er, what kind of flowers or plants do you like? I'll take you around the yard. If you like something, draw me a picture, okay? Come spring, I'll find someone to plant it, Chuanhu whispered to Qiaolan. Qiaolan nodded slightly. Wait a moment, I have something for you. Chuanhu ran inside and brought out a copper hand warmer filled with hot water, giving it to her. Is it new? Qiaolan looked at the beautiful, carved hand warmer. It was shiny and new. Chuanhu's ears turned slightly red, and he smiled brightly, looking sunny. Yes, I was worried your hands would freeze. This hand warmer is very useful. Filling it with hot water warms it up quickly. He looked into her eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable, afraid she might refuse. Thank you, Brother Hu. Next time, don't spend money randomly. You don't have much monthly allowance, so don't spend like this, Qiaolan said, feeling touched but understanding that they were all farmers. Earning money was hard, and she didn't want him to spend beyond his means just to please her. It's okay. I don't rely on my monthly salary to live. I have other ways to earn money.
Don't worry about me.
Just keep it safe, said Chuanhu with a happy smile. Clearly, Qiaolan was a good girl, someone who truly wanted to live a good life with him. This understanding made Chuanhu very happy. His eyes shone brighter than usual. After telling Li Qingshan, the two went to the yard. Chuanhu explained how the house was used and how they planned to fix it. He asked her what she wanted to plant and how to arrange everything. They talked enthusiastically. Qiaolan seemed very comforted by Chuanhu's words and opened up happily, chatting animatedly with a bright, glowing face, like a blooming flower, beautiful and charming. At noon, Chuanwei ran back home. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Sister Lan Xin, I bought some candied fruit for you. Since they were from the same village, Chuanwei and Qiaolan were very familiar. They often played with Qing Yuan at Li's house, eating and drinking together, so they knew each other well. Chuanwei, why are you back so early? Qiaolan smiled and patted his head. Where are the things I asked you to buy? Did you sneak some for yourself? Chuanhu pulled his brother over and took the cloth from Qiaolan to wipe his sweat. Chuanwei pouted, unwilling to admit, and argued. You think I stole something? I learned to read because of Sister Qiaolan. How could I steal her things? He then turned to Qiaolan with a cheeky smile, took out a small bundle from behind his back, several boxes of different flavored candied fruit, and handed it over, grinning. This is the newest flavor. Their family has old skills, so it's still very tasty. Sister, try some. He looked at her eagerly. Xiaolon took it casually, opened one of the small ceramic boxes. It was decorated in light blue and white, with simple patterns of plums or fruits, elegant and hygienic. The wisdom of ancient people was truly impressive. She picked a preserved plum and put it in her mouth. It was sweet, sour, with a hint of salt, very delicious. Tasty, thank you, Chuan Wei. She then handed another to him. Chuan Wei grinned happily, eating the plum, proud as he glanced at his brother.
See?
I still have a place with Sister Lan Xin. Chuan Hu coughed twice, looking a bit wronged. What about me? Qiao Lan burst out laughing, quickly popping a plum into his mouth. Here you go. You're an adult. Stop arguing like a child. Quan Hu doesn't like to eat sour plums. When he takes a bite, his eyebrows immediately crease from the sour taste, and his expression looks very sour and funny. Haha. You don't like it but still want to grab some. Quan Wei teases his older brother without courtesy. Go on, have you finished your writing? Hurry up and write before it gets dark. Humph. Cheap guy. Quan Wei sticks out his tongue and makes a funny face at his brother. Before Quan Hu can reach out to stop him, he runs away quickly. After Quan Wei runs off, only Quan Hu and Xiaolon are left. The atmosphere suddenly becomes quiet and a little awkward, making Xiaolon feel a bit uncomfortable. She raises her hand to brush a stray hair from her ear, trying to hide her shyness. Quan Hu gently reaches out and tucks her playful, messy hair behind her ear. He also adjusts her big braid. His eyes are soft and full of love, shining with affection. Want to take another walk? Quan Hu doesn't want to miss the rare chance to be alone with her.
Sure.
Why are so many of your fields empty? Haven't you planted anything? Xiaolon casually asks, her cheeks slightly pink. She feels a little shy under his constant gaze, which makes her uncomfortable. Who keeps staring at her like that? I'm busy all day. My father also has to watch the shop. We don't have much time to tend the fields. We just plant some vegetables for ourselves. We keep a cow because no one is around to take care of the animals. We used to raise chickens, but they kept disappearing, which made us unhappy. My father didn't want to trouble the neighbors, so we just let it go. Oh, in that case, I think growing flowers and herbs could work too. Flowers and herbs can be used as medicine and sold for money. Sometimes that makes more than raising chickens or ducks. It's less trouble. But we still need to grow some vegetables for ourselves. Qiao Lan thinks carefully, trying to plan things reasonably. That's good. My father and I agree. Quan Wei only cares about eating. He doesn't care what you plant, Quan Hu says, not wanting to criticize his younger brother too much. Ha ha ha. Qiao Lan can't help but laugh. Lan, where are you? We need to go back. Old Li calls out. Oh, I'm coming. Xiao Lan quickly adjusts her dress and runs off. Quan Hu watches her leave, smiling and shaking his head. Huzi, we bought some things, so we're heading back. Lan, wait a moment. The rouge and powder from last time sold really well. We made quite a bit. If you have time in spring, make some more. Here's some silver. Quan Hu suddenly remembers that the last batch of rouge and powder sold quite well, totaling 2 taels of silver. No need. I don't want to trouble you to spend money on things. Family members don't need to be polite. Keep the money, and if you feel guilty, just buy some snacks for Lan Xin. That's enough. Lao Li didn't ask for it. Let's make more in spring. We don't have any more seeds now, Xiaolon said. She didn't really want the money. She just wanted some fun. If they made too much and couldn't sell it all, they might as well sell it. All right, I won't be polite then, Chuan Hu said straightforwardly. Let's go. Okay, no one at home will cook for you, so you won't have to stay for a meal. Do you have many things? Need any help? Chuan Hu shyly rubbed his hands. As a man, he couldn't cook well, but eating simple food was fine. Hosting a feast was definitely out of the question. Hee. Not many things. We're leaving now. Lao Li also smiled. The whole family was full of strong men, and life was just about getting by. After leaving, Lao Li was told to buy some salt and sugar for the house. With the new year coming soon, he needed to buy more. If not, there wouldn't be enough for the celebration. Father, should we slaughter the pig now? I was thinking maybe we shouldn't sell it this year. We could keep it for my sister-in-law's stall. It could make quite a bit of money. Last month, she earned 5 taels of silver just from selling, which is quite a lot. She also wants to add wontons and buns, which need meat. Won't that be too much to sell? Could we just make cured meat from the leftovers? Lally asked after thinking. Just make cured meat. When spring comes, my sister-in-law definitely wants to set up a stall again. She'll slice the cured meat into thin pieces, put them in hot buns, and sell them. Who wouldn't want that? Lan said after some thought. Yes, that works. If no one wants it, we can just eat it ourselves, Lally agreed, deciding not to sell the pig. Father, look over there. They're selling cattle. Let's go take a look, Lan said, noticing a crowd at the market where some cattle were tied nearby. Really? Let's go see, Lally said with a smile. They approached and saw 3 cattle, 1 male, 1 female, and a small calf. The calf was very young, probably just born recently. How much are they selling for? The 3 together, no bargaining, for 10 taels of silver, said the man selling the cattle. He looked honest and straightforward. Oh, that's a bit expensive. That little calf is too small. Lally thought it was a bit costly. These 2 are strong cattle, ready to work when we get home. I need the silver to buy grain and seeds. My mother was sick recently and used up the seed money, so I had to sell the cattle. I wouldn't sell if I didn't need to, the man said firmly, showing no signs of bargaining. Lan pulled hard on Old Man Li, whispering in his ear, "Buy it, Dad. We can afford to raise it." Old Man Li looked down and discussed with his daughter, "I don't have enough money. I have some. I brought it. It's a rare chance. We can start working in spring." "That's great." Lan brought out some silver. Old Man Li stroked his chin and thought for a while, then looked at Renli. Renli nodded silently, indicating it was a good idea. The little calf was fine. It would grow up in a year. These few things wouldn't be too hard to feed. "All right, brother, we'll buy it." Old Man Li didn't hesitate. The family needed a cow, and this one looked strong and healthy. Buying it was a good decision. "Pay the money. When we go back, we'll feed the cow well. The calf still needs milk. It will be able to work in a year." "It's definitely worth it." The man gently petted the cow, looking a bit reluctant.
Done.
"Don't worry. We're farmers. Cows are more precious than money." Old Man Li didn't want to buy much else, but he took good care of this cow. Lan took out the silver and handed it to the man. He counted the small silver coins and smiled, nodding. "All right. Thank you. Big brother, are you going to buy seeds now?" Lan asked, noticing he was alone. "Yes, I've agreed with someone. As soon as I get the money, I'll go pick up the seeds. Then I'll go home," he nodded. Since he could get the seeds, he wouldn't worry about planting next spring. He looked happier. "Oh, don't delay. Hurry up and go. Take the money and buy the seeds quickly. There are many pickpockets around. Don't lose the money. Your wife is waiting at home, right?" Lan said with a smile. The man's face changed, and he nodded immediately. "You're right. I'll go get the seeds now. Lead the cow away." "Thanks, girl. All right." Old Man Li was very happy to have bought the cow. He and Renli led the cow home. Lan carried her basket and was ready to go back. The man, reminded by Lan, tightly held the silver and waited until they left. Then he rushed into the grain shop, paid for the seeds, and finally relaxed. Losing that money would have been a disaster. Back home, Old Man Li saw his son bringing the cow and smiled immediately. "Why did you buy so many cows? They didn't just sell one. They're waiting to use the money to buy seeds." Lan saw how strong the cow was and really wanted to buy it. "I didn't have enough money, but it was Lan who paid with her silver," Old Man Li said as he went inside to wash his face. "Why are you the one paying again?" Old Man Li also felt it wasn't right. "It's okay, we are all family. Grandpa still needs to make furniture for me, so it's all money." The old lady also smiled and said, "That's good. Let's make the furniture for her room better. Things can't go on like this in the future, or there will be problems," Old Mr. Li said thoughtfully. "It's fine. I'll give a more solid dowry. I've already planned this," Old Lady Li said with a smile. "Yes, that's more like it. A family should treat everyone equally." Old Mr. Li nodded. I'm also part of the Li family. Isn't it right for me to be filial to my grandparents and parents? We are family, so there's no need to be polite. If I have a cow, my parents won't have to work so hard plowing the land. That would be great. Xiaolon had long wanted to buy a cow, but never found the right chance. Still, my granddaughter is the most filial among us. Go and tidy up the cow shed. It's getting cold, and we can't let the calves freeze. The old lady patted her granddaughter's head with love. Okay, Grandma. Make it bigger. Renli and Shoujing immediately prepared to work. Yes, it needs to be bigger. We can't let the cows freeze. They are the hope of our family. With them, you won't suffer so much, she said. Although the Li family had split, they still worked together in the fields, especially during busy farming times. The whole family, old and young, worked together, helping each other, and no one could slack off. Cows were borrowed and lent among them. Got it, I understand, Shoujing nodded. Because he was studying literature and martial arts, he wasn't at home. Without two strong workers, Shoujing and Renli mostly worked in the wasteland or helped at their eldest uncle's house. The old and young at home couldn't do heavy work, and Li Qingshan was also getting older and less agile. Shoujing and Renli went to reinforce the cow shed. Xiao Lan washed her hands and went to write. Soon she would cook, so she stopped embroidery. She was very happy to have the book. She bought a lot of paper and ink and practiced calligraphy every morning, copying books to leave a handwritten copy at home before she got married. The embroidery of the county magistrate's portrait was almost finished, with only a few finishing touches left. At the end of the year, there was a lot of work to do. Mother, I was thinking about slaughtering the pig. Lan Xin said not to sell the meat, but to make cured pork. Next spring, the eldest daughter-in-law can set up a stall and sell it. What do you think? Li Qingshan was planning to find someone to slaughter the pig tomorrow. Last year, the family raised 2 pigs, planning to slaughter them all. They also bought 2 piglets, and the sow had a piglet, so they planned to raise all of them. Come here, Lan or mother, the old lady called Li's mother over. Coming, mother. You called me? Li's mother came in from the kitchen. Did you tell Ho Hot about paying money for the family? We're using family belongings, not just keeping everything in your own pocket. Besides the 5 taels of silver for the family, the remaining profit should be split in half. These things at home were also bought with money, said Mrs. Li. Don't worry, I explained everything clearly. I'll remind her again tonight. By the way, about the meat. Li's mother asked for her mother-in-law's opinion. Yes, tell her that next year she will send Qingyuan to school, and in 2 years, Qinggang will go too. The money is for buying paper, pens, and books for the children's education. Sending 2 children to school costs quite a lot. The Li family at the East End sold some land. Ask how much they sold. It's not a small amount, Mrs. Li advised. Yes, I understand. I will remind her, Li's mother replied. She poured a cup of warm almond tea for her mother-in-law and handed it over. This almond tea was made by Xiaolon, using stored almonds and some playful tricks. In winter, it's good for the elders to drink this warm tea. The old lady, being older, can't drink too much tea because it keeps her awake. Yes, speak openly. The most important thing for a family is unity. Helping each other and working together makes us stronger, Mrs. Li reminded the children. Yes, don't worry. I won't forget that. After all, I'm a mother. Maybe I'm not perfect in everything, but my heart is in the right place. Last month, I gave her all the silver. I kept 10 taels for myself, and I added another 10 taels. I told her to use the rest to build a house. Next year, she also needs money for books and supplies. She had no objections and was very happy, Li's mother added with a smile. Yes, for the new year, get her a good piece of cloth to make a new dress. She should be rewarded where deserved. Don't give too little to the Yu family, don't let her be looked down upon. We are relatives, and we should treat each other well. Mrs. Li, though scolding Zhang, always showed respect to her in-laws, which made it hard for anyone to find fault. Don't worry, I've already prepared 2 slices of cured meat, and I asked Xiaolon to copy 2 beginners' books. Later, I'll bind them and send them to the in-laws' children. At least they can learn to recognize characters. When I go, I'll buy fresh snacks the day before, candy and such, she said. Yes, also get some other things. Let Lan Xin find time to make a couple of pairs of shoes for the in-laws. Ho Hot has set up a stall and doesn't have time to sew. We need to think carefully and prepare everything well, the old lady added. I understand. I've already asked Lan Xin to do it, and making 2 more pairs is also good. Did you tell Zhang's son? Is he killing pigs tomorrow? Yes, I told him, Mother. The woman next door knows we're killing pigs and wants to buy some meat. I thought we would sell a pig, so I agreed. No one else mentioned selling meat. No need to buy, just send over a couple of slices of meat. They've helped us a lot. All right, I'll follow Mother's advice. Mother also smiled. That evening, after Zhang returned home, Mother Li said during dinner, both pigs at home have been slaughtered. But you two need to pay the family. Xiaoling will give some money to your mother-in-law. Lan Xin said the meat will be made into dried meat, and next spring, they'll cut fresh meat to steam and sell in buns. That will be another source of income. You'll need to pay for that meat. Grandma agreed that Qingyuan can go to school next year. The money you pay is for buying books and ink. You saw the bookstore. You need 5 taels of silver for just a few books. Last time, shopkeeper Li from the embroidery shop brought a set of books for Qiaolan. Lan Xin was very happy and bought some precious paper, saying she wanted to copy a set of books for the family. That set is worth dozens of taels. When Zhang heard this, she looked up at Qiaolan with a mix of gratitude and complex feelings. No matter what, her sister was always kind to her 2 sons. She truly appreciated it, but it made her feel a bit uncomfortable and ashamed to face others. Sister, thank you, sister-in-law. You never forget your 2 nephews, and I. Zhang felt a little guilty toward her sister. Qiaolan happily stopped her from speaking and cheerfully said, Sister-in-law, I made 2 sets of clothes. Wait for me to go get them. She ran into the room, took out the bundle, and placed it on her lap, showing each item. There were shoes for the Zhang family, 2 pairs from large to small. No one was left out. There were also tailored clothes for children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Zhang's sister-in-law has 2 children and a daughter slightly older than Qing. There was also a smaller set of clothes for Ma's son, just over a year old. The tiny tiger pattern clothes and shoes were bright red and very cute. These are for my little nephew, and these are for Zhang's sister-in-law's children, along with shoes. Sister-in-law doesn't have time to make clothes, so I did it instead. When the new year comes, I want you to make me delicious food. I want sweet potato balls and radish balls. Qiaolan was coquettishly acting cute with her 2 sisters-in-law. Ma Shi and Zhang Shi exchanged a glance and sighed. They knew they had many shortcomings compared to Qiaolan. Mother Li and Zhao Shi looked at each other and smiled. Zhao Shi gave her sister-in-law a thumbs up, meaning that her niece was well-educated and a pride of the Li family. Even after being away for a long time, she still didn't embarrass the family or lose face. Mother Li felt quite proud. She was proud that her 3 children had good character, honest and straightforward. They didn't hide their feelings or hold grudges, unlike some children who couldn't tolerate a little unfairness and kept everything inside, which wasn't good for their health. Ma Shi held Xiaolan's hand and looked grateful. Girl, how should I thank you? Look, I didn't even bring you a candy. I, as your sister-in-law, feel ashamed. Don't mention it, sister-in-law. I also ate your cooking many times before. Don't be so polite to me, Qiaolan said with a sweet, obedient smile. Sister-in-law, thank you so much, Zhang Shi said softly, tears falling into her rice bowl. A person who acts this way really doesn't have much more to say. If she kept any little secret thoughts, she might not be able to stay in this family anymore. Don't be so polite, sister-in-law. I want to eat delicious food during the new year. You have to make me more snacks, Qiaolan said, worried her sister-in-law might feel guilty. Actually, she wanted to get along well with her sister-in-law because they would be together for a lifetime. Sometimes, she even bit her tongue and clenched her teeth. Does she really want to hold a grudge forever? If her health gets worse because of anger, why hold it in? Don't worry, sister-in-law will definitely make delicious food for you. I'll make your favorite pumpkin balls, and we can also make some meat fillings. It's a special dish for the new year, Zhang Shi said, sniffing and making up her mind. This year I want to sell cured meat and put it in pancakes. Dad can build a small iron stove just for baking pancakes. It can be sold for a few coins. Sister Wang can watch over it and it will bring in extra income. If there's any left over, just stir-fry it into a dish. It will definitely sell, Xiao Lan said proudly, describing her plans. Zhang sure smiled as she was distracted. Good, you're clever, girl. I'll listen to you, she said. In her heart, she decided to give her sister a big red envelope or a gift during the new year. Over the years, she hadn't been thinking straight and even drifted apart from her in studying. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted. Why ruin such good days? Can you handle so much work? Motherly also felt a bit worried. She thought it wasn't worth exhausting people just to make money. Yes, a few days ago, Sister Wang said she had some free time and sitting around felt pretty cold. Also, making pancakes isn't hard. It's just kneading dough. In the evening, she can prepare them, and in the morning, Xiao Chun and I can make pancakes too. It's really not a big deal. Oh, I also paid Sister Wang's money in advance. With the New Year coming soon, I thought she should buy some New Year's goods. Their family doesn't even have farming tools, and they keep everything very tidy. So I paid her early. This month we earn a lot because more people are eating and the dock business is doing well. Each of us can get 10 taels of silver. Zhang was very happy. Since she was earning money, she felt proud and hopeful. With this momentum, even if her earnings later decreased, she could still afford to send her sons to school. She felt very optimistic every day and was full of energy. Xiao Lan looked at her sister-in-law glowing with happiness. She thought she was very beautiful. Actually, Zhang is quite pretty and elegant girl, just a bit simple. With a good makeover, she wouldn't be any worse than others. Sister-in-law, keep working hard. Save some money, and in the future, you can open a shop in the county. I'll give you ideas, and I promise you'll make money, Xiao Lan said with a smile. Seeing her sister-in-law so motivated made her happy, and she felt closer to her dream of becoming a strong, independent woman. Really? We'll work hard to open a shop, Zhang said, surprised at first. Then she smiled happily and clapped her hands. Yes, we can also work hard to earn money and open a shop, Ma said, nodding repeatedly and smiling so much her face hurt. After lunch, the second family was ready to leave. They needed to rest early, because they had work tomorrow. On the way back, Xiaoling discussed with Zhao, Mother, I was thinking about what gift to buy for my sister during the new year. You see, everything we do is mostly planned by my sister. She even made clothes for Dongzi. The fabric is really nice. I've never seen such good material. Zhao smiled and nodded. You should give her a gift. That's what a good sister-in-law does. Our family needs to work together and stay united. Then our days will get better and better. This is satin, costs a lot per yard. It's the fabric Xiao Lan saved from her embroidery. She didn't even want to use it herself, but she gave it all to Dongzi. Dongzi is Zhao's grandson, Xiaoling's son. That's right. I feel a bit embarrassed. It's such good fabric to make clothes for Dongzi, but it's a pity. Kids grow so fast. They won't be able to wear it for long. Although Xiaoling said this, she was genuinely happy and grateful to Xiao Lan. Don't worry. With such good material, you can have Dongzi wear it again after it gets a bit small, or make a small vest. It's at least your sister's heartfelt gift. Zhao is also very happy looking at the clothes. Yes, I like it very much. Maybe he can wear it during the new year. I can wear it when I go back to my parents' house with Dongzi. Xiaoling thought about showing her family that she was doing well and that she had pride. Alright, I'll say this first. When you go back to your parent house, you must not tell them about Xiao Lan earning money. Otherwise, I can't cover for you. Lan Xin is your grandmother's treasure, raised by her alone. Your eldest aunt would scold her, and your grandmother would have to put up with it. Zhao reminded her daughter-in-law not to talk carelessly. Her mother-in-law was very tricky. She could scare people just by not hitting or scolding. Ma Shi immediately nodded seriously. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Grandma would definitely skin me if I did. I know my sister-in-law is worried about Lan Xin's money and has been disciplined for it. Big brother went to the city to work because of this, right? It's not worth it, she sighed. Don't meddle in others' affairs or gossip. Your sister-in-law is fine. She's just worried about the kids' schooling. Your grandma knows what's going on, Zhao said casually. She knew her mother-in-law well after many years of marriage. She wouldn't make things difficult for Zhang. Seeing her mother-in-law so unconcerned, Xiaoling thought that Zhang probably had no big issues. She felt a bit relieved, but still a little nervous as a daughter-in-law. The group went home early to rest. Meanwhile, Zhang tossed and turned, thinking about what gift to give Xiaolan. She looked at the remaining money in her pocket and smiled bitterly. The money was too little and not valuable enough. She was in a bit of a dilemma. The next day, Li Qingshan brought a pig slaughterer over. As they prepared to slaughter the pig, Li's mother and Zhao quickly got hot water ready. Even Xiaolan came out to help and watch the fun. The pig slaughterer was experienced, moving quickly and efficiently. He used tiles to start scraping off the hair after boiling the pig, making sure it was clean and neat. Li's mother took the cleaned pig parts and removed the intestines, planning to make blood sausage, which the girl loved to eat. She decided to make some for her. Xiaolan was also squatting there helping to wash vegetables. The small stove in the yard was lit, and Old Li was starting to burn the pig's head and pig's feet, preparing to clean them once they were hot. Both pigs had been slaughtered, and the pig butchering work had taken the whole morning. Li Qingshan handed him the best 2 pieces of meat and a copper coin, saying, "Big brother, you should eat at home. Let your wife stew some meat for you. You've worked hard today." "No, my wife is waiting at home. With the new year coming, there's a lot of work at home. If you need anything, just ask," replied the rough-looking but straightforward pig butcher. "All right, take these things back for the kids to eat some meat," Li Qingshan insisted, stuffing them into his basket and even cleaning and packing the knives for him. "Then I won't be polite, brother. I'm leaving now. You all get busy," the pig butcher said happily as he left. "Lan Xin, take these 2 pieces of meat to Aunt next door." Li Qingshan handed the other tied-up meat to Xiaolan. "Oh, got it," Xiaolan replied, washing her hands and carrying the meat as she went next door. Soon, laughter came from the next room, and when she came out, Xiaolan was holding a small basin of radish balls. "Hey, you're giving some meat but only bringing back half a basin of balls." Mother Li couldn't help but laugh and scold. Anne insisted on giving me some. "Her fried balls are really delicious," Xiaolan mumbled while holding the basin and eating. "For the new year, I'll fry some for you." "Look at how greedy you are. Put it down and get back to work," Mother Li said with a smile, amused that she was eating instead of working. "Mom, I'm back." Zhang and Xiaoling pushed their cart home.
Oh,
"Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?" Mother Li stood up and looked at them. "Nothing much. We didn't sell everything, so everyone went home. Business isn't very good. We think it's about time to stop. The business has been getting quieter these days. We decided to come back and help with the work." "Mom, don't cook tonight. We haven't finished eating everything from this cart. We need to finish it all so nothing is wasted," Zhang said, putting the cart down and taking out the items to put in the kitchen. "Perfect, sister-in-law. I'll help you wash." Wang's sister-in-law quickly took the things from Xiaolan and started working. "Great, let's eat here today. It'll be lively with so many people." "All right, I don't have much to do at home anyway," Wang's sister-in-law agreed without hesitation. Since they had little prepared and no money for New Year's goods, their supplies were very limited. That little money is needed for buying grains and seeds, so we can't spend it carelessly. "Soon, you should also bring some meat home. Come celebrate the new year with us, and help me with some chores." Lan Xi's hands can't soak in water. She can't finish many tasks. "You stay and help me with some work." Li's mother sympathized with them. The whole family is hardworking and honest, and they work very diligently.
she wanted to help them.
She thought if she asked for other favors, they might refuse, but offering to help with chores, they would surely agree. Wang's sister-in-law lowered her head and wiped her tears. "Sorry for making you laugh, sister-in-law. Whatever work you need, just say so. We don't have much strength, but we haven't caused you much trouble. You're too polite. After the new year, you and Guifa can go sell things and save some money to set up the family business. Don't worry. Celebrate the new year with me," Li's mother said cheerfully. "All right, I'll help sister-in-law with some chores." Wang's sister-in-law knew they were helping her, She couldn't bear to refuse. She just wanted the children to have some meat. Chunny was looking at the meat on the stall, drooling but afraid to touch it, worried she might be disliked for being greedy. As a mother, she felt distressed. That's what I said, sister-in-law keeps refusing. Mother, you don't know. I let Chunny eat a couple of bites of meat at the stall, but sister-in-law saw and scolded Chunny, even beat her. It made me so angry, Zhang's wife said helplessly. She felt sorry for Chunny, giving her a bite or two, but sister-in-law thought Chunny was greedy and stole the meat, so she hit her, making her cry loudly. You're too proud. Why make the children suffer? If you put your heart into making life better, you make that old man furious, Li's mother whispered to Wang's sister-in-law. Wang's sister-in-law smiled and nodded repeatedly, silent but happy. In the end, she agreed to stay and celebrate the new year with them. Since they lived just a few steps away, there was no reason not to stay. If she didn't, the Li family would still bring her over. Why not just stay? With the help of the Wang family, the 2 pigs were quickly prepared. Li Qingshan cut the meat into strips, planning to distribute it. The village head's family and the elders usually give some gifts in return for help. They also gave 2 pieces of meat to the Wang family. Uncle Wang was shy and reluctant to refuse, but Li Qingshan said, for the children's sake, don't make them sad. Uncle Wang, with tears in his eyes, finally accepted. They also gave some meat to the second uncle's family, as they would eat together during the new year. They didn't need much. The meat for Ma Xiaoling's family returning to her parents' house was also prepared. Ma's family was very grateful, feeling it was very thoughtful. Zhang's family also left some meat for her parents, making sure no one was left out. There is still a lot of meat left to make into cured meat and sausages for storage. Only old Li can do this well, as his cured meat is especially delicious. Dad, save some cured meat for me. That one tastes the best, second uncle called out to his father. Yes, I won't forget you. Let's slaughter our pig in a few days. We should turn it all into cured meat. Everyone loves it. Second uncle thought it was about time. His pig should be slaughtered soon, but he didn't mention it today because he was busy all day. All right, let's do a piece of that. Old Li nodded. They worked all day until nightfall before finishing everything. Old Li and his granddaughter washed the pig's head, boiled it, and cleaned it repeatedly. Then they peeled the meat, layered it carefully, wrapped it tightly in gauze to make pig's head cake. This must be done while it's hot. Otherwise, the excess fat won't come out. Because Qiaolon loves pig's head cake, they kept both pig heads this year. The last batch hadn't been finished yet. When it's cold, they store it in the cellar to freeze. They cut a little each time, but it's almost gone now. Every time guests come, they cut some, but they can't make more than 3 plates. Once the pig's head cake is made, it's about the size of a book. The pig's brain is cleaned thoroughly, then marinated with a little cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. It's steamed in a big bowl to keep it tender. This can be used to make noodle soup, topped with broth, wild mushrooms, and chopped green onions. The chewy noodles, with a small spoon of pig's brain on top, are tender, smooth, and very delicious. I wonder when my brother will come back. They both love noodle soup. When they return, I'll make it for them, Qiaolon thought, wanting to save some pig's brain for her brothers. Oh, they might not wait that long. It won't taste good if it's kept too long, Mother Li sighed. Save a piece of pig's head cake for when they come back, the old lady said. Qiaolon already hid a piece earlier. Early in the morning, Qiaolon got up to do the 5 animal frolics and hid a piece of pig's head cake in the cellar for her brothers. Mom, we're back, the brothers' voices shouted as they entered the house. Mother Li immediately stood up, recognizing her sons' voices. She hurried outside, and sure enough, her sons had returned. They're back, Mother Li happily called out loudly, her voice a little excited. Brother, you've finally come back.
Oh,
you look so thin. Qiaolon jumped up happily, running out to greet her brothers, excitedly looking them over. Hee, I haven't lost weight. I ate well, with meat and vegetables at every meal. How could I lose weight? I brought back some gifts for you from the host's family. Shu Wen lifted his bag. Come inside quickly, it's cold outside. The old lady stood at the door, looking kindly at her 2 grandsons. They didn't seem to have lost much weight and looked healthy, probably because they hadn't suffered much. Yes, yes, come inside quickly or you'll catch a cold. No, it was brought back by the carriage. The host's family treated us very well. We earned more than 50 taels this time. Shuwen looked happy, unable to hide his joy. Wow, how can there be so much? Lee's mother was surprised too. Even 50 coins a day wasn't that much. It's thanks to Shuewu's martial arts skills. As the new year approached, the old lady came out to check the yard. Since we were working in her grandson's yard, she was very happy to visit every day. But one day, she suddenly had an old illness, coughing and wheezing. She couldn't breathe. Luckily, Shuewu saw her and quickly gave her 2 injections, which helped her breathe easier. Later, the steward went to fetch the doctor from the pharmacy, but he had already left to visit his second son's family for the new year. No one else was available. Shuewu said he was also a doctor and could try to treat her first. You can decide if it worked or not. The old lady was very uncomfortable, so she decided to have Shuewu give her medicine and treat her. He looked at her previous prescriptions and made some adjustments. To everyone's surprise, within 2 days, she started to improve. She was checked again by the doctor after several days, who confirmed that Shuewu's treatment was very effective. Once she was better, she was very happy and rewarded Shuewu with 10 taels of silver. The master of the house also gave him 10 taels when he returned, and the wives gave him a few taels each, along with some fabric. I picked out some colors to bring home so you can wear them. She then took out the silver and fabric. Here you go. The money is all here. Grandma, these 2 pieces of fabric are for you and Grandpa to make clothes. Oh, what a good boy. My grandson still thinks of us. Such a good child. The old lady was very happy, smiling broadly. Here's a piece for you to make a skirt. Shuwen handed a bright lake blue patterned fabric to Zhang. Zhang carefully looked at the fabric, seeing that Shuwen was in a good mood and smiling happily. She took it with a smile. This fabric is really nice. Of course, it's from a wealthy family, nothing but the best. This is for my mother and sister, Shuwen said as he picked up 2 pieces of fabric in different colors. Oh, so much. You won't use it all, Motherly said, clearly seeing that it was more than needed. Then I'll make coats for my father and second uncle, and also for my second aunt and younger brother. It's rare to have a good year. Shuwen nodded with a smile. Exactly. I have a piece of fabric left, but it's a bit small to make clothes. These 2 pieces are enough for your father and second uncle to make coats. I'll make some for myself and Xiaolan. You 2 don't need to worry. The old lady thought for a moment and measured the fabric, feeling she could make several coats. The fabric was all good quality, though the colors weren't very bright. They were probably stored stock. Still, it was quite nice. Mother, do we still have any scraps of fur? I want to make a fur collar, Xiaolan said, looking at the bright red silk. She thought a warm fur collar would look good and keep her warm in the cold weather. Yes, I'll find some for you later, Motherly nodded after thinking. All the whole pieces of good leather had been sold. Only the scraps that couldn't be shaped were left, unwanted by others. Motherly was reluctant to throw them away, so she kept them. The skilled embroiderers could make good use of them with a little effort. I'll make some for my sisters-in-law. This piece of cloth can make 2 outfits, she said. Don't bother, just make a skirt for Lingzi. The color is so nice. Lingzi even said the other day she wanted to buy some red fabric to make a skirt after earning some money. It's perfect and saves us some trouble, Zhang said happily, gesturing at the fabric with a smile. All right, that's no big deal. Brother, you probably don't know, my 2 sisters-in-law took a cart to the dock to sell snacks. They've been busy all winter. They only came back when the dock wasn't crowded. They earn quite a lot each month. More than you do, Xiaolan boasted, hoping to ease her relationship with her husband. She wanted harmony, not separation. Her sisters-in-law weren't bad people. Oh, really? Shuwen raised an eyebrow and looked at his wife. He believed her, especially since the grandmother looked so happy. She must be telling the truth. Yes, Xiao Ling and I decided to sell snacks at the dock. It went very well. Last month, each of us earned 5 taels of silver. I've already given some to Mother, so she can use it to build a house, she said cautiously. Seeing her nervous and anxious face, Shu Wen sighed inwardly. He felt a bit sorry for her. Ho-Hot was generally good, but sometimes a little too independent. After all, she was an only daughter at home and was spoiled a lot. She didn't always think much about others. Well, you've worked hard. We can start building the house in spring. Shu Wen was very happy this time. A family should help each other. If they argue too much, how can they get along? Giving and receiving is the right way. Mrs. Zhang also relaxed her shoulders. You could see that this time, Shu Wen finally had a genuine smile in his eyes. She felt a little happy inside, too. Father, did you bring us any candy? Qing Yu and Qing just climbed onto Shu Wen's lap, fussing for sweets. You're grown up now, still eating candy? I bought some sugar candies. Save some, and don't ruin your teeth. Qing Yuan, have you been studying and reading with your aunt? If I find out you're slacking off, you'll get a punishment. Shu Wen's face turned serious at the end. It's all for these two kids. Otherwise, how could so many problems happen? Yes, I do reading and writing every day. I'm almost done with a 3-character classic, and I can already recite it. Qing Yuan said eagerly.
Good.
Recite it to me tonight. Be careful if you make a mistake. Next year, you'll start school, so you need to study hard. Our whole family has spent a lot of money and effort just for your education. It's all for you. If you don't study well and don't set a good example for your brother, I might just give up on you, Shu Wen said, a little bitter. It's all for their children's future. Qing Yuan was very sensible. He lowered his head and said softly, I will study hard. I've already memorized the 1,000-character classic. I haven't been lazy. Farm children are quite capable. Besides helping with chores, Qing Yuan also studies characters with his younger brother Qing Gang. He's very diligent. Only after getting permission from the elders does he go out to play. Most of the time, he's either reciting or practicing writing or helping with small chores at home. Yes, you should be a good older brother. Practice your writing well. It will be good for you in the future. Shu Wen seized the chance to give his son some advice. The children still fear him. Got it. All right, Qing Yuan, go pour some tea for your father. Qiaolan quickly changed the subject when the scolding was almost over. Shu Wen and Xue Wu talked about funny stories from working in the city. The family enjoyed their chat very much. Knowing the two brothers hadn't eaten yet, Mrs. Zhang and Qiaolan went to the kitchen to make 2 bowls of noodle soup with brain. The broth was made from big bones and chicken, rich in flavor, with some preserved fragrant leaves added for taste. Qiaolan specially went to bring a pig's head cake for her brother, cutting a small piece for him.
Oh,
My girl is really biased. Yesterday, we didn't even cut that much for our meal, and now you cut so much meat for your brother. Will he be able to finish it? Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but laugh. My brothers worked hard, didn't they? And there's still more. Qiaolan pouted, looking like a cute child who is not satisfied. Ha ha ha. Okay, I know you care about your brothers. Let's carry it over. Oh, a brain flower. That's great. Shu Wen looked happy immediately. The brothers are eating meat. I specially cut some for you, and there's also cured meat in the pancake. 1 bowl of noodles isn't enough for grown men, so Qiaolan also made cured meat pancakes. The cured meat was steamed in advance. Since Grandpa's teeth weren't very good, the meat needed extra steaming to become soft and fragrant. The Li family loved this dish very much. Yes, I'm really hungry. The 2 brothers ate eagerly, making delicious sounds. They hadn't eaten much on the way back, and after almost a whole day, their stomachs were empty. Why didn't you buy a steamed bun on the way? That would have been good. Zhang Shi looked at the scene and felt sorry, but she couldn't help but complain. 1 steamed bun costs several cents. We can't afford it. Going hungry for a while won't kill us, Shu Wen thought to himself. He used the money for the buns to buy candy for the children. Really, you too? You have money to buy candy for the kids, but not enough to buy steamed buns. I really don't know what to say about you. The old lady also shook her head with a smile. Is it enough? Or should I make some more? There's still flour. Qiaolan looked a bit distressed too, not knowing what to say. It's enough. After being hungry for so long, you shouldn't eat too much at once. It's almost dark, and if you don't move around at night, you'll get a stomach ache. Mother Li quickly stopped them. Mom, How are the New Year's supplies at home? Do we need anything else? We're back now, so no worries about chores. Oh, I bought a silver safety lock for Dongzi. Since I wasn't here, I made sure the third and fourth brothers helped with the work, right? Shuwen knew that since he and his brother weren't home, Uncle's family had been helping with the chores. Yes, that's right. We haven't been idle all winter. We leased the land to the Ma and Wang families. Wang's wife and your wife are helping at the market stall. I also rented the neighboring courtyard to them. We'll settle the payment later. Old Headley talked about recent events in the village and mentioned that the Wang family had been forced to leave their property. Shuwen shook his head after hearing this. How could the old lady of the Wang family do such a thing? Isn't she afraid of karma? Forcing people out in winter is a cruel way to end their lives. Old Lady Li sighed sympathetically. Yes, that's true. Your sister-in-law introduced me to her family. I think they are good people and honest. I just want to help a little since we are from the same village. No one looks ahead or behind, and maybe someday we will need their help too. Building good relationships now will make it easier to see each other in the future. Tomorrow I will go help dig the canal. Doing a little at a time is fine. No rush. Tomorrow, go to Uncle Lee's house and tell him that next spring we plan to build a house. We should arrange everything early so we can find help when spring comes, or everyone will be busy and unavailable. Okay. Do you still want to build a brick bed in your house? This time, they have enough money for the house. Shuwen brought back 50 taels of silver. Zhang also pays 5 to 8 taels each month. Li's mother sells eggs and rabbits and earns about 20 to 30 taels. Grandma Li has some savings too. Plus, the money from the land sale, which was not used for Trowlon, is enough to build 2 courtyards. Yes, don't forget to go cut some good wood in spring. This time, get more. Your matchmaker might tell your sister about the marriage, and it's already decided. Old Lu is worried things might change, so they've made the decision quickly. Since we're building a new house and the furniture isn't enough, get more wood this time. Let's make the furniture nice and pretty. Grandma thought building a house was a big event, and once it's done, it won't need to be done again for many years. Alright, I understand. That kid is always on my mind. Humph. Shuwen snorted coldly, feeling a bit upset. He thought he should make him work harder, so he wouldn't get any free benefits. Have the carpenter start making the furniture? Shuwen asked, raising his head. The wood has already been sent and measured for the house. They've started working. Your sister wants a 4-poster bed. I told them to make it for the wedding first. The remaining pieces can be made slowly, no rush. If the money isn't enough, just say so. In spring, I'll go to the mountains to gather herbs, and I can sell them for money, Shuwen said seriously. Tomorrow, I'll go to the mountains. My traps should have some catch by then, Shuwen said quietly. Oh, those traps are pretty good. Frontrimly went to check them. He's eaten a lot of meat these months. I told him to sell the wild chickens and rabbits. He's made quite a bit of money. A wild rabbit now costs 70 coins. Since it's cold and fewer animals are around, the prices are higher, Li's mother said casually. That's nothing. When spring comes, I'll transplant flower seedlings. That's when the real money will come. Medicinal herbs are worth much more than wild animals, Shuwen said earnestly. Note: all explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall meaning has been preserved. The most valuable thing is medicinal herbs, no matter when medicine is never cheap. For example, this common plant called water dropwort grows easily near water in fields. It can clear heat and toxins, reduce swelling, promote urination, detoxify snake venom, and treat burns. A pound of it can be sold for 50 coins at the pharmacy. Other medicinal herbs that need processing are also expensive. Villagers sometimes pick some that don't require processing to sell, but most are used for eating during times when supplies are scarce. Learning how to process herbs helps them know which herbs are bought regularly and are expensive. Recently, each month, they give 5 taels of silver to their family. The last time they sold herbs, they earned several dozen taels, leaving a little pocket money for themselves. The old lady knows about martial arts and medicine, so she confidently decided to cut ties with the pharmacy master. Learning martial arts won't make him a doctor, but he won't go hungry either. Is spring a good time for work? Maybe I can help you if you need more hands, Lan thought, planning to go to the mountains as the weather warms. Yes, there are good wild herbs now. We'll transplant more in autumn, and they will grow very lush. When that time comes, we'll plant some in each yard. My yard is fine for whatever my brother wants to plant. It's all up to him, Lan happily said. That's great. Don't worry, your brother will make the yard look beautiful, just like those in the city, Xiaowu said happily, patting his chest to promise. He had already planned how to decorate her yard, aiming for something elegant and pretty. Yes, I'll leave it to you, Lan nodded happily, like a chick pecking at grains. Her sons had come back, so naturally they wanted to chat more. Seeing the silver Xiaowu brought home, the family was very happy. Now they had enough money to build a beautiful yard. That night, after Xu Wen returned to his room, he and Mrs. Zhang lay down and talked. "Oh hot, you've worked hard. I bought you something." It was a box of fragrant ointment, which looked quite nice. Mrs. Zhang held it in her hand, tears streaming down her face. She leaned into Xu Wen's arms and sobbed, "Sorry, I shouldn't have been so anxious." "I'm sorry." Xu Wen smiled, hugged his wife, and kissed her forehead. "It's good that you realize your mistake. Let's put this behind us. You've worked hard selling things. Next time, wear a scarf or wrap up when the wind is strong. When I have free time, I'll help you. Believe me, we'll make our life prosperous. Don't worry about the kids' school fees. Our family will take care of everything. Only by sticking together can we have a good life." "Yes, I remember. Don't worry. When spring comes and things are less busy, I will set up a stall again. I don't earn much, but I make a few taels of silver each month. Saving it up will be enough for the children to go to school. I also plan to buy a gift for my sister when I go to the market in a few days. Over the past 2 years, I've been upset and showing my face to my brother-in-law and sister. It's my fault. I haven't behaved like a good older sister-in-law." Zhang's gentle words about studying eased her anxious mind. She didn't need sweet talk, but his attitude made her feel calm and peaceful. That was probably the power of love from a partner. "Yes, I don't really know what girls like. You decide what to buy for my sister. It doesn't have to be expensive, just a token of your kindness." Xu Wen also thought that was a good idea. Having a good relationship with his sister-in-law would bring many benefits. "I think girls like jewelry and flowers. I want to buy my sister a flower or something like that. It's my way of showing my care. Over these years, whether my sister earned money or not, she's never been treated unfairly by Qingyuan or Qinggang. I was wrong. For 2 or 3 years, I didn't even buy her a piece of cloth, let alone snacks. I got caught up in my own worries and couldn't see what really mattered. I always felt everyone owed me something." Zhang sighed. Over the past few months, she had been busy selling things outside and had started earning money. It was hard work, but also happy. Earning money made her feel more confident. She was so busy she had no time to think about other things. When she got home, she was exhausted and just fell asleep. There was no time to complain or worry. Gradually, she found herself becoming generous, cheerful, and quick. She felt happy and comfortable, no longer feeling trapped or out of breath like before. "You think too much. Qingyuan and Qinggang are our children. Can we just ignore them? Look at our parents, they also worked hard to save money. All for us. Even when learning martial arts, they were willing to pay half the tuition fee. They are grateful for everything our family has done for them over the years." Lan Xin also bought books and taught the children to read. Nothing has been left behind. This house building isn't just for learning martial arts, it's also to prepare for Qingyuan and Qinggang's future marriage. Life is getting better and better. Look at our mother. She's the older sister-in-law. When has my mother ever argued with her sister-in-law? She always focuses on earning money and living well. Don't overthink or worry about unnecessary things. Lan Xin told Chuan Hu that in the future, the children's schooling might depend a lot on their aunt's place. Lan Xin is more literate and knowledgeable than both of us, and in the future, she can help guide them. Don't you think that makes sense? He hopes that studying won't cause any hurt feelings for his wife, and that they can get along peacefully. There's no real conflict of interest between them. After thinking it over, Zhang agrees that it's true. When the children go to school in the county, they might need help with food, shelter, and other things, which might trouble Xiaolan. She realizes she had been thinking too narrowly. I know what to do now. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you anymore. For the sake of the children, I will also get along well with my sister-in-law, Zhang says. She understands this is the right choice. Her sister-in-law will marry out in a few years anyway, so there's no need to offend her now. I know you are a good person and that you do all this for the children. Let's work hard to earn more money so we can give the children a better future, Shuwen says happily, seeing that Zhang's eyes are clear and she's truly understood. He then kisses her happily. Zhang smiles shyly. After being apart for a long time, they are like newlyweds. Without hesitation, Shuwen gently takes her in his arms. Inside the room, only the two of them are close together. Their usual intimacy is restored. Over the past few days, Zhang has been waking early to prepare breakfast for the family. Her face shows a fresh, lively glow, full of energy and happiness, completely different from before. It's like they are a happy couple again. Xiaolan also got up early to go for a run and practice boxing.
Good morning, sister-in-law.
Good morning. I've heated some water. Wash your face, Zhang greets warmly. Xiaolan rubs her eyes and notices her sister-in-law looks especially beautiful today. It's because my brother is back. You look even prettier than usual, she teases with a smile. Zhang blushes shyly. Oh, come on, kids don't understand anything. Hurry up and wash your face. Wake up the two little boys to go for a run, then go collect some firewood. Okay. What do you want for breakfast? Salted duck eggs? I've cooked some millet porridge with steamed buns and small dishes, Zhang asks. Sounds good. Today, should we chop some meat to make dumplings? Xiaolan asks while washing her face. Yes, we should. I'll ask my mother when she gets up. If we're making dumplings, I'll take out some meat to thaw, Zhang agrees, thinking about what to prepare. Qingyu and Qinggang, get up and run with me. Xiaolan calls out after finishing her face wash. Farmers wake early. Even during winter, they have work to do and don't sleep until late morning. The household has also woken up with the activity. Coming. Qingyu and Qing just ran out. Let's go. Grab the sickle, and when we come back, we can pick up some firewood. Xiaolan has tidied her big braid. The three little ones are running and boxing by the river. Zhang is boiling water and preparing breakfast. Mother Li and the elderly lady are also up. The elderly lady and the old master are practicing the 5 animal frolics in the yard. Li Qingshan took out some materials to weave a basket. When he has free time, he does a little, so there's always something useful at home. Mom, just now Lan Xin asked if it's time to make dumplings. I think, since the new year is almost here, we should start making them.
No rush.
Today, let's first knead the dough and make some twisted dough sticks, fried dough leaves, and sesame balls. Before the new year, we'll also visit relatives and friends to give some gifts, saving some for ourselves. We also need to make some meatballs. Making dumplings can wait until after the 8th or 9th of the lunar month. When the time comes, your aunt and sisters-in-law will come together to make them. This year, we will celebrate the new year as a family. Should we make more? Uncle and aunt need to take some home. Zhang, being experienced, knows how to handle this. Yes, make more of everything. This year, Lingzi has helped us a lot. We should prepare some gifts for her family too. Besides, next year, you plan to continue selling at the market, right? We need to maintain good relationships. Good relations mean good business. Mother Li is used to taking care of her younger brother-in-law and has done so for many years. Zhao always listens to Mother Li and respects her deeply. Since she married in, she's been guided and supported by Mother Li, and their relationship is very good. Alright, I understand. I'll make more, including twisted dough sticks and meatballs. I'll pack some for Lingzi to take home, and maybe for Sister Wang too? Chani loves eating meatballs. Zhang remembers the child and feels reluctant.
Sure.
I'll go get some vegetables to fry the meatballs. Mother Li calls her son to fetch carrots, sweet potatoes, and potatoes from the cellar to fry vegetarian meatballs. Mom, when are we going to the market? I want to buy some things. Zhang looks at Mother Li seriously.
Oh.
Yes, you've been busy and haven't had time to go to the market. How about I go with you later? I also need to buy some small items. Lan Xin asked me to pick up some thread.
What do you want to buy? Do you need a lot?
Maybe Xiaowen can come along? That works. I also have 2 coins now. I want to buy my sister some pretty jewelry to wear. These past 2 years, I've been too stubborn and feel guilty. My sister has always been so good to Qingyuan and Qinggang, thinking of everything. I was so rude to her. I am now earning money and want to buy something for my sister to show my care, Zhang said openly. Hey, as a family, there's no need to be so formal. Jewelry is expensive. Just buy some flowers to cheer her up. Lan Xin is kind-hearted and won't hold a grudge, Li's mother said with a smile. Zhang knows what kind of person Qiaolan is. She is broad-minded, not the type to get angry or be petty. After some issues, she forgets easily, never makes things difficult for herself or others. She is carefree, generous, and easygoing. I understand, but I also want to buy something for my sister. She'll get married in a few years. Don't worry about the money. I have some now, Zhang said. Li's mother didn't take all the money, only half, mainly for building a house. The remaining half was left for Zhang to keep. That's up to you. I won't interfere. I'm going to buy my own things, Li's mother said, happy that they were getting along again. After breakfast, the family went to work separately. The second uncle and others also came over. The men didn't need to prepare food or buy New Year supplies. They still needed to work in the fields for a couple more days, planning how to dig the water channels and where to start. Qiaolan went inside to practice calligraphy and copy books for an hour, then washed her hands and started embroidery. Today, she wanted to help fry meatballs, but Zhang didn't allow her. Her hands are delicate, and oil splashes could burn her, ruining her embroidery. Wearing gloves while working, Li's mother disliked it and sent her away. The embroidery of the county magistrate's portrait was finished, and after the new year, it would be delivered. Now, Qiaolan was working on clothes, especially the flying fairy picture with many figures. She was working on the important parts, but her speed slowed down. She had run out of gold and silver thread, so she needed Li's mother to bring more. According to the rules of the embroidery house, the work would be delivered after the new year, which is also a tradition. The deadline could be moved up a bit, but not too early. Once finished, the work would be kept for a while before delivery. Unless it was urgent, they would delay delivery to give themselves some room. This way, if a difficult project came up, the embroiderers wouldn't disappoint the customer. Sister Wang, who was celebrating the new year with them, came early to help. Sister-in-law, I want to go back to the market to buy some farming tools and household items, she said. Sure. We're going too. Let's go together. Call Xueming too. With so many things, the 3 of us can't handle it all, she replied. Okay, I think so too. I also want to buy a few jars, Sister Wang said. Sounds good. Nan, do you think the clothes I made look good? Qiaolan ran out holding a narrow-sleeved jacket. The sky blue fabric was embroidered with white magnolia flowers, and silver rat skin was used to create a fuzzy border at the collar and cuffs. The clothes immediately looked more refined and much more pleasing to the eye, with delicate, lifelike patterns that seemed to come alive.
Oh,
they look so nice. Lan Xin, your hands are truly amazing, Sister Wang exclaimed, wide-eyed with admiration. Sister-in-law, try it on after washing your hands. If it doesn't fit, I'll fix it, Qiaolan said happily, ready to hand the clothes over. When Zhang saw the color, she immediately recognized it as the fabric one had brought back. It looked like old stock stored in the warehouse, not brand new. But with Qiaolan's skillful touch, it looked so beautiful. Zhang couldn't help but smile with surprise. Go try it on, Motherly said, also thinking it looked very nice. Yes, it's really pretty. It shows that my sister is clever with her hands. If I made it myself, I'd ruin the fabric. Zhang quickly washed her hands and happily went inside to change clothes, showing everyone. 069 Hidden Concerns Zhang went inside to change into a new dress. Qiaolan secretly followed, helping to redo her hair and applying some powder. Zhang transformed completely. She wasn't ugly to begin with. Her features were delicate and bright, but now she looked even more beautiful. Her skin was a bit dark from years of hard work and sun exposure. Xiaolon pulled her sister-in-law out to show everyone. How do I look, not to mention, she was quite pretty. Zhang was wearing a sky-blue jacket and skirt, edged with silver rat skin, and a fluffy collar. The outfit's quality instantly improved, and wearing it out wouldn't be embarrassing if they visited someone. She looks great. Honestly, after such a makeover, it's really good. When you go back to your parents' house, show your mother. Motherly nodded with a smile, pleased. Yes, I said the same just now. My sister's hands are so clever, making it look so nice, Zhang said happily. Since she was wearing such fine fabric and the clothes looked so good, Zhang's face lit up with joy. Shuwen also came back outside carrying firewood. He paused when he saw her, smiling gently and handsome. Oh, it's already done? Not bad, it looks really nice. How long does it take to make clothes like this? This fabric doesn't need much embroidery, it's simple. Brother, isn't my sister-in-law pretty? Xiaolon tilted her head, smiling sweetly and playfully. She looks great. Shuwen nodded approvingly. Zhang's face was slightly red. I'll go change. This outfit isn't good for working. After receiving praise from the scholar, she felt happier than honey inside. Everyone was quite happy, except for old man Li, who kept his head down and said nothing. His face looked unhappy. Seeing this, the old lady pushed him gently and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look upset? Did someone make you angry?" "No, just thinking." "Grandma, it hasn't snowed for 2 winters in a row. The river water level has dropped again, and this time it's very obvious. I'm worried there won't be enough rain next spring." Old man Li spent every day with his sons digging channels. Seeing the water level drop in the river, he felt uneasy, fearing there might be a drought next year. The old lady took a deep breath. "Don't scare me, especially now that the new year is coming. I'm not trying to scare you. I've worked the land all my life. The river has really lowered, quite a bit. No snow in 2 winters. I need to go see the village head. Guohua, tell your father when you visit your family that I said so. Next year, don't pay taxes with grain, just silver. I'm worried about a drought. Soon, the second daughter-in-law's family will come. You should tell her too." Old man Li couldn't sit still anymore. He put on his sheepskin coat and went out. The old lady frowned tightly. Why hasn't the second son's family arrived yet? The sun is already high. Mother, I think the second son will come soon. Dongzi has been causing trouble since early morning, Li's mother quickly explained to her mother-in-law, noticing her unhappiness. Mother, I'm thinking maybe we should prepare a little more grain, just in case. Li Qingshan immediately thought about the fields. Prepare more, no harm in that. Get some hardy grains that grow well. This isn't good, could it be a drought? I hope not. Maybe I'm overthinking it, the old lady said nervously. By then, the second family had finished breakfast and arrived. Seeing everyone's worried faces, they didn't know what had happened. The second son approached Li Qingshan. Brother, what's wrong? Just what Dad told us. Next year, we won't pay taxes with grain, only silver. No snow for 2 years, and the river level has dropped. Dad is very worried and went to see the village head, he explained. The second son clapped his forehead. Oh. It's really been 2 years without snow. Could it be that there's not enough rain? How many rains did we get last year? Do you remember? Last year, the rain wasn't much and it didn't fall heavily. But at least it came on time. Li Qingshan and his brother thought more deeply and also started to worry. Dad, maybe we should raise more chickens and ducks to sell, as it's a good way to make money, but we need to consider the food they will eat. Xiaolon initially wanted to suggest helping the family increase their income, but then realized that chickens and ducks also need food. Don't think about it. Li Qingshan quickly adjusted his plan. Our family isn't in such bad shape. No matter what difficulties come, we will face them together. There's nothing too serious. In spring, we'll see how things go. If needed, we can slow down on building the house. As an inexperienced farmer, his response was quick and smart. We'll listen to you, Zhang said first. This isn't a small matter. If it doesn't rain, there will be a drought, which will greatly affect our crops. If we rush to build the house then, it will be a real problem. Second, do you still have money in your pocket? If so, buy more grain seeds, especially coarse grains, which are easier to grow. Also, prepare some extra supplies just in case. I have some money. I'll buy more grain seeds at the market later. We already have plenty of coarse grains at home, but I'll buy some more. Talk to your family back home and ask someone to pass the message. Tell them that no matter what, it's always good to prepare more. Try to sell less grain and save some money. The priority is to protect the people. Li Qingshan started giving small instructions. All right, I'll send someone to deliver the message tomorrow, Xiaolingzi said, feeling a bit worried. There's no need to panic, Li Qingshan reassured. It's not that serious yet, but we should be cautious. Keep a little extra grain for ourselves, understand? He looked at everyone in the family. Got it. Everyone nodded together. Old Li went to the village chief's house and stayed there for a long time. When he returned, his face looked calmer. The village chief has talked to each household about the situation. He asked everyone to sell less grain and pay more taxes with silver. But we shouldn't sell too little, or the officials will be upset. What should we do then? Maybe we should also tell the county magistrate early. Prevention is better than dealing with a disaster, someone suggested. Old Li wiped his face. If it doesn't snow next winter, there will definitely be a disaster. 3 years in a row without snow means there won't be enough rain. That will lead to poor harvests. The old lady came out of the house. Go ahead, old man. Do you think you're confident? She asked. About 50%, he replied. The water level in the river is the best proof. It has already dropped by a full palm's length, which is a lot. Old Li had always taken care of the land and paid close attention to weather and water levels. He has his own experience in predicting the weather and natural disasters. He is usually right about 80% of the time, so the villagers respect him. Go, call Mao Xing's cart. Old man, come with me. Let's find Chuan Hu and let him know. No matter what, we must do our part. We need to be responsible to the villagers of Dashan Mountain. We can't just stand by and do nothing. If there's a big drought, it won't just affect 1 or 2 families. The old lady had already changed her clothes. All right, I'll change my clothes and we'll leave right away. Old Mr. Li went inside to change into decent clothes and to check in with Chuan Hu. Renli had already gone to ask Mao Xing to bring the cart. Old Mr. Li and the old lady took Mao Xing's cart to the county to find Chuan Hu. They weren't sure if the county head would have time to see them, but they could at least tell Huzi and ask him to mention it to the county official when he had free time. No matter what, they wanted to fight for a little chance for the villagers in the surrounding villages. Natural disasters are something they fear the most, especially the rare worst-case scenario. These elders had all suffered from past disasters and remembered them vividly. Mao Xing was a bit worried. Grandpa, will the county official really see us? Will there really be a disaster? Mao Xing is the village chief's son and about the same age as Xu Wen. He has never experienced a disaster himself, so he still has many doubts. But old Mr. Li is quite respected in the village. He is fair and just in his dealings. He is somewhat reserved and not very talkative, but when he speaks, he always keeps his word. Deep down, Mao Xing was worried that his grandfather's fears might come true. By the time spring comes, we'll know for sure. Less rain is certain. It would be great if it snowed this year. Old Mr. Li sighed, looking deeply worried. Farmers rely on the weather for their crops. The 3 arrived at the county office. Mao Xing spoke to the guard at the door. Big brother, we are from Li Village. We need to see Brother Huzi about something. Please help us out. He handed over a few copper coins. Oh, you're Huzi's people? Wait a moment, I'll call him for you. The guard, hearing they were from Huzi's group, smiled and agreed readily. Thank you, big brother, Mao Xing said repeatedly. Grandpa and Grandma, Huzi will come out soon. Please wait a moment. Are you cold? Do you want a blanket? Mao Xing, following the village chief's instructions, was determined to take good care of the elders. He wouldn't let anything happen to them, or he'd face serious consequences. It's okay. You've gone through so much trouble. It's cold today, and you had to make this trip. The old lady spoke kindly and warmly to Mao Xing. Grandma, you're being too polite. You're doing this for all of us, so I should help out, Mao Xing said casually, waving his hand. Chuan Hu quickly ran out, surprised to see the elderly couple. He hurried over and asked, Grandpa, Grandma, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? His heart sank. Could it be that Lan Xin is in trouble? It's nothing serious at home, but I have something to tell you. Can you speak to the county magistrate for me? Old Li hesitated before speaking. Yes, I can. If I want to talk to the official about important matters, I will definitely see him. Is there something you need? Chuanhu understood immediately, his face becoming serious. I've noticed the weather seems strange. It hasn't snowed in 2 years, and the water level in the river has dropped a lot. I'm worried there might be a drought this year. Even if it doesn't rain in the spring, there will probably be less rain overall. I think this is quite important, so I was wondering if you could tell the official. If the harvest is reduced, it wouldn't be good for him either. Old Li explained. Chuanhu paused for a moment, then thought for a bit. Come with me. Maosheng, you go ahead and busy yourself. Meet us at my father's shop later. Just wait for us there. All right, Maosheng said, realizing he couldn't help much. He decided to buy some seeds. His father had told him earlier that Grandpa wanted him to buy more seeds and to prepare some at home. Without hesitation, Chuanhu helped the elderly couple into the government office. He arranged for them to stay in a warm room and asked his brothers to bring hot tea to keep them warm. Then he quickly went to report to the official. When the county magistrate learned that Chuanhu wanted to see him, he summoned him promptly. Smiling, he asked, "What brings you here?" "Yes, sir. My fiancé's grandfather has come. He has an important matter to discuss. He said it hasn't snowed in 2 years, and the water level in the river has dropped sharply. He worries that even if it doesn't drought in spring, there will be less rain, which could affect the harvest. He thought this was quite important, so he came all the way from Li village to tell me. I believe this is a big matter, so I came to report it," Chuanhu explained. How accurate do you think his words are? The magistrate, though skeptical, asked carefully. Grandpa is very respected in the village. He's experienced big disasters before and is usually very accurate in weather predictions. He has his own methods for judging the weather, and his predictions are about 80% correct. Even the village chief respects him, Chuanhu said honestly, without exaggeration. The county magistrate now seemed to take things more seriously. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Go call the person in so I can ask. Whether true or not, I should see for myself. Thanks to good manners, the county magistrate rarely acted arrogant in Qingshan County. He cared a lot about the people's affairs. Last time, Grandma Li helped boost his reputation, and he still remembered her family. All right, I'll go get them. Should I ask them to come in? Chuanhu nodded quickly and went to invite the person. Soon, the two were led into the small hall where the county magistrate usually worked. Greetings, sir, the two elders said as they entered, bowing respectfully. Their eyes were calm and steady, showing politeness and respect. The magistrate was impressed by their calm demeanor. No need for formalities. Please have a seat. Chuanhu, bring some tea. Thank you, sir. Sorry to bother you while you're working. My wife, and I feel a bit guilty coming here. If it weren't for something important, we wouldn't disturb you. The magistrate smiled kindly. No trouble at all. Just tell me what's on your mind. Old Mr. Li was not afraid and spoke clearly about what he knew. He talked confidently, and after a while, the magistrate's face grew serious. He asked after a long pause, "How confident are you about this?" "At least 50%. If there's no snow or rain in the next 3 years, there will definitely be less water. And within 5 years, there will be a disaster," Mr. Li said firmly, his eyes showing determination. The magistrate nodded thoughtfully. What do you think we should prepare for? Having never faced natural disasters or calamities himself, he wanted to ask more, so he could get a better idea. Mr. Li explained his thoughts simply. I think we should prepare more grain each year and store extra. The granaries must be sturdy and checked regularly. Our farm storage is inspected every year. Also, medicinal herbs are important. During big disasters, diseases spread easily. When there's a flood, nearly half the people in the area die. We shouldn't let grain merchants raise prices. If there's less rain, harvests will be low, and prices will go up. I remember that year, grain sold faster than gold. Many people, even if they weren't sick, starved to death. He added, there are many medicinal herbs in Qing Mountain. We can harvest some each spring, even if there's no disaster. Herbs are valuable and won't cause you trouble. It's okay to store extra grain. You can sell some when needed. This can indirectly discourage grain merchants from raising prices. You should also keep some seed grain each year. You can regularly visit the village and sell your seed grain slightly cheaper than the merchants. The common people will surely be grateful to you. These are the most important ideas I have right now. The county magistrate's face gradually softened after hearing this. He nodded repeatedly and stood up to walk over to Old Li. He shook his hand and said sincerely, "Grandpa, I was too young and naive before. Don't worry, I will send people to handle this. Give me some time to discuss with my advisors and see what's best. I will do my best to protect the grain. Do you think we can start digging the water channels?" "Yes, that's possible. Someone has thought about it before and even dug some channels, but only in their own homes. If you take charge and have the village heads organize everyone to work together, we won't have trouble finding workers. It's a good thing for the people, and they will definitely support you," Old Li said happily. "All right, Chuanhu, please help me take good care of Grandpa and see him home safely. I'll visit and thank you another day." The county magistrate hurried off to discuss the matter with his advisors. Actually, his advisors had mentioned this issue before, but their observations were less precise than Old Li's. Now that Old Li brought it up again, the magistrate felt he couldn't ignore it. If a big disaster happened, his career as a county magistrate could be ruined. He might even face disaster for his family if he returned to the capital. He needed to write a letter back to the capital quickly, asking his grandfather and father for advice and specific measures. There was a lot to do. He wanted to do a good job, be thorough, and personally visit the villages to see how the water channels were being dug. If he could participate and coordinate with the villagers, it would benefit everyone. Finding villagers to work was a good idea, but how should the wages be calculated? Where would the money come from? These questions needed careful discussion with his grandfather and father in the capital. He could start by preparing the details. Old Li followed Chuanhu out of the government office, but he still felt a bit worried. "Who's he? Does the Lord believe what I said? Will he support the common people?" "Don't worry, sir. The official is about to go down and prepare. If we really do this, it will be a big task and can't be finished in just a few days. We need some support from above. Things here are quite complicated," said Chuanhu, who had been a constable for many years and knew a bit about official affairs. "That makes me feel better. No matter what, I've done my best," said Old Li, looking up at the sky and sighing deeply. "We should do our part and leave the rest to fate. Don't be too anxious. The county magistrate will have a way. Once our village reports everything, that should be enough. We've done what we can." Chuanhu comforted the old man. Old Li nodded silently. Grandma patted Chuanhu's hand. "All right, we'll go back on our own. You go ahead and do your work. I'll see you off and bring some things back for Lan Xin," Chuanhu said with a smile, helping the elderly to his shop. Mao Sheng had already bought some items and was sitting in the shop talking with Old Lu. "Grandma, Grandpa, you're back.
How was it?
Did you see the official?" "Yes, we did. The official treated us very kindly and said they would arrange something," Old Lady Li said with a smile. That's good. Please, don't suffer any trouble. Heaven is watching." Old Lu clasped his hands in prayer. "Exactly. Grandma, take this back to Lan Xin. It's a few taels of silver from when she sold rouge last time. This is tooth powder I brought for Lan Xin, and this is sheep oil ointment for hand care," said Chuanhu, handing over a small pouch, 2 boxes, and some candied fruit to Old Lady Li. "All right, it's still you thinking of Lan Xin. Always bothering you. I feel a bit embarrassed," Grandma chuckled. "Don't say that. We're all family. No need to be so polite. As for your sister-in-law, don't worry about her. I'll visit often, and no one dares to bully her," Chuanhu said thoughtfully, often thinking ahead and making arrangements before anyone mentioned it. "Okay, we're leaving now. Uncle, Aunt, stay for dinner before you go," Old Lu called out. "We're going back. Old Lu isn't feeling happy, and the family is waiting for us." Old Lady Li smiled at Old Lu. "All right, just let me know if anything comes up," said Old Lu. "Good, dear work. Come over for a meal when you have time. Your sister-in-law made pickled fish for you," Grandma said kindly. Sure, we love it. I'll come over in a few days. Old Lu also plans to visit his younger brother for the new year so the whole family can celebrate together. Mao Sheng took the elders back to the village, where the village chief was already waiting at the door, looking out eagerly. Old Li spoke a few words to the village chief, who nodded repeatedly. After they finished talking, they went back to their own home. When they got home, Old Li simply said, "The officer is quite kind. He said he would try to help, but it might take some time. We should also prepare ourselves. The older brothers will check our grain storage and cellar again, and fix anything that's wrong. As for learning martial arts, in spring, go pick more herbs and bring them back. Keep some for ourselves, don't sell everything, just in case." "Okay, Grandpa." "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Shui Wu immediately nodded in agreement. "That's enough for now. Let's prepare more and save some money." Old Li, feeling unhappy, went back inside. The mood wasn't as cheerful after that, but everyone knew life still had to go on. The workers kept working hard, and nothing could be neglected. Wang Shi helped Li's mother and others prepare dumplings and other dishes for the new year. Everyone was busy and happy. In just a couple of days, Old Li recovered and had a smile on his face again, which made the whole family breathe a sigh of relief. The old man was so upset that the family didn't dare make any loud movements around him. The county official moved quickly. He sent people to check on the digging of ditches in each household and later had someone draw maps of the work. The official said the maps would be useful for the Lord, but they didn't want to say more. The Li family also started preparing various dishes for the new year. They fried many vegetarian and meat dumplings, fish balls, and shrimp paste, pickled fish, dried meat, and more. They also made fried treats like twisted dough sticks, leaf-shaped fried dough, and sesame balls. They cooked 2 large pots of braised meat and offal. They steamed many large pots of plain bread, cornmeal bread, and black rice bread, filled with bean paste, peanut filling, or plain. They also made small steamed corn cobs. Li's mother made some rice cakes, which could be sliced and eaten later. The family made lots of meat and vegetarian dumplings and stored them outside to last a long time. Li went to look at the trap and brought back 2 wild chickens and a rabbit. The weather was cold, so there were fewer wild animals, but he also collected many chestnuts. Mother Li was busy roasting them in the stove, and soon they would be able to enjoy sweet, sticky chestnuts. Xiaolon peeled some raw chestnuts, planning to cook chestnut chicken for the New Year's Eve dinner. It would taste very good. Finally, on the 29th day of the lunar month, Li got up early and saw the world covered in white snow. Although the snow wasn't very thick, it was about half a foot deep. Old Li was very happy and smiled all day. "Now we can rest easy. I wonder if the county lord of D County will think we're strange for showing off like this," the old lady teased with a smile as she looked at the sky. Old Li shook his head. "No. This year's snow is half as much as before and came later. The county lord is from the capital and has capable people around him. If I'm right, he'll judge for himself. No need to worry, that's true. We'll ask Chuanhu later and find out." Shu Wen and Wu Wen cleaned the yard, while Qing Yuan and Qinggang built a snowman at the gate with Qiaolan. They even put a carrot on its nose. The snowman looked cute and funny, and the children played happily. Today, they cleaned the house and boiled water to give everyone a bath, preparing to welcome the new year with a clean home. In the past few days, Qiaolan worked hard, making a beautiful dress for Sister Xiaoling and new clothes for the grandparents and parents, all from fabric brought back by Shu Wen. Chuanhu arrived early in the morning. "Grandpa and Grandma, Happy New Year. Huzi is here. Have you eaten yet?" The old lady smiled and nodded.
"Not yet."
"I came to tell Grandpa that the county lord said you're very wise. Although it snowed, it's much less than usual, and the snow isn't deep enough. The county lord has already written to the capital to request funds for digging the water channels. Next year, they will start digging. The higher authorities have approved it, and the documents are ready." "Really? That's wonderful. That's a great thing. Even though we rely on the port, many nearby villages don't have rivers. If they can dig all the channels, it will benefit the people," Old Li said happily. "Yes, the county lord is young but eager to do good work. Rest assured, once this is done, it will be a significant achievement for him and the higher-ups. They will definitely support it." passerby who took the porridge bowl handed over by Li's mother. That's good. That's great. We've met a kind and honest official. He's here to help the common people. Heaven is watching over our great green mountain, old Li said happily, his eyes full of joy and satisfaction. Yes, this is a blessing for our great green mountain, passerby who said as he drank his millet porridge, along with salted duck eggs and small side dishes, eating 2 large buns. I'm leaving now to help my second uncle with work. I'll come back to visit you during the new year, passerby who said hurriedly, seeming to be heading up the mountain. All right, be careful. Got it. Uncle 32 and his family had already prepared early to help with the New Year's Eve dinner. The women were busy in the kitchen, chatting and laughing, while the men talked inside about plans and the upcoming year. This year, the Wang family, with 4 members, came to join the celebration. The house was lively with children chattering and running around, helping the adults paste couplets and busying themselves everywhere. By afternoon, the meal was ready. The whole family brought out the round table, placed a hot pot in the middle, and cooked their favorite pork dish with bone broth, stewed with pickled vegetables, blood sausage, cured meat slices, bamboo shoots, and some dried wild mushrooms and vegetables. It was hot and fragrant. There was also Xiao Lan's chestnut chicken stew, spicy fish with frozen tofu, braised meatballs, fish ball soup, roast duck, braised rabbit, braised lamb chops, and salt-baked shrimp. All kinds of dishes, meat, vegetables, pickles, fermented fish were served. The main staple was rice mixed with millet and millet buns and rice cakes. Everyone could help themselves to what they liked. The table was full of delicious food. The family sat together, drinking homemade corn wine and aged wine brewed by Old Li. The elderly lady and Li's mother sipped on warmed plum wine, which was all they had left. They'd have to wait until the next batch of green plums to make more. Old Li's wine was the best. He kept only a little for himself, selling the rest to earn some extra money for the family. The green plum wine was not for sale. It was quite expensive, but Old Li cared for his children and knew his wife loved it. Whenever he brewed it, he kept some for himself. Green plum wine is so good, brother, Xiao Lan said, blushing and acting cute toward her brothers. Yes, in spring I'll plant a few more trees so you can brew more wine, her brother said, understanding immediately. In spring, I'll go to the mountain to dig up herbs and flowers, then transplant a few more plum trees. Making wine with these is really good. Xuehua smiled and nodded. Take the extra ones and sell them. Grow more. Chaolan giggled, a little tipsy. That girl doesn't handle alcohol well, but still likes to take a sip. She's already drunk. Mrs. Zhao also laughed. On New Year's Eve, people stay up late. After dinner, Chaolan was pretty tipsy and ran outside with Qingyuan and the other children to set off firecrackers. These were brought by Uncle Hu to entertain the kids. On the first day of the new year, they eat dumplings. Mother Li made several fillings, full of meat aroma, very tasty. Before eating, they pay respects to their ancestors, specifically the Li family ancestors. After visiting the ancestral grave, the children started playing. At this time, families don't stop children from playing. They give them sunflower seeds, peanuts, or twisted dough sticks to eat. Even the poorest families cherish children coming over to snack. It's a sign of respect and good fortune. They firmly believe that innocent children will bring hope and good luck for the new year. During the holiday, children hardly stay at home. One grabs a twisted dough stick, another eats 2 dumplings, and after a few bites, they're full and go off to play. They won't return until nightfall, only if adults call them back. Qingyuan took Qinggang and Chunny somewhere to play, and soon they disappeared from sight. Xiaolan was inside by the fire when she heard someone call, "Is Xiaolan at home?" "I'm here, sitting inside," Xiaolan replied, and then went out to greet the visitor. "Is it Xiehua? Happy New Year. Your new clothes look very nice." Xiaolan recognized her. Xiehua, from the same village, was dressed in a bright red floral dress with 2 big braids, looking lively and well-dressed. "I'm here to wish you a Happy New Year," Xiehua smiled. "Come inside and sit." Xiaolan warmly invited her into the warm house. "Drink tea and have some snacks," Xiaolan said warmly, serving hot tea and some small treats like twisted dough sticks and sugar candies. Xiehua carefully sipped her tea. It was really good, slightly bitter at first, but quickly turning sweet and fragrant, even better than at home. Looking at the candied fruits and sweets, they weren't cheap. The Leaf family was definitely one of the wealthiest in the village, probably only surpassed by the Liu family. Uncle and Auntie, Happy New Year. I stayed at home embroidering and didn't go out. Please say hello for me. Later, I'll bring some twisted dough sticks and candies to share with my younger brothers and sisters, Lan said happily. She was pleased to have visitors, feeling very happy inside.
Thank you.
I'm here to ask if you'll go to the county town to play in a few days. I heard there will be fireworks, Xiaohua said with a shy smile. I'll ask my grandma if she has anything else to do. If not, I can go out. Who else is going with us? Lan, who rarely goes out to play, also wanted to see. I've also invited a few other girls from our village, plus my brother and Mao Sheng, and some brothers of other girls. We can't just go alone. What if we run into trouble? Xiaohua also smiled. Okay, I'll ask my brother if he wants to go, Lan said, also eager to join the fun. Yes, this time the county chief is making a big celebration for everyone with fireworks. For the next few days, there will also be a free market to benefit the villagers, Xiaohua explained. Oh, that's pretty good. Let's go eat some snacks, Lan said with a smile and squinted her eyes. Yes, I see you don't go out much. My mother said that during the new year, you probably won't do embroidery anymore. She told me to ask you to come out and play. Xiaohua explained why she suddenly visited, a slight blush on her cheeks. Lan nodded with a smile. Thanks for thinking of me. I also want to ask about your embroidery skills. I have something I don't quite know how to sew, so I thought I'd ask you. Xiaohua took out a small bag with half-embroidered patterns on it. Lan first wiped her hands on some cloth to make sure they were clean before taking it. This made Xiaohua smile slightly, feeling warm inside. No wonder people say the Li family is well-mannered. It's true. If I could, that would be a wonderful thing. Lan is gentle, and a marriage with her would be very good. In the future, living together wouldn't be difficult. Nothing could be better than that. Oh, this is simple. Look, you can do it like this. This embroidery technique isn't hard. You can use a flat stitch too. The key is to make the stitches fine and neat. With patience and care, it will turn out well, Lan demonstrated by doing a few stitches.